Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 26. Seen and Unforeseen. Luna Lovegood vaguely explained that she had no idea when Rita Skeeter's interview with Harry would actually appear in the Quibbler. Her father, apparently, was expecting a lovely long article on recent sightings of crumple-horned snorkax. "And that's terribly important," Luna added dreamily, "so Harry's story might have to wait until the next issue." Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh or despair. The interview itself had been exhausting. Talking about the night Lord Voldemort returned was like reopening an old wound. Rita had pressed him relentlessly for every tiny detail. Every word. Every face. Every moment. And Harry had told her everything he could remember. This was his chance. His one real chance to tell the truth. Still, he couldn't help wondering how people would react. For many, it would probably confirm that he was mad. Especially with his story printed beside nonsense about crumple-horned snorkax. But after the escape of Bellatrix Lestrange and the other Death Eaters, Harry felt a fierce need to do something. Anything. Even if it changed nothing. "Can't wait to see what Dolores Umbridge says when she finds out you've gone public," said Dean Thomas in awe at dinner on Monday evening. On Dean's other side, Seamus Finnegan was shoveling down chicken and ham pie. Harry could tell he was listening. "It was the right thing," said Neville Longbottom quietly from across the table. He looked pale. "It must have been hard, talking about it." "Yeah," Harry muttered. He pushed food around his plate. "But people need to know what Voldemort can do." Neville nodded. "And his Death Eaters too." His voice dropped lower. "People ought to know." He let the sentence die and bent over his baked potato. Seamus looked up. For a second, his eyes met Harry's. Then he looked away again. After a while, Dean, Seamus, and Neville left for the common room. Harry and Hermione Granger stayed behind, waiting for Ron Weasley to return from Quidditch practice. Then Cho Chang entered the Great Hall with Marietta Edgecombe. Harry's stomach lurched unpleasantly. Cho didn't look at the Gryffindor table. She sat with her back to him. Hermione glanced over. "Oh, I forgot to ask." Her voice was suspiciously bright. "What happened with Cho?" Harry groaned inwardly. "How come you came back so early?" Harry reached for the rhubarb crumble and spooned himself a second helping. He sighed. It was a complete disaster. And he told her. Everything. At Madame Puddifoot.st shop. About the confetti. About Cedric. About Hermione. About Cho crying and storming out into the rain. Several minutes later, Harry scraped up the last bit of crumble and dropped his spoon. "So then she jumps up," he said, frustrated, and says, "I'll see you around, Harry," and runs out. He stared at Hermione helplessly. "I mean, what was that about?" Hermione sighed. She looked toward the back of Cho's head. Then back at Harry. "Oh, Harry," she said sadly. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, but you were a bit tactless." Tactless?" Harry repeated, outraged. He nearly choked on his own indignation. "One minute everything was fine," he said angrily, "and the next she's telling me that Roger Davies asked her out and that she used to snog Cedric in that stupid tea shop." He threw up his hands. How was I supposed to feel about that? Hermione Granger looked at him with the infuriating patience of someone explaining basic arithmetic to a child. "Well," she said calmly. You probably shouldn't have told her you were meeting me halfway through your date. Harry spluttered. But you told me to meet you at 12. He pointed accusingly. And you said I could bring her. How was I meant to do that without telling her? You should have said it differently, Hermione replied, still maddeningly patient. She lifted her chin. You should have said it was terribly annoying, but I'd forced you to promise to meet me. She continued smoothly. You should have said you really didn't want to go. Harry stared. That you'd much rather spend the whole day with Cho. Harry's mouth fell open. But unfortunately you had to see me. She folded her arms. And then begged her to come along so you could escape sooner. Harry gaped. Hermione added thoughtfully. And it might have helped to mention how ugly you think I am. Harry blinked. But I don't think you're ugly. Hermione burst out laughing. Harry, she said, shaking her head. You're nearly as bad as Ron Weasley. She sighed. No, actually, not quite. At that exact moment, Ron stomped into the Great Hall, splattered with mud and scowling. He dropped onto the bench opposite and dragged every dish within reach toward himself. Hermione nodded toward him. See? Then she turned back to Harry. When you said you were meeting me, you upset Cho. Harry frowned. So she tried to make you jealous. He blinked. That's what all the Roger Davies and Cedric stuff was about. Hermione nodded. She wanted to know how much you liked her. Harry stared. Was that what she was doing? He sounded astonished. He shook his head. Wouldn't it have been easier if she'd just asked whether I liked her better than you? Girls don't usually ask things like that, Hermione said. Harry scowled. Well, they should. He spoke with conviction. Then I could have just told her I fancy her. He gestured helplessly. And she wouldn't have got all upset about Cedric again. I'm not saying she handled it well, Hermione said. Just then, Ginny Weasley arrived, as muddy and annoyed-looking as Ron. I'm just trying to explain how she felt. You should write a book, Ron said through a mouthful of potatoes. He jabbed his fork at Hermione. Translate all the mad things girls do so boys can understand. Yeah, Harry said fervently. He glanced over at the Ravenclaw table. Cho had just stood up. Without looking at him once, she walked out of the Great Hall. Harry's heart sank. He turned back to Ron and Ginny. So, how was Quidditch practice? It was awful, Ron muttered darkly. Hermione looked at Ginny. Oh, I'm sure it wasn't that bad. Yes, it was, Ginny cut in flatly. She looked furious. Angelina was practically crying by the end. After dinner, Ron and Ginny headed off for baths. Harry and Hermione returned to the crowded Gryffindor common room and settled down beneath their usual mountain of homework. Harry spent half an hour wrestling with a new star chart for astronomy. Then Fred Weasley and George Weasley appeared. Ron and Ginny here? Fred asked, looking around as he pulled up a chair. Harry shook his head. Good, Fred said grimly. We watched practice. George sat beside him. They're going to be slaughtered. Fred nodded. They're rubbish without us. Oi, said Harry. Ginny's not bad. George shrugged fairly. No, she's all right. He looked thoughtful. Actually, I don't know how she got so good. Fred frowned. We never let her play with us. His voice sounded unusually serious. Quidditch was about the only thing worth staying here for. Hermione shot him a severe look. "You've got exams?" "We told you," Fred said dismissively. "We're not bothered about any WTS." He grinned. "The skiving snack boxes are ready." George yawned. "We worked out the boils." Fred nodded. "Couple of drops of Murtlap essence fixes them." He added, "Lee told us." George stared gloomily at the cloudy night sky. "I don't even know if I want to watch." He sighed dramatically. "If Zacharias Smith beats us, I may have to kill myself." "Kill him, more like," Fred corrected firmly. Hermione, bent over her translation again, spoke absent-mindedly. "That's the trouble with Quidditch." Everyone looked around. "It causes all this tension and resentment between houses." She looked up for her copy of Spellman's syllabary. And froze. Harry, Fred, and George were staring at her in open disbelief. "Well, it does," Hermione snapped. She looked irritated. "It's only a game." Harry shook his head solemnly. "Hermione," he sighed, "you're brilliant about feelings and stuff." He paused. "But you don't understand Quidditch." "Maybe not," Hermione muttered darkly. She bent over her work. "But at least my happiness doesn't depend on Ron's goalkeeping." Harry said nothing. But privately, he knew she was wrong. By the time he watched the match the following Saturday, he would have paid any amount not to care about Quidditch. The best thing about the game was that it ended quickly. 22 minutes. That was all the Gryffindor supporters had to endure. 22 agonizing minutes. It was hard to decide what the worst moment was. Ron missing his 14th save. Jack Sloper missing the bludger and smashing Angelina Johnson in the mouth with his bat. Or Andrew Kirk shrieking and falling backward off his broom when Zacharias Smith charged at him with the quaffle. The miracle was that Gryffindor only lost by 10 points. Ginny Weasley managed to seize the snitch from right under Cadwallader Summerby's nose. Final score: 240-230. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the atmosphere felt like a funeral. "A good catch," Harry told Ginny quietly. Ginny shrugged. "Lucky." She sank into a chair. It wasn't a fast snitch. She smirked faintly. "And Summerby's got a cold." Harry blinked. He sneezed and shut his eyes at exactly the wrong moment. She shrugged again. "Anyway," she looked at Harry, "once you're back on the team—" "Ginny," Harry interrupted. He gave a hollow laugh. "I've got a lifelong ban. You're banned as long as Dolores Umbridge is at school," Ginny Weasley corrected him. "There's a difference." She took a sip of butterbeer and added casually, "Anyway, once you're back, I'm thinking of trying out for Chaser." Harry looked at her. "Angelina and Alicia are leaving next year." She shrugged. "And I like scoring more than seeking." Harry glanced across the room. Ron Weasley was slumped in a corner, staring miserably at his knees, a bottle of butterbeer hanging limply from one hand. Ginny followed his gaze. "Angelina still won't let him quit." She sounded half admiring, half exasperated. "She says she knows he's got it in him." Harry liked Angelina Johnson for believing in Ron. But part of him thought it would be kinder to let Ron leave. He'd walked off the pitch to another thunderous chorus of "Weasley is Our King" sung gleefully by the Slytherins, who were now favourites to win the Quidditch Cup. Fred Weasley and George Weasley drifted over. Fred looked at Ron's miserable, crumpled shape. "I haven't even got the heart to make fun of him." He paused. "Though—" A wicked grin twitched across his face. When he missed the 14th, Fred suddenly began flailing his arms wildly, imitating someone doggy-paddling upright. George snorted. Fred straightened. "I'll save that for parties." Ron trudged upstairs not long afterward. Harry stayed in the common room a while longer. He knew Ron would want time to pretend he was asleep. Sure enough, when Harry finally entered the dormitory, Ron was snoring. Far too loudly to be convincing. Harry climbed into bed. He lay awake, replaying the match. Watching from the sidelines had been torture. Ginny had flown brilliantly, but Harry knew he would have caught the snitch sooner. There'd been one moment when it fluttered right by Andrew Kirk's ankle. If Ginny hadn't hesitated, Gryffindor might have won. Then Harry remembered Umbridge. She'd been sitting a few rows below him and Hermione. Once or twice she had twisted around in her seat to look at him. Her squat body turned. Her wide, toad-like mouth stretched into what looked like a smug smile. The memory made Harry burn with anger in the darkness. After a few minutes he remembered what Severus Snape always told him at the end of occlumency lessons. "Empty your mind." Harry tried. For perhaps 2 seconds. But thinking about Snape immediately brought back thoughts of Umbridge. And then all he could think about was how much he hated both of them. Eventually Ron's fake snores faded. They were replaced by slow, deep breathing. Real sleep. Harry, however, lay awake much longer. His body was exhausted. His mind refused to stop. When sleep finally came, it came strangely. He dreamed that Neville Longbottom and Pomona Sprout were waltzing around the room of requirement. Minerva McGonagall stood nearby playing the bagpipes. Harry watched them happily for a while. Then he decided to go and find the other members of Dumbledore's army. But when Harry stepped out of the room of requirement, instead of seeing the familiar tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy hanging opposite him, he found himself staring at a rough stone wall lit by a single torch burning in its iron bracket. And when he slowly turned his head to the left, his breath caught in his throat because there, stretching away into the darkness, was a narrow, windowless corridor at the very end of which stood the plain black door that had haunted his dreams for weeks. His heart began to pound wildly as he moved toward it, every step filling him with a rising, desperate excitement, because this time, somehow, he was certain things would be different, certain that at last he would find a way to open it. As he drew nearer, he suddenly saw a faint strip of glowing blue light shining down the right-hand side of the frame and realized with a jolt of disbelief that the door was slightly ajar. His pulse thundered in his ears as he stretched out his hand, fingers trembling, ready to push it wider and finally see what lay beyond. But just as his fingertips were about to touch it, Ron let out a loud, spluttering, entirely genuine snore, and Harry woke with a violent start in the darkness of the dormitory. His arm still extended into empty air as though he could somehow reach the door from miles away. He let his hand drop onto the bed covers, a bitter mix of frustration, curiosity, and guilt twisting inside him, because he knew he should not want to see the door at all, knew that Dumbledore and Snape were trying to stop these dreams, and yet the burning need to know what was hidden behind it was becoming harder and harder to resist. For one angry second, he found himself resenting Ron for waking him, wishing desperately that he could have waited just 1 minute longer. On Monday morning, Harry and Ron entered the Great Hall just as the post owls came swooping overhead, and while Hermione He blinked in surprise and frowned, assuming it had made some sort of mistake. He moved his drink out of the way and leaned closer to read the address tied to its leg. Harry Potter, Great Hall, Hogwarts School. He had barely reached out to take the letter when 3 more owls swooped down beside the first, then another, until the table was a chaos of flapping wings, hooting, screeching, and scrambling claws trampling through butter dishes and knocking over salt cellars as each bird fought to thrust its letter into Harry's hands. Ron stared in amazement while the entire Gryffindor table leaned in to watch, and then 7 more owls descended in a feathery storm. Hermione suddenly gave a breathless cry, plunged both hands into the chaos, and pulled out a tiny screech owl carrying a long cylindrical package. Her eyes widened with excitement as she shoved it at Harry and exclaimed that she thought she knew what it was and that he should open it first. Harry ripped away the brown wrapping, and a tightly rolled magazine slid out onto the table. He uncurled it and froze. Staring back at him from the front cover of the March issue of the Quibbler was his own face, wearing an awkward, sheepish grin, and splashed across the page in enormous scarlet letters were the words, "Speaks out at last. The truth about he who must not be named and the night I saw him return." "It's brilliant, isn't it?" said Luna Lovegood dreamily, drifting over to the Gryffindor table and squeezing herself onto the bench between Fred Weasley and Ron Weasley. "It came out yesterday. I asked Dad to send you a complimentary copy. I suppose all these—" She waved vaguely at the flock of owls still fluttering and clawing at the breakfast table in front of Harry. "Must be letters from readers." "That's exactly what I was thinking," said Hermione Granger eagerly. "Harry, do you mind if we open them?" "Go ahead," said Harry, still staring around in confusion. At once Ron and Hermione began tearing open envelopes as fast as they could. "This one's from some bloke who says you're completely mental," Ron announced after a quick glance. "Well, that's nice." "This witch suggests a course of shock spells at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries," Hermione said, sounding disappointed as she crushed the second letter in her fist. Harry, meanwhile, had unfolded a long piece of parchment and was reading carefully.
"Hang on," he said slowly. "This one's good. She says she believes me."
Fred had started opening letters too, clearly enjoying himself immensely. "This one can't make up his mind," he said cheerfully. "Says you don't sound mad, but he really doesn't want to believe you-know-who's back. So now he's confused." He snorted. "Honestly, what a waste of perfectly good parchment."
"Harry!" Hermione cried excitedly, waving another letter. "Here's someone else you've convinced. Having read your account, I'm forced to conclude the Daily Prophet has treated you appallingly, although I dread the thought of you-know-who's return. I now believe you're telling the truth. Harry, this is amazing." Ron gave a bark of laughter.
"Here's another one calling you barking mad," he said, tossing the letter behind him. "But this one says you've made her see the truth and that she thinks you're a hero now. She even sent a photograph, blimey." "What," said a sickly sweet voice behind them, "is going on here?" Harry looked up sharply, his hands still full of envelopes. Dolores Umbridge stood behind Fred and Luna, her wide, bulging, toad-like eyes sweeping over the swarm of owls and the mountain of letters scattered across the table. Beyond her, Harry could see students from every house craning their necks to watch. "Why," Umbridge asked slowly, in a dangerously sugary tone, "have you received all these letters, Mr. Potter?"
"Is getting post against the rules now?" Fred called loudly.
Umbridge's eyes narrowed. "Watch your tone, Mr. Weasley," she said sharply, "or I may be forced to give you detention." Then she turned back to Harry. "Well, Mr. Potter." Harry hesitated only for a second. There was no point hiding it now. Sooner or later she would see a copy of the Quibbler. "They wrote to me," Harry said steadily, because I gave an interview. Umbridge's eyes narrowed further.
An interview, she repeated softly.
Harry lifted his chin. Yes, he said. About what happened to me last June, for reasons he could not explain. Harry glanced instinctively toward the staff table as he said it. For the briefest moment he had the odd sensation that Albus Dumbledore had been watching him, but when Harry looked properly, the headmaster appeared completely absorbed in quiet conversation with Phileas Flitwick, as though he had noticed nothing at all.
An interview, repeated Dolores Umbridge, her voice rising into a shrill, brittle squeak. What exactly do you mean by that?
I mean, said Harry coolly, a reporter asked me questions and I answered them. He picked up the magazine. Here. He tossed the copy of the Quibbler toward her. Umbridge snatched it from the air and stared at the front cover. As her eyes moved over the headline, her pale, sagging face slowly darkened to a blotchy, furious purple.
When, she whispered, her voice quivering, did you do this? Last Hogsmeade weekend, Harry replied.
She lifted her head and glared at him, trembling with fury so violent that the magazine shook in her stubby hands. There will be no more Hogsmeade visits for you, Mr. Potter, she hissed. How dare you? How could you? She sucked in a deep, shuddering breath. I have tried repeatedly to teach you the consequences of spreading lies. Clearly, the lesson has not been learned. 50 points from Gryffindor and another week of detention. She spun on her heel and stormed away, clutching the magazine tightly against her chest, while dozens of students watched her go. By mid-morning, huge notices had appeared all over the castle, not only on house notice boards, but pinned to corridor walls and classroom doors as well. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Any student found in possession of the magazine The Quibbler will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree number 27. Signed, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor.
Oddly enough, every time Hermione Granger passed one of these signs, she looked delighted.
What are you grinning about? Harry asked at last. Hermione gave him an incredulous look. Harry, honestly, she said, almost laughing, can't you see, if she wanted to guarantee that every single person in this school reads your interview, banning it was the perfect way to do it.
And, as usual, Hermione was right.
By the end of the day, although Harry never actually saw a single visible copy of the Quibbler anywhere in the castle, it seemed as though the entire school had read every word. He heard whispers about the article in every corridor as students lined up for lessons. He heard them discussing it at lunch, muttering over it during class, and passing pieces of it from desk to desk behind teachers' backs. Hermione even reported, eyes sparkling, that when she had slipped into the girls' bathroom before ancient runes, every girl in every cubicle had been talking about it. Then they saw me, she said breathlessly. And of course they know I'm your friend, so they all started firing questions at me. Harry, I think they believe you. I really do. I think they've finally been convinced. Meanwhile, Umbridge prowled the corridors like an angry cat, stopping students at random and forcing them to empty their bags and turn out their pockets. Harry knew exactly what she was hunting for copies of The Quibbler, but the students were far cleverer than she expected. The pages containing Harry's interview had been bewitched. To anyone except the owner, they appeared to be ordinary textbook pages. Or they turned magically blank until the reader wished to see them again. Before long, it seemed as though every student in Hogwarts had secretly read the interview. And for the first time in months, Harry felt the tide beginning to turn. Naturally, the teachers were strictly forbidden to discuss Harry's interview under Educational Decree number 26, but that did not stop them from finding quieter, subtler ways to show exactly what they thought. Or they turned magically blank until the reader wished to see them again. Before long, it seemed as though every student in Hogwarts had secretly read the interview. And for the first time in months, Harry felt the tide beginning to turn. Naturally, the teachers were strictly forbidden to discuss Harry's interview under Educational Decree No. 26, but that did not stop them from finding quieter, subtler ways to show exactly what they thought. Pomona Sprout awarded Gryffindor 20 points, simply because Harry handed her a watering can during herbology. A glowing Phileas Flitwick slipped Harry a box of squeaking sugar mice at the end of charms, whispered a delighted shh, and scurried away before anyone could notice. And, during divination, Sybil Trelawney burst into dramatic tears and loudly proclaimed, much to the horror of both the class and a deeply offended Dolores Umbridge, that Harry would not die young after all, but would live to an old age, become Minister for Magic, and father 12 children. Yet, what pleased Harry most happened the following day, as he hurried toward Transfiguration. Out of nowhere, Cho Chang caught up with him. Before he had time to react, she had slipped her hand into his and leaned close enough for her breath to brush his ear. "I'm really sorry," she whispered. "That interview was so brave. It made me cry." Harry was not exactly thrilled to hear that his article had caused yet more tears, but he was enormously relieved that they were speaking again. And even happier when she quickly kissed him on the cheek before hurrying away down the corridor.
As if that were not enough, something almost as surprising happened moments later outside Transfiguration.
Seamus Finnegan stepped awkwardly out of line and approached him.
"I just wanted to say," he muttered, staring stubbornly at Harry's knee rather than his face, "I believe you, and I sent a copy of that magazine to my mum."
That alone would have been enough to make Harry's day. But there was more. Later that afternoon in the library, he spotted Draco Malfoy huddled with Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, and a thin, unhealthy-looking boy Hermione whispered was Theodore Nott. As Harry searched the shelves for a book on partial vanishment, they all looked up. Goyle cracked his knuckles menacingly. Malfoy leaned close and muttered something nasty in Crabbe's ear. Harry knew exactly why they looked so furious. He had named all their fathers as Death Eaters. "And the best part," Hermione whispered gleefully as they left the library, "is they can't deny it because then they'd have to admit they read the article." To top it all off, Luna announced over dinner that no issue of the Quibbler had ever sold so quickly. "Dad's printing more," Luna Lovegood said excitedly, her eyes bulging with delight. "He can't believe it. He says people are even more interested in this than in the crumple-horned Snorkax." That night, Harry was treated like a celebrity in the Gryffindor common room. In a spectacular act of rebellion, Fred and George had magically enlarged the front cover of the Quibbler and pinned it to the wall so that Harry's enormous face looked down over the room. Every so often it bellowed things like,
"The Ministry are morons," and "Eat dung, Umbridge,"
in a thunderous voice. Hermione, however, was not amused. She complained that the shouting ruined her concentration and eventually stormed upstairs in irritation. Harry had to admit that after an hour or so, the joke began wearing thin. Especially when the spell started to fade and the poster stopped making sense, shouting random words like
"Dung, Umbridge," over and over again in a shrill, squeaky voice.
The noise began to pound inside Harry's skull. Worse still, his scar started prickling painfully again. Ignoring the disappointed groans of the crowd around him, who kept begging him to repeat the story of the interview, for what felt like the 100th time, Harry finally stood up and announced that he was going to bed early. The dormitory was deserted when Harry finally climbed the stairs. The silence was a relief after the constant noise of the common room. He paused beside his bed and pressed his forehead against the cool window pane. The chill soothed the sharp prickling in his scar for a moment, though it did nothing for the pounding headache behind his eyes. He still felt faintly sick. Moving slowly, he changed into his pajamas and slipped beneath the covers, hoping sleep would wash the pain away. He rolled onto his side, shut his eyes, and was asleep almost instantly. He was standing in a dimly lit room draped in heavy black curtains. A single branch of candles burned nearby, casting a pale, trembling light across the floor. His hands gripped the back of a chair in front of him. They were not his own hands. They were long, unnaturally white, and thin-fingered, like huge, pale spiders resting on the dark velvet. Their skin looked bloodless, as though sunlight had never touched it. Beyond the chair, kneeling in the pool of candlelight, was a man in black robes.
"I have been badly advised," said Harry, yet it was not Harry's voice.
It was cold,
"Hi."
cruel. It vibrated with fury.
"Master, I beg forgiveness," croaked the kneeling wizard. His bald head shone faintly in the candlelight. His whole body trembled. "I do not blame ye, Rookwood," Harry heard himself say in that icy voice.
He released the chair and moved around it, gliding closer to the man until he stood towering over him. Harry felt strange and monstrous, taller than he should have been, looking down from a frightening height. "You are certain," he whispered. "Certain of your facts, Rookwood?" "Yes, my lord, yes," gasped Rookwood. "I worked there, in the department, after all. Avery told me Bode would remove it." "Bode could never have taken it, master," said Rookwood quickly. "He would have known he could not. That is why he fought Malfoy's imperious curse so fiercely."
"Stand," whispered Harry.
Rookwood scrambled upright so quickly he nearly tripped. His pockmarked face was twisted in terror, the scars standing out sharply in the candlelight. Even standing, he remained bent, as though afraid to straighten fully. His eyes kept flicking up toward Harry's face and then away again. "You have done well," said Harry in the cold, soft voice. "Very well. It seems I have wasted months on useless plans." There was a pause. Then the voice became silky, dangerous. "But no matter, we begin again, starting now." Rookwood's breath caught. "You have Lord Voldemort's gratitude."
"My lord, yeah, thank you, my lord," Rookwood gasped, sounding dizzy with relief.
"I will require your assistance," said Harry. "I will need every scrap of information you possess."
"Anything, master, anything."
"Good." The red-eyed voice softened to a whisper. "You may leave. Send Avery to me." Rookwood backed away hurriedly, bowing over and vanished through a door. The room fell silent.
"Harry, no." Voldemort turned slowly toward the wall.
There, half hidden in shadow, hung a cracked and spotted mirror. He moved toward it. The reflection sharpened.
Larger. Clearer. A face like bleached bone. A flat, snake-like nose. Eyes glowing scarlet.
With slit pupils.
"No!" Harry screamed.
He thrashed wildly in the darkness, tangled in his bed hangings, and fell hard onto the floor. For a few seconds he had no idea where he was. His heart hammered as he stared around the dark dormitory, still certain that the skull-white face would lunge at him from the shadows. Then a familiar voice shouted nearby. "What are you doing?" yelled Ron Weasley. Harry struggled harder, wrapped hopelessly in curtains and blankets.
Ron swore loudly.
"Will you stop acting like a lunatic?" he snapped, "so I can get you out of there." Harry jolted awake with a violent
Ron swore loudly.
"Will you stop acting like a lunatic?" he snapped, "so I can get you out of there." Harry jolted awake with a violent start, tangled in the bed curtains and gasping for breath. For one terrifying moment, he had no idea where he was. The image of the cracked mirror and the skull-like face with glowing red eyes still burned in his mind. His scar blazed with unbearable pain, as though someone had pressed a hot iron against his forehead.
"Will you stop acting like a maniac so I can get you out of here?" Ron's voice burst through the darkness.
Ron yanked the curtains apart and hauled Harry upright into the silver moonlight. Harry blinked at him, panting heavily, his whole body trembling. Ron looked half-dressed, one arm still stuck awkwardly in his robes, his face pale with alarm.
"Has someone been attacked again?" Ron asked urgently, gripping Harry's arm. "Is it Dad? Is it that snake?" "No, everyone's okay," Harry managed between ragged breaths, clutching his burning scar. "Well, not Avery. He's in trouble. He gave Voldemort the wrong information. Voldemort's furious."
Harry sank back onto his bed, shaking violently as he pressed his hand against his forehead. "But Rookwood's helping him now," Harry whispered. "He's on the right track again."
Ron stared at him in horror.
"What are you talking about?" he asked. "Did you just see you-know-who?" Harry looked down at his own hands in the darkness, checking they were no longer pale, spider-like, and unnaturally long.
"I was you-know-who," he said quietly. Ron recoiled slightly.
"He was with Rookwood," Harry continued, "one of the Death Eaters who escaped from Azkaban. Rookwood told him Bode couldn't have done it."
"Done what?" Ron asked. "Take something," Harry said, his voice low and strained. "He said Bode would have known he couldn't do it. Bode was under the Imperious curse. I think Malfoy's dad put it on him." Ron's eyes widened.
"Bode was bewitched to steal something," he whispered. Harry nodded grimly. "The weapon," he said. The dormitory door creaked open, and Dean and Seamus walked in noisily, laughing and talking as they got ready for bed. Harry quickly swung his legs under the blankets. He didn't want them to think anything strange was happening, especially now that Seamus had only just begun to believe him. Ron leaned closer, pretending to pour himself water from Harry's bedside jug.
"Did you say," he murmured, "that you were you-know-who?"
"Yeah," Harry whispered. Ron took a huge gulp of water, spilling some of it down his front.
"Harry," he said urgently, "you've got to tell." "I don't have to tell anyone," Harry snapped.
He turned onto his side, facing away from Ron. "If I were better at occlumency, I wouldn't have seen any of it. I'm supposed to block these things out. That's what they want." By they, Harry meant Dumbledore.
After a moment, Ron climbed back into bed, though Harry could hear him tossing restlessly. Harry bit down hard on his pillow as his scar burned even more fiercely. Somewhere far away, he knew Avery was being punished.
The next morning, Harry and Ron waited until break to tell Hermione what had happened. They stood together in their usual corner of the breezy courtyard, far from listening ears. Harry recounted every detail of the dream he could remember. When he finished, Hermione didn't speak at once. Instead, she stared across the yard with an intense, troubled expression at Fred and George, who were busily selling their magical hats beneath their cloaks while both of them appeared to be completely headless. Hermione finally tore her eyes away from Fred and George and spoke in a quiet, thoughtful voice. "So that's why they killed him?" Harry and Ron stared at her. "When Bode tried to steal the weapon," she continued, "something must have gone wrong. I think there were protective enchantments on it or around it to stop anyone from taking it. That would explain why he ended up in St. Mungo's. His mind was damaged so badly he couldn't even speak. She paused, her brow furrowed. But remember what the healer told us. He was getting better, and they couldn't risk that, could they? The shock of touching the weapon may have broken the Imperious curse. Once he recovered enough to talk, he would have told everyone what he'd been sent there to do. Ron's mouth fell open. So they killed him before he could talk. Hermione nodded grimly.
And Lucius Malfoy would have had no trouble putting him under the curse in the first place, she said. He's always hanging around the ministry. He was there the day of my hearing, Harry said suddenly. Then his eyes widened. Wait, he was in the Department of Mysteries corridor that day too. Your dad thought he was trying to find out what happened at my hearing. But what if Sturgis? Hermione gasped, looking thunderstruck. Ron blinked. What? Sturgis Podmore, Hermione said breathlessly. He was arrested for trying to break through a door. Lucius Malfoy must have cursed him too. Her words tumbled out faster and faster.
Think about it. Sturgis had Moody's invisibility cloak, didn't he? What if he was standing guard by the door completely invisible and Malfoy heard him move, or guessed someone was there, or just cast the Imperious curse on the chance that someone was guarding it? Then, the next time Sturgis was on duty, he'd try to sneak into the department and steal the weapon for Voldemort Ron. Be quiet, she snapped as Ron tried to interrupt, but he got caught and sent to Azkaban. She turned back to Harry until her face pale, and now Rookwood's told Voldemort how to get it. Harry hesitated. I didn't hear everything, he admitted, but it sounded like that. Rookwood used to work there. Maybe Voldemort will send him. Hermione nodded, still deep in thought. Then, suddenly, her expression hardened. But you shouldn't have seen any of this at all. Harry. Harry blinked. What? You're supposed to be learning occlumency, Hermione said sharply. You're meant to be closing your mind to this sort of thing. I know, Harry snapped back. But, well, I think we should forget what you saw, she said firmly. And from now on, you need to put more effort into your lessons. Harry was so furious with her that he refused to speak to her for the rest of the day. And it turned out to be a miserable day anyway. Whenever people weren't gossiping in the corridors about the escaped Death Eaters, they were laughing at Gryffindor's humiliating defeat against Hufflepuff. The Slytherins kept singing "Weasley is our king" so loudly and so often that by evening Filch had banned the song from the corridors out of pure annoyance. The week only got worse. Harry received 2 more dreadful D grades in potions. He was constantly worried Hagrid would be sacked. And worst of all, he couldn't stop thinking about the dream about being Voldemort. But he didn't mention it to Ron or Hermione again. He had no desire to be lectured by Hermione once more. More than anything, he wished he could talk to Sirius about it, but that was impossible. So he tried to force the thought into the back of his mind. Unfortunately, the back of his mind was no longer safe. Get up. Potter. A few weeks after the dream about Rookwood, Harry once again found himself kneeling on the cold stone floor of Snape's office, struggling to empty his mind. Once again, Snape had dragged old memories to the surface, memories Harry hadn't even known he still carried. Most were painful scenes from primary school, moments when Dudley and his gang had tormented and humiliated him. Snape's cold voice sliced through the silence. That last memory. What was it? Harry climbed wearily to his feet, rubbing his temples. His thoughts felt tangled and blurred after the flood of images Snape had forced out of him. I don't know, he muttered. You mean the one where my cousin tried to make me stand in the toilet? No, Snape said softly. Harry looked up. I mean the one with a man kneeling in the middle of a darkened room. Harry's stomach tightened.
It's nothing, he said. Snape's black eyes locked onto Harry's face, piercing and relentless, remembering Snape's insistence that eye contact strengthened legitimacy. Harry quickly blinked and looked away. How did that man and that room come to be inside your head? Potter, Snape asked quietly.
Harry's stomach tightened.
It's nothing, he said. Snape's black eyes locked onto Harry's face, piercing and relentless, remembering Snape's insistence that eye contact strengthened legitimacy. Harry quickly blinked and looked away. How did that man and that room come to be inside your head? Potter, Snape asked quietly. Harry stared at the shelves, the jars. Anywhere but Snape. It was just a dream. A dream, Snape repeated.
Silence stretched between them. Harry fixed his eyes on a large dead frog floating in purple liquid. You do know why we are here, don't you? Potter, Snape asked, his voice low and dangerous. Yes, Harry answered stiffly. Remind me, so I can learn occlumency, correct? Snape sneered, and dim though you may be, Harry looked up sharply, fury rising in him. I would have thought that after more than 2 months of lessons, you might have made some progress. Snape's lip curled. How many other dreams about the Dark Lord have you had? Just that one? Harry lied. Snape's eyes narrowed. Perhaps, he said silkily. You enjoy these visions. Perhaps they make you feel special, important? Harry's hands tightened around his wand. No, they don't. That is just as well, Snape said coldly, because you are neither special nor important, and it is not your place to discover what the Dark Lord says to his Death Eaters. Harry's temper snapped. No, that's your job, isn't it? The words burst out before he could stop them. Silence. Harry froze, certain he had gone too far, but instead of exploding, Snape's mouth twisted into a strange expression, something close to satisfaction.
Yes, Potter, he said softly, his eyes glittering. That is my job. He raised his wand. Now, if you're ready, we will begin again. 1, 2, 3, Legilimens. 100 Dementors came sweeping over the Black Lake toward Harry. He screwed up his face in concentration. They drew closer. He could see the dark, gaping holes beneath their hoods, but at the same time, he could see Snape in front of him, his dark eyes fixed on Harry's, muttering under his breath.
And suddenly Snape became clearer. The Dementors faded. Harry's wand flew up instinctively. Protego! Snape staggered backward, his wand shot into the air. And suddenly Harry's mind was flooded with memories that were not his own. A hook-nosed man shouting at a cringing woman, a small dark-haired boy crying in a corner, a greasy-haired teenager lying on a bed in a gloomy room, lazily firing curses at flies on the ceiling. A laughing girl watching as a skinny boy struggled to mount a wildly bucking broomstick. Enough! Harry felt as though an invisible fist had slammed into his chest. He staggered backward, crashing into the shelves lining Snape's walls. Something glass shattered. Snape stood trembling. His face was white with rage. Harry felt the back of his robes turn cold and wet. One of the jars on the shelf behind him had shattered when he crashed into it, and the slimy, preserved creature inside now swirled in a puddle of leaking potion at his feet. Repara, Snape hissed. The broken glass mended instantly, sealing itself back together. Well, Potter, Snape said, breathing hard. He straightened the pensieve on his desk, the same silver basin into which he had poured some of his thoughts before the lesson, almost as if checking that its contents were still safe.
That was certainly an improvement.
Harry said nothing. He was sure he had just broken into Snape's mind. He had seen fragments of Snape's memories moments from his childhood. The crying boy in the corner. The shouting parents. The lonely teenager. It was deeply unsettling to realize that the small, miserable child he had seen was now standing in front of him, glaring with undisguised hatred.
I don't recall telling you to use a shield charm, Snape continued coldly, but there's no denying that it was effective.
Harry kept silent. Anything he said now felt dangerous.
Let's try again, shall we? Said Snape.
A wave of dread rushed through Harry. He was certain he was about to be punished for what had happened. They moved back into position on opposite sides of the desk. Harry's heart hammered in his chest. Now that he had seen those memories, clearing his mind would be harder than ever.
On the count of 3, Snape said, raising his wand.
1, 2. Before Harry could prepare himself. Legilimens. Harry was flying down the corridor toward the Department of Mysteries. The blank stone walls flashed past. Torches blazed in their brackets. The black door loomed larger and larger. He was moving too fast.
He would crash into it.
He was only feet away.
And there.
A thin crack of blue light. The door was open.
At last.
He shot through it. Inside was a circular room. Black walls. Black floor. Blue-flamed candles burned around the room, casting eerie shadows. There were doors everywhere. He had to keep going. But which one? Potter! Harry's eyes flew open. He was lying flat on his back. He had no memory of falling. His lungs burned as though he had actually run the corridor and sprinted through the black door. Snape towered over him, livid.
Explain yourself.
Harry pushed himself upright, rubbing the back of his head where he'd struck the floor. A painful lump was already forming.
I don't know what happened, he said honestly.
He was sweating and felt strangely feverish.
I've never seen that before. I told you I've dreamed about the door, but it never opened.
You're not trying hard enough. Snape's fury seemed even greater now than when Harry had broken into his memories. You are lazy and sloppy, Potter. It is no wonder the Dark Lord. Harry's temper flared. Can I ask you something, sir? Snape glared. Why do you call Voldemort the Dark Lord? Harry shot back. I've only ever heard Death Eaters call him that. Snape's face twisted into a snarl. He opened his mouth.
And then a woman screamed somewhere outside the room.
Both of them froze. Snape's head jerked upward toward the ceiling.
What the? He muttered. Harry could hear shouting and a muffled commotion echoing through the castle. It seemed to be coming from above, perhaps the entrance hall. Snape turned sharply toward him. Did you see anything unusual on your way down here? Potter! Harry shook his head. Then the woman screamed again. Snape gripped his wand tighter and strode from the room. Harry hesitated only a second before hurrying after him. As he raced up the dungeon stairs, the screams grew louder.
By the time he reached the entrance hall, chaos had erupted. The hall was packed. Students had poured out of the Great Hall, where dinner was still underway. Others crowded the marble staircase, craning for a better view. Harry shoved past. Professor Trelawney stood in the middle of the hall. She looked utterly deranged. Her wand trembled in one hand. An empty sherry bottle dangled from the other. Her hair stuck out wildly in every direction. Her glasses were crooked, one lens magnifying one eye grotesquely. Her countless shawls and scarves hung off her in disarray, making her look as though she were unravelling. Beside her lay 2 large trunks. One was upside down, as though it had been hurled down the stairs after her. Trelawney stared in horror at someone standing below the staircase. "No!" she shrieked. "No! This cannot be happening! I refuse to accept it!" A high, sickly, sweet voice answered her. "You didn't foresee this?" Harry edged sideways and saw Professor Umbridge. She was smiling. Smiling. "Incapable though you are of predicting even tomorrow's weather," Umbridge said mockingly. "Surely you must have realized that your pathetic performance during my inspections and your utter failure to improve would make your dismissal inevitable." "You can't," wailed Trelawney. Tears streamed down her cheeks behind her enormous spectacles.
You can't sack me. I've been here 16 years. Hogwarts is my home. It was your home, Umbridge said coldly. Harry felt sick at the delight shining on her toad-like face until an hour ago, when the Minister of Magic countersigned your order of dismissal. Trelawney let out a broken sob and collapsed onto one of her trunks. Now kindly remove yourself from this hall, Umbridge said smoothly. You are embarrassing us. But she made no move to leave.
Instead, she stood there, watching with open satisfaction as Trelawney rocked back and forth, sobbing helplessly. Harry heard crying nearby. He turned. Lavender and Parvati stood with their arms around each other, tears running down their faces. Then another figure broke through the crowd. Professor McGonagall marched straight toward Trelawney, stern and purposeful. She knelt beside her and patted her firmly on the back, pulling a large tartan handkerchief from her robes.
There, Sybil, she said briskly. Calm down now, blow your nose. She thrust the handkerchief into Trelawney's shaking hand. It's not as bad as you think. You are not going to have to leave Hogwarts. Oh, really? Professor McGonagall, Umbridge said in a dangerously soft voice, stepping forward. And your authority for making that statement is, a deep voice answered from the doorway. That would be mine. The huge oak doors swung open, students scattered aside.
Dumbledore stood framed in the entrance, the misty night stretching behind him. Harry had no idea where he had been, but the sight of him standing there in the open doorway was powerful, almost majestic. Without a word, he strode forward through the crowd. The doors remained open behind him as he crossed the hall toward Professor Trelawney, shaking and tear-stained atop her trunk, with McGonagall standing protectively beside her. Firenze stepped gracefully through the drifting mist, his golden coat shining softly beneath the torchlight of the entrance hall. His striking blue eyes scanned the crowded room calmly, though his proud bearing made many students instinctively move farther back. Gasps and whispers spread quickly among the crowd as they stared at the centaur standing before them. Professor Umbridge looked as though she had been struck speechless. Her mouth opened and closed soundlessly, her bulging eyes fixed on Firenze with a mixture of horror and outrage. For once, she seemed entirely unable to produce one of her sharp, sugary remarks. Dumbledore, however, remained perfectly composed. Firenze has kindly agreed to take up the position of divination teacher, he announced warmly. I am sure he will prove most capable. The silence that followed was thick with disbelief. Harry could hardly believe what he was seeing. A centaur, a real centaur, was going to teach at Hogwarts. Around him, students exchanged stunned glances, while some whispered excitedly. Umbridge finally found her voice.
A half-breed, she squeaked, her face flushing a deep, angry purple. You ever pointed a half-breed?
A wave of anger swept through the hall. Harry saw several teachers stiffen immediately. Professor McGonagall stopped on the staircase and turned sharply, her eyes flashing dangerously. Even Dumbledore's expression cooled slightly, though he still smiled. I believe, said Dumbledore in a calm but firm tone, that Firenze's qualifications are what matter here. Firenze did not seem offended. He merely inclined his head with quiet dignity, though his blue eyes rested on Umbridge for a long moment, as if he could see straight through her. The hall remained silent for a heartbeat. Then the tension broke as students began murmuring again. Some looked thrilled, others frightened, and a few openly amused by Umbridge's thunderstruck face. Harry, despite everything, felt a grin spreading across his face. For once, Umbridge had been completely outmaneuvered. And judging by the expression twisting her toad-like features, she knew it too. Chapter 27. The Centaur and the Sneak. I suppose you regret dropping divination now, don't you? Hermione? Parvati asked, with a smug smile. It was breakfast, 2 days after Professor Trelawney had been dismissed. Parvati was using her wand as a makeshift eyelash curler, studying her reflection in the curved back of her spoon. Their first lesson with Firenze was scheduled for that morning. Not particularly, Hermione replied coolly, barely looking up from the Daily Prophet she was reading. I've never been especially fond of horses. She flipped the page and continued scanning the articles. He's not a horse, he's a centaur, Lavender protested, sounding scandalized. A very handsome centaur, Parvati sighed dreamily. Hermione shrugged. Either way, he still has 4 legs, she said calmly. Besides, I thought the 2 of you were devastated that Trelawney was gone.
We are, Lavender said quickly. We went to visit her in her office yesterday and brought her some daffodils. Not those awful honking ones. Professor Sprout has real ones. How is she? Harry asked. Terrible, Lavender said sadly. She was crying and saying she'd rather leave Hogwarts forever than stay while Umbridge is here. Honestly, I don't blame her. Umbridge was awful to her. I have a feeling Umbridge is only getting started, Hermione muttered darkly.
Impossible, Ron said through a mouthful of eggs and bacon. She can't possibly get worse. Oh, she can, Hermione replied, folding up her newspaper. She'll want revenge on Dumbledore for hiring a new teacher without asking her first, especially one who's only partly human. Did you see her face when Firenze walked in after breakfast? Hermione headed off to arithmancy, while Harry and Ron followed Parvati and Lavender into the entrance hall on their way to divination. Aren't we supposed to be going up to the North Tower? Ron asked, confused, as Parvati walked straight past the marble staircase. She glanced back at him with obvious disdain. How exactly do you expect Firenze to climb that ladder? We're in classroom 11 now. It was on the notice board yesterday. Classroom 11 was on the ground floor, down a corridor branching off from the entrance hall opposite the Great Hall. Harry knew it as one of those rooms rarely used, the sort that always felt dusty and forgotten. More like a storage cupboard than a classroom. So when he stepped inside behind Ron and found himself standing in the middle of a forest clearing, he froze in shock. What the... The floor had transformed into soft, springy moss. Tall trees rose up around the room, their branches stretching across the ceiling and over the windows, letting in beams of green, dappled light. The air smelled fresh and earthy, like the forbidden forest after rain. The students who had already arrived were seated on the ground, leaning nervously against tree trunks and rocks. Some hugged their knees, others sat stiffly, clearly uneasy. In the center of the clearing, in an open patch where no trees grew, stood Firenze. Harry Potter, he said, extending a hand as Harry approached. Hi, Harry said awkwardly, shaking it. Firenze's piercing blue eyes studied him without blinking, though his expression remained unreadable. Good to see you. And you, Firenze replied, dipping his pale blonde head. It was written in the stars that we would meet again. As Harry moved past him, he noticed a faint bruise shaped like a hoofprint on Firenze's chest. When Harry turned to sit down with the rest of the class, he realized everyone was staring at him with wide eyes. Clearly, they were amazed that he was already acquainted with Firenze, a fact that only made the centaur seem even more mysterious and intimidating. When the last student had entered, and the door clicked shut behind them, the room fell into a hushed silence. Everyone settled themselves on tree stumps, mossy patches or stones, and Firenze swept his hand gracefully around the enchanted clearing. Professor Dumbledore has generously arranged this classroom for us, Firenze said in his calm, musical voice. It is designed to resemble my natural home. I would have preferred to teach you in the Forbidden Forest, which was until Monday my dwelling, but that is no longer possible. Professor Parvati blurted out breathlessly, her hand shooting into the air. "Why not? We've been in there with Hagrid before. We're not scared." Firenze turned his blue gaze toward her. "It is not a matter of your courage," he replied quietly. "It is a matter of mine. I may not return. My herd has cast me out."
"Herd?" Lavender repeated blankly, clearly imagining cattle. Then realization lit up her face. "Oh, there are more of you."
Firenze did not answer at once. "Did Hagrid breed you, like the Thestrals?" Dean asked eagerly. The room froze. Firenze slowly turned his head toward Dean. The expression in those bright blue eyes made Dean shrink instantly.
"I didn't mean sorry," Dean mumbled.
"Centaurs are not creatures bred for the service or amusement of humans," Firenze said softly. The silence that followed was heavy and awkward until Parvati, still determined, raised her hand again. "Sir, why did the other centaurs banish you?" "Because I chose to serve Professor Dumbledore," Firenze answered. "To them, that choice is a betrayal of our people." Harry remembered the angry centaur Bane shouting years ago when Firenze had helped him escape in the Forbidden Forest. He remembered the insult Common Mule. Harry's eyes drifted to the dark bruise on Firenze's chest and wondered whether Bane himself had struck him.
"Now," Firenze said, flicking his pale gold tail, "we begin."
He raised one elegant hand toward the leafy ceiling. Slowly, he drew it downward. At once, the green daylight faded. The room darkened into twilight. The treetops above melted into a velvet black sky pricked with shining stars. Soft gasps echoed around the clearing. "Blimey," Ron muttered loudly. "Lie upon the earth," said Firenze. "Look upward. The sky holds the stories of our races for those patient enough to read them." Harry lay back on the cool moss and stared upward. A red star blinked steadily overhead. "I know you have studied the names of planets and moons in astronomy," Firenze continued, his voice drifting through the dimness. "I know you have charted the movement of stars across the heavens. Centaurs have studied these mysteries for centuries. We have learned that the future can sometimes be glimpsed above us." "Professor Trelawney taught us astrology," Parvati interrupted eagerly, raising her hand straight up while lying on her back. "Mars means accidents and burns and things. And when it makes an angle to Saturn, like now, she traced a sharp corner in the air. People have to be extra careful with hot objects." "That," said Firenze calmly, "is human nonsense." Parvati's hand dropped as though someone had cut its strings. "Small pains, tiny accidents, insignificant troubles," Firenze said as he paced slowly through the clearing, his hooves muffled by the moss. "Such things are no more meaningful to the universe than ants scurrying through grass. The stars do not concern themselves with them." Professor Trelawney Parvati began, offended. "Is human," Firenze said, simply, "and therefore sees only a fragment of truth, limited by the blindness of your kind." Harry turned his head slightly. Parvati looked deeply insulted. Lavender did too. Around them, several students shifted uncomfortably, clearly not pleased to hear Professor Trelawney dismissed so bluntly. "Sybil Trelawney may indeed possess the sight, I cannot say," Firenze continued, the soft swish of his tail brushing through the moss as he paced before them. "But she squanders her gift on the vain and comforting nonsense humans call fortune-telling." His blue eyes moved across the class. "I am here to teach you the wisdom of Centaur's knowledge that is neither personal nor biased. We do not search the heavens for petty human concerns. We watch for great waves of darkness, for change, for events that alter the fate of nations. He paused. And sometimes it takes 10 years to understand what the skies are telling us. He lifted a pale hand and pointed toward the glowing red star above Harry's head. For the last decade, the signs have suggested that wizardkind has known only a brief peace between two wars. Mars, a bringer of conflict, burns bright tonight. It tells us battle will soon rise again. A murmur spread through the class. How soon? Firenze went on. We may attempt to discover through older methods, through the burning of herbs and leaves, through smoke and flame. The lesson that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Bundles of sage and mallowsweet were lit in little fires on the forest floor. Thick, fragrant smoke curled upward in twisting shapes. Firenze instructed them to search the fumes for patterns, symbols, warnings. No one saw anything. Not one student could make out the forms Firenze described, yet he seemed unsurprised. Humans rarely succeed, he said calmly. It takes centaurs years to read smoke correctly. And then, just as casually, he added that even centaurs often got it wrong. Harry had never met a teacher like him, unlike Professor Sybil Trelawney, who claimed certainty in every prediction. Firenze seemed intent on teaching them uncertainty, that even ancient wisdom could fail. He's not exactly clear on anything, is he? Ron muttered under his breath as they stamped out their mallow-sweet fire. I mean, if there's a war coming, a few details wouldn't hurt. Harry almost laughed, but at that exact moment, the school bell rang sharply outside the classroom door. Everyone jumped. For a second, Harry had forgotten he was still inside Hogwarts. The forest had felt real enough to make him believe he was deep among the trees. The students shuffled out, whispering in confused, uncertain voices. Harry and Ron were about to follow when Firenze's voice stopped them. Harry Potter. A word, please. Harry turned back. Firenze stepped closer into the dim clearing. Ron hesitated. You may remain, Firenze said calmly, but close the door. Ron hurried to obey. Firenze lowered his head slightly and fixed Harry with his steady blue gaze. You are a friend of Hagrid's, are you not? Yes, Harry answered, then carry a warning to him. Harry frowned. Tell him his attempt is failing. Harry blinked. His attempt, he repeated. He would be wise to abandon it, Firenze said, nodding once. Harry's unease sharpened. I would warn Hagrid myself, Firenze continued, but I am banished. It would not be wise for me to approach the Forbidden Forest now. Hagrid already has troubles enough without provoking a battle among centaurs. But what attempt? Harry asked nervously. What is Hagrid trying to do? Firenze stared at him for a long moment, expression unreadable and ancient. Then he remained silent. Hagrid has done me a great kindness recently, Firenze said calmly, and he has long had my respect for the compassion he shows toward all creatures that live. I will not reveal his secret, but he must be made to see reason. His effort is failing. Tell him that. Harry Potter, good day. With that, the centaur inclined his pale head and turned away, signaling the conversation was over. The happiness Harry had felt after the publication of his The Quibbler interview faded quickly. As dreary March blurred into stormy April, his life once again became a tangle of worries. Professor Dolores Umbridge continued attending every Care of Magical Creatures lesson, making it nearly impossible for Harry to pass on Firenze's warning to Hagrid. At last, he managed it by pretending he had forgotten his copy of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them and sneaking back after class. When Harry repeated Firenze's message, Hagrid stared at him through swollen, bruised eyes, clearly startled. Then he straightened stubbornly. Nice enough bloke, Firenze, Hagrid muttered. But he doesn't know what he's talking about this time. It's all going just fine.
Hagrid, what are you doing? Harry asked seriously. You need to be careful. Umbridge already got rid of Trelawney, and if you ask me, she's looking for her next target. If you're doing anything wrong, you'll be.
There are things more important than keeping a job, Hagrid interrupted. But his huge hands trembled as he spoke, knocking over a basin full of Nile droppings with a loud crash. Don't worry about me, Harry. Off you go now. Harry had no choice but to leave him there, mopping up dung from the floor. He walked back to the castle feeling more miserable than ever.
Meanwhile, the dreaded OWLs were drawing closer.
The fifth years were all suffering. Even the usually cheerful Hannah Abbott became the first casualty of exam panic when she burst into tears during herbology, sobbing that she was too stupid to sit exams and wanted to leave school immediately. If it hadn't been for the DA meetings, Harry thought he might have been completely miserable. The hours spent in the room of requirement were the only bright spots in his week. There, he worked hard but happily, and every lesson filled him with pride. He looked around at the members of Dumbledore's army and saw how much they had improved. Sometimes he even imagined the look on Umbridge's face when every one of them received outstanding in defense against the dark arts. They had finally started practicing the Patronus charm.
Everyone had been eager to try.
But Harry kept reminding them there was a huge difference between casting one in a safe, bright room and producing one while facing a Dementor.
Oh, don't be such a spoilsport, Cho said cheerfully, as her silver swan Patronus glided gracefully around the room during their final lesson before Easter. They're beautiful.
They're not meant to be beautiful, Harry said patiently. They're meant to protect you. What we really need is a boggart or something. That's how I learned I had to cast mine while a boggart was pretending to be a Dementor.
That sounds terrifying, Lavender squeaked.
She fired her wand again and produced another useless puff of silver mist.
And I still can't do it.
Neville wasn't having much luck either. His round face was screwed up so hard with concentration that sweat gleamed on his forehead, but only thin wisps of silver smoke drifted from his wand. You need to think of something happy, Harry reminded him.
I'm trying, Neville groaned. Harry, I think I did it, Seamus shouted.
Dean had finally brought him to his first DA meeting. Look, it's gone now, but I swear it was hairy. Hermione's silver otter darted happily around her ankles. They are sort of lovely, aren't they? She admitted, smiling.
Suddenly,
the door of the room of requirement opened.
Then shut.
Harry turned. No one seemed to be there. For a moment he thought he'd imagined it. Then the students nearest the door fell silent. Something tugged urgently at Harry's robes near his knee. He looked down and stared. Peering up at him from beneath a tower of mismatched woolly hats was Dobby.
Hi, Dobby, Harry said in surprise. What are you?
Then he saw the elf's wide eyes. What's wrong? Dobby's huge eyes were brimming with terror, his tiny body trembling violently. The members of the DA nearest Harry fell silent one by one, and soon the entire room was watching the shaking house elf. The few silver Patronuses that still drifted around the room of requirement dissolved into mist, making the room seem darker and far more ominous. "Harry Potter, sir," Dobby squeaked, quivering from head to toe. "Harry Potter! Sir, Dobby is here to warn you, but the house elves has been told not to speak." Before anyone could react, Dobby hurled himself headfirst at the wall. Harry, already familiar with Dobby's habit of punishing himself, lunged forward to stop him, but Dobby only bounced harmlessly back, cushioned by the ridiculous stack of 8 woolly hats on his head. Hermione and several girls gasped in horror and pity.
What happened? Dobby? Harry asked urgently, grabbing the elf's tiny arm and holding him away from anything dangerous. Harry Potter. She... Dobby smacked himself hard across the nose with his free hand. Harry caught that hand too. Who's she? Dobby? But Harry already had a sickening suspicion. There was only one she capable of terrifying Dobby this much. The elf stared up at him, eyes crossing slightly, and mouthed the words silently. Umbridge, Harry whispered, horrified.
Dobby nodded frantically, then tried to slam his head into Harry's knees. Harry stretched him back at arm's length. "What about her? Dobby, she hasn't found out about this. About us. About the DA." He didn't need an answer. The fear in Dobby's face said it all. His hands trapped by Harry. The elf tried to kick himself instead and toppled over. "Is she coming?" Harry asked in a low voice. Dobby let out a wail and began pounding his bare feet against the floor. "Yes, Harry Potter, yes." Harry spun around to face the frozen, terrified members of the DA. "What are you waiting for?" he roared. "Run!" Chaos erupted instantly. Everyone charged toward the exit, jamming in a frantic heap at the door before finally bursting through. Harry heard pounding footsteps racing in both directions down the corridor and desperately hoped they had enough sense not to run straight back to their dormitories. It was only 10 to 9 if they hid in the library or the owlery. They might avoid suspicion. "Harry, come on," Hermione screamed from somewhere in the crush. Harry scooped up Dobby, who was still trying to injure himself, and ran with him in his arms toward the back of the line. "Dobby, this is an order. Go back to the kitchens with the other elves. And if she asks whether you warned me, lie and say no," Harry shouted, "and I forbid you to hurt yourself." He dropped the elf just as he squeezed through the doorway and slammed the door shut behind him. "Thank you, Harry Potter," Dobby squeaked, then vanished down the corridor like a shot. Harry glanced wildly left and right. The others were already gone. He caught only flashes of heels disappearing around corners. He bolted to the right. A boys' bathroom lay ahead. If he reached it in time, he could pretend he'd been there the whole time. Ah! Something snagged his ankles. Harry pitched forward spectacularly, skidding 6 feet on his stomach before crashing to a stop. Laughter echoed behind him. He rolled over and saw Draco Malfoy crouched in a niche beneath a hideous dragon-shaped vase, smirking. "Tripjinx, Potter," Malfoy sneered. Then he yelled at the top of his voice, "Professor! Professor! I've got one!" Dolores Umbridge came hurrying around the corner, slightly out of breath but glowing with triumph.
"It's him!" she exclaimed, clearly delighted to find Harry sprawled on the floor. "Excellent! Draco, excellent! Very good indeed. 50 points to Slytherin. I'll take him from here. Up you get, Potter!"
Harry rose slowly, glaring at both her and Draco Malfoy. He had never seen Umbridge look so pleased. She clamped a painful grip around his arm and turned, smiling sweetly at Malfoy. "You run along and see if you can catch the others." "Draco," she said, "tell the rest to check the library. Anyone out of breath, search the bathroom. 2, Miss Parkinson can handle the girls' ones. Off you go." Then her voice softened into something far more dangerous as she turned back to Harry. "And you're coming with me to the headmaster's office." Within minutes, they stood before the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance. Harry's mind raced how many of the DA had been caught. He thought of Ron, of Hermione, of Neville, of all of them. The consequences pressed heavily on him.
"Fizzing Wisby," sang Umbridge. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the hidden staircase which carried them upward to the polished door with its griffin knocker. Without hesitation, she pushed it open and dragged Harry inside.
The office was crowded. Albus Dumbledore sat calmly behind his desk, fingers steepled, his expression unreadable. Beside him stood Minerva McGonagall, rigid and tense. Near the fire, Cornelius Fudge rocked eagerly on his heels, clearly relishing the moment. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood guard by the door alongside another stern wizard, while Percy Weasley hovered nearby, clutching a quill and parchment, ready to record everything. The portraits lining the walls were wide awake, whispering among themselves as Harry entered. He pulled his arm free from Umbridge's grip as the door shut behind him. Fudge fixed him with a look of smug satisfaction. "Well," he said slowly, "well. Harry met his gaze with open defiance. Though his heart pounded wildly, his thoughts were sharp and steady. He knew this moment mattered. "Jolly good." "Jolly good," said Cornelius Fudge, cheerfully. "Like mother, like daughter, eh? Come now, dear. No need to be shy. Let's hear what you have to galloping gargoyles." The moment Marietta Edgecombe lifted her head, Fudge recoiled in horror, stumbling backwards so abruptly he nearly toppled into the fire. Swearing, he stamped frantically on the hem of his smoking cloak. Marietta let out a sob and yanked the collar of her robes up over her face, but not before everyone saw the awful truth. Her face was covered in angry purple pustules, clustered across her cheeks and nose to spell out one unmistakable word: sneak. Even in the tense silence, Harry felt a fierce burst of admiration for Hermione. "Never mind the spots, dear," said Dolores Umbridge irritably. "Just lower your robes and tell the minister." Marietta only wailed again and shook her head violently.
"Oh, honestly, you foolish girl. I'll tell him myself," Umbridge snapped.
Forcing her sickly sweet smile back into place, she turned to Fudge. "Well, Minister, Miss Edgecombe came to my office shortly after dinner this evening and informed me she had something important to share. She said that if I went to a secret room on the 7th floor known as the Room of Requirement, I would discover something to my advantage. I questioned her further, and she admitted there was to be some sort of meeting there. Unfortunately, at that point this hex—" She gestured impatiently toward Marietta's hidden face. It took effect. When she saw herself in my mirror, she became too distressed to continue. "Well now," Fudge said, trying to appear kindly and reassuring, "it was very brave of you to come forward, my dear. You did exactly the right thing. Now then, can you tell me what happened at this meeting? What was it for? Who attended?" Marietta remained silent, trembling, her eyes huge and frightened above the collar of her robes.
"Haven't we got some sort of counter-jinx for this?" Fudge asked impatiently, gesturing at her face so she can speak properly. "I haven't yet found one," Umbridge admitted through gritted teeth.
Harry's pride in Hermione's spellwork swelled even more. "But it hardly matters if she won't talk," Umbridge continued smoothly. "I can explain the rest. You may recall, Minister, that I sent you a report back in October stating that Potter had met with a group of students in the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade." "And what is your evidence for that?" interrupted Minerva McGonagall sharply. Her voice cut through the room like a blade, cold and precise. The tension instantly sharpened. "I have testimony from Willie Widdershins." "Minerva," said Dolores Umbridge smugly. "He happened to be in the bar that day. Yes, he was rather heavily bandaged, but his hearing was perfectly intact. He heard every word Potter said and came straight to the school to report it to me."
"Oh, that's why he wasn't prosecuted for setting up all those regurgitating toilets," said Minerva McGonagall, raising her eyebrows. "What an enlightening glimpse into our justice system."
A booming voice suddenly came from one of the portraits behind Dumbledore's desk. "Blatant corruption!" roared Dexter Fortescue, the plump, red-nosed wizard in the frame. "The Ministry never struck bargains with petty criminals in my day." "Thank you, Fortescue, that will do," said Albus Dumbledore softly. Umbridge pressed on. "The purpose of Potter's meeting with these students," she continued, "was to persuade them to join an illegal organization whose aim was to learn spells and curses the Ministry has deemed inappropriate for school age." "I think you'll find you're mistaken there." Dolores Dumbledore interrupted quietly, peering over his half-moon spectacles. Harry stared. He couldn't imagine how Dumbledore intended to get him out of this. If Willie Widdershins had truly overheard everything in the Hog's Head, then there seemed no escape.
"Oh ho!" cried Cornelius Fudge, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Yes, let's hear it. Another ridiculous story to save Potter. Go on. Dumbledore was Willie Widdershins lying. Or perhaps it was Potter's long-lost twin. Or maybe there's the usual nonsense involving time travel, dead men rising, and invisible dementors."
Percy Weasley laughed loudly.
"Oh, excellent, Minister, excellent." Harry could have kicked him. Then, to Harry's surprise, Dumbledore smiled gently too.
"Cornelius," he said calmly, "I do not deny, and I am sure Harry does not deny, that he was in the Hog's Head that day, nor that he was attempting to recruit students to a defense against the Dark Arts group. I am merely pointing out that Dolores is quite wrong to call such a group illegal at that time. If you recall, the Ministry decree banning all student societies did not come into effect until 2 days after Harry's Hogsmeade meeting. Therefore, Harry broke no rules whatsoever in the Hog's Head. Percy looked as though he'd been physically struck. Fudge froze mid-bounce, mouth hanging open. Umbridge recovered first. "That may all be very well, Headmaster," she said sweetly, "but nearly 6 months have passed since Educational Decree number 24 was introduced. If the first meeting wasn't illegal, then every meeting after the decree certainly was." "Well," said Dumbledore, studying her with mild interest over his folded hands, "they certainly would be if they had continued after the decree came into effect. Do you have any proof that such meetings continued?" The room fell silent. For the first time, Harry felt the faintest spark of hope. As Albus Dumbledore spoke, Harry heard the faintest rustle behind him and thought he caught Kingsley Shacklebolt whispering something under his breath. At the same moment, Harry felt a soft brush against his side like a gust of air or the flicker of wings, but when he glanced down, there was nothing there. "Evidence?" repeated Dolores Umbridge, with her horrible, toad-like smile. "Have you not been listening, Dumbledore? Why do you think Miss Edgecombe is here?" "Oh, can she tell us about 6 months' worth of meetings?" Dumbledore asked mildly, raising his eyebrows. "I was under the impression she was only reporting a meeting tonight." "Miss Edgecombe," Umbridge said immediately. Turning to Marietta Edgecombe, "Tell us how long these meetings have been happening." "Dear, you can simply nod or shake your head. I'm sure that won't worsen the spots. Have these meetings been taking place regularly over the last 6 months?" Harry's stomach dropped. This was it. This was the proof. Even Dumbledore couldn't argue with a witness. "Just nod or shake your head, dear," Umbridge coaxed. Everyone in the room fixed their eyes on Marietta. Only the top half of her face was visible above her raised robes and beneath her curly fringe. Her eyes looked strangely blank in the firelight. Then, to Harry's utter astonishment, Marietta shook her head. Umbridge blinked and looked quickly at Cornelius Fudge before turning back. "I don't think you understood the question, dear. I'm asking whether you've been attending these meetings for the last 6 months. You have, haven't you?" Again, Marietta shook her head. "What do you mean by shaking your head, dear?" Umbridge snapped. "I would have thought her meaning perfectly clear," said Minerva McGonagall sharply. "There have been no secret meetings over the last 6 months. Is that correct, Miss Edgecombe?" Marietta nodded. "But there was a meeting tonight," Umbridge shrieked. "There was a meeting in the Room of Requirement. You told me so. And Potter was leading it, wasn't he? Potter organized it. Potter, why are you shaking your head, girl?" "Well, usually," McGonagall said icily, "when someone shakes their head, they mean no. Unless Miss Edgecombe is communicating in some form of sign language unknown to the rest of us." With a furious cry, Umbridge grabbed Marietta by the shoulders and shook her violently. In an instant, Dumbledore was on his feet, wand raised. Kingsley stepped forward. Umbridge recoiled as though burned.
"I cannot permit you to manhandle my students," Dolores, Dumbledore said. And for the first time, Harry saw genuine anger in his face.
"You do well to calm yourself, Madam Umbridge," Kingsley rumbled in his deep, measured voice. "You don't want to get yourself into trouble."
"No, yes, you're right. Shacklebolt," Umbridge stammered breathlessly, glancing up at him. I forgot myself."
Marietta remained exactly where she had been released. She looked neither frightened nor relieved. She simply stood there, clutching her robes over her face, staring blankly ahead.
And then it hit Harry.
Kingsley's whisper. That strange sensation brushing past him.
A memory charm.
Kingsley had modified Marietta's memory. Dumbledore calmly took the parchment from Fudge's grasp and studied the bold heading Hermione had scribbled months earlier. For a brief second, he seemed lost in thought. Then, lifting his gaze, he smiled serenely. "Well," he said in an even voice, "it appears the truth is out. Would you prefer a written confession, Cornelius, or will my statement before these witnesses do?" Harry noticed Professor McGonagall and Kingsley exchange anxious glances. Fear was written plainly on both their faces. Harry couldn't understand what was happening, and from the baffled expression on Fudge's face, neither could he.
"A statement?" Fudge repeated slowly. I don't understand."
"Dumbledore's army, Cornelius," Dumbledore replied, still smiling faintly as he waved the parchment before the minister's face. "Not Potter's army, Dumbledore's army."
But...
Suddenly realization struck Fudge like lightning. He stumbled backward in shock, let out a squeak, and nearly landed in the fire once more.
"You," he whispered, stamping hurriedly on the edge of his smouldering cloak. "Indeed," said Dumbledore pleasantly.
"You organized this.
"I did."
You gathered these students for your own army. Tonight was intended to be our very first meeting," Dumbledore said with a calm nod, "only to determine whether they were interested in joining me. Though I must admit, inviting Miss Edgecombe was clearly an error." Marietta gave a small nod. Fudge's face flushed as outrage swelled inside him.
"So you've been conspiring against me?" he roared.
"That is correct," Dumbledore answered cheerfully.
"No," Harry shouted.
Kingsley shot Harry a sharp, warning glance, and McGonagall's eyes widened in alarm. But Harry had finally understood Dumbledore's plan, and he couldn't stay silent. "Professor Dumbledore." "Be quiet, Harry," Dumbledore said calmly, "or I shall have to ask you to leave my office."
"Yes, silence, Potter," Fudge barked, still staring at Dumbledore with a mixture of horror and triumph. Well, I arrived tonight expecting to expel Potter, and instead, you have the pleasure of arresting me," Dumbledore said with an easy smile, "rather like misplacing a knut and stumbling upon a galleon, wouldn't you say?" "Weasley," Fudge shouted, trembling with excitement. "Weasley, did you get all of that down? Every word of his confession?" "Yes, sir, yes, I believe so, sir," Percy replied eagerly. Ink splattered across his nose from scribbling so furiously. The part where he admitted to forming an army against the ministry, the part where he confessed to trying to undermine me. "Yes, sir, it's all here," Percy said happily, glancing over his notes. "Excellent," Fudge beamed. "Make a copy immediately, Weasley, and send it straight to the Daily Prophet. If we dispatch an owl now, it might make tomorrow morning's edition."
Percy bolted from the office, slamming the door behind him. Fudge turned back to Dumbledore, practically glowing with triumph. "You are to be taken to the ministry at once," he declared. "There you will be formally charged and sent to Azkaban until your trial." "Ah," Dumbledore murmured softly. Yes. I had anticipated that little complication. Complication? Fudge echoed, still grinning. I see no complication here. Dumbledore? Well, Dumbledore said politely, I'm afraid I do.
Oh, really? Yes. You seem to be under the mistaken impression that I am going to... What is the phrase? Come quietly. I'm afraid I have no intention whatsoever of going quietly, Cornelius. I certainly do not plan to be sent to Azkaban. Naturally. I could escape afterward, but honestly, what a tedious waste of time. I can think of many more worthwhile ways to spend my evening.
Umbridge's face was turning a furious shade of crimson, as though boiling anger were rising beneath her skin. Fudge stared blankly at Dumbledore, looking utterly stunned, as if he'd just been struck and hadn't quite processed it yet. He made a strangled little sound before glancing toward Kingsley and the short-haired wizard standing nearby, the latter having remained silent the entire time. The man stepped forward slightly, giving Fudge a reassuring nod, his hand drifting casually toward his pocket. Don't be foolish. Dawlish, Dumbledore said kindly. I'm sure you're a very capable Auror. I recall you earned outstanding in all your NEWTS, but if you try to apprehend me by force, I shall unfortunately have to hurt you. Dawlish blinked, looking rather confused. He glanced back at Fudge, clearly hoping for instructions. So, Fudge sneered, regaining some confidence. You think you can take on Dawlish, Shacklebolt, Dolores, and myself alone, do you, Dumbledore?
Good heavens, no! Dumbledore replied with a smile. Not unless you leave me no choice. He won't be alone, Professor McGonagall cried, reaching inside her robes for her wand. Oh yes, he will. Minerva, Dumbledore snapped sharply. Hogwarts needs you here. Enough of this nonsense, Fudge shouted, whipping out his wand. Dawlish, Shacklebolt, seize him!
A streak of silver light suddenly shot across the room. A deafening crack like a gunshot echoed as the floor shook violently. Someone grabbed Harry by the back of the neck and forced him to the ground, just as another silver flash exploded overhead. Portraits screamed from the walls, Fawkes let out a piercing cry, and thick dust billowed through the office. Coughing through the haze, Harry saw a dark figure slam heavily to the floor in front of him. A shriek rang out, followed by a dull thud and someone shouting, "No!" Glass shattered somewhere nearby. There were frantic footsteps, scuffling, a groan. Then silence fell. Harry twisted around, gasping for breath, and found himself staring into the stern but worried face of Professor McGonagall. She was crouched beside him, gripping both him and Marietta tightly, having dragged them out of the path of destruction just in time. Fine dust drifted through the air like pale snow, settling softly over them. Through the haze, Harry noticed a tall figure striding calmly toward them.
Are you hurt? Asked Dumbledore, his voice steady despite the chaos.
We're fine, Professor McGonagall replied sharply, pulling both Harry and Marietta to their feet. As the dust slowly cleared, the full ruin of the office emerged. Dumbledore's desk lay overturned, shattered against the floor. Fragile silver instruments had been smashed into glittering fragments among the wreckage of broken tables and scattered debris. Across the room, Fudge, Umbridge, Kingsley, and Dawlish were sprawled unconscious. Above them, Fawkes glided in wide, graceful circles, his haunting song echoing softly through the silence. Regrettably, I had to stun Kingsley as well, Dumbledore murmured. Otherwise it would have looked suspicious. He was astonishingly quick-witted, altering Miss Edgecombe's memory while no one was watching. Thank him for me later, Minerva. His eyes moved swiftly across the room. They'll wake in moments. They must not suspect we had time to speak. Act as though no time has passed, as though they were simply knocked down. None of them will remember. Where will you go, Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall whispered. To 12 Grimmauld Place. A grim smile touched Dumbledore's face. "No," he said quietly. "I'm not running into hiding. Soon enough, Fudge will regret forcing me from Hogwarts."
Professor Dumbledore, Harry began, his throat tight.
So many thoughts collided in his mind. He wanted to apologize for starting Dumbledore's army and bringing disaster upon everyone. He wanted to beg forgiveness for causing Dumbledore to flee to save him from expulsion. But Dumbledore raised a hand and stopped him.
"Listen carefully. Harry," he said urgently, "you must practice occlumency with all your strength. Do you understand? Follow every instruction Professor Snape gives you. Practice every night before you sleep. You must shut your mind against those dreams, against what is trying to enter. You'll understand soon enough, but you must promise me."
At that moment, Dawlish groaned and began to stir. Dumbledore suddenly seized Harry's wrist. "Remember, close your mind." The instant Dumbledore's fingers touched his skin, pain exploded through Harry's scar. A violent, venomous urge surged through him, cold and savage, a serpent's hunger to strike, to sink fangs into Dumbledore, to wound him. "You will understand," Dumbledore whispered.
Above them, Fawkes swooped low in a blaze of scarlet and gold. Dumbledore let go of Harry, lifted one hand, and grasped the phoenix's shimmering tail feathers.
In a burst of fire, both of them vanished.
"Where is he?" Fudge bellowed, scrambling to his feet. "Where did he go?" "I don't know," Kingsley shouted, springing upright. "He couldn't have apparated," Umbridge shrieked. "No one can apparate inside Hogwarts." "The stairs!" Dawlish cried.
He lunged for the door, wrenching it open and racing out. Kingsley and Umbridge followed at once. Fudge lingered behind for a moment, slowly standing and brushing dust from his robes. Then silence fell over the shattered office, heavy, tense, and full of dread. "Well, Minerva," Fudge sneered as he tugged at his ripped shirt-sleeve, trying to regain some of his dignity. "I'm afraid this is the end for your dear friend Dumbledore." Professor Minerva McGonagall gave him a cold, cutting look. "You truly believe that?" she replied, her voice dripping with scorn. But Fudge barely seemed to register her words. His eyes wandered over the ruins of the office, the shattered furniture, the broken silver instruments, and the dust still settling in the air. From the walls, several of the portraits glared down at him. A few hissed angrily, and one or two even made rude gestures in open contempt.
At last, Fudge turned back toward Professor Minerva McGonagall and jerked his head dismissively toward Harry and Marietta.
"You better get those two to bed," he said shortly. Without a word, Professor Minerva McGonagall spun on her heel and marched Harry and Marietta toward the door. Harry cast one last glance back at the wrecked office as the door swung shut behind them. Just before it closed completely, a familiar voice drifted through the narrowing gap, smooth, arrogant, and unmistakably amused. "You know, ministers," said Phineas Nigellus Black. "I disagree with Dumbledore on many matters, but you cannot deny he has style." Chapter 28. Snape's Worst Memory. Large notices had appeared across the castle overnight, pinned to walls, doors, and notice boards for every student to see. By order of the Ministry of Magic, Dolores Umbridge, High Inquisitor, had officially replaced Albus Dumbledore as headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The decree had been enforced under Educational Decree No. 28, signed by Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. But the notices themselves did little to explain how the entire school already seemed to know every detail of the dramatic events in Dumbledore's office. By morning, it was common knowledge throughout the castle that Dumbledore had single-handedly defeated two Aurors, the High Inquisitor, the Minister for Magic, and even his own junior assistant before escaping. Every corridor buzzed with gossip, every classroom whispered with rumors. No matter where Harry went, he heard the same thing, people talking excitedly about Dumbledore's daring flight. Of course, some details had become wildly exaggerated in the retelling. Harry overheard one second-year girl solemnly informing her friend that Fudge had been admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries with a pumpkin for a head. But aside from the more ridiculous additions, much of the story remained surprisingly accurate. Everyone knew that Harry and Marietta had been the only students present in Dumbledore's office during the confrontation, and since Marietta was now recovering in the hospital wing, Harry found himself constantly surrounded by eager students begging for the full story firsthand. "Dumbledore will be back soon," said Ernie Macmillan confidently as they returned from herbology, listening closely to Harry's account. "They couldn't keep him away in our second year, and they won't manage it now, the Fat Friar told me." He lowered his voice dramatically, forcing Harry, Ron, and Hermione to lean in closer. Umbridge tried to get into his office last night after they searched the castle and grounds. She couldn't get past the gargoyle. The headmaster's office sealed itself against her. Ernie smirked. Apparently, she threw quite the tantrum. Hermione's face darkened as they climbed the stone steps into the entrance hall.
"Oh, I'm sure she was imagining herself sitting up there in the head's office," she said bitterly, ordering everyone around like she owns the place, that stupid, puffed-up, power-hungry old.
"Now, do you really want to finish that sentence, Granger?" The smooth, mocking voice made them all turn. Draco Malfoy had stepped out from behind the door, with Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle looming behind him. His pale, sharp face was lit with cruel amusement. "I'm afraid I'll have to deduct a few points from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff," he drawled lazily. "It's only teachers who can take points from houses, Malfoy," Ernie shot back immediately.
"Yeah," Ron snarled, stepping forward. "And don't forget we're prefects too. I know prefects can't take points." "Weasel King!" Draco Malfoy sneered. Behind him, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle burst into snickering laughter.
"But members of the Inquisitorial Squad can." "The what?" Hermione snapped, her eyes narrowing. "The Inquisitorial Squad, Granger," Malfoy said smugly, tapping the tiny silver I pinned beneath his prefect badge. "A carefully selected group of students loyal to the Ministry of Magic, personally chosen by Professor Dolores Umbridge." He smirked, enjoying every second of their disbelief. "And members of the Inquisitorial Squad," he continued silkily, "have the authority to deduct points. So, Granger, 5 points for insulting our new headmistress. Macmillan, 5 for arguing with me. Potter, 5 because I don't like you. Weasley, your shirt's untucked, another 5 for that." His eyes gleamed nastily. "And I nearly forgot you're a mudblood, Granger, so let's make it 10 more. Ron's face flushed scarlet with fury as he yanked out his wand, but Hermione grabbed his arm and shoved it down.
"Don't!" she hissed urgently. "Wise choice," Malfoy whispered, leaning closer with a poisonous grin. "New head, new rules. Behave yourselves now. Potty, Weasel King."
Laughing loudly, he swept away down the corridor with Crabbe and Goyle at his heels. "He was bluffing," said Ernie Macmillan, looking horrified. "He can't really be allowed to take points." "That's absurd. It would completely ruin the prefect system." But Harry, Ron, and Hermione had already turned instinctively toward the giant housepoint hourglasses set into the wall nearby. That morning, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had been tied for the lead. Now, as they watched in disbelief, glittering stones began flying upward from the lower bulb of Gryffindor's glass, reducing the total. More stones rose from Hufflepuff's. Ravenclaw's shrank too. Only one remained untouched, Slytherin's emerald-filled hourglass. "Seen it, have you?" came a familiar voice. Fred Weasley and George Weasley had just descended the marble staircase and joined them.
"Malfoy just took about 50 points from us," Harry said furiously, watching even more rubies shoot upward from Gryffindor's hourglass.
"Yeah, Montague tried it on us at break," said George casually.
Ron spun around. "What do you mean, tried?"
Fred grinned. He didn't quite manage to finish his sentence. "Because," George added cheerfully, "we shoved him headfirst into that vanishing cabinet on the first floor." Hermione looked utterly scandalized. "You'll be in enormous trouble."
"Not unless Montague comes back," Fred said calmly. "And honestly, that could take weeks. No idea where we sent him."
He shrugged as if discussing the weather. "Anyway," George added, "we've decided we don't care about trouble anymore." Hermione blinked.
"Have you ever cared?" "Of course," George said indignantly. "We've never been expelled, have we?"
"We've always known where the line was," Fred said. "Maybe stepped over it with a toe once or twice," George admitted. "But we've always stopped before causing actual chaos," Fred finished. Ron looked between them warily. "But now?" George's grin widened.
"Well, now, with Dumbledore gone," Fred said darkly.
The twins exchanged identical, dangerous smiles that promised absolute mayhem. "We think a little chaos," said George Weasley.
"Is exactly what our beloved new headmistress deserves," finished Fred Weasley.
"You can't," Hermione whispered urgently. "You absolutely can't. She'd be thrilled to have an excuse to expel you." Fred smiled at her as though she'd missed the point entirely. "You still don't understand, Hermione. We don't care about staying anymore. We'd leave this second if we weren't set on doing our part for Dumbledore first." He glanced at his watch. "Anyway, Phase 1 is about to start. If I were you, I'd head into the Great Hall for lunch. That way the teachers will know you weren't involved."
"Involved in what?" Hermione asked anxiously.
"You'll find out," said George with a grin. "Off you go." The twins turned and melted into the growing crowd, streaming down the staircase toward lunch. Looking deeply unsettled, Ernie Macmillan muttered something about unfinished Transfiguration homework and hurried off. Hermione bit her lip.
"I think we should leave too, just in case." "Yeah, probably," Ron agreed.
The three of them headed toward the doors of the Great Hall. Harry had only just caught sight of the enchanted ceiling, bright with drifting white clouds, when someone tapped him sharply on the shoulder. He turned and found himself almost nose to nose with Argus Filch. Harry instinctively jumped backward. Filch was always easier to handle from a distance. "The headmistress wants to see you." "Potter?" Filch said, his face splitting into a malicious grin. Sight of the enchanted ceiling, bright with drifting white clouds, when someone tapped him sharply on the shoulder. He turned and found himself almost nose to nose with Argus Filch. Harry instinctively jumped backward. Filch was always easier to handle from a distance. "The headmistress wants to see you." "Potter?" Filch said, his face splitting into a malicious grin.
"I didn't do it," Harry blurted automatically, immediately thinking of whatever Fred and George were about to unleash.
Filch's sagging cheeks trembled with silent laughter. "Conscience bothering you, eh?" he wheezed. "Come along." Harry glanced back at Ron and Hermione. Both looked alarmed. He gave a small shrug and followed Filch back through the entrance hall, pushing against the stream of hungry students. Filch seemed unusually cheerful. He hummed under his breath as they climbed the marble staircase. On the first landing he spoke again. Things are changing around here, Potter.
I've noticed, Harry said coldly. Yes, Filch hissed, chuckling darkly. Been telling Dumbledore for years he was too soft on you lot.
His eyes gleamed unpleasantly. You nasty little brats wouldn't have thrown stink pellets if you knew I could whip you raw, would you? And nobody dare send fanged frisbees flying through the corridors if I could hang you by your ankles in my office. He licked his lips eagerly. But when Educational Decree number 29 comes through, Potter, I'll be allowed to do all that. Harry felt a chill crawl up his spine. And she's asked the minister to sign an order to expel Peeves too, Filch added gleefully. Oh yes, things will be very different with her in charge. Harry grimaced. Umbridge had clearly worked hard to win Filch's loyalty. Worse still, Filch could become a powerful ally for her. His knowledge of Hogwarts' secret passages and hidden corners was probably rivaled only by Fred and George. At last, Filch stopped outside Professor Dolores Umbridge's office. Here we are, he said with a leer. He knocked 3 times and pushed the door open. The Potter boy to see you, ma'am. Professor Dolores Umbridge's office looked almost exactly as Harry remembered it from countless detentions smothered in pink, decorated with lace, and lined with those nauseating decorative plates of frolicking kittens. But there were a few changes. Across the front of her desk lay a large polished wooden nameplate, its gold lettering gleaming proudly.
Headmistress.
Harry's eyes shifted and his stomach lurched. Leaning against the wall behind her desk, chained and padlocked to a heavy iron hook, were confiscated broomsticks, his beloved firebolt, along with Fred and George's clean sweeps. A sharp stab of anger shot through him. Umbridge sat behind the desk, scribbling busily on a sheet of pink parchment. At the sound of the door opening, she looked up and beamed. "Thank you, Argus," she trilled sweetly. "Not at all, ma'am, not at all," said Argus Filch, bowing as deeply as his stiff joints allowed before backing out of the room.
Sit, Umbridge said abruptly, pointing to the chair before her desk.
Harry sat down stiffly. She continued writing for several moments, deliberately ignoring him. Harry stared at the painted kittens gambolling around the plates above her head, wondering grimly what fresh torture she had planned this time. At last, she set down her quill and folded her hands.
Well now, she said, studying him with smug satisfaction, like a toad eyeing a particularly tasty insect. What would you like to drink?
Harry blinked.
What?
To drink, Mr. Potter, she repeated, smiling even more broadly. Tea, coffee, pumpkin juice. As she named each one, she flicked her stubby wand and a cup or glass of the drink appeared on her desk.
Nothing, thanks, Harry said at once.
Her smile sharpened.
I would like you to have a drink with me, she said, in a dangerously sugary tone. Choose.
Harry hesitated.
Tea, then.
She rose and turned her back to him, making an elaborate show of preparing it, pouring in milk, stirring delicately, bustling around as though she were the perfect hostess. Then she carried it over and placed it in his hands, her smile syrupy and unsettling. There we are, she cooed. Drink it before it gets cold. She sat down again and folded her hands neatly. Well then, Mr. Potter, I thought we should have a little conversation after last night's unfortunate events. Harry remained silent. Umbridge waited. The silence stretched on. Then she chirped brightly.
You're not drinking.
Harry lifted the cup toward his mouth.
And froze.
One of the painted kittens behind Umbridge had huge, round blue eyes, and for one strange instant it reminded him of Alistair Moody's magical eye.
At once he could practically hear Moody's growling voice in his head.
Constant vigilance. What would Moody say if Harry casually drank something handed to him by a known enemy? Harry lowered the cup again. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. "What's wrong?" she asked sweetly. "Would you like sugar?"
"No," Harry said shortly, tightening his grip on the untouched cup. Harry lifted the teacup to his lips again and carefully pretended to take a sip, keeping his mouth firmly shut. Across from him, Professor Dolores Umbridge's smile stretched wider.
"Good," she whispered approvingly. "Very good. Now then." She leaned forward over the desk, her bulging eyes fixed on him. "Where is Albus Dumbledore?" "No idea," Harry answered immediately. Drink up, she cooed, still smiling. "Now, Mr. Potter, let's not play silly little games. I know you know where he's gone. You and Dumbledore have been working together from the start. Think carefully about your situation."
"I don't know where he is," Harry repeated firmly.
He lifted the cup again in another fake sip. Umbridge watched every movement with suspicious intensity. "Very well," she said at last, though her expression tightened. "Then perhaps you can tell me where Sirius Black is." Harry's stomach lurched. His hand jerked violently, rattling the cup against its saucer. He raised it quickly to hide his face, lips sealed tight, but hot tea spilled over the rim and splashed onto his robes.
"I don't know," he said too fast.
"Mr. Potter," Umbridge said silkily, "let me remind you that I nearly caught the criminal Black in the Gryffindor fireplace back in October." Her smile became colder.
"I know perfectly well he was meeting you. If I'd had proof, neither of you would still be free today, I assure you."
She leaned in even closer. "So I'll ask again, where is Sirius Black?"
"No idea," Harry snapped loudly. "Haven't got a clue."
They stared at each other in silence.
Seconds dragged by.
Harry's eyes began to sting from refusing to blink. Then suddenly Umbridge stood. "Very well, Potter, I'll take your word for it for now." Her voice hardened. "But remember this, the full power of the Ministry stands behind me." She began pacing. "All communication in and out of this school is being monitored. A Flu Network regulator is watching every fireplace in Hogwarts except mine, naturally." Harry's heart sank. "My inquisitorial squad is opening and reading all Owlpost entering and leaving the castle." She smiled thinly. "And Mr. Argus Filch is keeping watch over every secret passage in and out of the grounds." She stopped and turned sharply toward him.
"If I find even the smallest piece of evidence..."
Boom. The entire office shook violently. The floor trembled beneath Harry's feet. Umbridge cried out and stumbled sideways, grabbing the edge of her desk to steady herself, her face drained of colour. What was that? She stared toward the door in alarm and stumbled sideways, grabbing the edge of her desk to steady herself, her face drained of colour. What was that? She stared toward the door in alarm. Harry seized the chance. In one swift movement, he tipped the nearly full teacup into the nearest vase of dried flowers. From somewhere several floors below came the sounds of chaos, running footsteps, shrieks, and wild screaming echoing through the castle. "Off to lunch with you! Potter!" shrieked Professor Dolores Umbridge, snatching up her wand and storming from the office. Harry waited only a few seconds before darting after her, eager to see what kind of disaster Fred and George had unleashed. He didn't have to search far.
One floor below, complete chaos had erupted.
The corridor had become a battlefield of colour and noise. Someone and Harry had a very good idea, who had apparently released an entire crate of enchanted fireworks. Sparkling dragons made of green and gold fire swooped through the air, roaring and blasting flames as they raced up and down the hallways. Huge, shocking pink Catherine wheels, each nearly 5 feet across, spun wildly through the air like deadly flying saucers. Rockets trailing streams of silver stars ricocheted madly off the walls and ceiling. Sparklers scribbled swear words in glowing letters across the air. Firecrackers burst everywhere like landmines.
And worst of all,
they weren't burning out. They weren't slowing down. If anything, they were growing stronger and more energetic by the second. Halfway down the staircase stood Argus Filch and Umbridge, frozen in disbelief and horror. As Harry watched, one particularly large Catherine wheel seemed to decide it needed more space. With a sinister whirring scream, "Whee!" it zoomed straight toward them. Both Umbridge and Filch shrieked and ducked. The wheel shot over their heads, smashed through the nearest window, and disappeared across the grounds. At the same moment, several blazing dragons and a large purple bat trailing smoke darted through an open door and escaped toward the second floor.
"Hurry! Filch, hurry!" Umbridge screamed. "They'll be all over the school unless we stop them. Stupefy!"
A jet of red light burst from her wand and struck one of the rockets. Instead of freezing, it exploded with tremendous force.
Bang!
A smoking hole blasted through a nearby painting of a dreamy-looking witch standing in a meadow. She fled just in time, scrambling into the next portrait, where 2 wizards playing cards hastily scooted over to make room.
"Don't stun them! Filch!" Umbridge shrieked furiously, as though he had been the one to cast the spell. "Right you are, headmistress," wheezed Filch.
Being a squib, he was about as capable of stunning fireworks as swallowing them whole. He rushed to a cupboard, yanked out a broom, and started swatting at the airborne fireworks. Within seconds, the broom burst into flames. Harry had seen enough. Trying and failing not to laugh aloud, he crouched low and sprinted toward a hidden door concealed behind a tapestry farther down the corridor. He slipped through and found Fred Weasley and George Weasley crouched just inside, shaking with suppressed laughter as they listened to Umbridge and Filch's frantic yelling. "Brilliant," Harry whispered, grinning. "Absolutely brilliant. You'll put Dr. Filibuster out of business."
"Thanks," George whispered back, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. "Oh, I hope she tries vanishing them next."
He snorted. "They multiply by 10 every time you do." The fireworks continued raging through the castle all afternoon, spreading from corridor to corridor. Though they caused complete disruption, especially the firecrackers, most of the teachers didn't seem particularly bothered.
In fact, some seemed to be enjoying it. "Dear, dear," said Professor Minerva McGonagall dryly, as a flaming dragon swooped around her classroom, banging loudly and breathing sparks.
She turned calmly to Lavender Brown. "Miss Brown, would you kindly run to the headmistress and inform her we appear to have an escaped firework in the classroom?" The result of Fred and George's spectacular attack was simple. Professor Dolores Umbridge spent her entire first afternoon as headmistress sprinting from classroom to classroom, desperately answering calls for help from teachers who somehow seemed completely incapable of removing the fireworks without her assistance. By the time the final bell rang and students began trudging back toward Gryffindor Tower with their bags, Harry caught sight of Umbridge staggering out of Professor Phileas Flitwick's classroom. She looked dreadful. Her hair was wild and frizzy, her robes were scorched and covered in soot, and her face glistened with sweat. Harry felt a deep surge of satisfaction. "Thank you ever so much, Professor," squeaked Flitwick cheerfully. "Of course, I could have handled those sparklers myself, but I wasn't entirely sure whether I had the authority." Beaming innocently, he shut the classroom door right in her snarling face. That evening, Fred Weasley and George Weasley were treated like legends in the Gryffindor common room. Students crowded around them, cheering, laughing, and demanding details. Even Hermione fought her way through the mass of excited Gryffindors to congratulate them. They were amazing fireworks, she admitted, sounding genuinely impressed. "Thanks," said George, looking both surprised and pleased. "Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs." He shrugged. "Problem is, we used up our entire stock. We'll have to start over from scratch."
"Worth it, though," Fred said happily as he scribbled down orders from eager students pressing around him. "If you want your name on the waiting list, Hermione 5 galleons for the basic blaze box, 20 for the deflagration deluxe."
Hermione laughed and returned to the table where Harry and Ron sat staring gloomily at their school bags, as though willing their homework to complete itself.
"Oh, why don't we take the night off?" Hermione said suddenly, bright-eyed, as a silver-tailed Weasley rocket streaked past the window.
"Easter holidays start Friday. We'll have loads of time then." Ron stared at her as though she'd gone mad.
"Are you feeling okay?"
Hermione grinned. "Now that you mention it, I think I'm feeling a little rebellious." An hour later, Harry and Ron climbed the stairs to bed, and Harry could still hear distant explosions echoing somewhere in the grounds. As he undressed, a sparkler drifted lazily past the tower window, still stubbornly spelling out the word 2. Harry laughed softly and climbed into bed, yawning. Without his glasses, the fireworks outside blurred into soft glowing smudges against the darkness, like mysterious sparkling clouds drifting across the night sky. He rolled onto his side, smiling to himself as he imagined Umbridge's miserable first day as headmistress, and wondered how Cornelius Fudge would react when he heard Hogwarts had spent the day in complete chaos. Still smiling, Harry closed his eyes. The bangs and whistles of fireworks outside grew fainter. Or perhaps he was moving away from them.
Faster. Faster.
Suddenly he was there, in the long corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries. He sped toward the plain black door at the end.
"Open? Open!"
It did. He slipped through into the circular room lined with many identical doors. Without hesitation, he crossed it. He placed a hand on another door. It swung inward. Now Harry found himself in a long rectangular chamber filled with a strange, relentless clicking sound, like hundreds of tiny gears turning in the dark. Flecks of dancing light shimmered across the walls, flashing and flickering in strange patterns, but he didn't stop to examine them. He had to keep moving. There was another door at the far end of the room. The moment he touched it, it swung open. A long rectangular chamber filled with a strange, relentless clicking sound, like hundreds of tiny gears turning in the dark. Flecks of dancing light shimmered across the walls, flashing and flickering in strange patterns, but he didn't stop to examine them. He had to keep moving. There was another door at the far end of the room. The moment he touched it, it swung open.
And now
he was standing inside a vast, shadowy chamber as tall and wide as a cathedral. Towering shelves stretched endlessly into the darkness, row after row after row, each one crammed with small, dusty glass spheres that glimmered faintly in the gloom. Harry's heart began to pound. He knew this place. Or perhaps something inside him knew.
excitement surged through him.
He ran forward soundlessly through the enormous deserted room, his footsteps making no echo. There was something here. something he wanted desperately, or something someone else wanted. His scar throbbed sharply. Closer.
Closer.
Bang! Harry jerked awake at once, furious and disoriented. The dark dormitory rang with laughter and excited voices. "Brilliant!" shouted Seamus Finnegan from beside the window. "I think one of those Catherine wheels hit a rocket. It's like they had babies. Come and look." Harry heard Ron and Dean Thomas scrambling from bed to get a better view. He stayed still beneath the covers, silent and unmoving, as the pain in his scar slowly faded. A wave of bitter disappointment washed over him.
He had been so close. So close.
It felt as though something wonderful had been snatched away at the last possible second. Outside the window, glittering pink and silver-winged piglets soared past Gryffindor Tower, trailing sparks. Harry listened to the delighted cheers echoing up from the lower dormitories. Then his stomach dropped. He remembered.
Occlumency.
Tomorrow evening. The entire next day, Harry dreaded what Professor Severus Snape would say if he discovered how much deeper Harry had travelled into the Department of Mysteries in his latest dream. Then guilt struck him even harder. He hadn't practiced occlumency once since the last lesson. There had simply been too much happening since Albus Dumbledore had left. And even if he had tried, Harry doubted he could have emptied his mind. Still, he was equally sure Snape wouldn't care. Harry made a few desperate attempts to practice during lessons that day. It was hopeless. Every time he sat staring blankly, trying to rid himself of thought and emotion, Hermione noticed. "What's wrong with you?" she kept whispering.
And, honestly, the worst possible time to clear his mind was when teachers were firing revision questions across the room.
At last, resigned to whatever punishment awaited him, Harry headed towards Snape's office after dinner. But halfway across the entrance hall, someone hurried toward him. It was Cho Chang.
"Over here," Harry said quickly, relieved for any excuse to delay his meeting with Snape.
He led her toward the corner of the hall, where the giant hourglasses stood. Gryffindor's was now nearly empty. "Are you okay?" Harry asked. "Umbridge hasn't been questioning you about the DA, has she?"
"Oh, no," Cho said quickly. "No, it's just—"
She hesitated.
"I wanted to say, Harry, I never imagined Marietta would tell." "Yeah, well," Harry muttered darkly.
He couldn't help feeling Cho should have chosen her friends more carefully. The last he'd heard, Marietta was still in the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey hadn't managed to improve the ugly purple pimples spelling sneak across her face. "She's really a lovely person," Cho said earnestly. "She just made a mistake." Harry turned and stared at her in disbelief. "A lovely person who made a mistake," Harry repeated incredulously. "She betrayed all of us, including you." Cho looked desperate. "But we all got away, didn't we?" she said, pleadingly. "And her mum works for the ministry. It's really hard for her." Harry's temper snapped. "Ron's dad works for the ministry too," he shouted. "And in case you haven't noticed, he doesn't have sneak written across his face." Cho flinched. Then her own anger flared. "That was a horrible thing for Hermione Granger to do," she shot back. "She should have warned us she'd curse that list." Harry's eyes flashed. "I think it was brilliant," he said, coldly. Cho's cheeks reddened instantly, and her eyes began to shine. "Oh yes," she said bitterly. "I forgot. If it was darling Hermione's idea, don't start crying again," Harry warned. "I wasn't going to," Cho yelled. "Fine. Good," Harry snapped. "I've got enough to deal with right now."
"Then go deal with it," Cho shouted furiously. She spun around and stormed away, still seething. Harry marched down the stairs toward the dungeons, even though he knew from experience that anger and resentment made it easier for Professor Severus Snape to break into his mind. He couldn't stop replaying the argument and thinking of better things he should have said to Cho. By the time he reached Snape's office door, he was still boiling.
"You're late, Potter," Snape said coldly as Harry entered. Snape stood with his back turned, carefully drawing silvery threads of thought from his temple and placing them into pensive. The final strand dropped into the stone basin. Then Snape turned. "So," he said smoothly, "have you been practicing?" "Yes," Harry lied, staring fixedly at one leg of Snape's desk. Snape's lip curled. "We'll soon see, won't we?" He raised his wand. "Wand out, Potter." Harry stepped into position, the desk between them as always, his heart hammered not only from the fight with Cho, but from fear of what Snape might uncover. "On 3, Snape said lazily. 1, 2, the dungeon door slammed open. Draco Malfoy hurried inside. "Professor Snape, sir—" "Oh, sorry." Malfoy stopped dead, staring between Snape and Harry in surprise. "It's all right, Draco," Snape said calmly, lowering his wand. "Potter is here for a little remedial potions." Harry's face burned with humiliation. He had never seen Malfoy look so delighted, not since Umbridge had inspected Hagrid. "Oh, I didn't know," Malfoy drawled, grinning maliciously. Harry wanted, more than anything, to shout the truth, or better yet, curse him on the spot. "Well, Draco," Snape asked coolly, "what is it?"
"It's Professor Dolores Umbridge, so she needs your help," said Draco Malfoy eagerly. "They've found Montague, sir. He's turned up wedged inside a toilet on the 4th floor.
Snape's eyes narrowed.
"How did he get in there?" "I don't know, sir," Malfoy said, trying not to grin. "He seems a bit confused."
"Very well." Snape turned sharply to Harry. "Potter, we will continue this lesson tomorrow evening." Without another word, Professor Severus Snape swept from the office.
As he passed behind him, Malfoy mouthed silently, "Remedial potions."
Harry's fists clenched in fury as Malfoy followed Snape out. Seething, Harry shoved his wand back inside his robes and headed toward the door. At least he now had another 24 hours to practice. He knew he ought to feel relieved. But the thought of Malfoy spreading the story around the school made it difficult. He had almost reached the office door when he stopped. A patch of trembling silver light was dancing on the doorframe. Harry stared. It reminded him of something. Then he remembered. The flickering lights in his dream, the strange moving lights in the second room he had passed through on his way to the Department of Mysteries. He turned. The light was coming from the pensieve sitting on Snape's desk. Its silvery contents swirled and shimmered gently. Snape's thoughts. Memories he clearly didn't want Harry to stumble upon during their lessons. Harry stood motionless, staring. Curiosity rose inside him like a tide. What was Snape hiding? Desk. Its silvery contents swirled and shimmered gently. Snape's thoughts. Memories he clearly didn't want Harry to stumble upon during their lessons. Harry stood motionless, staring. Curiosity rose inside him like a tide. What was Snape hiding? The silver reflections trembled across the walls. Harry took a slow step toward the desk. Could it be something about the Department of Mysteries? Something Snape was keeping from him. He glanced over his shoulder. His heart pounded faster. How long would it take Snape to get Montague out of the toilet?
And afterward would he come straight back?
Or would he escort Montague to the hospital wing?
Probably the hospital wing.
Montague was captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Harry moved the last few steps to the desk and leaned over the pensieve. He listened.
Silence.
Slowly, he drew his wand and touched the swirling surface. At once, the silver substance began spinning faster. Then it cleared. Harry found himself staring down through what looked like a round window in the ceiling, into the great hall. His breath misted the surface. His thoughts raced wildly.
This was madness.
Completely insane. Snape could return any second. But then Harry thought of Cho's angry face, of Malfoy's mocking grin, and reckless courage seized him. He took a deep breath and plunged his face into the pensive.
Instantly, the office floor seemed to vanish.
Harry tipped headfirst into darkness. He spun through freezing blackness,
Falling.
Then he landed. He was standing in the middle of the great hall. But it wasn't as he knew it. The 4 longhouse tables were gone. In their place stood over 100 smaller desks, each occupied by a student bent low over rolls of parchment. The hall was filled with silence. Only the scratching of quills and the rustle of parchment broke it.
Exams.
Bright sunlight streamed through the high windows, shining on heads of chestnut, gold, and copper. Harry turned slowly. This was Snape's memory.
Snape had to be here.
And then he saw him.
Right behind him.
Harry stared. Teenage Snape sat hunched over a desk. He looked pale and unhealthy, like a plant raised in darkness. His hair was long, greasy, and hanging into his face. His hooked nose was barely inches above the parchment as he scribbled furiously. Harry crept behind him and read the heading on the exam paper. Defense against the Dark Arts Ordinary Wizarding Level. So Snape was 15, maybe 16.
About Harry's own age.
His hand flew across the page. He had already written far more than anyone nearby. And yet his handwriting was tiny and cramped. Then a voice rang out through the hall. 5 more minutes. The voice made Harry jump. He spun around and saw Professor Phileas Flitwick weaving between the desks, barely visible above them. But Harry's attention snapped elsewhere. Professor Flitwick had just passed a boy with untidy black hair. Very untidy black hair. Harry moved so quickly he would have knocked desks flying if he'd had a solid body. Instead, he seemed to glide dreamlike across 2 aisles and up a third. The back of the black-haired boy's head grew nearer. The boy was sitting up now, setting down his quill and pulling his parchment closer to reread his answers. Harry stopped dead and stared. It was his father, James Potter at 15. A surge of excitement burst inside Harry. It was like looking into a mirror with small mistakes. James's eyes were hazel instead of green. His nose was a little longer. There was no lightning scar. But the resemblance was astonishing. The same narrow face. The same mouth. The same eyebrows. His hair stuck up at the back exactly as Harry's did. His hands looked identical. Harry knew if James stood up, they'd be almost the same height. James yawned hugely and ruffled his hair, somehow making it even messier. Then, glancing toward Professor Flitwick, he twisted in his seat and grinned at someone several desks behind him. Harry followed his gaze and felt another jolt of excitement. Sirius Black. Young Sirius gave James a thumbs up. He lounged lazily in his chair, balanced on 2 legs as though perfectly at ease. He was strikingly handsome. His dark hair fell into his eyes with effortless elegance, something neither James nor Harry could ever manage. A girl behind him was watching him hopefully. Sirius didn't seem to notice. And 2 seats farther down, Harry's stomach flipped.
Remus Lupin.
Young Lupin looked pale and tired. Perhaps the full moon was near. He was deeply focused on his exam, rereading his answers and scratching thoughtfully at his chin with his quill.
That meant
Wormtail had to be here too. Harry searched quickly.
and found him.
Peter Pettigrew sat hunched at a nearby desk. Small and mousy, with thin hair and a pointed nose.
He looked terrified.
He chewed his nails, stared miserably at his paper, and scuffed the floor nervously with his toes. Every few seconds he glanced hopefully at someone else's parchment. Harry stared at him in disgust, then turned back to James. James had abandoned his exam and was doodling on scrap parchment. He'd drawn a snitch. Now he was tracing 2 letters.
Ellie,
Harry frowned.
what did they mean?
"Quills down, please," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "That means you 2, Stebbins, remain seated while I collect your papers." He raised his wand.
Actua.
Over 100 rolls of parchment shot into the air. They zoomed across the hall and slammed into Professor Flitwick's outstretched arms, knocking him flat onto his back.
Laughter erupted.
A few students rushed forward to help him up.
Thank you, puffed Flitwick as they set him back on his feet.
"Very well. Everybody, you may leave." Harry looked back at his father. James had hastily scribbled out the letters L.E. He leapt to his feet, shoved his quill and exam paper into his bag, swung it over his shoulder, and stood waiting for Sirius to catch up. Harry glanced around and spotted Severus Snape a short distance away, weaving between the desks toward the doors of the entrance hall. He was still absorbed in his exam paper. Even as a teenager, Snape moved oddly, hunched and angular, twitchy and sharp, like a spider picking its way across a web. His greasy black hair swung around his pale face as he walked. A noisy cluster of laughing girls moved between Snape and James, Sirius and Lupin. Harry slipped into the middle of them, keeping Snape in sight while straining to hear the marauders. "Did you like question 10, Moony?" asked Sirius Black as they stepped into the entrance hall.
Loved it, said Remus Lupin briskly. Name 5 signs that identify a werewolf. Excellent question.
James smirked.
Think you got them all?
Lupin answered in mock seriousness as they joined the crowd pressing toward the doors and the sunshine outside.
I think so. 1, he's sitting in my seat. 2, he's wearing my clothes. 3, his name is Remus Lupin.
Sirius and James burst out laughing.
Only Peter Pettigrew didn't. I got the snout shape, the pupils, and the tuft.
But this was Snape's memory. Harry was sure that if Snape wandered off in another direction, the memory would follow him, and Harry would lose James. Relief flooded him when James and his friends headed down the lawn toward the lake. And Snape followed too. He was still reading his exam paper as he walked, apparently aimless. By keeping just ahead of Snape, Harry stayed close enough to watch his father and the others. Well, Sirius was saying lazily, that exam was easy. He stretched. I'll be shocked if I get anything less than outstanding. Same here, said James Potter. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a struggling golden snitch.
Where'd you get that? Sirius asked.
Nicked it, James said casually. He let the snitch dart a foot into the air, then caught it again effortlessly. His reflexes were lightning fast. Wormtail stared at him with open admiration. They reached the shade of a great beech tree beside the lake. The very same tree where Harry, Ron, and Hermione had once sat doing homework. The four boys collapsed onto the grass. Harry looked over his shoulder again. To his delight, Snape had settled in the shadows of a clump of bushes nearby. He was still completely absorbed in the OWL paper. That left Harry free to sit on the grass between the beech tree and the bushes and watch. The sunlight glittered brilliantly across the smooth surface of the lake. Nearby, the same group of giggling girls who had left the Great Hall were sitting at the water's edge, shoes and socks discarded, dipping their feet into the cool water. Remus Lupin had taken out a book and was quietly reading beneath the tree. Sirius Black lounged nearby, watching the students wandering across the lawn with an expression of elegant boredom and faint superiority. He somehow managed to look arrogant and handsome at the same time. James Potter was still tossing the golden snitch into the air. Each time he let it fly farther away.
Almost escaping.
He snatched it back at the very last second. His reflexes were extraordinary. Peter Pettigrew watched with his mouth hanging open in admiration. Every particularly difficult catch made Wormtail gasp and clap enthusiastically. After several minutes of this, Harry found himself wondering why James didn't tell Wormtail to stop making such a fool of himself. But James seemed to enjoy the worship. Harry noticed something else. His father kept ruffling his hair, almost as though he were trying to make it messier instead of tidier. And he kept glancing toward the girls sitting by the lake.
"Put that away, will you?" Sirius said at last, after James made another difficult catch and Wormtail nearly squealed, before Wormtail wets himself.
Wormtail flushed pink. James only grinned. "If it annoys you," he said, shoving the snitch back into his pocket. Harry got the distinct impression Sirius was the only person James would stop showing off for. "I'm bored," Sirius announced. "Wish it were full moon." "You might," Lupin said darkly without looking up from his book. "We've still got Transfiguration. If you're bored, test me." He held the book out. Sirius snorted.
"I don't need to read that rubbish. I know it already."
James suddenly went still. Then he spoke in a low voice. "This'll cheer you up, Padfoot." He nodded toward the lawn.
"Look who it is."
Sirius turned. In an instant he became alert and motionless, like a hunting dog that had scented prey. "Excellent," he said softly. "Snivellus." Harry turned. Severus Snape had stood up. He stuffed his OWL paper into his bag and stepped out from the shadow of the bushes, crossing the grass. At once James and Sirius rose to their feet. Lupin and Wormtail stayed where they were. Lupin kept staring at his book, but Harry noticed his eyes had stopped moving. A faint crease had appeared between his brows. Wormtail looked eagerly from James and Sirius to Snape, his face bright with anticipation. Then James called out loudly across the lawn.
"All right, Snivellus," Severus Snape reacted instantly.
So quickly it was obvious he had expected this. He dropped his bag, plunged a hand inside his robes, and had his wand half raised. When James Potter shouted,
"Expelliarmus,"
Snape's wand flew 12 feet into the air and landed with a soft thud in the grass behind him. Sirius barked with laughter. "Impedimenta." The spell hit Snape before he could dive for his wand. He was knocked flat onto his back. All around them, students stopped to watch. Some stood up and moved closer. Some looked uneasy. Others looked delighted. Snape lay on the ground, breathing hard. James and Sirius Black advanced, wands raised. As he walked, James glanced sideways toward the girls by the lake.
Showing off.
Wormtail had jumped to his feet now. He edged around Lupin for a better view, practically trembling with excitement.
How'd the exam go, Snivellus? James called. I was watching him, Sirius said cruelly. His nose was touching the parchment.
He smirked. There'll be grease marks all over it. They won't be able to read a word.
Laughter rippled through the crowd.
Snape was clearly unpopular. Wormtail let out a shrill, eager snigger. Snape fought to rise. But Sirius's jinx was still holding him. He struggled as though invisible ropes bound him.
You, he panted, glaring up at James with blazing hatred. You, wait.
Wait for what? Sirius asked lazily. What are you going to do? Snivellus, wipe your nose on us. Snape spat a furious stream of curses and hexes. But wandless, they did nothing. James's face hardened. Wash out your mouth. He pointed his wand.
Scourgify.
At once, pink soap bubbles poured from Snape's mouth. Foam covered his lips. He gagged. Choked.
Struggled for breath.
Leave him alone. James and Sirius spun around. James's free hand flew instantly to his hair. Harry's breath caught. One of the girls from the lake had stepped forward. She had thick, dark red hair falling to her shoulders.
And brilliant green almond-shaped eyes. Harry's eyes. Lily Evans. His mother. All right, Evans, James said.
His voice changed instantly. Deeper, smoother, almost mature.
Leave him alone, Lily repeated.
She was glaring at James with open disgust. Gru laughed louder than anyone. But Remus Lupin, still pretending to read, did not. Neither did Lily Evans. You think you're funny? Lily said coldly. But you're just an arrogant, bullying toe-rag Potter. Her green eyes flashed.
Leave him alone.
James Potter answered instantly.
I will if you go out with me, Evans.
He grinned. Come on, go out with me and I'll never touch old Snivellus again. Behind him, Sirius's jinx was fading. Severus Snape was inching toward his fallen wand, still coughing soap bubbles as he crawled. Lily looked disgusted.
I wouldn't go out with you if it were a choice between you and the giant squid.
Bad luck, Prongs, Sirius said cheerfully. Then he turned.
Oi.
Too late. Snape had his wand. A flash of light. James cried out. A deep gash sliced across the side of his face, splattering blood across his robes. James whirled.
Another flash.
And Snape was suddenly dangling upside down in mid-air. His robes fell over his head, exposing pale, skinny legs and a pair of greying underpants. The crowd erupted. Cheers.
Laughter. Sirius, James, and Wormtail howled.
For the briefest second, Lily's furious face twitched, as though she almost smiled.
Then she snapped. Let him down. Certainly, James said grandly.
He flicked his wand. Snape crashed to the ground in a tangled heap. He scrambled upright, robes flying, wand raised. But Sirius shouted,
Locomotor mortis.
Snape's legs snapped together. He toppled stiffly to the ground again.
"Leave him alone," Lily screamed.
She had her own wand out now. James and Sirius eyed it more cautiously.
"Evans," James said earnestly, "don't make me hex you." "Then take the curse off him."
James sighed dramatically. He muttered the counter-curse. "There," he said as Snape staggered up. "You're lucky Evans was here, Snivelus." Snape glared at Lily with raw humiliation and hatred.
"I don't need help from filthy little mudbloods like her."
The world seemed to freeze. Lily blinked. Her face went cold.
"Fine," she said icily.
"I won't bother next time." She gave Snape one last look. "And if I were you, I'd wash your pants, Snivelus."
"Apologize to Evans!" James roared, swinging his wand towards Snape. "I don't want you to make him apologize," Lily shouted, rounding on James.
"You're as bad as he is." James looked genuinely stunned.
"What?"
He stared.
"I'd never call you a you-know-what."
Lily's anger exploded. "Messing up your hair because you think it looks good.
"Showing off with that stupid snitch."
Walking around hexing anyone who annoys you because you can—" She was shaking with fury now. "I'm surprised your broomstick can even get off the ground with that fat head on it." She looked him dead in the eye.
"You make me sick."
Then she turned and stormed away.
"Evans!" James shouted after her. "Hey, Evans!"
She didn't even look back. James stood there watching her go. Then, trying and failing to sound casual, he muttered, "What's her problem?" "Reading between the lines," said Sirius Black dryly. "I'd say she thinks you're a bit conceited, mate." "Right," said James Potter. He looked furious now. "Right."
Another flash of light.
And Severus Snape was hanging upside down again. James smirked and called to the crowd, "Who wants to see me take off Snively's pants?" But Harry never found out if he did. A hand clamped around his upper arm.
Hard.
Like iron pincers? Harry winced and spun around, and his blood ran cold. Standing beside him was adult Snape.
Full grown.
Present day. His face was white with rage. His black eyes blazed.
Having fun?
Before Harry could answer, he was yanked upward. The sunny afternoon vanished. The lake. The grass. The students.
All dissolved into icy blackness. Harry was spinning upward through darkness, Snape's grip crushing his arm. Then the world flipped.
And Harry slammed back onto the stone floor of Snape's dungeon. He was standing beside the pensive in the dim, shadowy office. Snape still gripped his arm so tightly Harry's fingers were going numb.
"So," Snape hissed. "So, been enjoying yourself, Potter?" No, Harry stammered, struggling weakly.
It was frightening. Snape's lips were trembling. His face was paper white. His teeth were bared.
"Amusing man at your father, wasn't he?" Snape spat.
He shook Harry violently. Harry's glasses slid crookedly down his nose.
I didn't.
Snape hurled him away. Harry crashed hard onto the dungeon floor. "You will not repeat what you saw to anyone," Snape roared. Harry scrambled backward.
"No," he gasped. "No, of course I won't." "Get out."
Snape's voice thundered through the room. "Get out. I don't want to see you in this office ever again."
Harry ran.
As he bolted for the door,
"I A jar of dead cockroaches exploded above his head.
He yanked the door open and sprinted down the corridor. He didn't stop until he'd climbed 3 floors.
There.
Chapter 29. Career advice. "But why aren't you having occlumency lessons anymore?" asked Hermione Granger, frowning suspiciously.
"I told you," Harry muttered.
"Snape says I know the basics now. He thinks I can carry on by myself." Hermione looked unconvinced. "So the weird dreams have stopped?"
"Mostly," Harry lied, avoiding her eyes.
Hermione crossed her arms. "Well, I don't think Professor Severus Snape should stop teaching you until you're completely sure you can control them." She sounded indignant now.
"Harry, I think you should go back and ask him." "Number?"
Harry's voice was sharp enough to make both Hermione and Ron Weasley look up. "Drop it, Hermione, okay." It was the first day of the Easter holidays. As usual, Hermione had spent most of it drawing up study schedules for all 3 of them. Harry and Ron had let her. It was easier than arguing.
And to be fair, they might actually help.
Ron had looked horrified when he realized how little time remained.
6 weeks, he blurted.
"How is that a surprise?" Hermione demanded. She tapped each little square on Ron's timetable with her wand, making each subject flash a different color. Ron shrugged helplessly.
"I don't know, there's been loads going on."
"Well, here," she said briskly, handing him the finished schedule. "If you stick to that, you'll be fine." Ron stared down at it gloomily, then suddenly brightened. "You've given me 1 evening off every week." "That's for Quidditch practice," Hermione said. Ron's face fell at once. "What's the point?" he muttered. "We've got about as much chance of winning the Quidditch Cup this year as Dad has of becoming Minister for Magic." Hermione didn't answer. She was watching Harry. He sat staring blankly at the far wall of the common room while Crookshanks pawed at his hand, demanding ear scratches.
"What's wrong, Harry?"
"What?" Harry said quickly. "Nothing." He snatched up his copy of Defensive Magical Theory and pretended to search through the index. Crookshanks gave up and slunk beneath Hermione's chair. Hermione hesitated.
"I saw Cho Chang earlier," she said carefully.
She looked miserable too. "Did you 2 have another fight?" Harry seized on the excuse instantly.
"What? Oh, yeah. What about—" "Her friend," Harry said darkly. "Marietta."
Ron slammed down his revision timetable. "Can't blame you." If it hadn't been for Marietta Edgecombe. Ron launched into an angry rant. Harry barely listened. He just nodded and muttered, "Yeah," and exactly whenever Ron paused for breath. It gave him freedom to think.
And think.
And think. The memory in the pensive gnawed at him,
It felt alive.
like something eating away inside him. He had always believed his parents were perfect. Brave. Kind. Good. So whenever Snape insulted his father, Harry had dismissed it as bitterness. Hadn't Rubius, Hagrid and Sirius always said James had been wonderful?
"Yeah," whispered a cruel voice in Harry's mind. "And look what Sirius was like."
He'd been just as bad. Yes, Professor Minerva McGonagall had once called James and Sirius troublemakers, but she'd made them sound like older versions of Fred and George. And Harry couldn't imagine Fred Weasley and George Weasley hanging someone upside down just for fun. Not unless they truly hated them. Maybe someone like Draco Malfoy. Or someone who deserved it.
But Snape...
Snape, had only been walking by. Harry tried again and again to convince himself that Severus Snape must have deserved what had happened. But the memory refused to bend.
Hadn't Lily Evans demanded? What's he done to you?
And hadn't James Potter replied? It's more the fact that he exists.
Hadn't it all begun simply because Sirius Black had said he was bored?
Harry remembered Lupin saying back at 12 Grimmauld Place that Albus Dumbledore had made Remus Lupin a prefect in the hope he could control James and Sirius. But in the memory, Lupin had just sat there.
And let it happen.
Harry kept trying to comfort himself with one thought.
His mother had stepped in. Lily had been good.
Lily had defended Snape. Yet even that troubled him. The expression on her face when she shouted at James. The sheer disgust. Haunted Harry almost as much as the bullying itself. She had hated James. Harry couldn't understand it. How could two people who looked at each other like that end up married? Once or twice, a horrible thought even crossed his mind. Had James forced her somehow? For nearly 5 years, the thought of his father had comforted him,
inspired him.
Whenever someone said Harry was like James, he had glowed with pride.
Now,
the thought made him feel cold.
Empty. Miserable.
Spring deepened as the Easter holidays passed. The weather grew warmer, brighter, breezier. But Harry, along with every 5th and 7th year, was trapped inside studying. Back and forth to the library. Back and forth to the common room. Back and forth through piles of books and parchment. Harry blamed his bad mood on exams.
And because everyone else was miserable about revision too, nobody questioned it. Harry, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Huh.
Harry blinked and looked up. Ginny Weasley stood beside the library table, looking windswept. It was late Sunday evening. Hermione had gone back to Gryffindor Tower to revise ancient runes. Ron was at Quidditch practice.
Oh, hi, Harry said, pulling his books closer. How come you're not at practice?
It's over, Ginny said. Ron had to take Jack Sloper to the hospital wing. Harry frowned.
Why?
Ginny sighed. We're not sure. Do we think he knocked himself out with his own bat? Despite himself, Harry almost smiled. Ginny dropped a battered brown paper package onto the table. It had clearly been opened and rewrapped badly. Scrawled across the top in red ink were the words, "Inspected and passed by the Hogwarts High Inquisitor." "It's Easter eggs from Mum," Ginny said. "There's one for you." She handed him a large chocolate egg decorated with tiny, iced, golden snitches. The packaging claimed it contained a bag of fizzing Whizbees. Harry stared at it. And suddenly, to his horror, his throat tightened. A lump rose painfully.
Are you okay, Harry? Ginny asked quietly.
Yeah, Harry said roughly.
I'm fine.
But the lump hurt. He didn't understand why an Easter egg should make him want to cry. You've seemed really down lately, Ginny said gently. You know, if you just talk to Cho Chang...
It's not Cho I want to talk to, Harry cut in.
Ginny studied him. Then who? Harry hesitated.
He glanced around.
Madame Pince was several shelves away, stamping books for a panicked-looking Hannah Abbott. No one else seemed close enough to hear. Harry lowered his voice.
I wish I could talk to Sirius.
He swallowed. But I know I can't. Ginny kept watching him thoughtfully. To give himself something to do,
Yeah, right.
With Dolores Umbridge watching the fireplaces and opening all our mail. Ginny shrugged thoughtfully. The thing about growing up with Fred Weasley and George Weasley. She smiled faintly. How you start believing anything's possible if you've got enough nerve. Harry looked at her.
And for the first time in days.
He felt a little lighter. Maybe it was the chocolate. Remus Lupin had always said chocolate helped after Dementors. Or maybe it was simply because he'd finally admitted aloud what had been tormenting him all week. He wanted Sirius, and saying it made the ache less sharp.
Then,
what do you think you are doing?
Oh, no, Ginny whispered, leaping up. I forgot.
Madame Pince was swooping toward them like an angry vulture. Her shriveled face was twisted with fury.
Chocolate, she screeched.
In the library. She whipped out her wand.
Ow, ow, ow.
At once, Harry's books, bag, and ink bottle sprang into the air and began chasing him and Ginny from the library. They smacked repeatedly into the backs of their heads as they ran, as though Hogwarts wanted to emphasize the horror of the approaching exams. New pamphlets and notices appeared in Gryffindor Tower shortly before the Easter holidays ended. There were leaflets about wizarding careers, and another notice pinned to the board. It read, all fifth years are required to attend a short meeting with their head of house during the first week of the summer term to discuss their future careers. Times of individual appointments are listed below. Harry scanned the list. His meeting with Professor Minerva McGonagall was scheduled for Monday at 2:30. That meant missing most of divination. He wasn't sorry. The fifth years spent much of the last weekend of Easter break reading through the career information. Ron was sprawled in an armchair on the final evening, studying a leaflet with the crossed bone and wand emblem of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries on the front. Well, said Ron Weasley, looking appalled, I don't fancy healing. He read aloud. You need at least an E at NEWT level in potions, herbology, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts. He looked horrified. Blimey, they don't ask for much, do they? Well, said Hermione Granger absently, barely looking up. It's a very responsible job. She was deeply absorbed in a bright pink and orange leaflet. Across the front it read, So you think you'd like to work in Muggle relations? You don't seem to need many qualifications for Muggle liaison, said Hermione Granger, reading aloud. Apparently all you need is an OWL in Muggle studies. She squinted at the leaflet. Much more important is your enthusiasm, patience, and a good sense of fun. Harry Potter snorted. You'd need more than a good sense of fun to deal with my uncle. He turned a page. More like a good sense of when to duck. He was halfway through a pamphlet about wizard banking.
Listen to this.
He read dramatically. Are you looking for a challenging career involving travel, adventure, and substantial danger-related treasure bonuses? Then consider a position with Gringotts Wizarding Bank, currently recruiting curse breakers for exciting opportunities abroad. Harry looked up. They want arithmancy. He grinned at Hermione. You could do it. Hermione barely heard him.
I don't think I'd like banking, she murmured.
She was now absorbed in a leaflet titled, Have you got what it takes to train security trolls?
Hey.
A voice spoke right beside Harry's ear. He turned. Fred Weasley and George Weasley had arrived. Fred stretched out his legs across the table. knocking several ministry career leaflets onto the floor. "Ginny told us about you," Fred said. "She says you need to talk to Sirius Black." "What?" Hermione snapped, freezing mid-reach for a leaflet called "Make a Bang at the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes." Harry tried to sound casual.
"Yeah, I thought I'd like to—"
Hermione stared as if he'd lost his mind. "Don't be ridiculous." With Dolores Umbridge snooping in fireplaces and inspecting every owl, George grinned lazily. "We think we've got a way around that. It's all about creating a diversion." He stretched. "You may have noticed we've been rather quiet on the mayhem front during Easter." Fred nodded solemnly. "We asked ourselves, what's the point of causing chaos during leisure time?" He put on a thoughtful expression. "No point at all," we told ourselves. "And of course," George added piously, "we wouldn't want to interfere with people's revision." Fred gave Hermione a sanctimonious little nod. Hermione looked startled.
Almost impressed. "But," Fred said briskly,
"Business resumes tomorrow." "And if we're making a bit of uproar," George continued, "why not let Harry have his little chat while we're at it?" Hermione still looked exasperated. "Yes, but even if you cause a diversion." She spoke slowly to him as though to idiots.
"How exactly is Harry supposed to talk to Sirius?"
Harry lowered his voice. Dolores Umbridge's office. Harry had spent the last 2 weeks turning the problem over in his mind, searching desperately for another way. But every path led nowhere. The truth remained unchanged. Umbridge herself had once admitted that the only fireplace beyond suspicion was the one in her own office. Hermione stared at him as though he had just suggested jumping from the astronomy tower. "Have you completely lost your mind?" she whispered sharply. Across from them, Ron slowly lowered the pamphlet he had been pretending to read something about careers in the cultivated fungus trade and looked between them uneasily. Harry gave a small shrug.
"I don't think so."
Hermione leaned closer, lowering her voice even further.
"And exactly how are you planning to get inside her office?"
Harry had expected that. He answered at once. "With Sirius's knife." Hermione blinked.
"Sorry."
Harry reached into his pocket as if he could already feel it there. "The Christmas before last, Sirius gave me a knife that can unlock anything," he explained. "So even if she's put some sort of spell on the door to block Alohomora, which she probably has, it should still work." Hermione threw up her hands and turned to Ron as though appealing to a judge. "Well, what do you think?" The gesture reminded Harry so strongly of Mrs. Weasley demanding Arthur's support during arguments at Grimmauld Place that, despite everything, he almost smiled. Ron looked horrified to have been dragged into the conversation.
I don't know," he muttered. "If Harry thinks he has to do it, then I suppose it's his decision."
Fred slapped Ron so hard on the back he nearly fell forward. "That's the spirit, a proper mate and a proper Weasley." Fred grinned, while George nodded in agreement.
"Right then," Fred continued briskly. "Tomorrow, after classes, best time possible, corridors packed, chaos everywhere."
He turned to Harry. "We'll create the distraction in the East Wing somewhere. Make enough noise to drag Umbridge out of her office." George rubbed his hands together thoughtfully.
"That should buy, 20 minutes?" "More than enough," George answered confidently.
Ron frowned. What kind of distraction? Fred and George exchanged identical mischievous smiles as they stood. "You'll find out, little brother," Fred said cheerfully. George smirked. "If you're near Gregory the Smarmy's corridor around 5 tomorrow, you won't miss it." The next morning, Harry woke long before sunrise. His stomach was already twisting itself into knots. He had not felt this sick with nerves since the day. He had not felt this sick with nerves since the day of his disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic. The idea of sneaking into Umbridge's office and using her fire to contact Sirius was terrifying enough on its own. But that wasn't the only thing weighing on him. Today would also be the first time he had to face Snape at close range since being thrown out of Snape's office. And somehow, that thought made his chest tighten almost as much as the plan itself. Harry lay awake for some time, staring into the dim light of the dormitory and thinking of everything the day would bring. At last, he slipped out of bed as quietly as possible and crossed to the window near Neville's. Morning had broken in breathtaking beauty. The sky shimmered in pale blue, streaked with silver mist, glowing softly in the early sunlight. From there, he could clearly see the tall beech tree by the lake, the same tree beneath which his father had once humiliated Snape. Harry's stomach twisted. He still did not know what Sirius could possibly say to erase the memory of what he had seen in the pensive. Yet he longed to hear Sirius explain it, to offer some reason, some hidden truth, some small defense for James's cruelty. As he stood there, something moved at the edge of the forbidden forest. Harry narrowed his eyes against the sunlight and spotted Hagrid emerging from between the trees. He was limping badly. Harry frowned and watched as Hagrid lurched toward his cabin, staggering slightly before disappearing through the door. He stayed at the window for several more minutes, waiting.
Hagrid did not come back out.
A moment later, however, smoke began curling from the chimney. At least he was well enough to light a fire. Harry finally turned from the window, returned to his trunk, and began getting dressed. He had known from the start that the day would be difficult. Breaking into Umbridge's office alone would have been enough to make anyone miserable. But Harry had not anticipated Hermione spending nearly every waking minute trying to talk him out of it.
Even in History of Magic, Hermione seemed more distracted than Harry and Ron had ever been in Professor Binns's class. Instead of listening, she leaned toward Harry and whispered relentless warnings in his ear, while he tried with increasing irritation to block her out. "And if she catches you," Hermione hissed, "it won't just be expulsion. She'll know you've been talking to Snuffles, and this time she might make you take Veritaserum." "Hermione," Ron muttered angrily, "are you going to keep nagging Harry, or are you actually going to listen to Binns? Because I'm not taking notes for both of us."
Hermione shot him an exasperated glare. "You try taking notes for once, it won't kill you." By the time they arrived in the dungeons for potions, both Harry and Ron had stopped speaking to her.
Hermione, however, did not seem remotely discouraged.
She continued muttering dark predictions under her breath in a fierce whisper so intense that Seamus spent several minutes nervously inspecting his cauldron for cracks. Snape, meanwhile, had apparently chosen a different tactic entirely. He acted as though Harry did not exist. Harry recognized the method immediately. Uncle Vernon had often perfected the art of pretending he was invisible.
And honestly, Harry found it preferable.
Compared to Snape's usual sneers, insults, and constant attempts to humiliate him, silence felt almost peaceful. Freed from harassment, Harry discovered he was able to brew the invigoration draught without much trouble. By the end of the lesson, he was feeling cautiously pleased with himself. He ladled some of the potion into a flask, sealed it carefully, and carried it to Snape's desk. For once, he thought he might have managed an E. He had barely turned his back when a sharp crash split the room. Malfoy burst into loud, delighted laughter. Harry spun around. His flask lay shattered across the stone floor, potions spreading in glittering streaks among the glass shards. Snape looked down at the mess, then up at Harry. There was unmistakable satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Whoops," he said softly. His lips curled.
Another 0! Potter! Harry was so angry that for a moment he could not trust himself to speak. His face burned and his hands shook as he wheeled around and strode back toward his cauldron. He would simply bottle another sample, slam it down in front of Snape, and make him mark it properly this time. But as soon as he reached his desk, all the air seemed to leave his lungs. The cauldron was empty, completely empty. Not a single drop remained.
A horrified gasp came from beside him. Hermione stood there with both hands pressed tightly over her mouth, her eyes huge behind her hair.
"Oh, Harry," she whispered miserably. "I'm so sorry. I thought you were done. I thought you'd finished. So I cleared everything away."
Harry stared down at the empty cauldron in disbelief. He could not answer her. He did not trust himself to. When the bell rang a few moments later, he snatched up his things and stormed out of the dungeon without looking at anyone. At lunch, he deliberately wedged himself between Neville and Seamus so Hermione could not sit beside him and continue her endless warnings about Umbridge's office. He did not want to hear another word about it. By the time he climbed the stairs to divination, his temper had not improved in the slightest. In fact, he was so wrapped up in his own anger and frustration that he completely forgot about his career's meeting with Professor McGonagall. It was only when Ron looked at him oddly and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be in McGonagall's office?" that Harry's stomach lurched. He jumped up so quickly he nearly knocked over his bag and sprinted from the classroom. He raced up the stairs 2 at a time, skidding around corners and panting hard. By the time he reached her office, he shoved the door open and stumbled inside.
"Sorry, Professor," he gasped, slamming the door behind him. "I forgot."
Professor McGonagall looked up sharply from behind her desk.
"No matter, Potter," she said briskly.
But before Harry could move, a small, delicate sniff came from somewhere in the room. Harry froze. He turned. Professor Umbridge was sitting in the corner. She looked absurdly neat and horribly smug, perched there with a clipboard balanced on her knees, her frilly pink cardigan stretched primly over her shoulders, and that ridiculous little pie-crust collar framing her toad-like face. Her smile was small, satisfied, and deeply unpleasant. "Sit down, Potter," said Professor McGonagall shortly. Harry obeyed at once, choosing the chair with his back firmly toward Umbridge. He fixed his eyes on McGonagall's desk and tried very hard to ignore the irritating scratch, scratch, scratch of Umbridge's quill moving over parchment. Professor McGonagall began shuffling the many pamphlets scattered across her desk. Harry noticed at once that her hands were trembling very slightly. "Well, Potter," she said crisply, "this meeting is to discuss possible career paths and help you decide which subjects you ought to continue in your 6th and 7th years." She peered at him over the top of her spectacles. "Have you given any thought to what you might like to do once you leave Hogwarts?" Harry hesitated. The scratching behind him was maddening. McGonagall's eyebrows rose.
"Well?"
Harry swallowed. "Well, I thought maybe I'd like to be an Auror." McGonagall's expression sharpened instantly. She reached under a stack of leaflets and pulled out a dark pamphlet. "Auror?" she repeated, flipping it open. "You would need excellent marks." Her eyes scanned the page. "A minimum of 5 NEWTS, she said, "and nothing below exceeds expectations." She looked back at Harry. "Then there is a long and demanding series of aptitude and character tests at the Auror office." Her voice grew firmer.
"It is a difficult career path, Potter. They take only the very best."
She paused.
In fact, I don't believe anyone has been accepted in the last 3 years.
A tiny cough came from behind Harry instantly. She reached under a stack of leaflets and pulled out a dark pamphlet. "Aura?" she repeated, flipping it open. "You would need excellent marks." Her eyes scanned the page. "A minimum of 5 NEWTS, she said, "and nothing below exceeds expectations." She looked back at Harry. "Then there is a long and demanding series of aptitude and character tests at the Aura office." Her voice grew firmer.
It is a difficult career path, Potter. They take only the very best.
She paused.
In fact, I don't believe anyone has been accepted in the last 3 years.
A tiny cough came from behind Harry.
Soft. Fake.
Pointed. Professor McGonagall ignored it completely. "You'll want to know which subjects are advisable, I expect," she continued, raising her voice slightly.
Yes, Harry said quickly. Defense against the dark arts, I suppose. Naturally, said McGonagall crisply. I would also advise. Another cough.
This time louder.
Sharper.
Harry saw McGonagall's mouth tighten. She closed her eyes for the briefest moment, as though gathering every scrap of patience she possessed. Then she opened them again. Her face was perfectly calm. And she continued as though Professor Umbridge had not made a sound. "I would recommend Transfiguration as well," Professor McGonagall continued firmly, her voice crisp and controlled, "because auras are often required to perform complex transfigurations and to reverse them." She adjusted the pamphlets in front of her and looked over the rim of her spectacles. "And I should warn you now, Potter, that I do not admit students into my NEWT classes unless they achieve exceeds expectations or better in their OWLS. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "At present, I would say you are hovering around acceptable. That means you will need to work very hard indeed before the exams if you hope to continue." Harry shifted in his seat. McGonagall pressed on. "You should also continue charms. It is an extremely practical subject, and potions." She paused. A tiny smile flickered across her face. "Yes, Potter potions." Harry blinked. "Poisons and antidotes are vital knowledge for auras," she said, "though I must warn you that Professor Snape refuses point-blank to accept anyone into his NEWT classes unless they receive outstanding in their OWL." She had barely finished speaking when Professor Umbridge gave her loudest and most theatrical cough yet. McGonagall's expression hardened instantly. Without turning around, she said in an icy voice, "Would you like a cough drop, Dolores?" Harry nearly choked.
"Oh no, thank you ever so much," Umbridge trilled, giving a sugary little laugh Harry detested. "I was merely wondering whether I might make the tiniest interruption." "Minerva."
McGonagall's jaw tightened visibly.
"I dare say you'll manage," she said through clenched teeth.
Umbridge smiled wider. "I was simply wondering whether Mr. Potter possesses the right temperament to become an aura."
"Were you?" said McGonagall coldly.
Then she turned straight back to Harry. "Well, Potter," she said, as though Umbridge had not spoken at all. "If you are serious about this ambition, I suggest you focus particularly on improving your transfiguration and potions." She flipped through the papers in his file. "I see Professor Flitwick has marked you between acceptable and exceeds expectations over the last 2 years, so your charms work appears satisfactory." She turned another page. "And as for defense against the dark arts, your marks have consistently been high. Professor Lupin in particular believed you." She broke off sharply. "Are you absolutely certain you don't want a cough drop, Dolores?" Umbridge had just emitted another explosive cough.
"Oh, no need at all, thank you, Minerva," Umbridge simpered.
She was smiling now like a cat. "I was only concerned that you might not have Harry's most recent defense against the dark arts results before you. I'm quite sure I inserted a note." McGonagall's lip curled.
"What, this thing?" she said in a tone of disgust.
She pulled a sheet of bright pink parchment from Harry's folder as though it were contaminated. She glanced over it, eyebrows lifting slightly, then slipped it back without comment. "Yes," she continued calmly. "As I was saying, Professor Lupin considered you unusually talented in the subject, and clearly for aura training." "Did you not understand my note, Minerva?" Umbridge asked sweetly, no longer bothering to cough at all. McGonagall's mouth tightened. "Of course I understood it," she said. Her teeth were clenched so hard the words came out stiff and strained. Umbridge tilted her head. "Then I confess I'm confused," she said silkily. "I fail to understand how you can encourage Mr. Potter with such false hope." Harry felt his face grow hot.
"False hope," repeated McGonagall.
She still had not turned around. "He has received high marks in every Defense Against the Dark Arts test." "I'm terribly sorry to contradict you, i.e. Minerva," Umbridge interrupted in syrupy tones, "but according to my records, Harry has performed very poorly in my classes." McGonagall turned then. Slowly. Deliberately. She fixed Umbridge with a look so cold it seemed capable of freezing fire.
"I should have phrased myself more clearly," she said.
Her voice was sharp as a blade. "He has received high marks in every Defense Against the Dark Arts test set by a competent teacher." Professor Umbridge's smile disappeared instantly, as though someone had snuffed it out like a candle. Her face darkened. She sank back in her chair, flipped a page on her clipboard with a violent little snap, and began scribbling furiously. Her quill scratched across the parchment in quick, angry strokes while her large eyes darted from side to side. Professor McGonagall turned back to Harry. Her nostrils were flared.
Her face was pale with anger.
Her eyes blazed. "Any question, Potter?" she asked sharply. Harry, who was trying very hard not to grin, cleared his throat. "Yes," he said. "What sort of character and aptitude test does the Ministry make you do if you get enough NEWTS?" Professor McGonagall answered at once, though her voice was still tight. "Well, you'd be expected to show that you can function under pressure," she said crisply. "Quick thinking, endurance, commitment." She folded her hands together on the desk. "Aura training itself takes another 3 years after Hogwarts. You would need outstanding practical defense skills, and you'd have to continue studying long after leaving school." She looked at him steadily. "So unless you're prepared to—"
"I think you'll also find," said Professor Umbridge suddenly, her voice now icy and sharp, "that the Ministry examines the personal records of those applying to become auras."
McGonagall kept speaking as though she had not heard. "Unless you're willing to sit even more examinations after Hogwarts, you may wish to consider another." "Their criminal records," Umbridge said clearly. Her voice sliced through the room. Harry stiffened.
"Which means," Umbridge continued, her lip curling, "that this boy has no more chance of becoming an aura than Dumbledore has of returning to this school."
McGonagall did not hesitate.
"A very good chance, then," she snapped.
Harry's head whipped toward her.
Umbridge's face turned a dangerous shade of pink.
"Potter has a criminal record," she said loudly.
"Potter was cleared of all charges," McGonagall shouted back, louder still.
Professor Umbridge leapt to her feet. She was so short that standing did little to make her seem taller, but the sugary sweetness had vanished completely.
Now she looked ugly, hard, furious.
Her broad face had twisted into something genuinely menacing. Potter has absolutely no chance of becoming... She was so short that standing did little to make her seem taller, but the sugary sweetness had vanished completely.
Now she looked ugly, hard, furious.
Her broad face had twisted into something genuinely menacing. Potter has absolutely no chance of becoming an aura. Professor McGonagall rose too. And unlike Umbridge, when she stood, the room seemed to change. She towered over Umbridge.
Tall,
Severe.
magnificent.
Her voice rang through the office like a bell. "Potter," she declared, "I will help you become an aura if it is the last thing I do." Harry stared. "If I have to coach you every evening," she went on, "I will make certain you achieve the grades required." "The Minister for Magic will never employ Harry Potter," Umbridge shrieked. "There may well be a new Minister for Magic by the time Potter is old enough to apply," McGonagall thundered. Umbridge gave a scream of triumph.
Aha.
She jabbed a stubby finger toward McGonagall.
Yes, yes, of course, that's it, isn't it?
Her voice rose higher and higher. "You want Cornelius Fudge removed and Albus Dumbledore put in his place?" She was nearly shrieking now. "And you think you'll get my position, don't you? Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and Headmistress as well?" Professor McGonagall looked down at her with magnificent contempt. "You are quite insane," she said coolly. Then she turned to Harry as though nothing remarkable had happened. "Potter," she said briskly, "that concludes our careers consultation." Harry slung his bag over his shoulder and hurried from the office without a backward glance. He did not dare look at Professor Umbridge. Even once he was out in the corridor, he could still hear her shrill voice clashing with Professor McGonagall's sharper, colder one. Their argument echoed behind him all the way down the hall. That afternoon, when Professor Umbridge stormed into Defense Against the Dark Arts, she looked as though she had just finished running a race. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Her cheeks were flushed. Her eyes glittered with fury. "I hope you've changed your mind about what you're planning, Harry," Hermione whispered the moment they opened their books to Chapter 34. "Non-retaliation and negotiation." She kept her voice barely audible. "Umbridge already looks furious." Harry said nothing. Every so often, Umbridge's eyes flicked toward him, dark and suspicious. Harry kept his head bent low over defensive magical theory, pretending to read. But the words blurred on the page. He was thinking too hard. He could picture Professor McGonagall's face if he were caught breaking into Umbridge's office only hours after she had stood up for him. He could simply give up. Go back to Gryffindor Tower. Wait. Perhaps over the summer he might get another chance to ask Sirius about what he had seen in the Pensieve. That would be the sensible thing. The safe thing. Yet the thought of abandoning the plan made his stomach sink like stone.
And there was Fred and George.
They had already arranged the diversion.
And Sirius's knife was in his bag.
So was the invisibility cloak. Everything was ready.
Everything. But if he was caught?
"Dumbledore gave everything to keep you here, Harry," Hermione whispered urgently, holding her book higher to hide her face from Umbridge. "If you're expelled now, it'll all have been for nothing." Harry clenched his jaw. He could walk away. He could force himself to live with the memory of his father laughing under the beech tree while Snape was humiliated. He could bury it.
Forget it.
Try. Then another memory rose sharply in his mind. Sirius's face in the Gryffindor common room fire. "You're less like your father than I thought. The risk would have been what made it fun for James." Harry's chest tightened. But did he even want to be like his father anymore?
"Harry, please don't do it," Hermione whispered desperately as the bell rang.
He did not answer, because he did not know.
Ron, for once, stayed out of it.
He refused to look at Harry. But when Hermione opened her mouth again, Ron muttered quietly, "Give it a rest. Okay, he can decide for himself." Harry's heart was pounding by the time he stepped into the corridor. Then it happened. A crash.
A scream.
A roar of voices somewhere overhead. The sound of chaos erupted through the castle. Students all around him stopped dead. Doors flew open. People spilled into the corridor and stared upward in alarm. Harry knew instantly. Fred and George. The diversion had begun. The next second, Umbridge burst from her classroom. She came pelting down the corridor, pink cardigan flapping, her short legs pumping furiously. She had her wand out already. Without so much as glancing at Harry, she ran toward the disturbance. Harry stood frozen for half a second. This was it. Now or never.
"Harry, please," Hermione begged weakly.
But the moment had come. But Harry had chosen. Before Hermione could stop him again, he tightened the strap of his bag across his shoulder and broke into a run. He darted through the crowded corridors, weaving between students who were all rushing the opposite way toward the East Wing to see what disaster Fred and George had unleashed. His heart pounded so hard it hurt.
Every second mattered.
Every second. He skidded around the final corner and reached the corridor outside Umbridge's office. It was empty. Completely deserted. Harry sprinted toward a tall suit of armor standing nearby and ducked behind it. The helmet creaked and slowly turned as though watching him. Ignoring it, Harry yanked open his bag. His fingers closed around Sirius's knife. Then he pulled out the invisibility cloak and threw it over himself. His breathing sounded deafening beneath the shimmering fabric. Slowly, carefully, he stepped back out from behind the armor and crept down the corridor until he reached Umbridge's office door. He drew the knife and slid the thin blade into the crack around the frame. Gently he moved it up.
And down.
And up again. Then, click. The lock released. Harry caught the handle and pushed. The door swung inward. He slipped inside and shut it quickly behind him. For one horrible second he stood frozen, listening.
Nothing. Only silence.
And above the row of confiscated broomsticks, the sickeningly cheerful kittens on the decorative plates continued bouncing and playing across the walls. Harry threw off the invisibility cloak. He crossed the room in 3 quick strides and found the Floo powder almost immediately, a small box glittering beside the fireplace. He dropped to his knees in front of the grate. His hands were trembling badly. He had never tried this before.
Not like this.
He took a deep breath, thrust his head into the fireplace, grabbed a large pinch of powder and threw it onto the neatly stacked logs below. The flames burst upward instantly. Bright emerald green. "Number 12, Grimmauld Place," Harry said loudly. At once he felt himself spinning. But this time it was stranger than ever before. Usually his whole body travelled. Usually he was swept entirely through the network of magical fireplaces. Now only his head flew through the twisting green tunnels of fireplaces. Now only his head flew through the twisting green tunnels. His knees remained painfully planted on the cold stone floor of Umbridge's office.
His stomach lurched.
The world whirled. Then it stopped. Abruptly. Harry opened his eyes. He felt sick.
Hot.
As though his head had been wrapped in something burning. He was staring upward out of the kitchen fireplace at the long wooden table. A man was sitting there, bent over a piece of parchment.
Sirius, Harry croaked.
The man jumped violently. He spun around. It wasn't Sirius. It was Lupin.
Harry, Lupin exclaimed, staring in shock. What are you doing? What's happened? Is everything all right?
Yeah, Harry said quickly. Too quickly. He swallowed.
I just wondered,
He scrambled for an excuse.
I just wanted to have a chat with Sirius.
Lupin still looked confused. But he stood up. I'll get him, he said slowly. He went upstairs looking for Creature. He's hiding in the attic again. Harry watched as Lupin hurried out of the kitchen. Then he was alone. All he could see now were the legs of the table and chairs. He shifted slightly and winced. His knees were beginning to ache terribly against Umbridge's hard stone floor. He had no idea how Sirius had ever made this look comfortable. A few moments later, Lupin returned. Sirius was right behind him. The moment Sirius saw Harry, he dropped instantly to his knees in front of the fire, pushing his dark hair back from his face. His expression was sharp with alarm. "What is it?" he asked urgently. "Harry, are you all right? Do you need help?" Lupin knelt beside him too, looking equally worried. Harry shook his head.
No, he said quickly. Nothing like that.
He hesitated. Suddenly the words felt difficult.
Heavy.
He swallowed.
I just wanted to talk.
His voice dropped.
About my dad. Sirius and Lupin exchanged a startled glance.
Harry noticed it, but he had no time to feel embarrassed. His knees were throbbing now from kneeling on the hard stone floor, and panic kept ticking louder in his mind. 5 minutes must already have gone by since Fred and George's diversion had begun. George had promised him 20. That was all. So Harry wasted no time. The words came rushing out. He told them everything. About the pensive.
About the memory? About James?
About Snape hanging upside down in front of the lake while everyone laughed.
About Sirius laughing too.
By the time he finished, the kitchen seemed strangely quiet. Neither Lupin nor Sirius spoke immediately. Then Lupin sighed softly. "Harry," he said gently, "I wouldn't judge your father entirely by what you saw." He hesitated. He was only 15. Harry's temper flared at once.
I'm 15.
Lupin looked taken aback. Sirius leaned closer to the fire. "Look, Harry," he said quickly. In a calming voice, James and Snape hated each other from the moment they met. He shrugged. "Sometimes it's just like that." Harry said nothing. Sirius continued. "James was, well," he gave a small, helpless laugh. "He was everything Snape wanted to be." Harry frowned. He was popular, brilliant at Quidditch, brilliant at almost everything. Sirius's voice softened. And Snape was this strange little kid who was already neck-deep in dark arts. He met Harry's eyes. And whatever else your father may have looked like in that memory, he hated dark magic. Harry swallowed hard.
Yeah, he said stubbornly, but he attacked Snape for no reason.
He hesitated, then added awkwardly, just because you said you were bored. Sirius winced. The reaction was immediate.
I'm not proud of that, he said quickly.
Lupin glanced sideways at him. Then he spoke.
Harry, you have to understand.
He folded his arms. Your father and Sirius were the most admired boys in school. Harry stared. They were good at everything they tried. Everyone thought they were incredibly cool. Lupin smiled faintly.
And sometimes
He searched for the right words.
they let it go to their heads. If by that you mean we were arrogant little idiots, Sirius interrupted.
Lupin laughed. Harry's face tightened.
He kept messing up his hair, he said miserably.
To his disbelief, both Sirius and Lupin laughed aloud.
I'd forgotten he used to do that, Sirius said fondly.
Lupin leaned forward suddenly.
Was he playing with the snitch?
Harry blinked. Yeah. Sirius grinned. Lupin looked absurdly pleased. Harry stared at them in complete confusion. Well, he muttered, I thought he looked ridiculous. Course he looked ridiculous, Sirius said cheerfully. We all did. He nudged Lupin.
Well, not Moony so much.
Lupin shook his head. Did I ever tell you to stop? He asked quietly. Sirius's grin faded slightly. Did I ever tell you I thought you were out of line? Sirius looked away. Yeah, he admitted. Sometimes you made us feel ashamed. He shrugged. That counted for something. Harry pressed on. Now that he had started, he couldn't stop. And he kept looking over at the girls by the lake. Sirius laughed again.
Oh, that.
Harry frowned. He wanted them watching him. Whenever Lily was around, Sirius said, shrugging, James turned into an idiot. Lupin smiled. He couldn't help showing off. Harry's stomach twisted.
How did she marry him? He asked miserably.
His voice sounded smaller now. She hated him. Sirius shook his head.
No, she didn't.
Lupin nodded. She started going out with him in 7th year.
After his head shrank a bit, Sirius added.
And after he stopped hexing people for fun, said Lupin. Harry looked up sharply.
Even Snape.
Lupin hesitated.
Well,
he chose his words carefully. Snape was different. Harry waited. He never missed a chance to curse James. Lupin sighed. So James didn't exactly feel obliged to ignore it. Harry frowned.
And Mum was okay with that?
Sirius answered this time. She didn't know the half of it. Harry looked up. I mean, Sirius said, James didn't take Snape on dates with Lily and jinx him in front of her, did he? Harry still looked unconvinced. Sirius's face became serious. He leaned closer. Harry. His voice was firm now. Your father was the best friend I ever had. He paused. And he was a good man. Harry looked at him. Sirius held his gaze. A lot of people are idiots at 15. A sad smile touched his face. He grew out of it. Yeah, okay, Harry said at last, his voice dull and uncertain. He stared into the green flames for a moment before speaking again.
I just never thought I'd end up feeling sorry for Snape.
Lupin's expression changed. A small line appeared between his brows. "Now that you mention it," he said slowly, "how did Snape react when he found out you'd seen?"
"Yeah," he said, bewildered by their reaction, "but it's fine. Honestly, I don't care."
He shrugged. "It's actually kind of a rely."
"I'm going up there to speak to Snape," Sirius snapped.
He actually began to stand. Lupin grabbed his arm and yanked him back down. "If anyone is speaking to Snape, it'll be me," Lupin said firmly. Sirius looked furious. Lupin ignored him and turned back to Harry.
"Harry," he said sternly, "you are to go back to Snape and tell him he must continue those lessons."
Harry stared.
"What?"
"On no account is he to stop teaching you." Lupin's voice was urgent now. "When Dumbledore hears about this—"
"I can't tell him that," Harry burst out. "He'll kill me." He was outraged.
"You didn't see his face when we came out of the pensive."
"Harry."
Lupin's tone became sharper than Harry had ever heard. "There is nothing more important than you learning occlumency." Harry blinked. "Do you understand?" Lupin's eyes were fixed on him.
"Nothing."
Harry shifted uncomfortably.
Okay, he muttered.
He was rattled now.
And annoyed. "I'll try to say something."
He sighed. "But it won't be ease." He broke off. His head jerked up. He heard footsteps. Faint. Distant. Coming closer.
"Is that creature?" Harry whispered.
Sirius glanced behind him.
"Number."
Then his expression changed. "It must be someone your end." Harry's heart seemed to stop. Then it started hammering wildly.
"I've got to go."
He yanked his head backward out of the flames. For one dizzying second it felt as though his neck was spinning. The kitchen vanished. He was back in Umbridge's office, kneeling before the grate. The green flames flickered lower.
Lower.
And died. Then,
"Quickly, quickly."
a wheezing voice muttered right outside the door. Harry froze.
She's left it open. "Filch."
Harry threw himself sideways. He grabbed the invisibility cloak and dragged it over himself just as the office door burst open. Filch hobbled inside. He looked ecstatic. His eyes gleamed. He was muttering feverishly under his breath as he crossed the room and yanked open one of Umbridge's desk drawers. "Approval for whipping, approval for whipping." His voice trembled with excitement.
"At last."
He rummaged through the papers wildly.
"I can do it at last."
He found a sheet of parchment and gave a squeak of joy. They've had it coming for years. He snatched it up, pressed it to his chest.
"Then—"
He kissed it. Harry stared. Filch shuffled rapidly back toward the door, clutching the parchment like treasure. The moment he was gone, Harry sprang up. He checked his bag, pulled the cloak tight around himself, and slipped out after him. Filch was hobbling away at astonishing speed. Harry followed. One landing below Umbridge's office, Harry decided it was safe. He pulled off the cloak and shoved it into his bag while hurrying down the stairs. The noise grew louder. Shouting. Cheering. Crashing. The whole castle seemed alive with it. Harry raced down the marble staircase into the entrance hall and stopped. It looked as though the entire school was there. The scene in the entrance hall reminded Harry instantly of the night Professor Trelawney had been thrown out. Students packed the walls in a wide circle, craning their necks for a better view. Some of them were dripping with something green and slimy that looked suspiciously like stink sap. Teachers were there too. Ghosts floated among the crowd. And near the front stood the members of the inquisitorial squad, all looking unbearably smug. Peeves hovered overhead, grinning wickedly. At the centre of it all stood Fred and George. They had the unmistakable air of two people who had finally been cornered, and who didn't care in the slightest. "So," said Umbridge triumphantly. Harry noticed she was standing just a few steps below him on the staircase, once again looming over her victims like some squat pink vulture. "So," she repeated silkily, "you find it amusing to turn one of my school corridors into a swamp?" Fred looked up at her. Not even a flicker of fear crossed his face.
Pretty amusing, yeah.
A ripple of laughter spread through the students. Filch shoved his way forward, nearly trembling with joy.
"I've got the form, headmistress," he croaked.
He waved the parchment Harry had just seen him steal from Umbridge's desk. "I've got the form and I've got the whips ready." His voice quivered.
"Oh, let me do it now." "Excellent, Argus," Umbridge purred.
She looked back down at the twins. "You two are about to discover what happens to troublemakers in my school." Fred exchanged a glance with George. Then he grinned.
"You know what?"
He looked back at Umbridge.
"I don't think we are."
He turned to his brother. "George," said Fred thoughtfully, "I think we've outgrown full-time education." George nodded seriously. "Yeah, I've been feeling that myself."
Fred stroked his chin.
"Time to take our talents into the real world, you reckon?" George smirked. "Definitely." Umbridge opened her mouth. But she was too late. The twins raised their wands together.
Accio brooms.
A deafening crash sounded somewhere above. Harry spun and ducked just in time. Two broomsticks came hurtling down the corridor like missiles. One was still dragging the heavy chain and iron peg Umbridge had used to secure them to the wall. The chain clanged and sparked across the stone as the broom streaked down the stairs and screeched to a halt in front of their owners. The entire hall gasped. Fred swung onto his broom. "We won't be seeing you." George mounted his own.
"Yeah," he said cheerfully. "Don't bother writing."
Fred turned to the crowd. His voice rang through the hall. "If anyone fancies buying a portable swamp like the one upstairs, come to number 93, Diagon Alley." He grinned. "Weasley's Wizard Wheezes." George raised a hand. "Special discounts for Hogwarts students who promise to use our stuff to get rid of this old bat." He pointed straight at Umbridge. The crowd erupted. Umbridge screamed.
"Stop them."
The inquisitorial squad lunged forward.
Too slow.
Fred and George kicked hard off the floor. They shot 15 feet into the air in a flash, the iron peg swinging wildly beneath them. Harry looked up. Fred had turned in mid-air. He looked across the hall toward Peeves, who hovered level with him above the crowd. Fred grinned. "Give her hell from us, Peeves." And, for perhaps the first time in Hogwarts history, Peeves obeyed a student. Harry had never seen anything like it. The poltergeist froze in mid-air. Then, with an oddly solemn flourish, he snatched off his battered hat, the one with the jingling bells, and swept into a perfect salute. For a split second, the entire entrance hall seemed to stop. Then the place exploded. The students below burst into wild applause and deafening cheers. People were stamping their feet,
whistling, laughing.
Even some of the teachers looked as though they were struggling not to smile. Above it all, Fred and George banked their broomsticks in a wide arc. They turned once over the... Chapter 30. Grob. The tale of Fred and George's spectacular escape spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. For days afterward, it was all anyone talked about. Every retelling grew more dramatic, more ridiculous,
more legendary.
Within a week, even students who had actually witnessed it were beginning to believe versions in which the twins had swooped low over Umbridge's head, hurled dung bombs at her, and cackled madly before vanishing into the sunset. The story was already becoming part of Hogwarts history. And in the days immediately after their departure, a strange mood swept through the school. A restless, rebellious mood. Harry kept overhearing students muttering things like,
"Honestly, some days I just want to grab my broom and leave."
Or, "One more lesson like that and I'm doing a Weasley." Fred and George had made absolutely certain no one would forget them anytime soon. For one thing, they had left behind the swamp. The enormous magical swamp still flooded the corridor on the 5th floor of the East Wing. And they had not left a single instruction for removing it. Umbridge and Filch were seen there repeatedly, trying everything they could think of.
Spells.
Ropes.
Buckets. Nothing worked.
Eventually, the corridor had to be roped off entirely.
Filch, grinding his teeth in fury, was forced to ferry students across the swamp in a small punt to get them to class.
Harry was certain McGonagall or Flitwick could have vanished the swamp in seconds. But just as they had with the wildfire whiz-bangs, they seemed perfectly content to let Umbridge suffer. Then there was Umbridge's office door. Or rather,
what was left of it?
Fred and George's broomsticks had blasted 2 enormous broom-shaped holes straight through it when they had answered the twins' summoning charm. Filch eventually installed a new one. Harry's firebolt was confiscated and moved to the dungeons. Rumour had it Umbridge had stationed an armed security troll beside it. But her problems were far from over. Fred and George had lit a spark. And now half the school seemed determined to keep the fire burning. Students were competing openly for the title of Hogwarts' new chief troublemakers. Despite the new office door, someone somehow managed to sneak a niffler into Umbridge's office. The creature tore the room apart, searching for shiny things. When Umbridge entered, it launched itself at her and tried to chew the rings off her fingers. Harry heard about it at breakfast. He nearly choked laughing. Dung bombs and stink pellets were exploding so often in the corridors that students began performing bubblehead charms on themselves before leaving class. The charm gave them a constant bubble of clean air.
Useful,
but absurd-looking. The halls were now full of students wandering around with giant transparent bubbles over their heads like upside-down goldfish bowls. Even Harry had to admit it looked ridiculous. Filch patrolled the corridors constantly now. He carried a horsewhip in his hands and prowled like a starving dog. Desperate.
Angry. Wild-eyed.
The trouble was, there were too many offenders. He never knew where to turn. The inquisitorial squad tried to help. But somehow, they kept becoming victims themselves. Warrington from the Slytherin Quidditch team landed in the hospital wing with a hideous skin condition that made him look as though he'd been rolled in cornflakes. And Pansy Parkinson, to Hermione's enormous delight, missed every class the next day after sprouting antlers. Meanwhile, it became painfully obvious just how many skiving snack boxes Fred and George had managed to sell before leaving Hogwarts. The moment Umbridge entered a classroom, chaos erupted. Students fainted dramatically onto the floor, others turned green and vomited into buckets, some broke out in violent sweats and fevers, and a surprising number suddenly began bleeding from both nostrils. Every lesson became a disaster. Umbridge shrieked herself hoarse, trying to stop it. She stormed between desks, demanding answers. She searched bags, she searched pockets, she accused students at random, but no matter how loudly she screamed, the answers were always the same. They insisted stubbornly that they were suffering from Umbridge-itis. After giving 4 classes in a row detention and still failing to discover the cause, she was finally forced to surrender. One by one, in groups, in waves. Bleeding, fainting, sweating, and vomiting students were allowed to leave her lessons. It was humiliating, but even the snack boxes could not rival the true king of mayhem. Peeves, Fred's final command, had clearly struck him to the heart. He embraced it with terrifying enthusiasm. Cackling wildly, he shot through the corridors like a living storm. He overturned tables, burst out of blackboards, knocked over statues and priceless vases. Twice he stuffed Mrs. Norris into a suit of armor. Each time Filch had to rescue her, while she shrieked and clawed her way free. Peeves smashed lanterns, blew out candles, juggled flaming torches over crowds of screaming students. He sent piles of neatly stacked homework fluttering into fires or out of windows. He flooded the second floor by ripping every tap from the bathroom sinks, dropped a sack of tarantulas into the Great Hall during breakfast, and when he wanted a rest. He floated lazily behind Umbridge for hours, blowing loud raspberries every single time she opened her mouth. Harry had never admired him more. Strangely, no one on the staff seemed eager to help Umbridge, except Filch, and he was failing miserably. A week after Fred and George's departure, Harry actually saw Professor McGonagall walk past Peeves while he was unscrewing a crystal chandelier. She did not stop him. She did not scold him. In fact, Harry was almost certain he heard her murmur from the corner of her mouth, "It unscrews the other way." To make matters even worse, Montague still had not recovered from being trapped in the vanishing cabinet and the toilet network. He remained pale, confused, and badly disoriented. One Tuesday morning, Harry spotted Mr. and Mrs. Montague striding angrily up the drive toward the castle. Hermione pressed her face to the Charms classroom window. "Should we tell someone?" she asked anxiously. "About what happened to him? Maybe it would help Madame Pomfrey cure him." "Of course not," said Ron carelessly. He barely looked up. "He'll recover." Harry nodded. "Besides," he said with satisfaction, "it's one more problem for Umbridge." Ron grinned. The two of them tapped the teacups on their desks with their wands. They were supposed to be practicing a charming spell. Harry's teacup sprouted 4 tiny legs. Unfortunately, they were too short. It wiggled helplessly in the air without touching the desk. Ron's cup did slightly better. It grew 4 thin, shaky legs that somehow lifted it upright. It staggered for a moment, trembled violently, then collapsed. The cup cracked neatly in 2. "Reparo!" Hermione said at once. With a quick flick of her wand, the cup mended itself. "That's all very funny," she said, still frowning toward the window. "But what if Montague is permanently injured?"
"Who cares?" said Ron irritably. His cup rose again on its shaky legs and wobbled drunkenly. Montague shouldn't have tried docking all those points from Gryffindor. He scowled at Hermione. "If you're going to worry about somebody, worry about me." Hermione caught her own teacup as it scampered happily across the desk on 4 sturdy willow-patterned legs. She placed it back in front of her. "You?" She raised an eyebrow. "Why exactly should I be worried about you?"
when Mum's next letter finally gets through Umbridge's inspection. The desk. Ron's cup did slightly better. It grew 4 thin, shaky legs that somehow lifted it upright. It staggered for a moment, trembled violently, then collapsed. The cup cracked neatly in two. "Reparo!" Hermione said at once. With a quick flick of her wand, the cup mended itself. "That's all very funny," she said, still frowning toward the window. "But what if Montague is permanently injured?"
"Who cares?" said Ron irritably. His cup rose again on its shaky legs and wobbled drunkenly. Montague shouldn't have tried docking all those points from Gryffindor. He scowled at Hermione. "If you're going to worry about somebody, worry about me." Hermione caught her own teacup as it scampered happily across the desk on 4 sturdy willow-patterned legs. She placed it back in front of her. "You!" She raised an eyebrow. "Why exactly should I be worried about you?"
"When Mum's next letter finally gets through Umbridge's inspection," Ron said bitterly, holding up his teacup while its thin, trembling legs struggled to support its weight. "I'm dead?" The cup shivered violently in his hand.
"I honestly wouldn't be surprised if she sends another howler."
Hermione looked startled.
"But—"
Ron cut across her darkly. "It'll all be my fault Fred and George left." He glared at the cup as though it had personally offended him. "You wait." He lowered his voice in a mocking imitation of Mrs. Weasley. "Ronald, why didn't you stop them? Why didn't you grab hold of their broomsticks and hang on for dear life?" He snorted. "Yeah, somehow it'll all come back to me." Hermione looked sympathetic. "Well, if she does say that, it would be horribly unfair." She frowned.
"You couldn't have done anything."
She paused.
"And anyway, if it's true they've already got premises in Diagon Alley, they must have been planning this for ages."
"Yeah, and that's another thing," Ron said irritably. He jabbed his wand at his teacup so hard that its legs buckled and it collapsed in a twitching heap.
"How'd they get premises?"
He frowned. "It's dodgy." Harry looked up.
Ron leaned closer.
"They'd need loads of galleons to rent a place in Diagon Alley." He folded his arms. "Mum'll want to know where they got that kind of gold." Hermione nodded slowly.
"Actually."
She let her own teacup jog neatly in circles around Harry's helplessly floating one. "I've wondered the same thing." She bit her lip. "I thought maybe Mundungus had talked them into selling stolen goods or something." "He didn't," Harry said shortly. Ron and Hermione both looked at him.
"How do you know they asked together?"
Harry hesitated. For a second he considered saying nothing. But he couldn't let them think Fred and George were criminals.
"Not after everything." "Because—"
He took a breath.
"I gave it to them."
Hermione blinked.
"What?"
Harry swallowed. "My Triwizard winnings?" The words hung in the air.
"I gave them the prize money last summer." Silence.
Complete silence. Then Hermione's teacup jogged straight off the edge of the desk and smashed on the floor.
"Oh, Harry."
She stared at him in disbelief.
"You didn't—"
"Yes, I did," Harry said stubbornly. He folded his arms. "And I don't regret it." Ron looked stunned. Harry pressed on.
"I didn't need the gold."
His voice hardened. "And they'll be brilliant at running a joke shop." Ron's face lit up.
"Harry."
He looked delighted. "This is brilliant." He nearly laughed.
"It's all your fault."
Harry stared. Ron grinned. "Mum can't blame me now." He leaned forward eagerly.
Can I tell her?
Harry sighed. Yeah, I suppose. He shrugged.
Especially if she thinks they're dealing stolen cauldrons or something.
Hermione said nothing for the rest of the lesson.
Not a word.
But Harry knew that silence. He knew it far too well. She was storing it up. Sure enough, later, when they were outside in the pale May sunshine during break, Hermione turned on him with a determined expression. Her eyes narrowed. Her mouth opened. Harry cut her off immediately.
Number?
Hermione blinked. It's done, Harry said firmly. Fred and George have the gold. He ticked it off on his fingers. They've spent some of it.
I can't get it back. And I don't want to.
He crossed his arms. So save your breath, Hermione. Hermione looked deeply offended.
I wasn't going to say anything about Fred and George.
Ron snorted loudly. Hermione rounded on him.
No, I wasn't.
She glared. Then she turned back to Harry.
As a matter of fact, she said, sharply, I was going to ask when you're going back to Snape and asking for more occlumency lessons.
Harry's heart dropped. Of course. The moment Fred and George stopped being the main subject, Hermione had gone straight back to this. Ever since Harry had spoken to Sirius in Umbridge's fire, Ron and Hermione had demanded details. Harry had not wanted to explain why he'd needed Sirius in the first place. So he told them the safest truth. That Sirius wanted him to continue occlumency. He had regretted it ever since. Hermione refused to let it go. And somehow, she always brought it up when Harry least expected it. You can't honestly expect me to believe the dreams have stopped, Hermione said, fixing Harry with a sharp look. Ron told me you were talking in your sleep again last night. Harry whipped around and glared at Ron.
Ron immediately looked guilty.
He shifted awkwardly. You were only muttering a bit, he said apologetically. Something like, just a bit further. Harry seized the first lie that came to mind.
I was dreaming about Quidditch.
He said it so quickly it almost sounded convincing. I was watching you lot play. He shrugged. I was telling you to stretch a bit further and grab the quaffle. Ron's ears turned bright red. Harry felt a grim, satisfying flicker of revenge. He had not dreamed anything remotely like that. The truth was far worse. Last night he had gone there again. Down the endless corridor in the Department of Mysteries.
Past the black door.
Into the circular room. Then into the chamber filled with dancing lights and endless clicking noises. And finally, into that vast, shadowy room lined with towering shelves. Dusty glass spheres stretched in every direction.
Silent.
Mysterious. Waiting. In the dream he had moved straight toward row 97. Turned left. And begun to run. Just a bit further. That was probably when he had spoken aloud. He remembered the strange struggle. His waking mind dragging him back. Pulling him toward consciousness before he could reach the end of the row. And then he had been back in bed, staring up at the dark canopy of his four-poster. You are trying to block your mind, aren't you? Hermione asked now, still watching him suspiciously. You are still practicing occlumency.
Of course I am, Harry said quickly.
He tried to sound offended.
As though the question itself was ridiculous.
But he couldn't quite meet her eyes. The truth was, He didn't want the dreams to stop. He was desperate to know what was hidden in that way. Sleep itself had become difficult. Every spare second was spent revising. By the time he went to bed, his head felt packed with facts, dates, spells, and potion ingredients. Most nights he tossed and turned for hours.
And when he did sleep,
his mind often tortured him with absurd dreams about exams. He dreamed of blank parchment,
of forgetting wand movements, of sitting in front of Snape while his cauldron exploded.
And somewhere deep in his mind, a voice that sounded suspiciously like Hermione's seemed to feel guilty whenever he wandered that corridor toward the black door. That part of him kept trying to wake him before he could reach the end. "You know," Ron said suddenly, his ears still pink, "if Montague doesn't recover before Slytherin play Hufflepuff." Harry blinked.
We might actually have a chance at winning the cup.
Harry was grateful for the change of subject.
Yeah, I suppose.
Ron warmed to the topic.
I mean, we've won one, lost one.
He started counting on his fingers. If Slytherin lose to Hufflepuff next Saturday. Yeah, right, Harry said vaguely. He had stopped listening. Cho Chang had just crossed the courtyard. She walked past with her friends, staring determinedly straight ahead.
Not looking at him.
Not once. Harry watched her go. The final Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, was set for the last weekend of May. Slytherin had narrowly lost to Hufflepuff in their previous match. That should have given Gryffindor hope. But no one was allowing themselves much optimism, mostly because of Ron. Though nobody said it aloud, his record as keeper had been dreadful. Truly dreadful. But Ron himself had apparently discovered a strange new confidence, or perhaps desperation. Over breakfast on the morning of the match, and he looked pale but determined. He swallowed hard.
I can't get any worse, can I?
He gave a grim sort of laugh. There's nothing to lose now, right? You know, Hermione said as she and Harry made their way down to the Quidditch pitch through a noisy, excited crowd. I honestly think Ron might play better without Fred and George watching. Harry glanced at her. Hermione shrugged. They've never exactly been brilliant for his confidence. Before Harry could answer, Luna Lovegood drifted serenely past them. Something that looked very much like a live eagle was perched on top of her head, its wings beating lazily as she walked. A group of Slytherins nearby burst into laughter and started pointing.
Luna ignored them completely. Oh, honestly, Hermione said suddenly.
She watched Luna go, then gasped.
I forgot.
She looked sideways at Harry. Cho's playing today, isn't she? Harry grunted. He had not forgotten.
Not for 1 second.
They climbed up into the highest row of the stands and found seats. The weather was perfect. Bright. Clear. A soft breeze drifted across the pitch. Ideal conditions. Harry found himself desperately hoping Ron wouldn't give the Slytherins another excuse to sing. Lee Jordan was commentating as usual. But ever since Fred and George had left, he had sounded subdued. As the teams flew onto the pitch, his usual energy was missing.
Bradley, Davies, Chang. At the sound of Cho's name, Harry felt his stomach lurch weakly. Not a proper flip.
Just a miserable twist. Cho's shiny black hair streamed behind her in the wind as she crossed the field. Harry didn't even know what he wanted anymore.
He only knew he was tired.
Tired of the awkwardness. Tired of the silence.
Tired of the fighting.
Even seeing her talking animatedly to Roger Davies as they mounted their brooms only gave him the faintest stab of jealousy.
And they're off, Lee shouted.
Davies takes the quaffle immediately. Ravenclaw Captain Davies with the quaffle. He dodges Johnson, he dodges Bell, he dodges Spinett too. He's heading straight for goal. He's going to shoot and... Lee swore loudly. He scored. A collective groan rose from the Gryffindor stands. Harry and Hermione groaned with them. And right on cue, the Slytherin started singing. Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring. Harry clenched his jaw. Then suddenly,
Harry.
A rough whisper in his ear.
Hermione.
Harry spun around. Hagrid's enormous bearded face was wedged awkwardly between the rows of seats behind them. He must have squeezed his way all along the bench. The first and second years he'd passed looked flattened and rumpled. For some reason, Hagrid was stooping low as though trying not to be noticed. Which was ridiculous.
Even hunched over, he towered above everyone. Listen, he whispered urgently. Can you come with me?
He darted a nervous look around.
Now, while everyone's watching the match.
Harry blinked.
Can't it wait till it's over? Hagrid shook his head immediately. Number. His voice was strained. No, Harry.
He swallowed.
It's got to be now, while everyone's looking the other way.
He looked desperate.
Please.
Harry stared.
Up close, Hagrid looked awful. His nose was trickling blood.
Both eyes were bruised and swollen black. His face was battered.
Exhausted. Miserable.
Harry's hesitation vanished. Of course. Hermione nodded at once.
Come on.
They edged sideways along the row. Students muttered angrily as they had to stand and move for them. But when they reached Hagrid's row, nobody complained. The younger students only pressed themselves back as far as possible, trying not to get squashed. I appreciate this, Hagrid muttered as they reached the steps. He kept glancing around nervously.
I really do.
He led them down toward the lawn below the stands. Still hunched. Still looking over his shoulder. I just hope she doesn't notice us leaving. You mean Umbridge? Harry asked. She won't notice. She's got the whole inquisitorial squad with her. Didn't you see? She's probably expecting trouble during the match. Yeah, well, a bit of trouble wouldn't hurt, Hagrid muttered. He stopped suddenly and leaned around the side of the stands, checking whether the stretch of grass between them and his cabin was clear.
Give us more time. What is it, Hagrid? Hermione asked, hurrying to keep pace beside him.
She looked up anxiously at his bruised face.
You'll see in a minute, Hagrid said.
He glanced back toward the stands as a huge roar went up behind them.
Hey, did someone score?
It'll be Ravenclaw, Harry said gloomily. Good, good, Hagrid muttered distractedly.
That's good.
Harry frowned. Hagrid barely seemed to hear himself. He strode faster across the lawn. Harry and Hermione had to jog to keep up. Every few seconds Hagrid looked over his shoulder.
Or scanned the grounds.
Or peered toward the castle, as if he expected someone to leap out and stop him. When they reached his cabin, Hermione automatically veered toward the front door. But Hagrid marched straight past it, into the shadows beneath the trees at the edge of the forbidden forest. That, propped against a tree trunk, was a large crossbow. Hagrid had stopped. "We're going in here," he said, jerking his shaggy head toward the dark trees behind him. Hermione blinked.
Into the forest. Yeah.
Hagrid nodded impatiently.
Come on quick now, before we're spotted.
Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. Then, without much choice, followed him into the trees. The air grew cooler instantly. Dimmer. Green shadows swallowed them as Hagrid strode ahead, the crossbow tucked under one arm. Harry and Hermione hurried to catch up.
Hagrid, Harry said breathlessly, why are you carrying that?
Hagrid shrugged his huge shoulders. Just a precaution. Harry frowned. Hermione spoke quietly. You didn't bring your crossbow when you showed us the thestrals. Hagrid grunted.
Nah, well...
He pushed aside a low branch. We weren't going in this far then. He paused.
And anyway...
He glanced back over his shoulder. That was before Firenze left the forest, wasn't it? Hermione looked puzzled. Why does Firenze leaving make a difference? Hagrid lowered his voice.
Because the other centaurs are riled at me.
He glanced between the trees as he spoke.
That's why.
He sighed heavily.
They used to be...
He searched for the word.
Well...
He shrugged. You couldn't exactly call 'em friendly. He gave a crooked half-smile. But we got on all right. Kept to themselves. Turned up if I wanted a word. He shook his head grimly.
Not anymore.
The forest seemed to grow darker around them.
And for the first time,
Harry began to feel uneasy. Firenze said they were angry because he took the job with Dumbledore, Harry said, stumbling over a thick tree root because he was watching Hagrid's face instead of the path. Yeah, Hagrid said heavily. His voice was grim. Well, angry doesn't cover it. He shoved aside a branch.
Ruddy furious.
He paused. If I hadn't stepped in... He glanced back at them.
I reckon they'd have kicked Firenze to death.
Hermione gasped. They attacked him. Yep, Hagrid said shortly. He forced his way through a curtain of hanging branches.
Had half the herd on him.
Harry stared.
And you stopped them.
He was genuinely amazed. By yourself. Hagrid looked almost offended. Course I did. He snorted.
Couldn't stand there watching them kill him, could I?
He shrugged. Lucky I was passing. Then suddenly his face darkened. Though I'd have thought Firenze might remember that. His voice sharpened unexpectedly.
Before he started sending me stupid warnings.
Harry and Hermione exchanged startled looks. Hagrid was scowling furiously. But he said no more. Anyway, he muttered after a moment. He was breathing a little harder now. Since then, the other centaurs have been furious with me. He glanced into the trees.
And the trouble is...
He lowered his voice. They've got influence. He nodded toward the dark forest around them. Cleverest creatures in here. Hermione frowned. Is that why you brought us here? She hesitated. The centaurs. Hagrid shook his head impatiently.
No.
He waved a huge hand. Not them. He frowned.
Well.
He reconsidered. They could make things worse. He sighed. But you'll see. And with that deeply unhelpful answer, He fell silent. He pushed ahead again. His enormous strides carried him quickly through the trees. Harry and Hermione had to half-jog to keep up. The deeper they went, the worse the path became. Branches clawed at them. Roots twisted underfoot. The trees crowded so close together overhead that the light almost disappeared. It felt like dusk, cold and dim. They passed far beyond the clearing where Hagrid had shown them the thestrals. Harry had been uneasy before. Now he was beginning to feel properly frightened. Then Hagrid suddenly stepped off the path, straight into the thickest part of the forest. Harry stopped dead.
Hagrid.
He shoved through a tangle of brambles, remembering all too clearly what had happened the last time he'd left the path in the forbidden forest. "Where are we going?" "Bit further," Hagrid called over his shoulder. His voice was muffled by the trees.
"Come on, Harry."
He sounded urgent now. "We need to stick together." That was easier said than done. Hagrid smashed through the undergrowth as though it were nothing more than cobwebs. Harry and Hermione were not so lucky. Branches snagged their robes. Thorns scratched their skin. Brambles wrapped around their ankles and wrists. More than once they had to stop and yank themselves free. Harry's arms and legs were soon stinging with cuts and scratches. The forest closed tighter around them. Darker. Denser.
Quieter.
Sometimes all Harry could see ahead was Hagrid's huge shadow moving through the gloom. Every sound felt dangerous. The snap of a twig made Harry whirl around. The faintest rustle in the leaves made him freeze, even if it was only a bird.
Or a squirrel.
Or the wind. His heart hammered anyway. And then another thought struck him.
A far worse one.
He had never come this deep into the forbidden forest without encountering something.
Spiders.
Centaurs.
Unicorns.
Thestrals.
Something.
But now there was nothing. No movement. No glowing eyes.
No shapes in the dark. Nothing at all. And somehow,
that felt far more ominous than if the forest had been crawling with creatures. Hagrid, would it be okay if we lit our wands? Hermione whispered.
Yeah, all right, Hagrid murmured back.
Then he hesitated. In fact, he stopped so suddenly that Hermione walked straight into him and bounced backward. Harry grabbed her just before she hit the ground.
"Maybe," Hagrid said in a low voice, turning around to face them. "Maybe we ought to stop a minute."
He swallowed. "So I can explain." He shifted awkwardly. "Before we get there." "Good," Hermione said at once. Harry helped her upright. They both raised their wands.
Lumos.
Two small beams of light sprang into the darkness. Hagrid's face swam into view. The light made him look worse. His bruises stood out darker. His expression was drawn. Nervous.
Sad.
"Right," Hagrid muttered. He took a deep breath. "Well?" He looked down at them. "There's a good chance I'm going to get the sack any day now." Harry froze. Hermione gasped softly. They looked at each other. Then back at Hagrid. "But you've lasted this long," Hermione said carefully.
"What makes you think—" "Umbridge reckons I'm the one who put that niffler in her office."
Harry blinked.
Was it? He asked before he could stop himself.
Hagrid looked deeply offended.
No, it ruddy well was.
He swallowed hard. I'd leave now. Harry stared. Before she gets the chance to do it in front of the whole school. His voice turned bitter, like she did to Trelawney.
No, Hermione said at once.
Harry stepped forward too.
You can't.
But Hagrid waved one enormous hand to silence them. It's not the end of the world. He forced a smile. I can help Dumbledore. He nodded.
Help the Order.
He sniffed. You lot'll have grubbly plank. He tried to sound cheerful. You'll get through your exams fine. But his voice cracked. Hermione lifted a hand toward his arm. Don't worry about me, Hagrid said quickly. He fumbled in his waistcoat and pulled out a huge spotted handkerchief. He blew his nose loudly, then dabbed at his eyes.
Look.
He swallowed. I wouldn't be telling you any of this if I didn't have to. He looked from Harry to Hermione. If I go? He hesitated. I can't leave without telling someone. His voice trembled.
'Cause I'll need you to help me.
He drew a shaky breath. You too.
And Ron too, if he'll do it. Of course we'll help, Harry said instantly. He didn't even think.
What do you need?
Hagrid gave a huge sniff.
Then he patted Harry on the shoulder so hard Harry slammed sideways into a tree.
I knew you would.
His voice was muffled in the handkerchief.
I knew it.
He blew his nose again. Come on. He gestured forward.
Not far now.
He squinted ahead. Mind the nettles. They walked on in silence. The forest seemed darker than ever. 15 long minutes passed. Harry was just opening his mouth to ask how much farther, when Hagrid suddenly threw out one massive arm. Harry and Hermione stopped dead.
Easy, Hagrid whispered.
Very quiet now. They crept forward. Slowly. Carefully. And then Harry saw it.
A huge mound of earth.
Smooth.
Rounded.
Almost as tall as Hagrid. Harry's stomach dropped. For one terrible second, he thought it was the den of some gigantic beast. The ground around it had been torn apart. Trees had been ripped out by the roots. Their trunks and branches lay piled high around the mound like a barricade. A rough wall of broken wood. Hagrid crouched behind it. Harry and Hermione followed.
Sleeping, Hagrid breathed.
And suddenly, Harry realized the mound was moving. A low, steady rumble rolled through the darkness. At first, Harry thought it was thunder somewhere far away. Then he realized it was breathing. Slow.
Heavy. Rhythmic.
Like the rise and fall of enormous lungs dragging air in and out. The sound vibrated through the ground beneath his feet. Harry turned toward Hermione. Her face had gone white. Her mouth hung slightly open. Her wand trembled violently in her hand.
She looked horrified. Hagrid, she whispered.
Her voice was almost swallowed by the creature's breathing.
Who is he?
Harry barely heard her.
Who?
He had been about to ask what. His head snapped back toward the mound. Hermione stared at Hagrid with wide, accusing eyes.
Hagrid, you told us.
Her voice shook. You told us none of them wanted to come. Harry frowned. Then understanding struck him so suddenly it felt like ice water had been poured down his back.
He gasped.
The mound moved again. Slowly.
Steadily. Rising. Falling.
Breathing. It wasn't earth. It wasn't stone. It was a back. A gigantic curved back. And lying before them, sleeping in the middle of the shattered clearing, was a giant. Well, no, he didn't want to come, Hagrid whispered desperately. He sounded as though he was pleading for mercy. But I had to bring him, Hermione. His huge hands twisted together helplessly.
I had to.
But why? Hermione whispered. She sounded close to tears. Why would you what? She stared at the sleeping giant, then back at Hagrid.
Oh, Hagrid. Hagrid's face crumpled. I thought.
He swallowed hard.
I thought if I could just get him back here.
He sniffed loudly.
Teach him some manners.
He gestured weakly toward the giant.
Then maybe I could bring him out. Show everyone he's harmless. Harmless? Hermione squeaked.
Her voice rose so sharply Hagrid nearly leapt out of his skin. He flapped both hands frantically. Shh, shh. The giant grunted, shifted in his sleep. A tree branch snapped beneath one massive arm. Harry froze. Hermione clapped both hands over her mouth.
He's been hurting you, Hermione hissed when she dared speak again.
Her eyes flashed.
That's what all these injuries are.
Hagrid shook his head quickly.
He don't know his own strength.
He sounded defensive now.
And he's getting better.
He nodded eagerly. He's not fighting so much anymore. So this is why it took you 2 months to get back, Hermione whispered. She looked torn between fury and panic.
Oh, Hagrid.
She shook her head.
Why did you bring him if he didn't want to come?
Her voice cracked. Wouldn't he have been happier with his own kind? Hagrid's eyes filled instantly.
They were bullying him, he whispered.
His beard quivered.
Because he's small.
Hermione stared, then let out a strangled laugh.
Small.
She looked back at the giant. Small.
Hermione.
Tears spilled down Hagrid's bruised cheeks.
I couldn't leave him. His voice broke. He's my brother. Silence.
Hermione's jaw dropped. Harry stared. His brain seemed to stop working.
Hagrid, Harry said slowly.
His voice sounded strange in his own ears. When you say brother?
Hagrid sniffed. Half-brother.
He wiped his nose on the spotted handkerchief. Turns out me mum took up with another giant after she left me dad. He pointed toward the sleeping giant. And had Grawp. Grawp, Harry repeated blankly. Hagrid nodded.
That's what it sounds like when he says it.
He looked anxious. He doesn't speak much English. Hagrid's voice softened.
I've been trying to teach him.
Harry looked back at Grawp. The giant snored. The earth trembled. Hagrid sighed. She didn't care much for him neither. He looked miserable. With giantesses, he shrugged helplessly. It's all about having big, strong kids. He lowered his voice. Grawp's always been a bit runty. Harry blinked.
Runty. Only 16 foot.
Hermione let out a sound, halfway between a laugh and a sob. Oh, yes. She nodded wildly.
Tiny.
Madame Maxime left? Hagrid nodded. She promised not to tell anyone. Hermione let out a weak, disbelieving laugh. How did you even get him here without anyone noticing? Harry asked.
Hagrid shrugged.
That's why it took so long. He jerked a thumb toward Grawp. Could only travel at night. Had to stick to wild places. He scratched his beard.
And he can move fast when he wants to. Hagrid sighed heavily.
But he kept trying to go back. Hermione dropped onto the trunk of an uprooted tree. She buried her face in her hands.
Oh, Hagrid.
Her voice was muffled. Why didn't you let him? She looked up.
Her eyes were wild.
What are you supposed to do with a violent giant who doesn't even want to be here?
Violence a bit strong, Hagrid muttered.
He looked offended.
I mean...
He raised a hand defensively. He may have taken a couple swings at me now and then. Harry stared.
A couple swings.
But he's getting better, Hagrid said quickly. He nodded eagerly.
Loads better.
Settling down. Harry's eyes moved past Hagrid. Something caught his attention. Thick ropes.
Ropes as thick as young tree trunks.
They stretched from several massive trees. Toward Grawp. Harry frowned. What are those for? Hermione followed his gaze. Her face drained of colour. You have to tie him up, she whispered.
Hagrid looked uncomfortable. Well?
He rubbed the back of his neck.
Yeah.
He glanced at Grawp.
Like I said, he doesn't know his own strength.
Harry looked around. The forest was silent. Too silent. No birds. No rustling.
No signs of life.
Now he understood why. Nothing sane came near this place. Hermione drew in a shaky breath. She hugged herself tightly. So, she swallowed. What exactly do you want Harry and Ron and me to do? Hagrid looked at her. Then at Harry. His voice cracked. Look after him.
Silence. After I'm gone?
Harry and Hermione exchanged a long, miserable look. Harry felt his stomach sink. He had already promised. Without knowing. Without asking. Hermione licked her lips.
What exactly does that mean?
Hagrid brightened slightly.
Oh, not food.
He waved both hands. He can get food.
Birds.
Deer. Whatever. He nodded. No problem there. He lowered his voice. It's company. He looked at Grawp sadly. He needs someone.
Someone to keep trying. Teaching him.
Harry didn't answer. He simply stared. Now that he looked properly, Grawp was even worse. The boulder beside the mound was his head.
Huge. Round. Far too large for the body.
Covered in coarse, tightly curled hair, the colour of dead bracken.
One enormous fleshy ear stuck out near the top.
His head seemed to sit directly on his shoulders.
No neck.
Just like Uncle Vernon. If Uncle Vernon had been 16 feet tall. Grawp's back rose beneath a filthy brown smock. It looked stitched together from animal skins. Poorly sewn. The seams strained with every breath. His shoulders were massive. his body broad and misshapen. His legs were curled awkwardly beneath him. Harry could see the bottoms of his feet. Gigantic. Bare. Caked in dirt. Each one as large as a sledge. They rested one atop the other on the forest floor. Grawp snored. The earth trembled. Harry swallowed hard, and wondered what on earth he had just agreed to. "You want us to teach him," Harry said at last, his voice sounding strangely empty in the darkness, as though the words had been pulled unwillingly from somewhere deep inside him. In that moment, everything clicked into place. Firenze's warning suddenly made perfect sense. His attempt is not working. He would do better to abandon it. Of course, the centaur had not been speaking in riddles at all. He had meant Hagrid, meant this, meant the hopeless, doomed effort of trying to tame, civilize, or educate a giant hidden in the heart of the forbidden forest. Harry imagined the other creatures of the woods listening night after night to Hagrid's booming voice, repeating simple English words while Grawp roared and smashed trees in reply. "Yeah, even if you just talk to him a bit," Hagrid said eagerly, mistaking Harry's hollow stare for consideration. His bruised face brightened with desperate hope. "See? I reckon if he can talk to people, if he gets used to it, he'll understand we like him, really, understand we want him to stay, understand we want." Harry turned slowly to Hermione. She was peering at him through the gaps between her fingers, her eyes enormous with horror. For one absurd second, Harry almost laughed. "Sort of makes you wish we had Norbert back, doesn't it?" he muttered. Hermione let out a thin, shaky laugh that sounded half hysterical.
Hagrid, however, missed the joke entirely.
"So you'll do it then?" he asked anxiously. Harry hesitated. He was trapped. He had already promised. He could feel the weight of it settling over him like chains.
He began reluctantly.
Hermione turned to him in disbelief. Harry swallowed. "We'll try." Hagrid's whole face lit up. Relief flooded his bruised features.
"I knew I could count on you, Harry."
His eyes filled instantly again. He scrubbed at them with the enormous spotted handkerchief.
"And I won't ask too much, honest?"
He sniffed loudly.
"I know you've got exams and everything.
He nodded rapidly.
If you could just sneak down here under your invisibility cloak once a week."
He smiled hopefully.
"Have a little chat with him."
Then he added, as though it were the most natural thing in the world, "I'll wake him up now, introduce you."
"What? No!" Hermione shrieked, leaping to her feet so suddenly she nearly toppled backward off the tree trunk. "Hagrid, no.
She held out both hands.
Please don't wake him."
But it was too late. Hagrid had already clambered over the fallen tree trunk in front of them and was striding toward the sleeping giant. Harry's heart dropped. When Hagrid was about 10 feet away, he bent and picked up a long broken branch from the ground. He turned, gave Harry and Hermione a broad, reassuring smile, then jabbed Grawp hard in the middle of the back. The roar that followed shattered the silence of the forest. It exploded through the trees like thunder. Birds erupted screaming from the branches overhead. The ground shook. The air itself seemed to vibrate. Harry flinched backward. Hermione let out a strangled squeak. Grawp moved. The mound rose. An enormous hand slammed into the earth. The clearing trembled as he pushed himself upright onto his knees. He turned. Slowly, sleepily, searching for whatever had disturbed him. "All right, Grawpy," Hagrid called brightly, though his voice cracked a little. He backed away quickly, the branch still raised like a weapon.
Have a nice sleep, eh?
Harry and Hermione scrambled backward until they hit the wall of ripped-up branches behind them. Grawp knelt between two towering trees he had somehow not yet torn down.
And then they saw his face.
Hermione whimpered. Harry forgot how to breathe.
Inside it,
Jagged yellow teeth the size of bricks glinted in the dim light. His eyes were tiny for such a massive head.
muddy green-brown.
Half stuck shut with sleep. Grawp lifted one filthy fist
Knuckles the size of cricket balls.
and rubbed at his eyes. Then, without warning, he surged upright.
Fast. Far too fast. "Oh my God!" Hermione squealed beside Harry.
The ropes around Grawp's wrists and ankles snapped taut. The trees anchoring them groaned. Wood cracked. Branches shuddered.
He was enormous.
At least 16 feet tall.
Maybe more.
Grawp blinked stupidly around the clearing. Then he reached up. Casually. One hand, the size of a beach umbrella, swept into the branches of a pine tree overhead. He ripped out a bird's nest. Turned it upside down.
Shook it violently.
When no bird fell out,
He roared in fury.
eggs rained down through the air like thrown stones. Hagrid yelped and threw his arms over his head. Anyway. "Grawpy!" Hagrid bellowed, ducking as another shower of broken twigs and pine needles rained down around him. He kept glancing nervously upward in case more eggs came falling from the branches overhead. "I brought some friends to meet you." Grawp made a deep, rumbling noise in his throat. It might have been a growl. It might have been breathing. It was impossible to tell. "Remember," Hagrid shouted desperately, trying to make himself heard over the groaning of bending wood. "Remember, I told you I might." Grawp did not react.
Hagrid pressed on.
"Remember when I said I might have to go away for a bit?"
Still nothing. And leave some people to look after you.
The giant gave another low roar. Harry couldn't tell whether Grawp even recognized Hagrid's voice as speech. At that moment, Grawp reached lazily upward and seized the top of the pine tree. Harry watched in horror as the entire trunk bent toward him. Grawp seemed fascinated. Not angry,
Not hungry.
just curious. Like a child pulling at a toy to see what it would do.
"Grawpy, no!" Hagrid roared.
The earth around the roots cracked with a loud snapping sound.
"That's how you pulled up the others."
Harry stared. So that explained the ripped-up trees.
Hagrid waved both arms. "I got company for you."
Grawp ignored him. "Company."
Hagrid pointed frantically.
"Look down, you great buffoon." Hermione moaned.
"Oh, Hagrid, don't." "I brought you some friends."
Before Harry could move, Hagrid lifted the branch again and jabbed Grawp sharply in the knee. Grawp released the pine tree. It whipped upright with terrifying force. A storm of pine needles and loose bark came crashing down over Hagrid's head. Grawp blinked, then looked down. Slowly, his enormous face lowered toward them. Harry's heart slammed painfully against his ribs. "This," Hagrid said quickly, hurrying toward Harry and Hermione and waving up at them like a showman introducing guests, "is Harry Grawp." Harry nearly choked.
"Harry Potter."
Grawp squinted. His muddy eyes narrowed. "He might come visit you if I have to go away." Grawp leaned closer. Harry could smell him now.
Earth. Sweat. Rotting leaves.
Something sour.
Something wild.
And this Hagrid continued breathlessly, turning toward Hermione. He paused,
Frowned.
then looked at her apologetically. "Would you mind if he called you Hermy?" Hermione stared.
Hagrid shrugged helplessly.
"Your name's a bit hard for him." Hermione made a strangled noise. "Number." She swallowed.
That's fine. This is Hermy Grawp, Hagrid shouted proudly. She's coming too.
He spread his arms. "Two friends for you." He never finished. Grawp's hand shot forward.
Fast as lightning.
Hermione screamed. Harry grabbed her around the waist and yanked her backward behind the tree. Grawp's fist slammed into the trunk. Wood splintered. The entire tree shook violently. Grawp's hand closed on empty air. "Bad boy, Grawpy!" Hagrid thundered. Hermione clung to Harry so hard her nails dug through his robes. She was shaking uncontrollably.
Very bad boy.
Hagrid's voice boomed through the clearing.
You don't grab. A sickening thud. Ouch!
Harry risked peeking around the trunk.
Hagrid lay flat on his back.
One huge hand clamped over his nose. Blood streamed between his fingers. Grawp had apparently already forgotten him. He was standing upright again, pulling at the pine tree, watching it bend with vacant delight. "Right," Hagrid said thickly. He staggered to his feet. His nose was bleeding badly. With one hand he pinched it shut. With the other he picked up his crossbow. "Well," he looked exhausted now. "There ye are." He sniffed. "Met him." He nodded weakly. "And now he'll know you when you come back." Harry stared. Hermione made a tiny choking sound. Grawp smiled vaguely at the bending tree. The roots groaned louder. Cracks split through the earth. "Well?"
Hagrid sniffed again. "I reckon that's enough for one day."
Harry and Hermione nodded so fast it was almost violent. "We'll go back now, shall we?" Neither of them argued. Hagrid slung the crossbow over his shoulder. Still holding his nose, he turned and trudged into the trees. Harry and Hermione followed immediately, not daring to look back. While behind them the forest echoed with the sound of ripping roots. "You saved him," Harry said quietly at last, his voice hollow with disbelief. The meaning of Firenze's warning was suddenly crystal clear now. His attempt is not working. He would do better to abandon it. Of course, the other creatures in the Forbidden Forest had heard Hagrid's endless, hopeless attempts to teach Grawp English, and knew better than anyone that the effort was doomed. "Yeah, even if you just talk to him a bit," Hagrid said hopefully, his shaggy face brightening for the first time in what felt like hours. "I reckon if he learns to talk proper, he'll understand we all like him, really, and want him to stay." Harry turned to Hermione Granger, who stared back at him through the gaps between her fingers, pale and shaken. "Kinda makes you wish we had Norbert back, doesn't it?" he muttered. A weak, trembling laugh escaped Hermione.
"You'll do it then?" Hagrid asked eagerly, clearly having missed the joke.
Harry let out a long breath. He had already given his word. There was no escaping it now. "We'll try," he said at last.
Hagrid's huge face split into a watery, grateful smile. I knew I could count on you, Harry.
He dabbed at his eyes with his enormous spotted handkerchief.
And I won't ask too much. I know you've got exams and all, maybe once a week. Sneak down in that invisibility cloak of yours. Just have a little chat with him.
Harry barely had time to register what Hagrid was saying before
Hermione squeaked, springing upright so fast she nearly tripped. Hagrid, really, that's not necessary.
Too late. Hagrid had already grabbed a long, broken branch from the ground and marched right up to the sleeping giant. He glanced back over his shoulder and gave them an absurdly reassuring smile, then jabbed the branch hard into the centre of Grawp's back. The forest exploded. Grawp's roar ripped through the trees like thunder. Birds burst shrieking from the canopy overhead. The ground trembled beneath Harry's feet as the enormous creature lurched upright, one hand slamming into the earth to push himself to his knees.
All right, Grawpy, Hagrid called in a forced, cheerful voice, backing away quickly with the branch raised like a flimsy weapon. Nice sleep, eh?
Harry and Hermione stumbled backward as far as they could without losing sight of him. Grawp rose between two towering trees, and Harry stared up into the largest face he had ever seen, a monstrous grey moon hanging in the darkness. His features looked hacked into stone, a stubby, flattened nose, a crooked mouth crammed with jagged yellow teeth the size of bricks, and small muddy eyes crusted with sleep. Grawp rubbed those tiny eyes with filthy knuckles the size of cricket balls. Then he stood. Hermione gave a strangled squeal. The ropes tied around Grawp's wrists and ankles strained so hard the surrounding trees groaned in protest. He was colossal, easily 16 feet tall. Still half asleep, Grawp reached lazily upward, ripped a bird's nest from the branches of a pine tree, turned it upside down, and roared angrily when no bird fell out. Eggs rained down like bombs. Hagrid threw his arms over his head.
Anyway, Grawpy, he shouted desperately over the crashing branches. I've brought friends to meet you, remember? I told you I might have to go away for a bit, leave them to look after you.
Grawp answered only with another low bellow. He grabbed the top of the pine tree and yanked it toward him, apparently delighted by the way it bent and sprang.
Grawpy, don't do that, Hagrid yelled. That's how you pulled up the others.
Harry saw the ground around the roots begin to split.
I got company for ye, Hagrid bellowed. Friends. Oh no, Hermione whispered.
Hagrid poked Grawp sharply in the knee. The giant let go of the tree and lowered his massive head. This is Harry. Grawp, Hagrid shouted, dragging Harry into view. Harry Potter. He might come visit you. Grawp blinked. And this is Hermione. Hagrid paused and turned awkwardly. Would you mind if he called you Hermy? Easier for him.
No, Hermione squeaked.
This is Hermy. Grawp. Grawp's hand shot forward so suddenly Harry barely had time to react. He grabbed Hermione and yanked her behind a tree just as the giant's fist smashed against the trunk where she had been standing.
Bad boy! Grawpy! Hagrid roared.
Harry peeked around the tree. Hagrid was flat on his back, clutching his face, blood pouring through his fingers. Grawp had evidently swatted him aside and was already distracted again, hauling on the pine tree with blissful concentration.
Hagrid staggered up, pinching his bleeding nose. Well, he mumbled thickly, shouldering his crossbow. Now he knows you.
Harry and Hermione did not argue. They fled. For a long time nobody spoke, not even when, far behind them, a deafening crash echoed through the forest as Grawp finally uprooted the pine. Hermione's face was white. Harry's mind churned. What would happen when someone discovered a 16-foot giant hidden in the forbidden forest? and worse, he had promised to help civilize him. Then Hagrid froze.
Hold it.
He drew an arrow from his quiver and fitted it into the crossbow. Harry and Hermione raised their wands. Something moved in the shadows.
Oh, blimey, Hagrid muttered.
A deep voice spoke.
I thought we told you. Hagrid, you are no longer welcome here.
A centaur stepped into the pale green light, proud-faced, black-haired, chestnut-bodied, and armed. Megorian. Behind him came more. Harry recognized Bane at once. So, Bane said coldly, we agreed what we would do if this human ever showed his face in the forest again.
This human now, am I? Hagrid snapped, after stopping you lot committing murder.
You should not have meddled, Megorian said calmly. Our laws are not yours. Firenze dishonoured us. He helped Albus Dumbledore, Hagrid barked. He entered servitude to humans, another centaur said.
Servitude, Hagrid scoffed.
He gives our knowledge to them, Megorian replied. There is no return from such disgrace.
Hagrid's huge shoulders stiffened. You're making a mistake. As are you, Bane said darkly, coming back after we warned you.
Hagrid's temper flared.
I'll have less of this our forest business if it's all the same to ye.
Megorian stepped forward, unblinking. I let you pass today because you are with your young. They are not his, Bane sneered. Students, already tainted by the traitor's teachings. Megorian ignored him. We do not kill the innocent. Today you pass, but hear this, Hagrid. The centaur's voice turned colder than the shadows around them.
You forfeited the friendship of the centaurs the moment you helped Firenze escape. I won't be kept out of the forbidden forest by a bunch of old mules like ye. Hagrid bellowed furiously, his booming voice crashing through the trees long after the centaurs had begun to disappear into the shadows. Hagrid! Squeaked Hermione Granger in a thin, terrified voice, as both Bane and the grey centaur pawed the earth in warning. Please, let's just go.
Hagrid lumbered forward at last, though his crossbow remained raised and his dark eyes stayed locked on Megorian with open defiance. We know what you are hiding in the forest, Hagrid, Megorian called after them, his deep voice echoing through the gloom, and our patience is wearing thin.
Hagrid stopped dead.
For one alarming second it looked as though he might turn and charge straight back.
You'll tolerate him as long as he's here, he roared over his shoulder. It's as much his forest as yours.
Harry and Hermione both threw themselves against Hagrid's enormous moleskin waistcoat, pushing with all the strength they had left in a desperate effort to keep him moving. Hagrid scowled fiercely for another moment, then glanced down.
Only then did he seem to notice the two of them straining uselessly against him.
His expression flickered into mild surprise.
Calm down, you two, he muttered, finally, allowing himself to be steered onward. Ruddy old mules.
Hermione was panting as they hurried away through the dark undergrowth.
Hagrid, she said breathlessly as they skirted a patch of stinging nettles. If the centaurs don't want humans in the forest, then it doesn't really seem likely Harry and I can come down here to visit. Ah, you heard what they said? Hagrid replied dismissively with a wave of one huge hand. They wouldn't hurt foals? I mean, kids? Anyway, we can't let ourselves be pushed around by that lot.
Harry caught Hermione's eye. Nice try, he muttered. Hermione looked thoroughly crushed. At last, they stumbled back onto the path, and after another 10 exhausting minutes, the trees began to thin. Shafts of bright blue sky broke through the branches overhead, and from somewhere in the distance came the unmistakable sound of roaring cheers and excited shouting. Was that another goal? Hagrid asked, squinting toward the Quidditch pitch.
Ah, you heard what they said? Hagrid replied dismissively with a wave of one huge hand. They wouldn't hurt foals. I mean, kids. Anyway, we can't let ourselves be pushed around by that lot.
Harry caught Hermione's eye. Nice try, he muttered. Hermione looked thoroughly crushed. At last, they stumbled back onto the path, and after another 10 exhausting minutes, the trees began to thin. Shafts of bright blue sky broke through the branches overhead, and from somewhere in the distance came the unmistakable sound of roaring cheers and excited shouting. Was that another goal? Hagrid asked, squinting toward the Quidditch pitch. Or do you reckon the match is over?
I don't know, Hermione said miserably.
Harry looked at her and winced. She was a mess. Her hair was tangled with leaves and twigs. Her robes were torn in several places. Thin red scratches lined her face and arms. He was fairly sure he looked no better. I reckon it's over, Hagrid said after another moment, peering toward the stadium. Look, people are coming out already. If you two hurry, you can blend in with the crowd. No one will know you weren't there. Good idea, said Harry quickly. See you later, Hagrid. They hurried away across the grass. The moment they were out of earshot, Hermione exploded.
I don't believe him, she said shakily. I honestly don't believe him. Calm down, Harry muttered. Calm down, she repeated in a near-hysterical voice. A giant, Harry! A giant in the forest, and we're supposed to teach him English.
She flung her arms in the air. That's assuming we even survive getting past a herd of murderous centaurs every time we visit. Her voice rose with every word.
I don't believe him.
Harry lowered his voice as they merged with a crowd of loudly chattering Hufflepuff students heading back toward Hogwarts Castle. We don't have to do anything yet, he said quietly, trying to sound reassuring, though he felt anything but. Hagrid only wants us to help if he gets thrown out. He hesitated. And that might not happen.
Even as he said it, neither of them looked convinced. Oh, honestly? Harry, Hermione Granger snapped, stopping so abruptly in the middle of the path that the students behind them had to veer around her in irritation. Of course he's going to be thrown out. And frankly, after what we just saw, who could blame Dolores Umbridge?
There was a sharp silence. Harry stared at her. Slowly, Hermione's eyes filled with tears. You didn't mean that, Harry said quietly. Hermione blinked hard and wiped angrily at her face.
No, she admitted in a shaky voice. No. All right, I didn't.
She drew in a breath, still trembling. But why does he always have to make things so difficult? She burst out. For himself. For us. Harry shoved his hands deeper into his pockets.
I don't know.
From somewhere ahead came a familiar chant, drifting across the lawns. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. He didn't let the quaffle in. Weasley is our king. Hermione groaned.
And I wish they'd stop singing that stupid song, she muttered miserably. Haven't the Slytherins gloated enough?
A flood of students was now streaming uphill from the Quidditch pitch toward Hogwarts Castle.
Oh, let's get inside before we have to face them, Hermione said.
But then the words changed. Weasley can save anything. He never leaves a single ring. That's why Gryffindors all sing, Weasley is our king. Harry froze.
Hermione, he said slowly.
The song was getting louder and louder.
And it wasn't coming from green and silver.
It was coming from red and gold. A massive crowd of jubilant Gryffindors surged toward the castle, chanting at the top of their lungs and carrying one triumphant figure high above their heads. Hermione gasped.
No.
Harry's face split into a grin.
Yes. Harry, Hermione.
Ron Weasley was perched on the shoulders of his teammates, waving the silver Quidditch cup wildly in the air, his face glowing with disbelief and joy.
We did it, he shouted. We won.
Harry and Hermione beamed up at him as the crowd swept past. At the castle doors there was such a crush that Ron's head banged hard against the stone lintel, but nobody cared enough to put him down. Still singing at full volume, the celebrating crowd poured into the entrance hall and vanished from sight. Harry and Hermione stood on the steps watching them go, grinning helplessly as the last echoes of "Weasley is our king" rang through the evening air. Then the song faded, and so did their smiles. Reality came crashing back. Harry sighed. "We'll tell him tomorrow," he said quietly. Hermione nodded wearily. "Yes, tomorrow." Neither seemed eager to ruin tonight. They climbed the steps together in silence. At the great front doors, both stopped and turned instinctively to look back toward the dark line of the forbidden forest. Harry squinted. Far above the treetops in the distance, a flock of birds suddenly burst into the sky in a frantic cloud. He couldn't be sure. But it looked very much as though somewhere deep in the forest, a tree had just been ripped out by the roots. Chapter 31.
All will be less.
Ron's triumph at helping Gryffindor snatch the Quidditch Cup was so overwhelming that the next day he was practically incapable of focusing on anything else. He couldn't sit still.
He couldn't revise.
He couldn't stop talking. Every conversation, no matter how it started, somehow found its way back to the match.
As a result, Harry and Hermione Granger found it nearly impossible to bring up Grawp.
Not that either of them was trying very hard. Neither relished the thought of dragging Ron crashing back to reality after the best day of his life. Since the weather was unusually warm and bright, they eventually persuaded him to come revise with them beneath the great beech tree by the lake, far enough from the castle that nobody in the common room might overhear what they had to say. Ron had resisted at first. He was thoroughly enjoying the constant stream of congratulatory slaps on the back from every passing Gryffindor, not to mention the random bursts of song. Weasley is our king. But after enough coaxing, he agreed that perhaps some fresh air would clear his head. It did nothing of the sort. The three of them spread out their books in the cool shade beneath the beech tree. Ron immediately launched into another retelling of the match. At least the 12th. So there I was. Ron began importantly, leaning back against the trunk. I'd already let in that one from Davies, so obviously I wasn't feeling brilliant. He gestured dramatically. But then Bradley came at me out of nowhere, and suddenly I thought, "You can do this?" Harry stared blankly at his notes. Hermione pretended to read.
Ron, oblivious, pressed on. I only had about a second to choose which way to dive, because he looked like he was aiming for the right hoop, my right, obviously, his left.
He frowned in concentration. But I had this weird feeling he was faking me out.
Ron jabbed a finger in the air.
So I took a chance and flew left his right. and... He paused for effect. Well, he gave a modest shrug. You saw what happened. With entirely unnecessary flair, Ron raked a hand through his hair, making it stick up in what he clearly imagined was an attractively windswept way. Then he casually glanced sideways to see whether the nearby third-year Hufflepuff girls gossiping nearby had overheard. Harry's mouth twitched. The image was too familiar. For one brief, startling second, Ron looked exactly like another Gryffindor Quidditch star who had once sat beneath this very tree, tousling his hair and showing off. James Potter.
And then, Ron continued, when Chambers came at me 5 minutes later.
He stopped. What? He demanded suspiciously. Harry had started grinning. Why are you smiling?
I'm not, Harry said quickly, dropping his eyes to his transfiguration notes and trying to flatten his expression. I'm just glad we won.
Ron narrowed his eyes.
Then, slowly, he smiled.
Yeah, he said dreamily. We won. He savoured the words. Then his face lit up again. Did you see the look on Cho Chang's face when Ginny Weasley grabbed the snitch right from under her nose? Harry's expression darkened instantly.
I suppose she cried, he asked bitterly. Ron thought. Well, yeah.
He frowned slightly.
More because she was angry than upset, though.
Then he looked at Harry oddly. But you saw her chuck a broom when she landed, didn't you? Harry hesitated.
Ron blinked.
Before Harry could invent an answer, Hermione sighed deeply and shut her book.
Actually, no, Ron.
She gave him an apologetic look.
As a matter of fact?
She hesitated. The only part of the match Harry and I saw was Davies scoring the first goal. Ron's carefully arranged windswept hair seemed to collapse at once. You didn't watch, he said weakly, staring from Harry to Hermione Granger in disbelief. You didn't see any of my saves. Hermione reached out a calming hand.
Well, no, she admitted. But Ron, we didn't want to leave. We had to.
Ron's ears were turning scarlet.
Oh, yeah, he said hotly. Why? It was Hagrid, said Harry. He finally told us why he's been covered in bruises ever since he came back from the Giants. Ron blinked.
He dragged us into the Forbidden Forest, Harry continued. Said it was urgent. We couldn't exactly refuse, you know what he's like. And so they told him. Quickly. 5 minutes later, Ron was no longer offended. He looked stunned. He brought one back, Ron repeated faintly, and hid it in the forest. Yep, said Harry grimly.
Ron shook his head hard. Number.
He said it as if denying it might somehow change reality.
No, he can't have. Well, he has, Hermione said flatly. Grawp is 16 feet tall, enjoys tearing up 20-foot pine trees, and apparently knows me.
She made a face.
As Hermie.
Ron let out a short, disbelieving laugh.
And Hagrid wants us to what?
Teach him English, Harry said.
Ron stared.
Then he said in a kind of reverent horror, He's lost his mind.
Yes, Hermione snapped, turning a page of her intermediate transfiguration with unnecessary force and glaring at a diagram of an owl halfway through becoming opera glasses. Yes, I'm beginning to think so too. Unfortunately.
She sighed. Harry and I promised. Ron flattened his hair absent-mindedly, looking troubled. Well, he said firmly, you'll just have to break that promise. Hermione looked scandalized.
Honestly, come on, we've got exams, we're this close.
He held up thumb and forefinger, almost touching. To being expelled already. And anyway, he counted on his fingers.
Remember, Norbert, Another finger.
Remember Aragog?
He threw up his hands.
Have we ever come out better after dealing with one of Hagrid's monster friends? Hermione's shoulders slumped.
I know, she muttered miserably. It's just, we promised.
Ron sighed. Well, Hagrid hasn't been sacked yet, has he? He leaned back against the tree. He's lasted this long. Maybe he'll survive until the end of term and we won't have to go anywhere near Grawp. The grounds of Hogwarts Castle shimmered under the June sun as though freshly painted. The cloudless blue sky reflected itself in the glittering lake. The lawns rolled in soft green waves under the breeze. Summer had arrived. But for the 5th years, June meant only one thing. Their ordinary wizarding levels were here. Teachers had stopped assigning homework.
Instead, every lesson became revision.
The castle seemed to hum with nervous energy. Students muttered over books in corridors. Whispered incantations drifted through classrooms. The entire school seemed feverish. Even Harry found little room in his mind for anything beyond exams. Though sometimes, during potions, he found himself wondering whether Remus Lupin had ever spoken to Severus Snape about restarting occlumency lessons. If he had, Snape had ignored him. Just as thoroughly as he was now ignoring Harry. And Harry was perfectly happy with that. He was already stressed enough without extra evenings in Snape's dungeon. To Harry's immense relief, Hermione had been too busy to nag him about occlumency lately. She spent most of her time muttering facts under her breath. She had stopped leaving clothes out for house elves. She had even abandoned SPEW temporarily. She wasn't the only one behaving strangely. As the owls drew closer, Ernie Macmillan had developed an alarming obsession.
Study schedules.
"How many hours a day are you revising?" he demanded of Harry and Ron as they stood in line outside herbology one afternoon. His eyes gleamed feverishly.
Ron blinked. I don't know, a few. Ernie leaned in.
More less than 8.
Ron looked alarmed. Less, I suppose.
Ernie gave a grave nod. As if confirming Ron's imminent academic death, as June settled over Hogwarts, the castle grounds glowed under warm sunlight and cloudless skies, but for the 5th years, beauty meant nothing now. Only one thing mattered. The OWLs were coming. Every corridor hummed with nerves, every classroom felt tighter, every student looked half mad. Teachers had stopped assigning homework entirely. Instead, every lesson became a brutal march through revision, cramming likely exam topics into already overloaded minds. The atmosphere was thick with stress and desperation, and it pushed almost everything else from Harry's thoughts.
Almost.
Every now and then, usually in potions, Harry wondered whether Remus Lupin had ever spoken to Severus Snape about continuing occlumency lessons. If he had, Snape was ignoring it.
He was ignoring Harry too. And honestly, Harry was grateful.
He had enough to deal with without more evenings trapped in Snape's office, struggling to clear his mind while being insulted. And, thankfully, Hermione had become too consumed by revision to keep nagging him about it. These days, she spent half her time muttering spells and facts under her breath, pacing around like a tiny, furious professor. She had even stopped laying out knitted clothes for house elves, which Harry thought was a sure sign of the apocalypse. But Hermione wasn't the only one behaving strangely.
As the exams crept closer, everyone at Hogwarts seemed to lose their minds in different ways.
Ernie Macmillan, for instance, had become obsessed with study hours. "How many hours are you revising a day?" he demanded of Harry and Ron while they stood outside herbology, waiting to go into Greenhouse 3. His eyes gleamed with a frightening intensity. "Dunno," said Ron. "A few." "More or less than 8?
"Less, I suppose," said Ron, suddenly looking alarmed.
Ernie puffed out his chest. "I'm doing 8, sometimes 9. I revise an hour before breakfast every day. 8's my average. I can do 10 on a good weekend. I did 9.5 on Monday. Tuesday was disappointing, only 7.25. Wednesday." Harry had never been so thankful to see Pomona Sprout appear and usher them inside before Ernie could continue his horrifying recital. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy had discovered a much crueler way to spread panic. A few days before the exams began, Harry overheard him outside Potions, speaking loudly to Crabbe and Goyle.
"Of course," Malfoy drawled smugly. "It's not what you know, it's who you know. Father's been friends with the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority for years, old Griselda Marchbanks. We've had her round for dinner and everything."
Hermione immediately went pale.
"Do you think that's true?" she whispered anxiously.
"Nothing we can do if it is," said Ron gloomily. But then, from behind them, Neville Longbottom spoke quietly. "I don't think it's true. Professor Marchbanks is a friend of Gran's. She's never mentioned the Malfoys." Hermione turned to him instantly.
"What's she like? Is she strict?"
Neville looked miserable. "Bit like Gran, really." Ron tried to sound encouraging.
"Well, knowing her won't hurt your chances, will it?"
Neville's face fell further.
"I don't think it'll make any difference. Gran's always telling Professor Marchbanks I'm not as good as my dad."
He stared at the floor. Harry, Ron and Hermione exchanged awkward glances. It was the first time Neville had openly acknowledged that they'd seen him at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. No one knew what to say. And as if stress and rumours weren't enough, a thriving black market had sprung up among the older students. Everywhere Harry turned, people whispered about miracle potions and magical stimulants. Concentration aids, memory enhancers, wakefulness drafts.
Eddie Carmichael, a Ravenclaw 6th year, cornered Harry and Ron with a bottle of Baruffio's brain elixir.
He swore it was the reason he'd earned 9 outstanding owls the year before.
"1 pint," he said grandly, "for only 12 galleons."
Ron was ready to split the cost immediately. He even promised Harry he'd pay him back the moment he left Hogwarts and got a job. But before either of them could hand over the money, Hermione struck. She snatched the bottle from Eddie's hand and marched straight to the nearest toilet. The entire contents vanished down it.
"Hermione!" Ron shouted. "We wanted to buy that." "Don't be stupid," she snapped. "You might as well buy Harold Dingle's powdered dragon claw." Ron's eyes widened.
Dingle's got powdered dragon claw. "Not anymore," Hermione said coldly. "I confiscated that too." Ron looked outraged. "Dragon claw works. It's supposed to make you brilliant for hours, cunning and sharp, and Hermione, just give me a pinch."
"This stuff can kill you," Hermione said grimly. "I checked it."
She folded her arms. "It's dried doxy droppings." That ended the discussion. Very quickly, soon after, during Transfiguration, the 5th years received the thing they had all been dreading: their official examination timetables and detailed instructions for the OWLs. The final countdown had begun. Professor Minerva McGonagall stood at the front of the classroom, stern and composed as ever, while the scratching of quills filled the room. Every 5th year in Gryffindor was hurriedly copying dates and times from the blackboard. Their OWL schedule, the timetable that would decide their futures. "As you can see," Professor McGonagall said crisply, Pacing before the board, your OWLs are spread across 2 consecutive weeks. Theory examinations will take place in the mornings. Practical examinations will be held in the afternoons. She paused. Your practical astronomy examination, of course, will take place at night. A collective groan seemed to ripple through the room, as if morning exams and afternoon practicals weren't enough. Now they were expected to function in the middle of the night, too. McGonagall's sharp eyes swept over the class.
Now, I must warn you.
The room instantly fell silent. The most stringent anti-cheating charms have been placed upon your examination papers.
That got everyone's attention.
Auto-answer quills are banned. Remembrals are banned. Detachable cribbing cuffs are banned. Self-correcting ink is banned. Harry could almost feel Fred and George somewhere in the distance taking notes. Every year, McGonagall continued, lips thinning slightly, there seems to be at least one student who believes he or she can outsmart the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Her gaze sharpened. I can only hope it is nobody in Gryffindor. Then she paused. And when she spoke again, her voice carried a note of deep disgust. Our new headmistress. She pronounced the word as though it physically hurt her. Harry was suddenly reminded of Petunia Dursley looking at something sticky and revolting on the kitchen floor. Has asked the heads of house to remind students that cheating will be punished most severely. McGonagall's nostrils flared. Because, of course, your examination results will reflect upon the headmistress's new regime. There was a tiny sigh.
A tiny, furious sigh. But, she said firmly, straightening, that is no reason not to do your very best.
Her eyes softened just slightly. You have your own futures to think about. Hermione's hand shot into the air so fast it nearly blurred.
Yes, Miss Granger.
When will we get our results, Professor?
In July, said McGonagall, an owl will be sent.
From somewhere nearby, Dean Thomas muttered loudly enough for several people to hear. Brilliant, so we don't have to worry till the holidays. A few students snorted.
Harry didn't.
Instead, he imagined himself back at Privet Drive in 6 weeks' time, waiting for the post. At least, he thought dully, one thing was certain. There'd definitely be a letter. Their first exam, Theory of Charms, was set for Monday morning. On Sunday afternoon, Harry had agreed to test Hermione. It was a terrible decision. Hermione was beyond stressed. She kept snatching the book back every few seconds. No, wait, ask me that again.
No, that's not the exact wording. Let me check.
Finally, while lunging for the book yet again, she smacked Harry hard across the nose with the sharp corner of Achievements in Charming. Harry yelped. His eyes watered instantly.
Why don't you just test yourself? He snapped, thrusting the book back at her.
Across the room, Ron had shoved his fingers in his ears and was trying to memorize 2 solid years of Charms notes. His lips moved silently. His face was pale. He looked like a man trying to survive a shipwreck. Nearby, Seamus Finnegan was lying flat on his back on the floor, staring at the ceiling and reciting the definition of a substantive charm. Dean crouched beside him with the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5, checking each word. At another table, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown were revising practical magic by racing pencil cases around the edge of the table using basic locomotion charms. The entire common room felt like a madhouse. Dinner that night was strangely quiet. Even the great hall seemed subdued. Harry and Ron, exhausted after studying all day, said little and focused entirely on eating. Hermione, however, was a disaster. Every few bites, she dropped her knife and fork, dove under the table for her bag, pulled out a book, and frantically checked a date, a definition, or some obscure fact.
Ron stared at her in disbelief.
"You need to eat," he said firmly, "or you won't sleep." Hermione opened her mouth to reply,
and suddenly froze.
Her fork slipped from her fingers. It hit her plate with a loud metallic clink. Her face had gone white.
"Oh, my goodness," she whispered.
She was staring toward the entrance hall. Harry and Ron turned. Hermione's voice came out thin and shaky.
"Is that them?"
She swallowed.
"Are those the examiners?" The moment Hermione spoke, Harry and Ron spun around so fast they nearly fell off the bench.
Through the wide doors of the great hall, they saw her. Dolores Umbridge stood in the entrance hall with a small cluster of ancient-looking witches and wizards. And for once, she looked nervous. Harry felt a flash of satisfaction. "Want to get a closer look?" Ron muttered eagerly. Harry and Hermione nodded at once. The three of them hurried toward the doors, then slowed abruptly as they crossed the threshold, trying to look casual.
Very casual.
Far too casual. They drifted past the examiners with exaggerated innocence, while Ron suddenly crouched down and pretended to tie his shoelace. Harry guessed at once which one was Griselda Marchbanks. She was tiny and bent with age, her face so wrinkled it looked as though cobwebs had been stretched across it. Umbridge was speaking to her in an oily, respectful voice.
Marchbanks, however, seemed hard of hearing. Very hard of hearing.
"Journey was fine! Journey was fine!" she bellowed impatiently, though Umbridge stood less than a foot away. "We've made it plenty of times before." She peered around the entrance hall sharply. "Now then, I haven't heard from Dumbledore lately." Her bright old eyes scanned the room as if expecting Albus Dumbledore to leap out of a broom cupboard. "No idea where he is, I suppose."
"None at all," said Umbridge stiffly.
Though not before shooting Harry, Ron, and Hermione a nasty look. They had stopped near the foot of the staircase while Ron tugged unnecessarily at his laces. But I dare say the Ministry of Magic will track him down soon enough. Professor Marchbanks snorted loudly.
"I doubt it."
Her voice rang around the hall. "Not if Dumbledore doesn't want to be found." She jabbed a bony finger in the air. "I should know. I examined him personally in Transfiguration and Charms during his newt." She gave a sharp little laugh. "He did things with a wand I'd never seen before." Harry grinned. Umbridge did not.
"Yes, well," she said tightly. "Harry?" Ron and Hermione began climbing the marble staircase as slowly as humanly possible.
"I'm sure you'd like some tea after your journey," Umbridge was saying through gritted teeth.
That night was awful.
The whole common room was thick with tension.
Everyone was trying to revise.
Nobody was actually learning anything. Harry went to bed early, but sleep refused to come. He lay awake in the darkness for what felt like hours, staring up at the canopy of his four-poster. His mind kept drifting back to his careers meeting. Professor Minerva McGonagall had promised she would help him become an Auror if it was the last thing she did.
At the time, it had sounded glorious.
Now it sounded impossible.
Maybe, Harry thought miserably, he should have picked something easier.
Like shop assistant. Or professional napper. He knew the others were awake too. He could hear shifting,
sighing,
the occasional rustle of blankets. But nobody spoke.
Eventually, one by one, they fell asleep.
Breakfast the next morning was no better. The fifth years barely touched their food. Parvati Patil muttered incantations under her breath, while the salt cellar in front of her twitched alarmingly. Hermione was reading achievements in charming so quickly her eyes looked blurred. Neville Longbottom was a complete wreck. He dropped his knife, dropped his fork, knocked over the marmalade. Twice. Once breakfast was finished, the fifth and seventh years gathered in the entrance hall while the younger students went off to lessons. No one talked much. Everyone looked pale. At 9:30, they were called forward class by class. And then they entered the great hall. Harry stopped for a moment. The room had been transformed, exactly as he had once seen it in Snape's memory in the Pensieve. The 4 long house tables were gone. In their place stood rows upon rows of small desks.
1 seat each,
all facing the staff table. It looked colder somehow.
more official, more frightening.
At the front stood Professor McGonagall.
Calm, severe, watching them all.
Beside her sat a giant hourglass, along with spare quills, ink bottles, and rolls of parchment. The room was silent, except for shuffling feet and pounding hearts. When every student was seated and still, McGonagall spoke. "You may begin." She turned the enormous hourglass. The sand began to fall. And the OWLs had started. Harry flipped over his exam paper. His heart hammered in his chest. Somewhere ahead of him, 3 rows to the right and 4 seats forward, Hermione's quill was already racing across parchment. Of course it was. Harry forced his eyes down to the first question.
A. Give the incantation, and B. Describe the wand movement required to make objects fly.
For one brief second, his mind flashed backward.
A heavy wooden club, soaring high into the air,
and crashing down onto the skull of a mountain troll. Harry almost smiled. Hermione Granger unconscious in the girls' bathroom. Ron Weasley shouting the spell.
his own heart pounding for very different reasons.
That memory steadied him. He bent over the parchment and began to write. 2 hours later, the exam was over. The moment they reached the entrance hall, Hermione attacked.
Well, it wasn't too bad, was it? She asked anxiously, clutching her paper like a life raft. I'm not sure I did myself justice on cheering charms. I ran out of time. Did you put in the counter charm for hiccoughs? I wasn't sure if I should. It felt like too much and on question. 23. Hermione, Ron said firmly.
She stopped. We've been through this before. He held up a warning hand. We are not discussing every exam afterward. He grimaced.
It's bad enough doing them once.
Harry silently agreed. Lunch came with a strange sense of temporary normality. The 4 house tables had reappeared in the great hall for the hour, and the 5th years ate among the rest of the school. But nobody relaxed. Not really. Soon after, they were herded into the small chamber beside the great hall to wait for the practical charms exam. The atmosphere inside was frantic. As students were called in alphabetical order, those still waiting whispered incantations under their breath and practiced wand movements nervously.
Every few seconds someone got jabbed in the eye.
Or poked in the back. Or nearly hexed by accident. Then Hermione Granger. Hermione stood up at once. She looked pale and shaky. Alongside Anthony Goldstein, Gregory Goyle, and Daphne Greengrass, she disappeared into the hall. And didn't come back. None of the tested students returned. Harry and Ron sat there imagining disaster. "She'll be fine," Ron said at last. He shrugged. "She once got 112% on a charms test."
That was true.
10 minutes later, Professor Phileas Flitwick squeaked. "Parkinson, Pansy Patil, Padma Patil, Parvati Potter, Harry."
Harry's stomach lurched. Ron leaned over.
"Good luck." Harry rose, gripping his wand so tightly his fingers shook. Inside the great hall, the practical exam stations were spread out in corners. Professor Flitwick stood just inside the door.
"Professor Tofty is free. Potter," he squeaked.
He pointed Harry toward an examiner in the far corner.
Ancient.
Bald.
Wrinkled.
Probably older than Hogwarts itself. Nearby, Professor Marchbanks was testing Draco Malfoy. "Potter, is it?" asked Professor Tofty, peering over his pince-nez and consulting his notes. The famous Potter. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Malfoy whip around and glare.
At exactly that moment,
the wine glass Malfoy was levitating slipped. It smashed on the floor.
Harry couldn't help it.
He grinned. Professor Tofty smiled too. "That's it," he said kindly, in a shaky voice. "No need to be nervous." He pushed a small egg cup forward. "Now then, if you could make this perform some cartwheels for me." To Harry's relief, it actually went rather well. His levitation charm was smooth, much better than Malfoy's. He completed several tasks successfully. But there was one disaster. Harry mixed up the incantations for the color change charm and the growth charm. The rat he was supposed to turn orange swelled violently. Its body ballooned. Its whiskers twitched in alarm.
And within seconds,
it was the size of a badger. Harry corrected it quickly, but not quickly enough to save his dignity. He was deeply grateful Hermione hadn't seen it. So naturally, he never told her.
Ron, however, it was safe to confess to.
Ron had somehow turned a dinner plate into a giant mushroom, and had absolutely no idea how. After dinner, there was no chance to rest. The trio hurried straight back to the common room and buried themselves in notes for the next day's Transfiguration exam. By the time Harry finally collapsed into bed, his mind was spinning with tangled diagrams of spellwork and complicated magical theories. The following morning's written paper was far from perfect. Harry's mind went blank when it came to the definition of a switching spell. Still, the practical exam felt much less disastrous than he had feared. He successfully vanished his entire iguana in one go, which was more than could be said for poor Hannah Abbott at the next table. She panicked so badly that instead of vanishing her ferret, she somehow multiplied it into a flock of screeching flamingos. The exam had to be paused for 10 chaotic minutes while teachers and examiners chased the birds around the Great Hall and carried them out. Wednesday brought herbology. Aside from receiving a painful nip from a fanged geranium, Harry thought he had done fairly well. Then came Thursday. Defense against the dark arts. For the first time all week, Harry felt genuinely confident. The written paper posed no serious problems, and during the practical exam he found a certain satisfaction in casting every counter-jinx and defensive spell flawlessly, while Professor Umbridge stood nearby, observing with icy disapproval from the doors of the entrance hall.
"Magnificent," squeaked old Professor Tofty, who was examining Harry once again after Harry performed a flawless boggart banishing spell. "Excellent work indeed. I think that will be all. Potter, unless—"
He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "My good friend Tiberius Ogden tells me you can produce a Patronus. Care to demonstrate?" I might award a bonus point. Harry tightened his grip on his wand. He glanced straight at Umbridge and pictured her being thrown out of Hogwarts. Expecto Patronum. A gleaming silver stag burst from his wand tip and galloped proudly the full length of the hall. Every examiner turned to watch as it raced past, its antlers shining in the air before it dissolved into silver mist. Professor Tofty applauded delightedly, his ancient hands clapping together.
"Splendid," he cried. "Absolutely splendid. Off you go, Potter."
As Harry walked past Umbridge, their eyes locked. Her loose mouth twisted into an ugly little smile, but Harry hardly cared. Deep down, he was almost certain he had just earned an outstanding in defense against the dark arts, though he kept that thought to himself. Friday was a welcome break for Harry and Ron while Hermione sat her Ancient Runes exam. With an entire weekend ahead before the next test, they allowed themselves a rare moment of peace. Warm summer air drifted through the open window as they lounged in the common room, lazily playing wizard chess. Outside, Harry spotted Hagrid in the distance, teaching a care of magical creatures lesson near the edge of the forest. The students seemed to be hanging back nervously, and Harry guessed they might be studying unicorns. Then the portrait hole burst open. Hermione climbed through, looking furious.
"How were the runes?" Ron asked, stretching and yawning. "I mistranslated Awaz," Hermione snapped. "It means partnership, not defense. I confused it with Awaz."
Ron waved a hand lazily. "That's only one mistake. You'll still—"
"Oh, shut up!" Hermione exploded. "That one mistake could be the difference between passing and failing."
She threw herself into a chair, still fuming. "And on top of that," she added bitterly, "someone's put another niffler in Umbridge's office. I don't know how they got it through her new security door, but I walked past and she was screaming loud enough to wake the dead. Sounds like it tried to bite a chunk out of her leg." "Good," said Harry and Ron in perfect unison. "It is not good," said Hermione hotly. "She thinks it's Hagrid doing it, remember, and we do not want Hagrid chucked out." "He's teaching at the moment. She can't blame him," said Harry, gesturing out of the window. "Oh, you're so naive sometimes." "Harry, you really think Umbridge will wait for proof?" said Hermione, who seemed determined to be in a towering temper, and she swept off towards the girls' dormitories, banging the door behind her. "Such a lovely, sweet-tempered girl," said Ron, very quietly, prodding his queen forward to beat up one of Harry's knights. Hermione's bad mood persisted for most of the weekend, though Harry and Ron found it quite easy to ignore, as they spent most of Saturday and Sunday revising for potions on Monday, the exam which Harry had been looking forward to least, and which he was sure would be the downfall of his ambitions to become an Auror. Sure enough, he found the written paper difficult, though he thought he might have got full marks on the question about Polyjuice potion. He could describe its effects accurately, having taken it illegally in his second year. The afternoon practical was not as dreadful as he had expected it to be. With Snape absent from the proceedings, he found that he was much more relaxed than he usually was while making potions. Neville, who was sitting very near Harry, also looked happier than Harry had ever seen him during a potions class. When Professor Marchbanks said, "Step away from your cauldrons, please, the examination is over," Harry corked his sample flask, feeling that he might not have achieved a good grade, but he had, with luck, avoided a fail.
"Only 4 exams left," said Parvati Patil wearily as they headed back to Gryffindor Common Room. "Only," said Hermione snappishly. "I've got arithmancy, and it's probably the toughest subject there is."
Nobody was foolish enough to snap back, so she was unable to vent her spleen on any of them and was reduced to telling off some first years for giggling too loudly in the common room. Harry was determined to perform well in Tuesday's Care of Magical Creatures exam so as not to let Hagrid down. The practical examination took place in the afternoon on the lawn on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where students were required to correctly identify the Gnarl hidden among a dozen hedgehogs. The trick was to offer them all milk in turn. Gnarls, highly suspicious creatures whose quills had many magical properties, generally went berserk at what they saw as an attempt to poison them, then demonstrate correct handling of a bowtruckle, feed and clean out a fire crab without sustaining serious burns, and choose from a wide selection of food, the diet they would give a sick unicorn. Harry could see Hagrid watching anxiously out of his cabin window when Harry's examiner, a plump little witch this time, smiled at him and told him he could leave. Harry gave Hagrid a fleeting thumbs up before heading back to the castle. The astronomy theory paper on Wednesday morning went well enough. Harry was not convinced he had got the names of all Jupiter's moons right, but was at least confident that none of them was inhabited by mice. They had to wait until evening for their practical astronomy. The afternoon was devoted instead to divination. Even by Harry's low standards in divination, the exam went very badly. He might as well have tried to see moving pictures on the desktop as in the stubbornly blank crystal ball. He lost his head completely during tea leaf reading, saying it looked to him as though Professor Marchbanks would shortly be meeting a round, dark, soggy stranger, and rounded off the whole fiasco by mixing up the life and headlines on her palm and informing her that she ought to have died the previous Tuesday. "Well, we were doomed to fail that one anyway," Ron said darkly as they climbed the marble staircase. He had already managed to cheer Harry up somewhat by confessing that, during his crystal ball reading, he had launched into a detailed description of an ugly man with a wart on his nose, only to glance up and realize he had been describing the examiner's reflection. "We never should have taken that ridiculous subject," Harry muttered. "At least we can drop it now."
Exactly, Harry agreed. No more pretending to care whether Jupiter and Uranus are getting too cozy. Ron snorted. "And if my tea leaves ever spell out die?" Ron, "Die again. I'm tipping them straight in the rubbish."
Harry burst out laughing, then stopped abruptly as Hermione came hurrying up the stairs behind them. He wasn't risking setting her off again.
"I think arithmancy went quite well," she announced breathlessly.
Harry and Ron exchanged looks of pure relief and sighed.
"Good," said Ron weakly.
"Just enough time to revise our star charts before dinner," Hermione added briskly. By 11 o'clock they were at the top of the astronomy tower, and the night could not have been more perfect for the practical exam. The sky was clear and motionless, the grounds below drenched in silver moonlight, and the air carried a faint, chilly bite. Each student set up a telescope. At Professor Marchbanks's signal, quills began scratching across parchment as they filled in the blank star charts. Professors Marchbanks and Tofty wandered between them, checking their work as they marked the exact positions of stars and planets. The only sounds were the whisper of parchment, the scrape of quills, and the occasional squeak of a telescope being adjusted.
Half an hour slipped by, then an hour.
One by one, the glowing squares of light in the castle windows below winked out until the grounds lay almost entirely in darkness. Harry had just finished marking the constellation Orion when the castle's front doors suddenly opened far below. A bright rectangle of light spilled over the stone steps and stretched across the lawn. He glanced down as he adjusted his telescope and caught sight of 5 or 6 stretched shadows crossing the illuminated grass before the doors shut again and darkness swallowed them. Frowning, Harry returned to his telescope and focused on Venus. He found the planet and looked down to note its position, but something tugged at his attention. Pausing, quill hovering above the parchment, he peered into the darkness below once more. There, half a dozen figures were moving across the lawn.
Had they stood still, he might never have noticed them, but the moonlight glimmered on the tops of their heads as they walked. Even from that height, Harry had the strange feeling he recognized the squat, waddling shape of the one in front. Umbridge.
He couldn't imagine why she would be outside after midnight, let alone leading a group of people. Then someone coughed behind him.
Harry jolted. He was in the middle of an exam.
He bent hurriedly back to his telescope, found Venus again, and prepared to write down its position. A distant knocking sound echoed through the silent grounds. Then, almost immediately, came the muffled bark of a large dog. Harry jerked upright, his pulse suddenly racing. Lights blazed in Hagrid's windows below, and the figures he had seen crossing the lawn were now sharply outlined against the glow. The cabin door opened, and Harry clearly made out 6 dark shapes stepping inside. Then the door slammed shut. Silence. A cold knot formed in Harry's stomach. He darted a glance at Ron and Hermione, wondering if they had seen it too. But at that exact moment, Professor Marchbanks wandered behind him, not wanting to seem distracted or worse, like he was copying Harry bent low over his star chart, and pretended to scribble notes while secretly peering over the parapet toward Hagrid's hut. Shadows moved across the lit windows, blocking the light in restless bursts. Professor Marchbanks lingered close enough that Harry could almost feel her eyes boring into the back of his neck. He forced himself to look through his telescope, staring blankly at the moon, even though he had marked it ages ago. Then, as soon as she moved on, a roar shattered the night. It rolled across the grounds and rose all the way to the astronomy tower. Several students jerked away from their telescopes and stared toward Hagrid's cabin. Professor Tofty gave a delicate little cough. "Please remain focused, boys and girls," he said mildly. Most students obeyed. Harry glanced sideways. Hermione was frozen, staring at the cabin with wide eyes.
20 minutes remaining," Professor Tofty reminded them.
Hermione jumped and bent back over her parchment. Harry looked down at his own chart and realized he had accidentally labeled Venus as Mars. Swearing under his breath, he scratched it out. Then,
bang!
The noise cracked through the night. Several students yelped as they smacked themselves in the face with their telescopes while trying to look down. Hagrid's door had burst open. In the bright light spilling from the cabin stood Hagrid, huge, furious, roaring and swinging his fists. 6 wizards surrounded him, and flashes of red light shot from their wands toward him in rapid bursts. They were trying to stun him.
"No," Hermione cried aloud.
"My dear," Professor Tofty exclaimed, scandalized, "this is an examination." But nobody was listening anymore.
No one cared about the stars.
The air below crackled with curses and shouted orders. Red jets kept striking Hagrid, yet somehow they seemed to rebound or slide harmlessly off him. He was still standing, still fighting.
A distant voice shouted, "Be reasonable, Hagrid!" Hagrid's furious roar answered, "Reasonable be damned. You won't take me like this. Dawlish!"
Fang was there too. The boarhound lunged desperately at the attacking wizards, barking wildly, trying to protect Hagrid until a stunning spell struck him.
Fang collapsed.
Hagrid let out a howl of pure rage. Hermione gasped and clapped both hands over her mouth. Harry turned toward Ron.
Ron looked just as horrified.
They had never seen Hagrid truly angry before.
"Look!" Parvati shrieked.
Harry followed her pointing finger. The castle's front doors had opened again. Chapter 32. Out of the Fire. I'm not going. I don't need the hospital wing. I don't want. Harry's words came out in a frantic jumble as he struggled weakly against Professor Tofty, who was holding him upright in the crowded entrance hall while students gathered around, whispering and staring.
I'm all right, sir, Harry gasped, swiping the sweat from his face with trembling hands. Really, I just fell asleep. It was only a nightmare.
The strain of examinations, said Professor Tofty, kindly, giving Harry's shoulder a frail but reassuring pat. Happens all the time, my boy, happens all the time. Now then, a nice cool drink of water, and perhaps you'll feel up to returning to the Great Hall. The exam's nearly finished, but you may still have time to complete your final answer.
Yes, Harry blurted. Then he shook his head wildly. I mean, no, I've done all I can.
Very well, the old wizard said gently. I'll fetch your paper. You ought to go and lie down.
I will, said Harry at once, nodding furiously. Thank you.
The moment Professor Tofty disappeared back into the Great Hall, Harry spun and bolted. He tore up the marble staircase 2 steps at a time, raced through the corridors so quickly that the portraits barked after him in outrage, and flew up more staircases until he burst through the double doors of the hospital wing like a storm. Madame Pomfrey, who had been feeding a spoonful of vivid blue potion to Montague, gave a shriek of alarm.
Potter, what on earth do you think you're doing? I need to see Professor McGonagall, Harry panted, each breath burning in his chest. Now it's urgent.
Madame Pomfrey's face fell. She's not here. Potter. She was taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries this morning. 4 stunning spells straight to the chest at her age. It's a miracle they didn't kill her.
She's gone, Harry whispered.
Outside, the bell rang through the castle, and beyond the walls came the distant roar of students pouring into the corridors. Harry stood frozen, staring at Madame Pomfrey as panic rose inside him like icy water. There was no one left. Albus Dumbledore was gone. Rubeus Hagrid was gone. But somehow Harry had always believed Professor McGonagall would remain stern, sharp-tongued, and unshakable. She had always seemed permanent.
I don't blame you for being upset. Potter! Said Madame Pomfrey fiercely, her face hardening, as if one of them would dare stun Minerva McGonagall face to face in daylight. Cowardice, that's what it was. Pure, despicable cowardice. If I weren't worried about leaving you children without a healer, I'd resign in protest. Yes, Harry said numbly.
But his mind was racing. Sirius. The image of him bloodied and broken in the Department of Mysteries burned behind Harry's eyes. There was no time left. Harry spun on his heel and strode blindly out of the hospital wing into the crowded corridor. Students surged around him, jostling his shoulders and elbows, but he barely noticed. Panic was swelling inside him like poisonous smoke, choking his thoughts, making his head spin so violently he could scarcely breathe.
Ron and Hermione, said a voice somewhere in his mind.
He broke into a run. Shoving students roughly aside and ignoring their indignant shouts, Harry charged down 2 flights of stairs. He had just reached the top of the marble staircase when he spotted them hurrying toward him through the throng.
Harry! Cried Hermione Granger at once, her face pale with fear. What happened? Are you all right? Are you hurt?
Where have you been? Demanded Ron Weasley.
Come with me, Harry said breathlessly. Quick, I've got to tell you something.
Without waiting, he turned and led them at a run down the first-floor corridor, glancing frantically through classroom doors as he passed. At last, he found an empty room. He darted inside, and the moment Ron and Hermione followed, he slammed the door shut and leaned against it, staring at them. Lord Voldemort's got Sirius Black.
What? Ron blurted. How do you know? Hermione whispered. I saw it. Just now in the exam, I fell asleep.
But where? How? Hermione asked, going deathly white.
I don't know how, Harry snapped. But I know where. There's a room in the Department of Mysteries full of shelves with all these little glass balls on them, and they're at the end of row 97. He's making Sirius get whatever he wants from there. He's torturing him. He said he'll kill him in the end.
Harry's voice was shaking uncontrollably now. His knees felt weak beneath him. He crossed the room and perched on the edge of a desk, trying to steady his breathing. "How are we getting there?" he asked. For a second, neither of them answered. Then Ron repeated faintly, "Getting there?"
"To the Department of Mysteries," Harry shouted, "to rescue Sirius."
"But Harry," Ron stammered helplessly.
"What?" Harry demanded. "What?"
He stared at them in disbelief. Why were they looking at him as though he'd gone mad?
"Harry," said Hermione carefully, her voice trembling, How did Lord Voldemort get into the Ministry of Magic without anyone noticing?" "How should I know?" Harry roared. "That's not the point. The point is how we get in." "But Harry, think about it," said Hermione Granger, stepping cautiously toward him. "It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Ministry of Magic will be packed with people. How could Lord Voldemort and Sirius Black get in there without anyone noticing?" "Harry, they're probably the two most wanted wizards alive. Do you really think they could walk into a building full of auras unseen?" "I don't know," Harry shouted. "Voldemort used an invisibility cloak or something. And anyway, the Department of Mysteries is always empty when I'm there."
"You've never been there, Harry," Hermione said softly. "You've only dreamed about it." "They're not just dreams," Harry yelled, springing to his feet and moving so close to her that she flinched. His hands clenched at his sides. He wanted to grab her and shake her until she understood. Then explain what happened to Arthur Weasley. How did I know he'd been attacked? "He's got a point," said Ron Weasley quietly, glancing uncertainly at Hermione. "But this just doesn't sound right," Hermione said desperately. "Harry, how could Voldemort have gotten hold of Sirius? He's been at 12 Grimmauld Place the whole time." "Sirius might have snapped and gone out," Ron said uneasily. "He's been desperate to leave that house for months." "But why?" Hermione pressed on. "Why would Voldemort use Sirius to get this weapon or whatever it is?"
"I don't know. Harry exploded. There could be loads of reasons. Maybe Sirius is just someone Voldemort doesn't mind torturing."
Ron suddenly drew in a breath. "Wait, I just thought of something," he said, in a hushed voice. "Sirius's brother was a Death Eater, wasn't he? Maybe he told Sirius how to get the weapon."
Yeah, Harry seized on it instantly. That's why Albus Dumbledore kept Sirius locked up. "Listen, I'm sorry," Hermione cried, her voice rising. "But neither of you is making any sense. We've got no proof any of this is happening. No proof Voldemort or Sirius are even there." "Hermione, Harry saw them," Ron shouted, turning on her. "Fine," Hermione said, pale but stubborn. "Then I have to say this."
"What?" Harry snapped. She hesitated, looking terrified.
"You, Harry, this isn't meant as criticism, but don't you think you've got a bit of a saving people thing?"
Harry stared at her.
"A what?"
"Well, Hermione swallowed hard. Last year, in the lake, during the tournament. You didn't need to save Gabrielle Delacour. You got carried away."
A hot wave of fury surged through Harry. How dare she bring that up now?
"I mean, it was brave." Hermione rushed on, clearly panicking at the look on his face. Everyone thought it was wonderful.
"That's funny," Harry said through gritted teeth, his voice shaking with rage, "because I seem to remember Ron saying I'd wasted time playing the hero. Is that what you think this is? You think I just want to be a hero again?" "No!" Hermione cried. horrified. "No, that's not what I mean." Harry spun around furiously. "Then just say what you mean, because we're wasting precious time," he shouted.
Hermione flinched but forced herself to continue. "I'm trying to say Voldemort knows you, Harry. He used Ginny in the Chamber of Secrets to lure you there before. This is exactly the kind of thing he'd do. He knows you're the kind of person who'd rush to Sirius's rescue. What if this whole thing is just a trap to get you into the Department of Mysteries?" "Hermione, it doesn't matter whether it's a trap or not," Harry roared. "McGonagall's been taken to St. Mungo's. There's no one from the Order left here at Hogwarts. And if we don't act now, Sirius is as good as dead." "But Harry, what if what you saw was only a dream?" Hermione asked weakly. Harry let out a furious cry of frustration, making Hermione instinctively step backward. "You don't understand," he shouted. "These aren't just dreams, they're real. Why do you think Dumbledore wanted me to learn occlumency? Why do you think he was so desperate to stop me seeing these things? Because they're real. Sirius is trapped. I saw it happen. Voldemort has him, and nobody else knows. That means we're the only ones who can save him. And if you don't want to help me, then fine, I'm going alone. And if I remember correctly, you didn't complain about my saving people thing when I saved you from the Dementors. Or," he turned sharply to Ron, "when I saved your sister from the basilisk."
"I never said I had a problem with it," Ron shot back.
"But Harry—" "Listen to yourself," Hermione cried angrily. "Dumbledore wanted you to block these visions out. If you'd learned occlumency properly, you wouldn't have seen any of this." "If you think I'm just going to pretend I didn't see it." "Sirius himself told you that learning to close your mind was the most important thing." "Well, I bet he'd say something very different if he knew what I just saw." Suddenly, the classroom door swung open.
Harry, Ron and Hermione all turned at once.
Ginny stepped inside, looking puzzled, with Luna drifting in behind her as dreamily as ever. "Hi," Ginny said cautiously. "We heard Harry shouting. What's going on?"
"None of your business," Harry snapped.
Ginny arched an eyebrow. "There's no need to be rude. I only asked if I could help."
"Well, you can't," Harry said sharply.
"You are being rather impolite," Luna said calmly. Harry muttered a curse and turned away. The last thing he wanted right now was to deal with Luna Lovegood. "Wait," Hermione said suddenly, her voice urgent. "Wait, Harry, they can help." Harry and Ron turned to stare at her.
"Listen," Hermione said quickly. "We need to find out if Sirius has really left headquarters." "I told you I saw."
"Harry, please," Hermione begged. "Please, just let us make sure Sirius isn't at home before we rush off to London. If he's not there, I promise I won't stop you. I'll come. I'll do whatever it takes to help save him."
"Sirius is being tortured right now," Harry shouted. "We don't have time for this."
"But if Voldemort is tricking you, Harry—" "Then we have to know," Hermione insisted. "We have to check."
"How?" Harry demanded. "How are we supposed to check?"
"We use Umbridge's fire," Hermione said, her face pale with fear. "We can try to contact Sirius through the flu network. We'll need to lure Umbridge away again, and we'll need lookouts. That's where Ginny and Luna come in." Though she clearly had no idea what was happening, Ginny answered without hesitation. "Yeah, we'll help," she said firmly. Luna tilted her head and asked dreamily, "When you say Sirius, do you mean Stubby Boardman?" No one even looked at her.
"Fine," Harry snapped at Hermione. "Fine. If you can come up with a quick plan, I'm in. Otherwise, I'm heading straight to the Department of Mysteries." "The Department of Mysteries," Luna repeated, sounding mildly curious. "But how are you planning to get there?" Harry ignored her completely. "Right," Hermione muttered, wringing her hands as she paced between the desks. "Right. Someone has to find Umbridge and lure her away from her office. Keep her occupied. We could tell her, I don't know, that Peeves is causing chaos somewhere." "I'll do it," Ron said immediately. "I'll tell her Peeves is wrecking the Transfiguration department or something. It's far enough away from her office." "Actually," he added thoughtfully, "if I run into Peeves, I might even convince him to make it real."
Under any other circumstances, Hermione would have objected strongly to the destruction of school property, but now she didn't even blink. "Okay," she said quickly, still pacing. "Next, we need to keep other students away from the corridor while we break in. If any Slytherins see us, they'll run straight to Umbridge. Luna and I can guard both ends of the corridor," Ginny offered at once. "We'll tell anyone who comes by that someone set off garroting gas." Hermione looked impressed. Ginny shrugged. Fred and George were planning to use that excuse before they left. "Good," Hermione said. "Then Harry and I will use the invisibility cloak, sneak into Umbridge's office, and you can talk to Sirius. He's not there." "Hermione!" Harry interrupted sharply.
"I mean," Hermione corrected herself quickly, "you can check whether Sirius is at home while I keep watch. I don't think you should go in alone. Lee already proved the window's a weak point by sending those nifflers through, even through all his anger and panic." Harry understood what Hermione was doing. She was standing by him. She was willing to risk it too. "Okay," he muttered. "Thanks." Hermione gave a small sigh of relief.
"Even if everything goes perfectly," she warned, "I doubt we'll have more than 5 minutes. Not with Filch and the Inquisitorial squad wandering around." "5 minutes is enough," Harry said immediately. "Come on, let's go." "Now?" Hermione asked, startled. "Of course now," Harry shouted. "What did you think? Wait until after dinner? Hermione, Sirius is being tortured right now."
Right. All right," she stammered. "Go get the invisibility cloak. We'll meet you at the end of Umbridge's corridor." Harry didn't reply. He stormed out of the classroom and plunged into the sea of students crowding the corridors. 2 floors above, he nearly collided with Seamus and Dean, who greeted him cheerfully and excitedly, told him about their plan for an all-night, end-of-exams party in the common room. Harry hardly registered a word.
He scrambled through the portrait hole, grabbed the invisibility cloak and Sirius's knife, shoved them into his bag, and was halfway back out before Seamus and Dean even realized he'd gone. "Harry, want to throw in a couple of galleons?" Dean called after him. "Harold Dingle says he can get us some fire whiskey," but Harry was already racing down the corridor again. A few minutes later, he leapt down the final staircase and reached Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Luna, who were gathered tensely at the end of Umbridge's corridor. "Got it," Harry gasped. "Ready." "All right," Hermione whispered, as a noisy group of 6th years passed by. "Ron, go distract Umbridge. Ginny and Luna, start clearing the corridor. Harry and I will use the cloak and wait until the way is clear." Ron marched off at once, his bright red hair easy to follow until he disappeared around the corner. Ginny's equally vivid hair soon bobbed away in the opposite direction through the crowd, Luna's pale blonde hair floating behind her. "Come here," Hermione muttered, grabbing Harry's wrist and pulling him into a nearby alcove where the ugly stone bust of some medieval wizard muttered to itself in Latin. She looked at him anxiously. "Are you sure you're okay? Harry? You're still awfully pale."
"I'm fine," Harry muttered, pulling the invisibility cloak from his bag. In truth, his scar was still throbbing, but not badly enough to make him think Voldemort had done anything fatal to Sirius yet. He'd felt worse pain before, like when Voldemort had been torturing Avery. "Here," Harry said, throwing the cloak over both of them. Hidden beneath it, they stood perfectly still and listened.
"You can't come down here," Ginny's voice rang out. "No, sorry, you'll have to go around by the swivelling staircase. Someone set off garroting gas." A chorus of complaints followed. One grumpy voice said, "I don't see any gas. That's because it's colourless," Ginny shot back in a tone of practiced annoyance. "But if you'd like to walk through it, go ahead. We'll use your body as evidence for the next idiot who doesn't believe us." Even in his panic, Harry almost smiled. Little by little, the corridor began to empty. The rumour spread quickly, and soon nobody was coming that way at all. At last, when the corridor was deserted, Hermione whispered, "I think this is as good as it's going to get. Harry, let's do it." They moved forward beneath the cloak. At the far end of the corridor stood Luna, her back to them as she kept watch. As they slipped past Ginny, Hermione whispered softly, "Nicely done. And don't forget the signal." "What's the signal?" Harry whispered as they crept toward Umbridge's office door. "A loud chorus of 'Weasley is our king' if anyone spots Umbridge coming," Hermione murmured back. Harry slid Sirius's knife into the narrow gap between the door and the frame. After a moment, there was a soft click, and the lock sprang open. They slipped inside. The office was bathed in warm late afternoon sunlight. The decorative kitten plates glowed cheerfully in the light, their tiny cats blinking and stretching lazily. Otherwise, the room was silent and empty. Hermione let out a quiet breath of relief. "I thought she might have added extra security after the second Niffler incident." They removed the invisibility cloak. Hermione hurried to the window, keeping herself hidden as she peered down at the grounds below, wand at the ready. Harry rushed to the fireplace. He grabbed the pot of Floo powder, threw a pinch into the grate, and emerald flames roared to life. Dropping to his knees, he thrust his head into the fire and shouted, "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." At once his head began spinning violently, as though he'd just stepped off a wild fairground ride, though his knees remained planted on Umbridge's office floor. He squeezed his eyes shut against the swirling ash. When the spinning stopped, he opened them. He was staring into the long, gloomy kitchen of Grimmauld Place. It was empty. Harry had expected that possibility. Still, the sight of the deserted room sent a wave of icy panic crashing through him.
"Sirius!" he shouted. "Sirius, are you there?"
His voice echoed off the cold walls. No answer came, except for a faint scraping sound to the right of the fireplace.
"Who's there?" Harry called sharply, wondering if it was only a rat.
Then Creature shuffled into view. The house elf looked oddly pleased, almost triumphant. Both of his hands were wrapped heavily in bandages, as though he'd been injured recently.
"It is the Potter boy's head in the fire," Creature croaked to the empty kitchen, sneaking sly, gleeful glances at Harry. What does he want? Creature wonders.
"Where's Sirius? Creature," Harry demanded. The elf let out a wheezing laugh.
"Master has gone out, Harry Potter." "Gone where?" Harry shouted. "Where has he gone? Creature!"
Creature only cackled louder.
"I'm warning you," Harry yelled, though he knew he was nearly powerless like this. "What about Lupin? Moody? Is anyone there?"
"Nobody here but Creature," the elf said happily. Then he began shuffling slowly toward the kitchen door. "Creature thinks he will go and have a little chat with his mistress now. Yes, it has been so long since Creature was allowed near her. Master kept Creature away." "Where has Sirius gone?" Harry screamed after him. "Creature, has he gone to the Department of Mysteries?" Creature stopped. Through the maze of chair legs, Harry could just make out the back of the elf's bald head. "Master does not tell poor Creature where he goes," the elf said softly. "But you know," Harry shouted, "you know where he is." For a moment, there was silence. Then Creature let out his loudest, most horrible cackle yet.
"Master will not come back from the Department of Mysteries," he crowed happily. "Creature and his mistress will be alone again."
And with that, he scurried out through the kitchen door and vanished.
"You!" Harry shouted furiously. Before Harry could utter a single insult or curse, a sudden, sharp pain shot through the top of his head.
He gasped, inhaling a mouthful of ash and dust, and suddenly found himself pulled backward through the flames. A moment later, he fell heavily to the floor of Umbridge's office, coughing violently. Professor Umbridge stood before him, her broad, pale face contorted with rage. She grabbed his hair, yanking his head back so hard that his neck arched painfully, as if she were going to slit his throat.
"You really think," she hissed, forcing his head back even further until he could helplessly stare at the ceiling, "that, after 2 Nifflers, I would allow another filthy little creature into my office undetected?"
She tightened her grip. "After you, I had invisibility charms placed around the doorways, you stupid little brat," she yelled, her eyes never leaving him. "Take her wand." Harry felt rough hands rummaging inside his robes. His wand was pulled from his pocket.
Hers too.
A struggle erupted near the door, and Harry knew Hermione had been caught red-handed as well.
"I want to know why you're in my office," Umbridge said coldly, yanking his hair. I was trying to get my firebolt," Harry stammered.
"Liar." She yanked his head again. "Your firebolt is locked in the dungeon, exactly where you know it is. Your head is in my fire. Who are you talking to?"
"Nobody," Harry gasped, struggling to break free. He felt a few strands of hair being painfully pulled from his scalp. "Liar!" Umbridge shrieked.
She tossed him aside. Harry slammed his fist on the table and staggered to his feet. He now saw Hermione pinned against the wall by Millicent Bulstrode. Draco Malfoy sat leaning against the windowsill, grinning as he tossed Harry's wand into the air and caught it. Then a loud commotion erupted outside. The door burst open. Several burly Slytherins stormed in, dragging Ron, Ginny, Luna, and, to Harry's astonishment, Neville. Neville was being squeezed so tightly by Crabbe that his face was bright red.
All 4 were gagged.
"We've got them all," Warrington declared, shoving Ron forcefully into the room. "That fellow," he pointed at Neville, "tried to stop me from taking her away." He pointed at Ginny, who was frantically kicking the girl holding her. "So I brought him along too."
"Excellent," Umbridge said softly, watching Ginny struggle.
"Well, it seems Hogwarts is about to become Weasley forbidden territory." Malfoy burst into a loud, obsequious laugh. Umbridge gave a terrible, satisfied smile and plopped down in her ornate armchair, blinking at them like a toad in a flower bed. "So, Potter," she said sweetly, "you sent guards outside my office." She lazily pointed toward Ron.
"And sent this idiot to tell me Peeves was causing trouble at Transfiguration." Malfoy laughed even louder.
"While I already knew he was busy smearing ink on every telescope in the school." She smiled even wider. "Mr. Filch told me." Harry clenched his fists so tightly his fingernails dug into his palms. Umbridge continued, her voice soft and cruel. "Clearly, contacting someone is very important to you." She leaned forward. "Was it Albus Dumbledore?" Harry said nothing. "Or perhaps that half Hagrid?" Her smile widened even more. "I doubt it was Minerva McGonagall." She let out a soft, artificial sigh.
"I heard she's still too ill to speak to anyone."
Malfoy and several members of the investigation team laughed loudly. Harry trembled with anger. His whole body burned with hatred.
"Who I talk to is none of your business," he snarled.
Immediately, Umbridge's soft, languid face hardened. "Very well," Umbridge said, her voice dripping with false sweetness, a tone far more dangerous than her shouting. "Very well, Mr. Potter, I offered you the chance to tell me willingly. You refused. I am left with no choice but to force the truth from you. Draco, fetch Professor Snape." Malfoy smirked as he tucked Harry's wand into his robes and sauntered out of the room, but Harry barely noticed. A sudden realization hit him so hard he could have cursed himself. He had been so focused on Sirius, so convinced that every member of the Order who could help was gone, but he had forgotten. There was still one member of the Order of the Phoenix at Hogwarts, Snape. The office fell into a tense silence, broken only by the sounds of struggling and shuffling as the Slytherins fought to keep their prisoners under control.
Ron was still wrestling against Warrington's brutal grip, blood dripping from his split lip onto Umbridge's carpet. Ginny was trying her best to crush the feet of the sixth-year girl holding her arms. Neville's face was turning steadily darker as he clawed at Crabbe's choking hold. Hermione was still struggling furiously against Millicent Bulstrode. Only Luna seemed calm. She stood limp beside her captor, staring dreamily out the window as if she were bored by the entire situation.
Harry turned back to Umbridge. She was watching him carefully. He forced his face into a blank mask, then footsteps echoed outside. The door opened. Draco Malfoy returned, followed closely by Snape. "You wished to see me, Headmistress?" Snape asked coolly, his eyes sweeping over the roomful of struggling students with utter indifference. "Ah, Professor Snape," Umbridge said brightly, standing up with a wide smile. "Yes, I require another bottle of Veritaserum as quickly as possible." Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "You used my last bottle to question Potter," he said smoothly, peering at her through greasy curtains of black hair. "Surely you did not use it all. I told you 3 drops would be sufficient." Umbridge flushed scarlet. "You can make more, can't you?" she asked, in a falsely sweet, girlish voice, the one she always used when she was furious. "Certainly," Snape said, his lip curling. "It requires a full moon cycle to mature." He paused. "So I should have it ready for you in roughly a month." "A month?" Umbridge shrieked, swelling with outrage like an angry toad. "A month? I need it tonight. Snape, I've just caught Potter using my fire to communicate with one or more unknown persons." "Really?" Snape said, for the first time. He looked mildly interested. He turned his gaze toward Harry. "Well, that hardly surprises me. Potter has never shown much respect for school rules." His cold black eyes locked onto Harry's. Harry stared back, not blinking. He focused with all his might on the vision, Sirius on the floor, Voldemort towering above him, the shelves of glass orbs. "Come on," Harry thought desperately. "Read my mind, understand. I want to interrogate him," Umbridge snapped. Snape's gaze shifted away from Harry and back to her trembling face. "I require a potion that will force him to tell the truth." "I have already explained," Snape said, silkily, "that I have no more Veritaserum." He paused thoughtfully. "Unless you wish to poison Potter." A faint sneer touched his lips. "In which case, I assure you, I would sympathize completely." A few of the Slytherins sniggered. "The difficulty is that most poisons work rather quickly." His dark eyes flickered toward Harry again, which leaves little time for truth-telling. Harry's pulse thundered in his ears as panic tightened around him like a vice. He glared at Hermione in disbelief, but the desperation in her face told him she was terrified not only for Sirius, but for him as well.
"No," Harry roared, struggling against the hands pinning him in place. "Don't tell her anything."
Hermione's breathing was ragged, her face pale and glistening with tears. She looked at Umbridge's raised wand and seemed to crack under the pressure.
There's something he's been trying to use against the Ministry," Hermione cried shakily. "A weapon!"
Umbridge froze, her eyes widened, greed and triumph flashing across her broad, toad-like face.
"A weapon," she repeated softly, lowering her wand a fraction. "You've been hiding a weapon from the Ministry."
Harry stared at Hermione, stunned. For a split second he thought she had betrayed him. But then he saw the frantic look in her eyes, the subtle pleading, the silent message. She was lying. "Yes," Hermione sobbed. "He's been trying to find it. He wanted to use it against you, not against the Ministry. But I can show you where it is." Umbridge's face lit up with ugly delight. Well, she whispered. "So Dumbledore has been plotting against the Ministry after all." Harry clenched his fists helplessly, his mind racing. Hermione's plan was dangerous, reckless even, but it was better than the Cruciatus curse.
"Take them both," Umbridge snapped. "We'll retrieve it at once."
The Slytherins loosened their grips only enough to force Harry and Hermione toward the door. Harry caught Hermione's eye for the briefest moment. Her expression was still frightened, but there was determination there too.
As they were shoved out into the corridor, Harry's heart hammered wildly. He had no idea what Hermione intended to do next.
But for now, at least, Umbridge's wand was no longer pointed at his forehead. Hermione buried her face against the back of Millicent Bulstrode's robes and let out a series of pitiful, shuddering sobs. Millicent recoiled at once, releasing her as though she had been burned, and sidestepped with a look of utter revulsion. Well, Umbridge crooned, her broad face glowing with satisfaction. "Looks like little Miss Know-It-All has finally decided to cooperate. Speak up, girl. Speak up."
"Hermione, no!" Ron bellowed through the gag stuffed in his mouth. Ginny stared at Hermione in astonishment, as if seeing her for the first time. Neville, still gasping for air, was equally dumbfounded, but Harry had spotted something important despite the dramatic sobbing and trembling shoulders. Hermione's cheeks were perfectly dry. I'm sorry," Hermione whimpered. I can't take it anymore."
"That's better," Umbridge purred, grabbing Hermione by the shoulders and forcing her into the now empty armchair. She bent low over her, eyes glittering greedily. Now then, who was Potter trying to contact? Hermione gulped and buried her face in her hands. He was trying to reach Professor Dumbledore. Ron went rigid. Ginny stopped fighting. Even Luna's dreamy expression sharpened with mild surprise. Luckily, Umbridge and the Inquisitorial squad were too intent on Hermione to notice. "Dumbledore," Umbridge said eagerly. "So you know where Dumbledore is?" No, Hermione wailed. "We've checked the Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley, the Three Broomsticks, even the Hog's Head." "You foolish girl," Umbridge snapped, her face collapsing into furious disappointment. "Dumbledore isn't hiding in some tavern while the Ministry is hunting him." But we had to tell him something," Hermione cried, pressing her hands harder against her face to hide the lack of tears.
Umbridge's excitement returned instantly. "And what?" she asked sharply. "Did you need to tell him? It's ready," Hermione choked. "What's ready?" Umbridge demanded, shaking her again. "The weapon," Hermione whispered. Umbridge's eyes nearly bulged from her head. "A weapon," she hissed. "A weapon against the Ministry. Something for resistance. Built under Dumbledore's orders." Hermione nodded frantically. He had to leave before it was finished. But now we've completed it, and we can't find him to tell him." "What kind of weapon?" Umbridge barked, tightening her grip. "We don't really understand it," Hermione stammered. We just followed Professor Dumbledore's instructions." Umbridge straightened slowly, her face radiant with cruel triumph. "Take me to it," she ordered. Hermione gave a loud, shaky sniff and peered through her fingers. "I'm not showing them." "It is not your place to make demands," Umbridge snapped. "Fine!" Hermione shrieked suddenly. "Bring them all! Let them all see it! I hope they use it on you. I wish the whole school knew where it was and how to use it. Then if you upset anyone, they'd finally be able to get rid of you." The words struck home. Umbridge's expression darkened instantly. Her eyes darted suspiciously across the Inquisitorial squad and landed briefly on Malfoy, who had not hidden his greedy excitement fast enough. She considered Hermione for a long moment. Then, adopting what she clearly imagined was a soothing, maternal tone, she said, "Very well, dear. Just you and me, and Potter too, of course. Stand up.
"Professor," Malfoy blurted. "Professor Umbridge, I think some of the squad should come along to help guard. I am a fully qualified ministry official." "Malfoy," Umbridge snapped icily. "Do you imagine I cannot handle 2 wandless students by myself?" Malfoy flushed and fell silent. "Besides," Umbridge added, narrowing her eyes, "this does not sound like something children should witness." She turned back to the others. "You will stay here until I return, and make certain none of these," she gestured carelessly toward Ron, "Ginny, Neville, and Luna escape." Malfoy scowled but nodded. Umbridge raised her wand and pointed it sharply at Harry and Hermione. "You two, move! Show me the way!" Chapter 33. Fight and Flight. Harry had absolutely no clue what Hermione was doing or whether she even had a proper strategy. He kept close behind her as they moved swiftly along the corridor outside Umbridge's office, careful not to betray his confusion. If he hesitated or looked uncertain, Umbridge would notice at once. He dared not whisper to Hermione. Umbridge was so close behind that he could hear her uneven, eager breathing. Hermione swept down the staircase into the entrance hall without pausing. From beyond the tall double doors of the Great Hall came the roar of laughter, the clatter of forks and knives, and the cheerful chaos of students celebrating the end of exams. Harry found it surreal that only a few yards away life was continuing normally, while Sirius might be suffering at that very moment. Without slowing, Hermione pushed open the massive front doors and strode down the stone steps into the warm evening. The sun was sinking behind the treetops of the Forbidden Forest, casting long shadows behind them that stretched over the grass like dark cloaks. Umbridge hurried after them, puffing slightly to keep pace. "It's hidden in Hagrid's cabin, isn't it?" she asked excitedly, leaning close enough for Harry to hear. Hermione shot her a withering look. "Of course not," she said sharply. "Hagrid would probably have triggered it by accident." Yes, of course," Umbridge agreed quickly, almost breathless with anticipation. That clumsy half-breed fool certainly would have. She gave a shrill little laugh. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. Every muscle in his body wanted to whirl around and throttle her, but he forced himself to stay calm. His scar was still pulsing painfully in the cool air, though not yet blazing with unbearable heat, the kind of agony that would mean Voldemort was delivering the final blow. "So, where is it?" Umbridge asked, though a trace of doubt had crept into her voice as Hermione continued toward the forest. Hermione lifted her arm and pointed straight into the darkening trees. "In there," she said simply. "Where else? It had to be hidden somewhere students wouldn't stumble across it." "Of course," Umbridge repeated, though her tone now carried unease. "Very well. You two walk in front." Harry seized the chance. "Then can we have your wand?" he asked quickly. "If we're leading the way—" Umbridge jabbed him sharply between the shoulder blades with the tip of it.
"No, Mr. Potter," she said in a sickly sweet voice. "I'm afraid the ministry considers my life considerably more valuable than yours." As they entered the shadowy edge of the forest, Harry tried desperately to catch Hermione's eye. Going into the Forbidden Forest unarmed seemed more reckless than anything they had attempted all evening. But Hermione ignored his look completely.
She shot Umbridge a look of open contempt and plunged deeper into the trees at such a pace that Umbridge's stubby legs struggled to keep up. "Is it much farther?" Umbridge asked nervously as a bramble snagged her robes and tore the hem. "Oh yes," Hermione said coolly. "Very well hidden." Harry's unease deepened. Hermione was not following the path to Grawp. She was taking the route Harry had once followed years ago, the path that led to Aragog's lair. Hermione had never been there. She had no idea what waited at the end of this trail. Harry swallowed hard and spoke carefully, trying to warn her without alerting Umbridge. Are you sure this is the right way?" he asked pointedly.
"Oh, absolutely," Hermione replied coldly. forcing her way through the thick bushes with what Harry thought was far more noise than necessary. Behind them came a sharp cry as Umbridge stumbled over a fallen branch and crashed to the ground. Neither Harry nor Hermione made any effort to help her. Hermione only kept marching forward and called loudly over her shoulder, just a little farther in. "Hermione, lower your voice!" Harry hissed, quickening his pace to reach her. "There could be anything listening out here." "That's the point," she murmured back, her tone calm despite the crashing footsteps behind them. "Just wait."
They continued deeper and deeper into the forest until the trees grew so thick overhead that almost all the evening light vanished. Shadows pressed close around them, and Harry felt that familiar creeping sensation that unseen eyes were watching from every direction. "How much farther?" Umbridge snapped from behind, her voice sharp with nerves and anger. "Not far," Hermione shouted again as they stepped into a dark, damp clearing. "Just a bit more." A sharp whiz cut through the air. An arrow slammed into the tree above Hermione's head with a heavy thud. At once, the ground began to shake. The thunder of hooves surrounded them. Umbridge shrieked and shoved Harry in front of her like a shield. Harry tore himself away and spun around. Centaurs were appearing from every side of the clearing, dozens of them, at least 50. Their bows were raised, arrows drawn back, every point aimed directly at Harry, Hermione, and Umbridge. The three of them edged backward into the center of the clearing. Umbridge let out soft, panicked squeaks with every breath. Harry glanced sideways. Hermione was smiling. "Who are you?" boomed a voice. Harry turned to see Megorian the chestnut-bodied centaur striding toward them through the ring of armed warriors. His bow was raised like the others. To Harry's right, Umbridge's wand shook violently in her hand as she pointed it toward Megorian.
"I asked who you are." "Human," Megorian repeated harshly. "I am Dolores Umbridge," she squealed, her voice shrill with fear. "Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, Headmistress of Hogwarts, High Inquisitor." "You are from the Ministry of Magic?" Megorian asked. At once, many of the centaurs shifted angrily, stamping their hooves and muttering among themselves. "Yes," Umbridge cried even more loudly. "So you had better be very careful. Under the laws of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, any attack by half-breeds like yourselves upon a human—" "What did you call us?" roared a wild-eyed black centaur. Harry recognized Bane immediately. The clearing erupted into furious muttering. Bowstrings tightened. "Don't call them that," Hermione shouted furiously. But Umbridge either ignored her or was too panicked to listen.
Still aiming her trembling wand at Megorian, she rattled on. "Law 15. B clearly states that any attack by a magical creature considered to possess near-human intelligence, and therefore responsible for its actions, near-human intelligence," Megorian repeated dangerously. Bane and several others reared and pawed the earth, their fury growing. "We take that as a grave insult. Human," Megorian thundered. "Our intelligence far exceeds yours." Another centaur, the hard-faced grey one Harry and Hermione had seen before, stepped forward, eyes blazing. "What are you doing in our forest?" he bellowed. "Why have you come here?" "Your forest!" Umbridge snapped, now shaking with both outrage and terror. "I'll remind you that you are allowed to live here only because the Ministry grants you designated land." Her words hung in the air like a spark above dry wood. And Harry had the sinking feeling that Hermione's plan had worked a little too well. An arrow shot past Umbridge's head so closely that it sliced through a few strands of her limp brown hair. She let out a piercing scream and clutched both hands over her head. Several centaurs roared with savage laughter, while others stamped their hooves and neighed wildly in approval. Their harsh laughter echoed through the dark clearing, mixing with the pounding of hooves in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. "Well," Bane thundered, "whose forest is it now? Human, filthy half-breeds!" Umbridge shrieked, still crouching beneath her own arms. "Savages! Animals!" "Stop!" Hermione yelled, but it was too late. Umbridge thrust her wand forward and screamed.
"Incarcerous, Thick ropes burst out of nowhere like living serpents, winding tightly around Megorian's chest and pinning his arms to his sides. The centaur let out a furious cry and reared violently onto his hind legs, struggling against the bindings. That was all it took. The entire herd charged. Harry seized Hermione and yanked her to the ground.
He flattened himself against the cold earth as thunderous hooves crashed around them. Terror gripped him as the centaurs leapt over and around their bodies, shouting and roaring in fury. "No!" Umbridge screamed somewhere above the chaos. "No! I am Senior Undersecretary. You can't unhand me, you brutes! No!" A flash of red lit the clearing. Harry knew she had tried to stun one of them. Then her scream became even louder. Harry lifted his head just enough to see Bane rear up behind Umbridge and snatch her off the ground. She kicked and writhed in his grip, shrieking in blind terror. Her wand slipped from her fingers and hit the earth. Harry's heart lurched. If he could only reach it, he stretched out desperately, but a heavy hoof came crashing down. The wand snapped cleanly in two. "Up!" bellowed a voice beside him. A thick, hairy arm appeared seemingly out of nowhere and hauled Harry upright. Hermione was dragged to her feet as well, over the plunging backs and tossing heads of the centaurs. Harry caught one last glimpse of Umbridge being carried away into the darkness by Bane. Her screams faded deeper into the forest until they vanished beneath the thunder of hooves. "And these," growled the hard-faced grey centaur, gripping Hermione. "They are young," said a slow, mournful voice from behind Harry. Harry twisted enough to see Ronan. "We do not harm foals." "They brought her here," snarled the centaur, holding Harry. "And they are not so young." He gave Harry a rough shake by the collar. "This one is nearly a man. Please," Hermione pleaded, struggling to catch her breath. "Please don't hurt us. We're nothing like her. We don't work for the Ministry of Magic. We only came here because we hoped you'd chase her away for us." The moment the words left her mouth, Harry saw from the expression on the grey centaur's face that she had said exactly the wrong thing. The centaur holding Hermione threw back his head and stamped his hooves furiously into the earth. "So you hear that, Ronan," he bellowed. "They already carry the arrogance of their kind. You expected us to do your filthy work, did you, human girl, to serve you, to drive off your enemies like obedient dogs?"
"No," Hermione cried, horror filling her voice. "That's not what I meant. I only thought you might help us."
But every word seemed to make matters worse. "We do not help humans," snarled the centaur, gripping Harry, tightening his hold and rearing up so sharply that Harry's feet briefly left the ground. "We are a proud race, separate from yours, and we intend to remain so. We will not allow you to leave here boasting that we obeyed your commands." "We'd never say that," Harry shouted desperately. "We know you acted on your own. We never told you what to do." No one appeared to hear him. From the back of the crowd, a bearded centaur roared. They came uninvited. They must suffer the consequences. A thunder of approval answered him. "Let them join the woman," shouted a dun-coloured centaur. "You said you don't harm the innocent," Hermione cried, tears now spilling freely down her cheeks. "We haven't done anything to hurt you. We haven't used magic or threatened you. We just want to go back to school. Please, let us go." "We are not like the traitor Firenze, human girl," the grey centaur shouted, prompting another furious chorus of neighs and roars. "Did you think us tame? Pretty little horses who speak? We are an ancient and noble race. We will not endure wizard insults or invasions. We do not recognize your laws. We do not bow to your authority. We are." Whatever else he meant to say was drowned out by a deafening crash from the edge of the clearing. Every head turned at once, Harry, Hermione, and all 50 or so centaurs. The centaur, holding Harry, dropped him instantly as his hands flew to his bow and quiver. Hermione was released too, and Harry rushed to her side just as 2 massive tree trunks were shoved violently apart. Grawp the giant emerged through the gap. The nearest centaurs stumbled backward into the others. In an instant, the clearing bristled with raised bows and drawn arrows, all aimed upward at the enormous grey face looming beneath the thick canopy. Grawp's crooked mouth hung open stupidly, revealing huge, yellow, brick-like teeth glinting in the gloom. His muddy, half-lidded eyes narrowed as he squinted down at the tiny creatures below. Broken ropes dangled from both his ankles. Then he opened his mouth wider still.
Hagger.
Harry had no idea what Hagger meant, or even what language it was, but he hardly cared. His eyes were fixed on Grawp's enormous feet, each nearly as long as his entire body. Hermione clutched his arm tightly. The centaurs stood frozen in silence, staring up at the giant as his huge round head slowly turned from side to side, searching among them as though he had misplaced something.
Hagger! He bellowed again, louder this time, more demanding. Leave this place, giant! Megorian shouted. You are not welcome here. Grawp seemed completely unaffected by the warning. He bent lower, and the centaurs instantly tightened their grips on their bows. Hagger! He roared again. A few of the centaurs exchanged uneasy glances. Hermione suddenly gasped. Harry! She whispered urgently. I think he's trying to say Hagrid.
At that exact moment, Grawp spotted them, the only two humans surrounded by a sea of centaurs. He lowered his enormous head even further and peered closely at them. Hermione trembled violently as Grawp opened his huge mouth and rumbled in a deep voice. Hermy! Hermione clutched Harry's arm so hard it was starting to go numb. Oh my goodness, she stammered, looking as though she might faint. He remembered. Hermy! Grawp bellowed. Where Hagger?
I don't know, Hermione squeaked, her voice filled with panic. I'm sorry, Grawp, I really don't know. Grawp want Hagger! Grawp's gigantic hand suddenly reached down toward them. Hermione screamed for real this time, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Without a wand, Harry instinctively prepared to fight, however he could, punching, kicking, biting anything to survive as the giant hand swept toward him, knocking a snow-white centaur off his feet like a toy.
That was the moment the centaurs had been waiting for. Grawp's fingers were barely a foot away from Harry when 50 arrows shot through the air at once, striking the giant's face. Grawp let out an earth-shaking howl of pain and fury. He straightened up, clawing at his face with his enormous hands, snapping the arrow shafts in half, but only driving the arrowheads deeper into his flesh. Roaring in agony, he stamped his massive feet into the ground. The centaurs scattered in every direction. Pebble-sized drops of blood rained down on Harry as he yanked Hermione to her feet, and together they sprinted for the cover of the trees, from the safety of the shadows. They looked back. Grawp was flailing wildly at the centaurs, blood streaming down his face as the herd retreated in chaos, galloping through the forest on the far side of the clearing. Then, with another furious roar, Grawp crashed after them, smashing trees aside like matchsticks.
Oh no, Hermione whispered, shaking so violently her knees buckled beneath her. That was awful. He could kill them all. Harry barely cared. I'm not too worried about that. Honestly, he said bitterly. The thunder of hooves and Grawp's crashing pursuit slowly faded into the distance. As Harry listened, his scar pulsed painfully again, and a cold wave of terror washed over him. They had lost too much time.
They were farther from saving Sirius now than when Harry had first seen the vision. Not only had he lost his wand, but they were trapped in the middle of the forbidden forest with no way out. Brilliant plan, Harry spat, unable to contain his anger. Absolutely brilliant. So what now? Hermione looked pale and weak. We have to get back to the castle, she said faintly. By the time we make it back there, Sirius could already be dead, Harry shouted, lashing out and kicking a nearby tree in frustration. A burst of shrill chattering erupted above him. He looked up to see an angry bowtruckle clinging to a branch, waving its long, twig-like fingers furiously at him. Well, We can't do much without our wands, Hermione said miserably, pulling herself to her feet. And besides, Harry, how exactly were you planning to get all the way to London? Funny you should ask, said a familiar voice behind her. Harry and Hermione spun around instinctively and peered through the trees. Ron stepped into view, followed closely by Ginny, Neville, and Luna. All of them looked battered and bruised. Long scratches ran down Ginny's cheek. A swollen purple bruise was forming over Neville's right eye, and Ron's lip was bleeding worse than ever. Still, they all looked strangely pleased with themselves. So, Ron said, brushing aside a low branch and holding out Harry's wand. Got any brilliant ideas?
How did you escape? Harry asked in disbelief, snatching back his wand. Oh, nothing much, Ron said casually. A couple of stunning spells, a disarming charm, and Neville pulled off a pretty decent impediment jinx.
He handed Hermione her wand. But Ginny was the star, Ron added with a grin. She nailed Malfoy with the bat bogey hex. It was brilliant. His whole face was covered in huge flapping bogies. Ginny smirked proudly. Anyway, Ron continued, we saw you heading into the forest from the window and followed. So, what happened to Umbridge? She got taken, Harry said grimly, carried off by a herd of centaurs. Ginny blinked in surprise.
And they just left you behind? No, Harry said. They got chased away by Grawp.
Who's Grawp? Luna asked curiously.
Hagrid's little brother, Ron answered at once. But forget that for now. Harry, what did you find out in the fire? Has you-know-who got Sirius or not? Yes, Harry said, wincing as his scar prickled painfully again. And I know Sirius is still alive, but I have no idea how we're supposed to get there.
Silence fell over them all. For the first time, they all seemed to truly grasp how impossible the situation was. Then Luna spoke in an unusually practical tone.
Well, we'll just have to fly, won't we?
Harry turned on her immediately.
Oh, brilliant, he snapped. First of all, we are not doing anything if you're including yourself in that. And second, Ron's the only one with a broom that isn't locked up behind a security troll. So...
I've got a broom, Ginny interrupted.
Yeah, and you're not coming, Ron said sharply.
Ginny's eyes flashed.
Excuse me, I care about what happens to Sirius just as much as you do.
Her jaw was set stubbornly now, and Harry was suddenly reminded so strongly of Fred and George it was almost unsettling. You too, Harry began. But Ginny cut him off. I'm 3 years older now than you were when you went after you-know-who and the Sorcerer's Stone. And if it weren't for me, Malfoy would still be free instead of trapped in Umbridge's office with giant flying bogies all over his face.
Yeah, but...
We were all in Dumbledore's army together, Neville said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. It was supposed to be about learning to fight you-know-who, wasn't it? Well, this is the first real chance we've had to do something. Or was it all just practice, just a game?
No, of course not, Harry said impatiently.
Then we should come, Neville said simply. We want to help. That's right, Luna added, smiling dreamily. Harry met Ron's eyes. He knew exactly what Ron was thinking. If he had been allowed to choose any members of the DA to come with them besides himself, Ron and Hermione Ginny, Neville and Luna would not have been his first choices. Well, none of that matters anyway, Harry muttered through clenched teeth, because we still don't know how we're getting there. I thought we'd already decided that, Luna said in her maddeningly calm voice. We're flying.
Ron rounded on her, struggling to keep his temper in check. Listen, he snapped. You might be able to fly without a broomstick, but the rest of us can't just grow wings whenever we feel like it.
There are other ways to fly besides broomsticks, Luna replied serenely. Ron stared at her.
Oh, right, he said sarcastically. What? Are we supposed to ride some ridiculous creature like a khaki snorkel or whatever?
The crumple-horned snorkat can't fly, Luna corrected him with dignity. But they can. Hagrid says they're excellent at finding wherever their riders want to go. Harry spun around so fast he nearly tripped. Standing silently between two trees were two thestrals, their ghostly white eyes gleaming in the darkness as though they had been listening to every word.
Yes, Harry whispered, hurrying toward them.
The creatures tossed their reptilian heads, their long black manes rippling. Harry reached out eagerly and stroked the glossy neck of the nearest one.
How had he ever thought they were ugly? Are those the creepy horse things? Ron asked nervously, squinting at empty air somewhere to the left of where Harry was standing. The ones you can only see if you've watched someone die.
Yeah, Harry said.
How many?
2. Well, we need 3, Hermione said, though she still looked pale and shaken.
4, Hermione, Ginny corrected sharply.
Luna blinked thoughtfully.
I make it 6 of us, actually. Don't be ridiculous, we're not all going, Harry snapped.
He pointed furiously at Ginny, Neville, and Luna. You 3 aren't involved in this. You're not coming. They all began protesting at once. Harry's scar throbbed painfully again. Every second they wasted mattered. He didn't have time for this.
Fine, he barked. Your choice, but unless we can find more thestrals, there's no way you're coming. Oh, more will come, Ginny said confidently.
She was staring in the wrong direction, just like Ron, clearly pretending she could see them. Harry glared at her.
And why exactly do you think that?
Ginny folded her arms. Because, if you hadn't noticed, you and Hermione are both covered in blood, she said coolly. And we all know Hagrid uses raw meat to attract thestrals. That's probably why these 2 showed up. At that moment, Harry felt a gentle tug on his robes. He looked down. The nearest thestral was licking his sleeve, stained with Grawp's blood. Right, Harry said, as an idea struck him. Ron and I can take these 2 and go ahead. Hermione can stay here with you 3 and attract more thestrals.
I'm not staying behind, Hermione said furiously. There's no need, Luna said dreamily, smiling.
She pointed deeper into the trees. Look, more are coming now. You 2 must smell awful. Harry turned. 6 or 7 more thestrals were emerging silently from the shadows, stepping carefully through the undergrowth. Their great leathery wings were folded against their skeletal bodies, and their pale eyes gleamed eerily in the darkness. Harry had no argument left.
All right, he muttered angrily. Pick one and get on.
Chapter 34. The Department of Mysteries. Harry gripped the nearest thestral's mane tightly in one hand, planted his foot on a nearby tree stump, and awkwardly hauled himself onto the creature's sleek black back. The thestral didn't seem to mind, though it twisted its long neck around, baring sharp fangs as it tried to resume licking the bloodstains on his robes. After shifting around a little, Harry discovered he could wedge his knees just behind the joints of its wings, which made him feel a bit more secure. He glanced around at the others. Neville had somehow managed to clamber onto the next thestral and was now struggling to swing one short leg over its back. Luna, on the other hand, was already comfortably seated side saddle, calmly smoothing her robes as though riding invisible winged horses was part of her daily routine.
Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, however, were frozen where they stood, staring with wide eyes and open mouths.
What now? Harry asked impatiently. How exactly are we supposed to get on? Ron asked weakly, "when we can't even see the things?"
"Oh, it's simple," said Luna cheerfully.
She slid gracefully off her thestral and walked over to them. "Come here." She led them toward the waiting creatures and, one by one, helped each of them climb onto a mount. She carefully placed their hands into the creatures' manes and instructed them to hold on tightly before returning to her own.
All three looked utterly terrified.
"This is insane," Ron muttered, cautiously stroking the invisible neck beneath him. "Completely insane. If I could just see it." "You better be glad you can't," Harry said grimly. He looked around at them all. "Everyone ready?" They nodded, and Harry saw their knees tighten under their robes.
"Right."
He looked down at the glossy black head of his thestral and swallowed hard.
"Ministry of Magic, visitors entrance, London," he said uncertainly. If you know where that is."
For a second, the thestral remained still. Then suddenly, with a powerful motion that nearly threw Harry off, its enormous wings spread wide. The horse crouched low and launched. It shot into the air so sharply and so fast that Harry had to clamp his arms and legs around it to stop himself from sliding off its bony back. He squeezed his eyes shut and buried his face in its silky mane as they burst through the highest branches of the trees and soared into a blazing blood-red sunset. Harry had never travelled so fast in his life. The thestral streaked over the castle below, its huge wings barely moving. The cold wind slapped against Harry's face. Squinting against the rushing air, he glanced behind him. His 5 companions were flying close behind, all crouched low against the necks of their thestrals to avoid being caught in his slipstream. They flew over the Hogwarts grounds, then over Hogsmeade. Soon the mountains and deep valleys spread beneath them. As daylight faded, Harry saw scattered clusters of glowing lights from distant villages. Far below, a winding road snaked through the hills, and on it, a lone car crawled steadily toward home. "This is insane." Ron's voice drifted faintly through the rushing wind somewhere behind Harry. Harry could only imagine how terrifying it must be for Ron, flying at such speed and height with nothing visible beneath him. Twilight deepened around them. The sky faded into a dusky purple, scattered with tiny silver stars, and before long the only signs of the world below were the glowing lights of Muggle towns, reminding them just how high and how fast they were flying. Harry clung tightly to the thestral's neck, silently urging it to go faster. How long had it been since he'd seen Sirius lying on the floor in the Department of Mysteries? How much longer could Sirius hold out against Voldemort? Harry knew one thing for certain. Sirius was still alive. He hadn't done what Voldemort wanted, and he hadn't died. Harry was sure that if either had happened, he would have felt Voldemort's fury or triumph surge through him, and his scar would be burning as fiercely as it had the night Mr. Weasley was attacked. They flew on through the darkness. Harry's face felt frozen and stiff. His legs had gone numb from clamping so hard around the thestral's sides. He didn't dare move. The roar of the wind in his ears drowned out all sound. His mouth was dry and numb from the freezing air. He had no idea how far they had travelled. All he could do was trust the creature beneath him as it sliced through the night with tireless purpose, its wings barely beating. If they were too late.
"He's alive. He's still fighting. I can feel it."
If Voldemort decided Sirius would never break,
"I'd know."
Suddenly Harry's stomach lurched. The thestral's head dipped sharply downward, and Harry slid forward along its neck. They were descending. He thought he heard someone scream behind him and twisted around dangerously, but saw no one falling. No doubt the others had been startled by the sudden drop too. Now bright orange lights were swelling larger all around them. The tops of buildings came into view. Harry hurried toward the battered red telephone box and yanked the door open.
"Over here," he called urgently, motioning the others inside. "Come on."
Ron and Ginny climbed in first without question. Hermione squeezed in next, followed by Neville and Luna, all crammed shoulder to shoulder in the tiny space. Harry spared one last glance behind him at the Thestrals, rummaging through the overflowing skip for scraps, then forced himself into the box after Luna, slamming the door shut. "Whoever's nearest the receiver, dial 62442, he ordered. Ron stretched awkwardly and spun the dial. As the numbers clicked back into place, a cool, emotionless female voice filled the cramped booth. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business."
Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Harry rattled off breathlessly. Ginny Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, we're here to save someone unless your ministry can do it first.
"Thank you," said the voice calmly. "Visitors, please take the badges and attach them to the front of your robes." A clatter came from the coin return slot as 6 badges slid out. Hermione grabbed them and passed them over everyone's heads to Harry. He looked down at the top one. Harry Potter Rescue Mission.
Visitors to the ministry. You are required to submit to a search and present your wands for registration at the security desk located at the far end of the atrium. Fine, Harry snapped as pain lanced through his scar again. Now can we move?
The floor beneath them jolted violently. Through the glass walls, the pavement began to rise past them. The Thestrals disappeared from view as darkness swallowed the booth, and it descended deep underground with a harsh grinding sound. Then a faint, golden glow appeared beneath their feet, slowly widening as they sank lower, creeping up their legs and robes. Harry bent his knees, wand gripped tightly, peering through the glass in case anyone was waiting. But the atrium below looked deserted. The vast hall was dim and shadowy now. No fires burned in the fireplaces along the walls. Yet the enchanted golden symbols still shimmered and twisted across the dark blue ceiling overhead. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant evening," the voice announced. The door sprang open. Harry stumbled out first, Neville and Luna right behind him. The only sound was the steady splash of water from the golden fountain in the center of the hall. Streams still poured from the wand tips of the witch and wizard statues, the centaur's arrow, the goblin's hat, and the house elf's ears into the glittering basin below.
"Come on," Harry whispered.
Without another word, the 6 of them broke into a run across the deserted atrium, Harry leading the way past the fountain toward the abandoned security desk at the far end of the hall. Harry was certain there should have been a security guard waiting at the desk. The emptiness of the atrium felt wrong, and with every step his sense of dread deepened. By the time they pushed through the gleaming golden gates toward the lifts, the uneasy feeling had settled like ice in his stomach. He jabbed at the nearest down button. Almost at once, a lift rattled into view. Its golden grills slid open with a loud metallic clang that echoed through the deserted hall. The 6 of them hurried inside, and Harry slammed his hand against the button marked 9. The gates crashed shut. The lift lurched downward, groaning and clanking so loudly Harry winced. He hadn't noticed before, when he'd come with Mr. Weasley, just how deafening the lifts really were. Every jolt and rattle seemed loud enough to wake the entire ministry. He imagined security wizards hearing the noise and rushing toward them. But no one came. At last the lift shuddered to a halt. The same calm female voice announced, "Department of Mysteries." The golden grills slid apart. They stepped into a dim corridor lined with dark stone. Nothing stirred except the nearest torches, their flames dancing wildly in the gust of air left by the lift. Harry turned toward the plain black door at the corridor's end. After months of dreaming about it, after endless nights of seeing it in visions, he was finally here.
"Let's go," he whispered.
He started forward. Luna close behind him, her wide eyes wandering over everything with open fascination. Harry stopped again when they were only a few feet from the door. "Okay, listen," he whispered. Maybe a couple of people should stay here as lookouts. And
how are we supposed to warn you if something comes?" Ginny interrupted, raising an eyebrow. "You could be miles away."
"We're coming with you, Harry," Neville said quietly, but firmly. "Let's just get on with it," Ron added. Harry hesitated. He still hated the thought of dragging them all deeper into danger. But there was no time to argue. He faced the black door and stepped forward. The moment he approached, it swung silently inward, just as it always had in his dreams. Harry crossed the threshold. The others followed close behind. He stopped dead. They were standing in a vast circular chamber. Everything was black. The walls, the ceiling, the polished marble floor beneath their feet. Around the room, identical black doors stood evenly spaced in the walls, plain, handleless, and completely unmarked. Between them, branches of candles burned with eerie blue flames, their cold light flickering across the floor until it looked like dark water shimmering underfoot. "Someone shut the door," Harry muttered. Neville obeyed at once. The instant the door clicked shut, Harry regretted it. The thin strip of torchlight from the corridor vanished, plunging them into near total darkness. For a moment, the only light came from the trembling blue candles and their ghostly reflections in the floor. In his dreams, Harry had always known exactly where to go, straight across the room, to the door opposite and onward.
But now,
there were too many doors.
At least a dozen?
He stared at the ones ahead, trying desperately to recognize the right one. And then the room moved. A deep rumbling noise shook the chamber. The walls began to spin. The candles blurred into streaks of blue light, circling faster and faster like neon ribbons in the dark. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm tightly, as if afraid the floor itself would give way, but it stayed still beneath them. The walls kept turning.
Faster. Faster.
Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the rumbling stopped. The spinning ended. The room was still once more.
And now, none of the doors were where they had been before. Blue streaks swam across Harry's vision, burned there by the spinning lights. He blinked hard, but the glowing lines refused to disappear.
"What was that?" Ron whispered, his voice trembling.
"I think," Ginny said quietly, glancing around the dark room, "it was to stop us from knowing which door we came through."
Harry's stomach sank. She was right. He couldn't have picked out the exit now any more than he could have spotted a single ant on the glossy black floor. Every identical door looked exactly the same. "How are we supposed to get back out?" Neville asked uneasily. Harry tightened his grip on his wand. "That doesn't matter right now," he said firmly, though his voice sounded harsher than he intended. "We won't need to leave until we've found Sirius." "Just don't start calling his name," Hermione whispered urgently. Harry barely heard her. The last thing he wanted was to make noise in this place.
Where do we go now, Harry? Ron asked.
Harry swallowed.
I'm not sure, he admitted. In the dreams, I came through the door at the end of the corridor from the lifts into a dark room. He glanced around. This room. Then I went through another door into a room that sort of glittered.
He hesitated, then forced confidence into his voice. We'll try a few doors. I'll know it when I see it. Come on. He strode toward the door directly in front of him. The others followed close behind. Harry pressed his left hand against the cold black surface and raised his wand, ready for anything. Then he pushed. The door swung open without resistance. Warm light spilled over them. Compared to the darkness of the circular room, this long rectangular chamber seemed dazzling. Lamps hung from the ceiling on golden chains, bathing everything in a soft glow. But it wasn't the room from his dreams. There were no glittering lights.
No shelves. No glass orbs.
The room was almost empty. A few desks stood scattered along the walls. And in the exact center of the room stood a huge glass tank filled with deep green liquid, large enough for all of them to swim inside. Pale white shapes drifted lazily through the murky depths.
What are those? Ron whispered.
Don't know, Harry muttered.
Fish, Ginny guessed softly. Aquavirius maggots, Luna said eagerly. Dad said the ministry was breeding. No, Hermione said.
Her voice sounded strange. She stepped closer to the tank and pressed her hands against the glass.
They're brains.
Brains, Ron repeated, horrified. Yes, Hermione whispered. I wonder what they're doing with them. Harry moved beside her and stared. She was right. There was no mistaking them up close. Pale, glistening brains floated in and out of view beneath the green liquid, shining eerily in the dim light like enormous slimy cauliflowers. A shiver crawled up Harry's spine.
Let's get out of here, he said quickly. This isn't it. We need another door.
There are doors in here too, Ron said, pointing. Harry's heart dropped. He turned. Sure enough, more black doors lined the walls of this room.
How huge was this place?
In my dream, Harry said, trying to think clearly. I went through the dark room into the second room. I think we should go back and try again from there.
Nobody argued.
They hurried back into the circular chamber, and now the floating white shapes of the brains seemed burned into Harry's eyes, replacing the blue candle streaks. Luna reached to shut the door behind them.
Wait, Hermione snapped suddenly.
She raised her wand.
Flagrate.
A jet of red sparks shot from her wand and burned a glowing fiery X across the black door. The mark blazed bright against the darkness.
At least now, Hermione said breathlessly, we'll know we've already been in there. Hermione slashed her wand through the air.
A glowing fiery X blazed itself onto the black door. The instant the door clicked shut behind them, the chamber gave another violent rumble. Once more the walls spun rapidly around them, blue candlelight streaking into blurs, but now there was a brilliant red-gold smear among the blue. Then the spinning stopped. Everything was still again. And there, glowing steadily in the darkness, was Hermione's burning cross. The mark had moved with the wall.
It still showed the door they had already tried.
Brilliant, Harry muttered. Good thinking. He took a breath and turned toward another door. Let's try this one. Again he strode straight toward the door, now facing him, wand raised, and shoved it open. The others hurried after him. This room was larger than the last. It was long and rectangular, dimly lit, and the middle of it dropped away sharply into a vast stone pit perhaps 20 feet deep. They stood at the top of steep rows of stone benches that circled the pit like an amphitheatre, or like the courtroom where Harry had once stood trial before the Wizengamot. But instead of a chair in the centre, there was an archway. A tall, ancient stone arch stood upon a raised dais in the middle of the pit. It looked impossibly old, cracked, weathered, crumbling as though it should have collapsed centuries ago. And hanging from it was a ragged black curtain.
A veil.
Though the air in the chamber was icy and perfectly still, the veil stirred softly, fluttering as though someone had just brushed past it.
"Who's there?" Harry called suddenly.
Without waiting, he jumped down onto the bench below. No answer came, but the veil kept moving.
"Careful," Hermione whispered sharply.
Harry ignored her and climbed down the rows of benches one by one until he reached the bottom of the pit. His footsteps rang loudly in the silence as he crossed the stone floor toward the dais. The archway looked much taller now, more imposing, more alive. The veil swayed gently,
as if someone had just stepped through it. "Sirius," Harry called again, quieter this time.
He had the strangest sensation that someone was standing just behind it.
Someone waiting.
His hand tightened around his wand as he edged around the dais and peered behind the arch. There was no one there.
Only the back of the tattered black veil. "Harry, come on," Hermione called from halfway down the steps.
Her voice shook.
"This isn't right, let's go."
She sounded more frightened than she had in the room full of floating brains. But Harry barely heard her. The archway fascinated him.
It had an eerie, ancient beauty. And the veil. It pulled at him.
He felt an almost irresistible urge to climb onto the dais and walk through it.
"Harry," Hermione called again, more sharply.
"Let's go."
"Okay," Harry said automatically.
But he didn't move. He'd heard something. A faint sound. Whispers. Soft murmurs coming from the other side of the veil. He frowned.
"What are you saying?" he shouted.
His voice echoed around the chamber.
"Nobody's talking. Harry!" Hermione said, hurrying toward him now.
"There's someone whispering," Harry insisted, stepping away from her outstretched hand. He kept staring at the rippling curtain.
"Ron, is that you?" "I'm here, mate," said Ron's voice suddenly.
Ron appeared around the side of the archway, looking confused. Harry stared at the veil. The whispering continued. "Can't anyone else hear that?" Harry demanded. The whispering was louder now, soft, urgent murmurs rising from beyond the veil. Without realizing it, he had stepped up onto the stone dais.
"I hear them too," Luna whispered.
She moved to his side, staring dreamily at the swaying curtain. "There are people in there."
"But what do you mean, in there?" Hermione snapped, jumping down the last step.
Her voice was sharper, almost panicked. "There isn't any in there. It's an archway. There's no space for anyone behind it. Harry, stop it. Come away." She seized his arm and tugged hard. Harry resisted without meaning to.
"Harry!" Hermione cried, her voice tight and strained. "We came here for Sirius." "Sirius?" Harry repeated blankly, still staring into the veil's endless rippling motion. "Yeah."
Then suddenly, something clicked back into place in his mind. Sirius. Captured. Being tortured. And here he was, staring at a curtain. Harry stumbled backward off the dais and tore his gaze away.
Let's go, he said hoarsely.
Hermione looked half furious, half relieved.
That's what I've been saying, she muttered. Come on.
She hurried around the dais. On the far side, Ginny and Neville were standing rooted to the spot, staring at the veil with the same entranced expression Harry must have worn. Without a word, Hermione grabbed Ginny's arm. Ron seized Neville's. Together they dragged them away, back across the stone floor and up the steep benches to the door. Once they were back in the circular room, Harry let out a shaky breath. "What do you reckon that arch was?" he asked. Hermione was already marking the door with another blazing X.
I don't know, she said firmly, but whatever it was dangerous.
The room began to spin again. Blue and red-gold streaks blurred around them until the rumbling stopped. Harry staggered toward another door at random and pushed.
It didn't move.
"What is it?" Hermione asked.
It's Harry shoved harder, locked.
Ron rushed over at once. "This has to be it," he said excitedly. "It's gotta be—" He threw his shoulder against the door beside Harry. It held fast.
Move, Hermione snapped.
The boys stepped back. She aimed her wand.
Alohomora.
Nothing happened. The door didn't even tremble. "Sirius's knife," Harry said suddenly. He yanked the magical knife from inside his robes and shoved the blade into the crack between the door and the wall. Everyone watched breathlessly as he slid it from top to bottom. Then Harry pulled it free and slammed his shoulder against the door again. It stayed shut. Harry looked down. The blade had melted into a twisted lump of metal.
Right, Hermione said at once, her voice final. We're not going in there.
"But what if that's the one?" Ron asked, staring at the locked door with a mixture of hope and dread.
It can't be, Hermione said. Harry always got through every door in his dream.
She burned another fiery X across it. Harry shoved the ruined handle of Sirius's knife back into his pocket as the room began spinning yet again. Luna watched the marked door disappear into the blur. "You know what might be in there," she said brightly. Hermione sighed. "Something blibbering, no doubt," she muttered. Neville let out a nervous little laugh. The spinning stopped.
Another door now faced them.
And Harry reached for it. The spinning walls shuddered to a halt. Harry barely waited for them to stop before he lunged at the next door and shoved it open. The moment it swung wide, he gasped. This is it. He knew instantly. The room blazed with dazzling, dancing light, sharp and sparkling like diamonds flashing in the sun. Harry had seen it before in his dreams. As his eyes adjusted to the brilliance, he saw clocks.
Everywhere. Large clocks.
Tiny clocks. Grandfather clocks looming in corners. Delicate carriage clocks ticking on desks. Clocks hung between towering bookcases, stood on tables, lined shelves from end to end. The room was alive with sound. 1,000 relentless ticks filled the air like countless tiny marching feet. At the far end stood the source of the sparkling light, a towering crystal bell jar.
This way, Harry hissed.
His heart hammered wildly. They were close now. He darted down the narrow aisle between long rows of desks, heading straight toward the bell jar, just as he had in the dream. It stood on a desk and was nearly as tall as he was.
Inside, something glittered and swirled like a storm of shining wind. Oh, look, Ginny whispered.
She pointed toward the center of the bell jar. Floating in the sparkling current was a tiny jewel-bright egg.
As it rose, the egg cracked open.
A hummingbird burst free. It fluttered upward, carried by the shimmering current toward the top of the jar. But as it drifted back down, its feathers became soaked and bedraggled. Its tiny body shrank, and by the time it reached the bottom, it had folded back into a perfect egg once more. "Keep moving," Harry snapped. Ginny looked offended. "You wasted enough time staring at that old archway," she muttered. But she hurried after him. Beyond the bell jar stood a single black door. Harry stopped in front of it.
"This is it," he whispered again.
His pulse pounded so hard it hurt.
"It's through here."
He turned to look at the others. Every wand was raised. Every face was pale and tense. Harry took a breath, then pushed the door open. They had found it. The room was enormous, high as a cathedral. Towering shelves stretched into the darkness in every direction, packed with hundreds, thousands of small, dusty glass orbs. They gleamed faintly in the eerie blue light cast by candle brackets fixed at intervals along the shelves. The flames burned blue here too. The air was icy cold. Harry stepped forward slowly and peered down one of the shadowy aisles. Nothing moved. No sound. No sign of Sirius. "You said row 97, Hermione whispered.
"Yeah," Harry breathed.
He looked at the silver number gleaming at the end of the nearest row.
53.
"We need to go right," Hermione whispered, squinting down the next aisle. "They're 54. Harry swallowed and tightened his grip on his wand. "Keep your wands ready." They crept onward.
Silent.
Careful. They moved through the endless maze of shelves, glancing over their shoulders into the darkness. The farther ends of the aisles disappeared into shadow. Tiny yellowing labels were stuck beneath each glass sphere. Some glowed faintly from within, filled with strange liquid light. Others were dull and dark like dead bulbs.
And somewhere in this freezing maze,
Sirius was waiting. Harry froze, confusion washing over him as he stepped closer to the dusty glass orb Ron had spotted. It sat quietly on the shelf, glowing faintly from within, as though it had been waiting there for years in silence. A thick layer of dust coated its surface, untouched by time or hands alike. "My name," Harry echoed, hardly believing it. He leaned in, squinting through the dim blue candlelight. Sure enough, there it was, his name, etched onto the small yellowing label beneath the orb in tiny, spidery handwriting. A strange chill crept through him. He reached out instinctively, brushing away some of the dust with trembling fingers as he tried to make out the full inscription. The others crowded closer behind him, their faces pale and tense in the eerie light. "What does it say?" whispered Hermione. Harry swallowed hard and read aloud, his voice unsteady in the silence. "SPT to A PWBD, Dark Lord and Harry Potter." His own name seemed to echo unnaturally in the cold room. "What does that mean?" Neville asked nervously. But Hermione's face had suddenly changed. Her eyes widened with realization and fear. "Harry!" she whispered urgently. "Don't touch it!" Harry turned to look at her. "What?"
"I think," Hermione said, her voice shaking now, "I think this is what he wanted you to come for." A horrible feeling twisted in Harry's stomach. The dream, the corridor, the door, Sirius, it all slammed into place with terrifying force. This had never been about rescuing Sirius. It had been a trap.
Harry stared at the glowing sphere in horror as the truth crashed over him like icy water. Voldemort had lured him here, lured all of them here, to retrieve whatever was inside that prophecy. And then, from somewhere in the darkness behind them, came a slow, mocking clap. The 6 of them spun around, wands raised. Figures were emerging silently from the shadows between the towering shelves. Tall, hooded figures, masked faces gleamed pale beneath their hoods. Death Eaters. A cold voice drifted through the darkness. "Well done, Potter," drawled Lucius Malfoy, stepping into the blue candlelight with a thin smile. "Now, hand it over." Chapter 35. Beyond the Veil. Dark figures began to materialize from every side, as though rising out of the shadows themselves. They surrounded the group completely, cutting off every possible escape. Pale eyes gleamed through narrow slits in black hoods, and more than a dozen wand tips glowed menacingly, all aimed straight at their chests. Ginny let out a small, terrified gasp.
"Hand it over, Potter!" came the silky voice of Lucius Malfoy again, as he stepped forward and extended one pale hand.
Harry's stomach dropped. They were trapped.
And badly outnumbered.
"Give it to me," Malfoy repeated, his voice colder this time. "Where's Sirius?" Harry demanded. A ripple of cruel laughter spread through the circle. From somewhere to Harry's left, a woman's harsh, triumphant voice rang out. "The Dark Lord always knows." "Always," Malfoy echoed softly. His pale eyes glittered. "Now, hand me the prophecy. Potter."
"I want Sirius. I want Sirius," the woman mocked in a high, childish voice.
The Death Eaters moved closer, closing the gap until they stood only a few feet away. Their wand light shone so brightly it stung Harry's eyes. "You've got him," Harry insisted, trying to ignore the panic clawing at his chest. The horrible feeling he had carried since entering row 97 was becoming unbearable. "He's here. I know he is."
"Oh, did the poor little baby wake up scared and think his dream was real?" sneered the woman in a cruel, babyish tone.
Harry felt Ron shift beside him. "Don't," Harry muttered under his breath. "Not yet." The woman burst into shrill laughter.
"Did you hear that?" she screeched, "giving orders to the other children as if he thinks he can fight us." "Oh, you have no idea what Potter is capable of. Bellatrix," Malfoy said in his smooth voice. "He does love to play the hero. The Dark Lord understands that weakness well. Now, give me the prophecy."
Harry's breathing became shallow.
"I know Sirius is here," he repeated stubbornly, though fear was tightening around his ribs. "I know you've got him."
The Death Eaters laughed again, but Bellatrix laughed loudest. "You still can't tell the difference between dreams and reality? Potter," said Malfoy, "give me the prophecy, or we use force."
"Then do it," Harry snapped, raising his wand. Instantly, 5 more wands rose beside him, Ron's, Hermione's, Neville's, Ginny's, and Luna's.
Harry's stomach twisted harder.
If Sirius really wasn't there.
Then he had brought them all to die. But strangely, the Death Eaters still did not attack.
"Hand over the prophecy," Malfoy said calmly, "and nobody has to be hurt."
Harry laughed bitterly. "Sure," he said, "I give you this prophecy, and you just let us all walk away." He had barely finished speaking when Bellatrix screamed,
"Achuprov."
Harry reacted instantly.
"Protego."
The shield charm burst from his wand just in time. The glass sphere slipped dangerously in his fingers, wobbling near the edge of his grip. But he caught it. Bellatrix's wild eyes gleamed through her hood.
"Oh, he knows tricks," she hissed. "Clever little baby Potter." "Enough!" Lucius Malfoy roared, whirling on her. "I told you no! If you break it!"
Harry's thoughts were spinning wildly now. So that was it. They needed the prophecy. He didn't. All he wanted now was to survive and get his friends out alive. Before his stupidity cost them everything, the woman suddenly stepped away from the circle of Death Eaters and ripped off her hood. Harry recognized her instantly. Bellatrix Lestrange. Years in Azkaban had drained her face of flesh, leaving it hollow and skeletal, but her dark eyes blazed with wild devotion and madness.
"Still need convincing," she hissed, her chest heaving with excitement. "Fine. Take the smallest one," she ordered sharply, pointing toward the group. "Let him watch while we torture the little girl. I'll do it myself." Harry felt everyone instinctively shift closer around Ginny Weasley. He moved at once, stepping in front of her with the prophecy clutched tightly against his chest. "If you attack any of us," Harry said, his voice shaking but firm, "you'll have to smash this first."
He lifted the glass sphere slightly. "I don't suppose your master would be very happy if you came back without it." Bellatrix froze. She didn't raise her wand. She only stared at him, slowly running her tongue across her lips. Harry's mind raced. He had no plan. He could feel Neville Longbottom trembling beside him. He could hear someone breathing hard behind his shoulder. He hoped the others were thinking of some way out because his own thoughts were useless. "So," Harry said, forcing the words out, "what exactly is this prophecy?" Bellatrix's grin faltered. "What did you say?" she whispered. Harry swallowed. "What kind of prophecy is it?" he repeated, glancing around desperately for a gap in the circle. "Why does Voldemort want it so badly?" A wave of angry hissing rose from the Death Eaters. Bellatrix's eyes widened. "You dare say his name?" she whispered.
"Yeah," Harry said, tightening his grip on the orb. "I've got no problem saying Volder, shut your filthy mouth," Bellatrix shrieked. Her voice echoed madly through the shelves. "You dare speak his name with those worthless lips. You dare stain it with your filthy half-blood tongue. You dare, did you know he's a half-blood too?" Harry shot back recklessly. Hermione Granger let out a frightened little sound. "Voldemort," Harry pressed on. "His mum was a witch, sure, but his dad was a muggle. Or did he tell you he was pure blood? Stupefy." A blast of red light shot from Bellatrix's wand. "No!" Lucius Malfoy reacted instantly, deflecting her curse at the last second. The spell missed Harry by inches and slammed into the shelf beside him. Several glass orbs exploded, the shattered fragments scattered across the floor.
And from the broken pieces rose pale, ghostly figures made of swirling white smoke. They unfurled into the air like spirits, speaking in overlapping voices. "At the solstice will come anew," murmured the shape of an old bearded man. "Do not attack! We need the prophecy," Lucius shouted. "He dares, he dares!" Bellatrix screamed, nearly incoherent with rage. "Filthy half-blood! Wait until we have it!" Malfoy roared. "And none will come after," whispered the ghostly shape of a young woman. The room was filled with chaos, shouting, whispers, shattered glass, and the cold realization that everything was about to explode into violence. The ghostly apparitions that had emerged from the shattered orbs slowly dissolved into the darkness, fading like mist into the cold air. Nothing remained except glittering shards of glass scattered across the floor. Yet, in that fleeting moment of confusion, Harry had an idea. The problem was how to warn the others. "You still haven't told me why this prophecy matters so much," Harry said, buying time. Carefully, he slid one foot sideways, searching through the darkness for someone else's. "Don't play games with us." "Potter," said Lucius Malfoy icily. "I'm not," Harry replied, though half his attention was fixed on Malfoy and the other half on his cautious foot. Then he found someone's toes. He pressed down hard. A quick intake of breath behind him told him it was Hermione Granger. "What?" she whispered. "So Albus Dumbledore never told you," Malfoy sneered. "He never explained that the truth behind your scar lies hidden here, deep within the Department of Mysteries." Harry's breath caught. "My scar," he blurted, forgetting himself for a split second. "What?" Hermione whispered again, more urgently. "Can it be?" Malfoy said, sounding almost gleeful. "Can Potter truly be this ignorant?" Several Death Eaters laughed, using the noise as cover. Harry barely moved his lips. "Smash! The shelves! Dumbledore never told you?" Malfoy continued silkily. "That explains why you didn't come sooner." "The Dark Lord wondered why, when I say now," Harry murmured. "Why you didn't come running the moment he showed you where it was hidden in your dreams," Malfoy went on. "He assumed curiosity alone would drag you here to hear the prophecy's exact words." "Did he?" Harry asked. He could sense, rather than hear, Hermione quietly passing the message along. "So, he wanted me to get it for him?" Harry asked. "Why? Why?" Malfoy repeated with a cruel smile. "Because only those to whom a prophecy refers may remove it from the Department of Mysteries. The Dark Lord discovered that after others failed." Harry tightened his grip on the orb. "Why would he want a prophecy about me?"
"About both of you," Malfoy corrected softly. "Both of you. Haven't you ever wondered why the Dark Lord tried to kill you as a baby?" Harry stared into the gleaming grey eyes behind the mask. His scar, his parents, everything. Was the answer in his hand a prophecy about Voldemort and me? Harry whispered. The small glass sphere felt warm in his palm, dusty and delicate, and he made me come for it. Why didn't he take it himself? "Take it himself!" shrieked Bellatrix Lestrange, bursting into wild laughter. "The Dark Lord walk into the Ministry while fools pretend he hasn't returned, reveal himself to the Aurors while they waste their time chasing shadows." Harry narrowed his eyes. "So he sends others to do his work," he said, "like Sturgis Podmore and Broderick Bode. Very clever." "Potter," Malfoy said slowly. "The Dark Lord knows you are not unintelli now." Harry roared. Everything happened at once.
6 wands fired, jets of light blasted through the darkness, shelves exploded apart, glass shattered like gunfire, hundreds of prophecy orbs smashed upon the floor, releasing swirling white figures and overlapping voices that screamed and whispered through the room. And then chaos erupted. As soon as Harry shouted the command, 5 voices behind him roared in unison, "Reducto!" 5 spells shot across the room in blinding streaks of light. They struck the shelves with explosive force. The towering racks trembled violently before bursting apart, sending hundreds of glass orbs crashing to the ground. Each shattered sphere released ghostly, pearly white figures that spiraled upward like smoke, their ancient voices crying out in fragments of forgotten prophecies. The room filled with a deafening storm of splintering wood, shattering glass, and eerie whispers from the long dead. "Run!" Harry screamed. He grabbed a fistful of Hermione's robes and yanked her forward. Raising one arm to shield his head, he plunged through the chaos as pieces of shelving and razor-sharp shards rained down around them. A masked Death Eater lunged out of the swirling dust. Harry reacted without thinking, driving his elbow hard into the man's face. The Death Eater staggered backward with a cry. Everywhere around them there was screaming cries of pain, crashing shelves collapsing into each other, and the haunting voices of seers echoing through the destruction. Ahead, Harry spotted a narrow opening through the chaos. Ron, Ginny, and Luna sprinted past it, ducking low with their arms over their heads. Something heavy slammed into Harry's cheek, sending pain flashing across his face, but he ignored it and kept running. Then a hand clamped down hard on his shoulder.
"Harry!" Hermione shouted. A burst of red light shot past him. Stupefy! The grip vanished instantly. They burst out at the end of row 97. Harry veered sharply right and ran harder than ever. Behind him he could hear pounding footsteps and Hermione urging Neville to keep moving. Straight ahead, the door they had entered through stood slightly open. and through the gap Harry saw the glittering light of the bell jar room. He raced through it, still clutching the prophecy tightly in his hand. He turned just in time to see Hermione and Neville dive through after him. Harry slammed the door shut. "Colloporters!" Hermione gasped. The door sealed itself with a wet, squelching sound. Harry bent double, gasping for breath. Where are the others?" he choked out. He had been certain Ron, Ginny, and Luna were ahead of them, but the room was empty. Hermione's face drained of colour.
"They must have gone the wrong way," she whispered, horror filling her voice. "Listen," Neville whispered urgently. Harry pressed his ear against the sealed door. On the other side came pounding footsteps and furious shouting. Then Lucius Malfoy's cold voice roared above the chaos. "Leave not! Leave him!" I said. "His injuries are nothing compared to losing that prophecy." There was a pause, then more orders barked rapidly. "Jugson, get back here! We split into pairs and search." Harry's blood ran cold as he listened. "And remember," Malfoy snarled, "be careful with Potter until we've got the prophecy. Kill the others if necessary." Hermione's whole body shook. "What do we do?" she whispered. Harry swallowed hard, forcing himself to think. "Well," he said, trying to sound braver than he felt, "we don't stand here waiting for them to find us." He grabbed Hermione's arm. "Come on." The three of them ran as quietly as possible through the room, passing the towering crystal bell jar where the tiny jeweled egg was hatching into a bird and then falling back into an egg again in an endless cycle. The exit to the circular black hall was just ahead. They were only a few steps away when something massive slammed into the sealed door behind them. The whole room shook. "Stand aside," a harsh voice barked. "Alohomora!" The door burst open.
Harry, Hermione, and Neville instantly threw themselves beneath the nearest desks, pressing low against the cold floor as two dark-robed figures stormed into the room. From under the desks, Harry could see only the hems of their robes and the rapid movement of their boots. "They might have gone straight through to the hall," growled one of the Death Eaters. "Check under the desks," said the other coldly. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. He saw the Death Eaters bend down
and struck first. Thrusting his wand out from beneath the desk, he shouted, "Stupefy!" A jet of red light blasted into the nearest Death Eater's chest. The man was hurled backward into a towering grandfather clock, knocking it over with an explosive crash. But the second Death Eater moved fast. He leapt aside, dodging Harry's spell, and spun his wand toward Hermione, who was crawling from beneath her desk for a better shot. Avada. Harry didn't hesitate. He launched himself across the floor, slamming into the Death Eater's knees. The man toppled sideways, his curse missing its target. Neville, panicking but determined to help, shoved over a desk in his haste and pointed his wand wildly at the struggling pair. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light struck. Both Harry's wand and the Death Eater's wand shot from their hands and flew through the air toward the entrance to the Hall of Prophecy. For a split second, both froze. Then both scrambled to their feet and sprinted after them, the Death Eater in front, Harry right behind, and Neville racing after them, his face full of horror at what he had done. "Get out of the way, Harry!" Neville yelled desperately. Harry threw himself sideways. Neville aimed again and shouted, "Stupefy!" The spell missed the Death Eater completely. Instead, it smashed into a glass-fronted cabinet mounted on the wall, filled with oddly shaped hourglasses. The cabinet crashed to the floor and shattered, then, impossibly, sprang back up onto the wall, fully restored only to crash down and shatter again, and again, and again. Time itself seemed broken in that corner of the room. Meanwhile, the Death Eater had seized his wand from beside the glittering bell jar. Harry ducked behind another desk as the man turned toward him. The Death Eater's mask had slipped crookedly over his face, blocking his vision. With an angry snarl, he ripped it off and raised his wand. "Stop, stupefy!" Hermione screamed. Her spell hit him square in the chest. The Death Eater froze instantly, his arm still half raised. His wand clattered from limp fingers. Then he toppled backward, straight toward the enormous bell jar. Harry braced for the crash, but it never came. Instead, the man's head passed through the surface of the glass as though it were nothing but mist. He landed sprawled across the table. His body outside the jar, his head inside it, immersed in the swirling, glittering wind. "Accio wand," Hermione cried. Harry's wand shot from a dark corner into her outstretched hand. She tossed it back to him. "Thanks," Harry gasped. "Right, let's get out of—" "Look out!" Neville cried suddenly, his voice shaking with horror. Harry and Hermione turned. Neville was staring at the Death Eater's head inside the bell jar. All three raised their wands again, but none of them fired. They simply stood there, frozen in shock, staring open-mouthed at the horrifying transformation beginning to unfold. The Death Eater's head was shrinking, fast. His black hair receded into his skull. The stubble on his chin vanished, his rough cheeks smoothed and softened. His skull rounded, becoming smaller and smaller until it was covered in nothing but fine peach fuzz. Within seconds, a baby's head sat grotesquely atop the Death Eater's thick, muscular body. He staggered upright, flailing wildly, but even as Harry, Hermione, and Neville stared in horror. The tiny head began to swell again. Black hair burst from the scalp, dark stubble sprouted along the chin, the face stretched back into its former brutal shape. "It's time!" Hermione whispered in awe. "Time!" The Death Eater shook his head violently, trying to clear his senses, but before he could recover, the transformation began all over again. His head shrank back toward infancy. Then a shout echoed from a nearby room. A crash, a scream. "Ron!" Harry shouted, spinning away from the nightmare in the bell jar room. "Ginny, Luna, Harry!" Hermione screamed. Harry whirled back. The Death Eater had yanked his head free of the bell jar. He looked monstrous, his massive adult body topped with a screaming infant's head, tiny face red and bawling as his muscular arms swung dangerously in every direction. One wild blow narrowly missed Harry's face as he ducked. Harry raised his wand instinctively, but Hermione grabbed his arm. "You can't hurt a baby!" Harry stared at her in disbelief. There was no time to argue. Footsteps thundered closer from the Hall of Prophecy, and Harry realized too late he had given away their position by shouting. "Come on!" he yelled. Leaving the grotesque, baby-headed Death Eater stumbling behind them, the three of them sprinted for the open door, leading back into the black circular hall. They were halfway there when Harry saw two more Death Eaters racing across the black room straight toward them. "Left!" he shouted. He swerved sharply and burst into a small, dark, cluttered office. He slammed the door behind them. "Follow," Hermione began, but the door exploded inward before she could finish. The two Death Eaters came hurtling through. With savage grins, they both bellowed, "Impedimenta!" Three invisible blasts slammed into Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Harry was hurled backward, smashing into the stone wall so hard the back of his head exploded with pain. Tiny white lights burst before his eyes. Hermione crashed into a bookcase which toppled half its heavy contents down onto her. Neville flew over the desk and vanished from sight. For one dizzy, spinning second, Harry couldn't move. "We've got him!" One of the Death Eaters roared. "In an office off, silencio," Hermione cried. The Death Eater's voice vanished instantly. His mouth kept moving behind the hole in his mask, but no sound came out. His companion shoved past him. "Petrificus totalis," Harry shouted. The spell hit. The Death Eater's arms and legs snapped rigidly together. He toppled forward like a felled tree, face first onto the rug at Harry's feet, stiff and helpless. "Well done." "Ha!" Hermione never finished. The silenced Death Eater slashed his wand in a violent arc. A streak of purple flame-like magic sliced across Hermione's chest. She gave a tiny, shocked gasp. "Oh!" Then she crumpled. She hit the floor and didn't move. "Hermione!" Harry dropped to his knees beside her. Neville crawled frantically out from under the desk, his wand shaking in his hand. The Death Eater lashed out with a brutal kick. His boot smashed into Neville's face and shattered Neville's wand clean in two. Neville screamed, clutching his bleeding mouth and nose as he recoiled. Harry spun around, fury blazing. His wand was already raised. And the Death Eater had ripped off his mask. Harry recognized the long, pale, twisted face instantly. Antonin Dolohov, the murderer of the Prewett brothers. And now his wand was pointed straight at Harry's heart. Dolohov grinned. With one hand still gripping his wand, he used the other to point first at the prophecy clutched in Harry's hand, then at himself, and finally at Hermione's motionless body on the floor. Even without a voice, his message was unmistakable. "Give me the prophecy, or you get the same as her. Like you won't kill us all the second I hand it over," Harry snapped. Panic screamed inside his head, drowning out clear thought. One hand remained on Hermione's shoulder, still warm. But he couldn't bring himself to really look at her. "Don't let her be dead. Don't let her be dead. It's my fault if she's dead." "Whatever you do, Harry," Neville said fiercely from beneath the desk. He lowered his blood-covered hands. His nose was clearly broken, blood pouring over his lips and down his chin. "Don't give it to him." Then crash! Dolohov turned sharply toward the door. The baby-headed Death Eater stumbled into view, his giant body smashing into furniture while the tiny infant head atop it screamed uncontrollably. His massive fists swung wildly in every direction. Harry didn't hesitate. Petrificus totalus. The spell struck Dolohov squarely before he could react. He toppled forward stiff as a plank, crashing across his immobilized companion. Both lay rigid and helpless. "Hermione!" Harry dropped beside her instantly, shaking her gently as the baby-headed Death Eater staggered past the doorway and out of sight. "Hermione! Wake up!" "What did he do to her?" Neville asked, crawling over and kneeling beside her, blood still streaming from his swollen nose. "I don't know." Neville reached shakily for Hermione's wrist. For one awful second, Harry stopped breathing. Then Neville's face changed. "That's a pulse, Harry." "I'm sure it is." Relief hit Harry so hard his head spun. "She's alive." "Yeah, I think so." For a brief moment, Harry closed his eyes. She was alive. She was alive. The only sounds now were the distant whimpers and crashes of the baby-headed Death Eater stumbling through the next room. Harry listened hard for approaching footsteps. There were none.
"Neville?" Harry whispered urgently. "We're close to the exit. That circular room's just outside. If we can get you across it and find the right door before more Death Eaters come, I bet you can get Hermione to the lift. Find someone? Raise the alarm." Neville frowned through the blood on his face. "And what are you going to do?" Harry swallowed. "I've got to find the others." Neville stared at him, then shook his head. "Well, I'm going to find them with you, but Hermione—"
"We'll take her with us," Neville said stubbornly. "I'll carry her. You're better at fighting than I am." Before Harry could argue, Neville stood and grabbed one of Hermione's arms. Harry hesitated, then grabbed the other. Together they lifted Hermione's limp body over Neville's shoulders. "Wait!" Harry bent quickly, snatched Hermione's wand from the floor, and shoved it into Neville's hand. "You'd better take this." Neville glanced down at the broken remains of his own wand and kicked the pieces aside. "My gran's going do, Kilby," he muttered thickly, blood spraying as he spoke. "Dat was by Dad's old wand." Harry peered cautiously out of the office. The baby-headed Death Eater was still stumbling through the time room, bawling loudly as he crashed into desks and toppled grandfather clocks. Behind him, the shattered cabinet. Harry now guessed had once held, time turners continued its impossible cycle. Falling, shattering, repairing, and falling again. "He'll never notice us," Harry whispered. "Come on, stay close." They slipped out of the office and crept toward the door into the black circular hallway. It seemed deserted. Neville staggered under Hermione's weight, but kept moving. Behind them, the time room door swung shut. Immediately, the walls began to rotate again. The entire room spun in a blur of blue fire and black marble. Harry swayed on his feet, his head still throbbing from the blow he'd taken. He narrowed his eyes and fought the dizziness. Then the walls stopped. Harry's heart sank. The fiery crosses Hermione had marked on the doors were gone. So which way do you reckon? Harry never finished. A door to their right burst open, and 3 figures tumbled out onto the black floor.
"Ron!" Harry croaked, rushing toward them. "Ginny, are you all—" "Harry," Ron said dreamily.
He staggered forward, grabbed the front of Harry's robes, and peered up at him with glassy, unfocused eyes.
"There you are!" "Ha ha ha!" he giggled weakly. "You look funny, Harry, all messed up."
Harry's stomach dropped.
Ron's face was deathly pale.
Something dark was trickling from the corner of his mouth. Then his knees buckled. He sagged forward, still clutching Harry's robes so tightly that Harry was dragged into an awkward half-bow.
"Ginny," Harry asked, panic rising. "What happened?"
Ginny didn't answer. She slid down the wall into a sitting position, gasping, clutching her ankle.
"I think it's broken," Luna whispered. Kneeling beside her, I heard something crack.
Luna alone looked mostly unhurt. 4 of them chased us into a dark room full of planets. She continued in her calm, dreamy voice. It was a very strange place. Some of the time we were floating.
"Harry!" Ron wheezed suddenly, still giggling. "We saw Uranus up close!"
He burst into hysterical laughter.
"Get it? Harry, we saw Uranus, ha ha ha."
A bubble of blood swelled at the corner of his mouth and popped. Harry felt sick.
"Anyway," Luna continued as if discussing the weather. "One of them grabbed Ginny's foot. I think Ron used Reducto and blew up Pluto in his face."
She gestured helplessly. Ginny's breathing was shallow. Her eyes remained closed.
"And Ron?" Harry asked, his voice tight with fear.
Ron was still hanging off him, giggling madly.
"I don't know what hit him," Luna said sadly. "But he's gone a bit funny. I could hardly get him here."
Ron leaned close and tugged Harry's ear down.
"Harry," he whispered conspiratorially, still laughing. "You know who this girl is."
He pointed vaguely at Luna.
"She's Loony Lovegood, ha ha ha."
"We've got to get out of here," Harry said firmly. He forced himself to think.
"Luna, can you help Ginny?"
"Yes," said Luna calmly. She tucked her wand behind her ear and slid an arm around Ginny's waist.
"It's only my ankle," Ginny snapped. "I can walk."
She tried, and instantly collapsed sideways with a gasp, grabbing Luna for support. Harry shifted Ron's arm over his own shoulder. Just as he had once dragged Dudley through a dark alley months ago. He looked wildly around. 12 doors.
1 chance in 12.
He began hauling Ron toward the nearest one. They were only feet away, when another door across the hall exploded open. 3 Death Eaters stormed through. Bellatrix Lestrange led them.
"There they are!" she shrieked.
Jets of red light streaked across the room.
"Move!" Harry shouted.
He slammed through the nearest door, dragging Ron with him. Ron fell in a heap. Harry spun back, grabbing Neville and helping him haul Hermione through. Luna half-carried, half-dragged Ginny inside. Bellatrix was nearly on them. Harry threw himself at the door and slammed it shut in her face. Colloportus. The lock sealed with a wet squelch.
And 3 heavy bodies smashed into it from the other side. "It doesn't matter," a man's voice shouted through the wood.
"There are other ways in."
Then he bellowed, "We've got them. They're here." Harry spun around.
His heart dropped. They were back in the brain room. The enormous tank of green liquid loomed in the center, the pale brains drifting lazily beneath the surface.
And doors.
Doors everywhere, all around the walls. Harry could hear pounding footsteps in the hall as more Death Eaters arrived. They were being surrounded.
"Luna, Neville!" Harry shouted. "Help me! As Harry! Neville!" And Luna raced around the room. They slammed spells into every door they passed. Colloportus. Harry vaulted over a table in his desperation to reach the next entrance, nearly losing his footing as the room shook around them.
Behind the sealed doors came pounding footsteps and furious shouts. Every so often, a heavy body hurled itself against one, making it groan and tremble on its hinges across the room. Luna and Neville were sealing the doors on the far side. Then Luna screamed, "Colloa!" Harry spun just in time to see her thrown violently through the air. 5 Death Eaters burst through the one door she hadn't reached in time. Luna crashed onto a desk, slid across its surface, and fell limp to the floor beyond it, motionless like Hermione. "Get Potter!" Bellatrix shrieked, charging toward him. Harry dodged at the last possible second and sprinted back up the room. He knew he was still safe for now, as long as they feared damaging the prophecy. "Hey!" Ron called suddenly. Harry turned in horror. Ron had somehow staggered upright and was weaving drunkenly toward him, laughing. "Hey! Harry, there are brains in here. Ha ha! Isn't that strange? Ron, get down! Move!" But Ron had already raised his wand toward the giant glass tank. Honestly, Harry, their brains, Lucaxio brain. For one frozen second, everyone stopped.
Harry, Neville, Ginny. The Death Eaters, even Bellatrix, watched as one of the pale, glistening brains burst from the green liquid like a fish leaping from water. It hung suspended for a heartbeat before shooting straight toward Ron. As it spun, long shimmering ribbons streamed behind it like strips of living film. Ron laughed helplessly. "Harry, look at it, Ron, don't!" Harry lunged forward, dread filling him.
He didn't know exactly what the writhing strands were, but he knew they were dangerous. Too late. Ron caught the brain in both hands. The instant his skin touched it, the trailing ribbons sprang to life. They coiled around his arms like snakes. "Harry, what's happened?" No, I don't like it. Stop. The strands wrapped tighter, spiraling around Ron's chest and shoulders as the brain pressed itself against him like some monstrous octopus. Ron fell backward, thrashing wildly.
"Diffindo!" Harry shouted, slashing his wand at the tightening cords. The spell hit, but the tendrils didn't break. "Harry, it'll suffocate him!" Ginny screamed from the floor, unable to move on her broken ankle. A flash of red light streaked across the room. It struck Ginny square in the face. She crumpled instantly, unconscious. "Stupefy!" Neville bellowed, spinning around and wildly firing Hermione's wand. "Stupefy! Stupefy!" Nothing happened.
A Death Eater fired back. The stunning spell missed Neville by inches, blasting a hole in the wall behind him. Now only Harry and Neville remained standing against 5 Death Eaters. 2 of them sent streaks of silver light hissing through the air like arrows. They missed, but exploded against the walls, leaving smoking craters. Bellatrix came at Harry like a predator. With no other choice, Harry ran. He held the prophecy high over his head and sprinted back up the room, his only thought to draw them away from his fallen friends. It worked. The Death Eaters tore after Harry, sending chairs and tables crashing aside as they ran, but none of them dared fire a spell. One wrong move could shatter the prophecy. Harry sprinted through the only open doorway, the same one the Death Eaters had entered from, silently begging Neville to stay behind with Ron and somehow free him. He barely made it a few steps into the next room before the ground disappeared beneath him. Suddenly he was falling. He tumbled down steep stone steps, slamming painfully against every jagged tear until, with a brutal crash that drove the breath from his lungs, he landed flat on his back in the sunken pit below. The ancient stone archway loomed above him on its dais. Laughter rang through the chamber. Harry looked up. The 5 Death Eaters from the brain room were already descending toward him, while more cloaked figures poured in through other doorways and leapt down from bench to bench like vultures closing in on prey. Gasping for air, Harry forced himself upright. His legs shook violently beneath him, barely able to hold his weight. Somehow, the prophecy remained intact in his left hand, while his wand was clenched in his right.
He staggered backward, eyes darting wildly, trying to keep every masked face in sight.
Then the backs of his legs struck stone. The dais!
Still backing away, he climbed onto it beneath the ancient arch.
The Death Eaters stopped. They spread out in a circle around him, some breathing as hard as he was. One was bleeding badly. Dolohov, freed from the bodybind curse, grinned viciously, his wand aimed directly at Harry's face.
"Potter, your race is run," drawled Lucius Malfoy, removing his mask. His pale face was flushed with triumph. "Now hand me the prophecy like a good boy." Let the others go," Harry gasped, "and I'll give it to you."
A few Death Eaters laughed. "You're hardly in a position to bargain," Malfoy said smoothly. "There are 10 of us, and only 1 of you. Or did Dumbledore never teach you how to count?"
"He's not alone,"
the voice echoed from above. Harry's stomach dropped. Neville was scrambling down the stone benches toward them, clutching Hermione's wand in his shaking hand.
"Neville, no, go back to Ron." "Stupefy!" Neville shouted wildly, firing at one Death Eater after another. "Stupefy! Stube!" A huge Death Eater lunged from behind and caught Neville, locking his arms to his sides.
Neville kicked and thrashed furiously. Several Death Eaters laughed. "It's Longbottom, isn't it?" Malfoy sneered. "Well, your grandmother is accustomed to losing family members to our cause. Your death won't come as much of a shock."
"Longbottom," Bellatrix repeated. A slowly cruel smile spread across her gaunt face. "Why," she purred, stepping closer, "I've had the pleasure of meeting your parents." "Boy." "I do you have—" Neville roared.
He fought so violently that the Death Eater restraining him nearly lost his grip.
"Someone stun him," the man barked. No, Bellatrix said dreamily.
Her eyes gleamed with madness as she looked from Harry to Neville.
"No, let's see how long Longbottom lasts before he breaks, like his parents."
She smiled wider. "Unless Potter decides to hand over the prophecy."
"Don't gib ID do-dem," Neville screamed, writhing in the Death Eater's grip. "Don't gib ID do-dem, Harry!"
Bellatrix lifted her wand. "Crucio." Neville's scream ripped through the chamber. His whole body arched violently, legs drawing up toward his chest. As agony tore through him, the Death Eater holding him lost his grip and dropped him. Neville hit the stone floor hard.
Still twitching. Still screaming. Racked with unbearable pain. "That was only a taste," Bellatrix said, cruelly, lowering her wand so Neville's screams were cut off at once. He collapsed at her feet, sobbing and shaking.
Then she turned her wild eyes toward Harry.
"Now, Potter," she hissed, "hand over the prophecy or watch your little friend die slowly."
Harry didn't hesitate. There was no choice. The prophecy burned hot in his trembling hand as he stretched it out toward them. Lucius Malfoy leapt forward to seize it. But before he could touch it, Two doors high above burst open. 5 figures charged into the room. Sirius,
Lupin. Moody.
Tonks, Kingsley.
Malfoy spun, wand raised.
Too late. Tonks had already fired a stunning spell straight at him. Harry didn't wait to see if it struck. He hurled himself off the dais and hit the floor hard, scrambling out of the way as chaos erupted. The Death Eaters were thrown into confusion as the members of the Order came crashing down the stone steps, firing curses and stunning spells in every direction. Flashes of red, gold, and purple lit the dark chamber. Bodies ducked and spun. Spells ricocheted off the walls. Through the confusion, Harry spotted Neville dragging himself across the floor. A jet of red light blasted over Harry's head. He dropped flat and crawled toward Neville.
"Are you okay?" he shouted over the noise. "Yes," Neville gasped, trying to push himself upright. "And Ron?" "I think he's all right. He was still fighting Debrain when I left." A curse slammed into the stone between them.
The floor exploded. Chunks of rock flew everywhere, leaving a smoking crater exactly where Neville's hand had been moments before. Both boys scrambled backward. Then an arm shot out of nowhere. It clamped around Harry's throat and yanked him violently upright until his feet barely touched the floor.
"Give it to me," snarled a voice in his ear. "Give me the prophecy."
The grip tightened.
Harry couldn't breathe.
His vision blurred. Through streaming eyes he saw Sirius dueling a Death Eater nearby, wands flashing so quickly they were little more than streaks of light. Kingsley was battling 2 opponents at once. Tonks was halfway up the stone tiers, firing curses down toward Bellatrix. No one saw Harry.
No one knew he was choking.
Desperately, he twisted his wand behind him toward the attacker's side. But he had no breath to speak the spell. The man's free hand was reaching for the prophecy.
"Ah!"
Neville launched himself from nowhere. Unable to pronounce a spell through his mangled nose, he drove Hermione's wand straight into the eye-hole of the Death Eater's mask. The man howled and released Harry instantly. Harry spun around, gasping for air, and shouted.
"Stupefy."
The red jet hit. The Death Eater flew backward and crashed to the ground. His mask slipped free. Macnair, Buckbeak's would-be executioner. One eye was swollen shut and bloodshot.
"Thanks," Harry gasped, dragging Neville aside just as Sirius and his opponent stumbled past, dueling so fiercely their wands blurred in the air.
Then Harry's foot struck something hard and round. He slipped. For one terrible instant, he thought he had dropped the prophecy. But then he saw it. Moody's magical eye was spinning wildly across the stone floor. Moody lay crumpled on his side, blood streaming from a wound on his head. His magical eye rolled uselessly across the floor while his attacker advanced on Harry and Neville. It was Dolohov. His long, pale face was twisted into a grin of pure malice. "Tarantallegra," he barked, aiming at Neville. At once Neville's legs erupted into a wild, uncontrollable dance. They kicked and jerked so violently that he lost his balance and crashed to the floor again.
"Now, pop."
Dolohov slashed his wand through the air, the same vicious movement he had used on Hermione.
"Protego!" Harry shouted.
Something struck across Harry's face like the flat side of a blade. Pain flared as the force sent him sprawling over Neville's flailing legs, but the shield charm had taken the worst of it. Dolohov raised his wand again.
Accio Prof.
A blur shot in from nowhere. Sirius. He slammed shoulder first into Dolohov and hurled him sideways. The prophecy slipped to Harry's fingertips again, nearly falling, but he clung to it desperately. Now Sirius and Dolohov were locked in a furious duel. Their wands flashed and clashed like swords, spraying sparks in every direction. Dolohov jerked his wand back, ready to unleash that deadly, slashing curse again. Harry sprang up. Petrificus totalis. The spell hit. Dolohov's body snapped, rigid arms glued to his sides, legs locked together, and he toppled backward with a heavy crash.
Nice one, Sirius shouted.
He shoved Harry's head down just as two stunning spells shot over them.
I want you out of...
They ducked again. A streak of green light narrowly missed Sirius's shoulder. Across the room, Harry saw Tonks fall. She tumbled helplessly from one stone bench to another, limp and motionless. And Bellatrix,
laughing,
running back into the battle.
Harry! Take the prophecy, grab Neville, and run! Sirius yelled, charging toward Bellatrix.
Harry tried to follow what happened next, but Kingsley staggered across his view, dueling the pock-marked, maskless Rookwood. Another green curse hissed overhead. Harry threw himself toward Neville. "Can you stand?" he shouted into Neville's ear. Neville's legs were still twitching uncontrollably.
Put your arm around my neck.
Neville obeyed. Harry hauled upward. But Neville's legs flew in every direction, useless as broken puppet strings. Then
someone slammed into them.
Both boys crashed backward. Neville lay on his back, legs kicking wildly like an overturned beetle. Harry instinctively threw his left arm up, protecting the prophecy. "The prophecy, give it to me, Potter." Lucius Malfoy. Harry felt the cold tip of Malfoy's wand dig between his ribs. "No, get off me, Neville. Catch." With all his strength, Harry hurled the prophecy across the floor. Neville twisted on the ground and caught it against his chest. Malfoy swung his wand toward Neville. But Harry jammed his own wand backward and yelled, "Impedimenta!" The spell blasted Malfoy off him. Harry scrambled to his feet just in time to see Lucius crash hard into the dais, where Sirius and Bellatrix were still dueling furiously. Malfoy raised his wand toward them again. But Lupin leapt in front.
Harry, get the others and go.
Harry grabbed Neville by the robes and dragged him upright onto the first stone step. Neville's legs twitched uselessly beneath him. Harry hauled harder. They reached the next step. Then another. A curse slammed into the stone bench just behind Harry's heel. The bench exploded into rubble. Harry lost his footing and tumbled backward onto the step below. Neville collapsed beside him, his legs still kicking and thrashing wildly. In panic, he shoved the prophecy deep into his pocket. "Come on!" Harry shouted desperately, grabbing fistfuls of Neville's robes. "Try to push with your legs!" He yanked with all his strength. "Rape!" Neville's robes tore straight down the left seam. The small glass sphere slipped free. For one awful second it hung in the air, then one of Neville's flailing feet struck it. The prophecy flew 10 feet to the side and smashed on the stone step below. Both boys froze. Horror filled Harry's chest. From the shattered glass, a pearly white figure rose slowly into the air. Its eyes were huge and hollow. Its mouth moved. It was speaking. But through the deafening crashes, screams and curses around them, Harry couldn't hear a single word. The figure finished. Then it faded into nothing, gone. "Harry!" "I'm sorry," Neville cried. his face twisted with misery as his legs continued jerking helplessly. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter," Harry shouted, and somehow he meant it. "Just stand up. We have to get out of Dumbledore." Neville gasped suddenly, his face lit with astonishment. "What?"
Dumbledore! Harry spun around. There, framed in the doorway to the brain room, stood Albus Dumbledore. His wand was raised. His face was pale with fury. Relief hit Harry like lightning. They were saved. Dumbledore flew down the stone steps like a storm unleashed. Harry forgot all thought of escaping. The Death Eaters nearest him saw him and shouted in panic. One of them turned and ran, scrambling up the opposite benches like an animal. Dumbledore flicked his wand.
The fleeing man was jerked backward through the air as if snagged by an invisible hook. Effortless, instant. But one duel still raged on, Sirius and Bellatrix. Neither seemed to realize Dumbledore had arrived. Harry saw Sirius dodge Bellatrix's red curse and laugh. "Come on," he shouted, his voice ringing around the chamber. "You can do better than that." Bellatrix fired again. The second jet of red light struck Sirius square in the chest. The laughter still lingered on his face. But his eyes widened. Shock. Harry let go of Neville without realizing it. He was already running down the steps, wand in hand. Dumbledore turned too. Time slowed. Sirius fell backward, slowly gracefully, his body arching, as he sank through the tattered black veil hanging from the ancient archway. Harry saw his godfather's face. Fear. Surprise. And then he was gone. The veil fluttered wildly for a second, as if caught in a sudden wind. Then it settled, still. Bellatrix screamed in triumph, but Harry barely heard. It meant nothing. Sirius had only fallen through. He'd come back. Any second now, but he didn't. "Sirius!" Harry screamed. "Sirius!" He hit the floor hard, lungs burning, and sprinted toward the dais. Sirius had to be behind the curtain. Harry would pull him back. He had to. But before he could reach it, strong arms locked around his chest. "Lupin, there's nothing you can do, Harry."
"Get off me!" Harry roared. "Save him! He only just went through. It's too late. Harry, no!" Harry screamed, fighting wildly. "We can still reach him. We can still..." Lupin held on tighter. His voice broke. "There's nothing you can do, Harry." A pause. Nothing. Harry stopped struggling. And then Lupin said the words Harry could not understand. "He's gone."
Chapter 36. The only one he ever feared.
"He's still here!" Harry shouted. He refused to accept it, refused even to consider the possibility. With every ounce of strength he had left, he struggled against Lupin's hold. Lupin didn't understand. Harry knew what he had heard when they first entered the chamber, the soft murmurs beyond that veil, the hidden voices. People could disappear behind it and return. Sirius was there, just out of sight, waiting. "Sirius!" Harry screamed, his voice raw. "Sirius!" "He's gone. Harry!" Lupin said hoarsely, tightening his grip as Harry fought harder. "He's not coming back! He's no..." Harry roared, wrenching against him. "He's not dead! Sirius!"
Around them, the battle raged on in scattered bursts of light and noise. Spells ricocheted across the room, curses hissed through the air, bodies moved in frantic confusion. None of it meant anything to Harry. The chaos blurred into nothing. The only thing that mattered was the archway, those ragged curtains swaying gently, and Sirius standing just beyond them, ready to step through with that reckless grin, tossing back his dark hair before leaping once more into the fight. Lupin pulled Harry backward, away from the raised platform. Harry's eyes stayed locked on the veil. Anger flared in him now, anger at Sirius for making him wait. But beneath the anger, a terrible thought began to form. Sirius had never made him wait before. He had always come. He had risked everything to find Harry, to protect him, to stand beside him. If Sirius wasn't stepping back through now, if he wasn't answering Harry's desperate cries, then there could only be one reason. He couldn't. and that reason pressed down on Harry's chest like a crushing weight. Across the chamber, Dumbledore had gathered the surviving Death Eaters together, bound tightly by ropes that seemed woven from thin air. Nearby, Mad-Eye Moody knelt beside Tonks, shaking her shoulder and muttering urgently as he tried to wake her. Beyond the dais, flashes of violent light still cracked through the darkness. Kingsley had rushed forward, taking Sirius's place in the duel against Bellatrix. Harry! Neville stumbled awkwardly down the stone steps toward him, slipping from bench to bench until he reached Harry's side. Harry had stopped struggling now, though Lupin's hand still clutched his arm firmly. "Harry, I'm really sorry," Neville stammered, his legs jerking wildly beneath him. Was Sirius Black a friend of yours?" Harry gave a stiff, silent nod. Lupin lifted his wand. "Finite," he whispered.
At once, Neville's legs stopped thrashing and dropped still against the stone floor. Lupin's face looked drawn and bloodless. "We need to find the others," he said quietly. "Where are they?" "Neville!" He turned his back on the archway as he spoke, as though forcing himself to do it. Every word sounded strained, dragged painfully from him. Back there," Neville said, pointing shakily. "A brain got Ron, but I think he's okay, and Hermione's unconscious. Bud, we found her pulse."
A sudden explosion cracked through the chamber, followed by a cry of agony from behind the dais. Harry looked up just in time to see Kingsley Shacklebolt collapse to the floor, clutching himself in pain. Bellatrix Lestrange spun and fled at once. Albus Dumbledore turned sharply, firing a spell after her, but Bellatrix deflected it and was already racing up the stone steps.
"Harry, no!" Remus Lupin shouted.
But Harry had already torn himself free from Lupin's loosened grip.
"She killed Sirius!" Harry roared, his voice echoing through the room. "She killed him! I'll make her pay!"
And he ran. He scrambled up the steep stone benches, barely keeping his footing. Voices shouted after him, but he ignored them. Ahead, Bellatrix's black robes flashed around the corner and vanished into the chamber of floating brains. She hurled a curse blindly over her shoulder. The great glass tank rose into the air and tipped violently. A torrent of foul, slimy potion crashed over Harry, drenching him from head to toe. The pale brains inside tumbled out with it, sliding across his arms and shoulders, their long, shimmering tentacles writhing and coiling around him. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Harry yelled. The brains lifted away from him in a tangled swarm, floating upward, gasping and soaked. He staggered forward and burst through the room. He leapt over Luna Lovegood, who groaned weakly on the floor, ran past Ginny Weasley, who called after him in confusion, rushed by Ron Weasley, still laughing dazedly to himself, and Hermione Granger, pale and motionless. He slammed through the next door and into the circular black chamber. Across the spinning room, Harry caught sight of Bellatrix slipping through another doorway, the corridor beyond, leading back toward the lifts. He sprinted after her. But the moment he reached the door, it crashed shut. The walls began to turn.
Once again, the room whirled around him in a dizzying spin, lit by streaks of blue from the spinning candelabra overhead.
"Where is it?" Harry shouted desperately as the room slowed. "Where's the exit?" As if the room itself had heard him, the door directly behind him flew open. The corridor stretched ahead, empty, torchlit, waiting.
Harry ran.
Far ahead, he heard the rattling clank of a lift descending. He raced down the corridor, rounded the corner, and slammed his fist against the button for another lift, somewhere below. Chains rattled and gears groaned. The lift rose. The grille slid open. Harry threw himself inside and pounded the button marked atrium. The doors clanged shut. Up he went. Before the grille had fully opened, Harry forced his way out into the atrium. Bellatrix was already halfway to the telephone box lift at the far end of the vast hall. She glanced back and fired another spell. Harry dived behind the fountain of magical brethren. The curse streaked past him and struck the golden gates beyond, making them ring like enormous bells. Silence.
No footsteps.
She had stopped running. Harry crouched low behind the statues, breathing hard, listening. Then her voice came drifting across the gleaming floor, high, mocking, cruel.
Come out, little Harry, she sang in a babyish voice that echoed through the atrium. Why are you chasing me? I thought you wanted revenge for my dear cousin. I am, Harry shouted.
His voice rang through the vast atrium, bouncing off the polished walls and high ceiling until it seemed 100 phantom Harrys were shouting with him.
I am.
Bellatrix's laughter floated back, low and cruel.
Did you love him, little baby Potter? A hatred unlike anything Harry had ever known exploded inside him.
He burst from behind the shattered fountain and screamed, "Crucio!" Bellatrix Lestrange cried out as the curse struck her, knocking her backward onto the floor. But she did not convulse in agony the way Neville Longbottom had. Within seconds she was on her feet again, panting hard, the laughter gone from her face. Harry ducked back behind the ruined fountain of magical brethren just as her answering spell blasted the head clean off the golden wizard statue. It flew across the room, scraping deep grooves into the wooden floor before skidding to a stop.
Never cast an unforgivable before, have you, boy? Bellatrix shouted.
Her voice was sharp now, no mocking baby talk. You have to mean it. Potter, you have to want the pain to enjoy it. Anger alone won't keep it going, she called. Shall I teach you? Harry edged silently around the opposite side of the fountain.
Crucio! Bellatrix shrieked.
Harry dropped just in time. The centaur's golden arm, still clutching its bow, was blasted off and crashed to the floor beside the wizard's severed head. You can't beat me, Potter! Bellatrix cried. Harry could hear her footsteps circling right, trying to get a clear line of sight. He moved the other way, crouched low behind the centaur's legs, near the tiny golden house elf.
I was and still am the Dark Lord's most loyal servant, she shouted. He taught me the dark arts himself. I know magic you couldn't dream of, pathetic little boy. Stupefy, Harry yelled.
He had slipped around far enough to see her back as she leaned around the fountain. The red jet shot toward her. She spun instantly.
Protego!
The spell rebounded. Harry barely had time to throw himself aside before his own curse slammed into the goblin statue, blasting one of its ears clean off.
Potter! Bellatrix screamed. I'll give you one chance. Hand me the prophecy, roll it out now, and I might let you live. You'll have to kill me, Harry shouted back, because it's gone.
The instant he said it, agony tore across his scar. White-hot pain exploded through his forehead. But it wasn't only his own fury now. Another rage surged through him, colder, deeper, far more terrible.
And he knows, Harry shouted, laughing wildly now. Voldemort knows it's gone. He's not going to be pleased with you, is he?
Bellatrix froze.
What? She whispered.
For the first time, Harry heard fear in her voice.
What do you mean? It's smashed, Harry yelled. When I was dragging Neville up the steps, it broke. What do you think Voldemort will say when he hears that?
The pain in Harry's scar burned hotter. His eyes filled with tears.
Liar, Bellatrix shrieked.
but terror cracked through her fury. "You have it. You will give it to me." She screamed into the hall.
Actio prophecy, actio prophecy.
Harry laughed harder, partly because he knew it would drive her mad, partly because the pain was so fierce he thought he might collapse. He waved his empty hand out from behind the one-eared goblin. She fired a streak of green light at once. Harry jerked back just in time.
"Nothing there," he shouted. "Nothing to summon. It shattered. Nobody heard it. Tell your master that." "No," Bellatrix screamed.
Her voice broke.
"No, it can't be true. I tried. Master, I tried. Don't punish me." "Stop shouting!" Harry yelled, squeezing his eyes shut against the burning in his scar. "He can't hear you from here."
A voice answered. Cold.
"Hi. Deadly. Can't I, Potter?"
Harry's eyes flew open. Lord Voldemort stood there, tall and skeletal beneath his dark robes, his hood thrown back, his pale, snake-like face gleaming in the firelight, his scarlet eyes narrow and merciless. Lord Voldemort stood in the centre of the hall. His wand was aimed straight at Harry. Harry could not move. He stood frozen, every muscle locked, staring into those slit-pupilled red eyes. "So," Voldemort said softly, his voice colder than ice, "you destroyed my prophecy." His gaze bored into Harry as though tearing through skin and bone. "No. Bella." "He does not lie," Voldemort murmured. "I can see it, the truth crawling through his miserable little mind. Months of planning, months of careful work." His voice sharpened suddenly, and once again, Harry Potter has ruined everything. At his feet, Bellatrix Lestrange collapsed, throwing herself forward until her forehead nearly touched the floor.
"Master, forgive me," she sobbed. "I didn't know. I was dueling. Black. The Animagus Black Master, if you only knew." "Silence, Bella," Voldemort said softly.
The danger in that quiet voice was more terrifying than a scream. "I did not enter the Ministry of Magic to listen to your pathetic excuses. But Master, he is here, he is below." Voldemort ignored her completely. He stepped closer to Harry.
"I have no more words for you, Potter," he said. "You have irritated me too many times, for too long."
He lifted his wand.
Avada Kedavra.
Harry did nothing. He didn't even try to defend himself. His mind was empty. His own wand hung uselessly at his side. Then, the shattered golden wizard statue sprang to life. The headless figure leapt from the ruined fountain and landed between Harry and Voldemort with a deafening crash, spreading its arms wide. The green curse struck its chest and ricocheted harmlessly away. Voldemort spun.
"What?"
Then his face twisted. Dumbledore. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. He turned. Albus Dumbledore stood before the golden gates, calm and upright, robes swirling faintly around him. Voldemort struck instantly. A flash of green shot toward Dumbledore. But Dumbledore vanished in a swirl of robes. An instant later, he reappeared behind Voldemort. With a single flick of his wand toward the wreckage of the Fountain of Magical Brethren, the remaining statues came alive. The Golden Witch sprang at Bellatrix. Bellatrix screamed and fired spell after spell into it, but the curses bounced harmlessly away as the statue tackled her and pinned her flat to the floor. The goblin and the house elf scampered toward the line of fireplaces. The one-armed centaur reared and charged Voldemort. Voldemort disapparated and reappeared beside the pool in a swirl of darkness. The headless wizard statue shoved Harry backward, away from the battle. Harry stumbled as the statue held him behind it like a shield. Dumbledore advanced. The golden centaur circled. "It was foolish to come here tonight, Tom," Dumbledore said calmly. His voice was steady,
almost conversational.
"The Aurors are already on their way."
"Then they shall find your corpse," Voldemort hissed.
He fired another killing curse. Dumbledore moved aside. The green light missed him and smashed into the security guard's desk, which erupted in flames. Dumbledore answered with a flick of his wand. A surge of invisible power blasted through the hall. Even behind the golden statue, Harry felt the force of it, his hair lifting as it passed. Voldemort's eyes widened. He conjured a gleaming silver shield out of empty air. Dumbledore's spell struck it. The shield held, but the impact rang through the atrium like a massive iron bell.
A deep, cold, echoing note rolled through the hall.
The sound chilled Harry to the bone. "You still won't kill me, Dumbledore," Lord Voldemort called mockingly, his scarlet eyes gleaming above the rim of his silver shield. "Too noble for that, too pure to stoop to violence." Albus Dumbledore continued walking toward him with maddening calm, his robes sweeping lightly over the wet floor as if he were merely taking an evening stroll. "We both know," Dumbledore said quietly, "that death is not the worst fate a person can suffer. Tom." His voice was almost gentle. "And I confess, ending your life would not satisfy me." "There is nothing worse than death," Voldemort snarled. Dumbledore's expression did not change. "You have always been wrong about that." He kept advancing.
Unhurried, unarmed looking.
To Harry, it was terrifying. He wanted to shout, to warn him, but the headless golden statue kept forcing him back, pressing him toward the wall, blocking his every attempt to move. "Your inability to understand that truth," Dumbledore continued calmly, "has always been your greatest weakness." A flash of green exploded from behind Voldemort's shield. This time the one-armed golden centaur leapt in front of Dumbledore. The killing curse struck it full on. The statue shattered into a storm of flying gold fragments. But before the pieces hit the floor, Dumbledore's wand slashed through the air like a whip. A thin rope of fire burst from its tip. It coiled around Voldemort's shield and all. For one breathless second, Harry thought it was over. Then the fire twisted. The rope transformed into a blazing serpent. It released Voldemort instantly and turned on Dumbledore, hissing violently, its burning jaws opening wide.
Voldemort vanished.
The snake reared higher, ready to strike. Then a burst of flame erupted above Dumbledore. Voldemort had reappeared on the stone plinth in the middle of the pool, where the statues had once stood.
"Look out!" Harry shouted.
But even as he cried out, Voldemort's wand flashed again. A streak of green shot toward Dumbledore. At the same instant, the fiery serpent lunged. A scarlet blur swept down from above.
"Forks."
The phoenix opened his beak and swallowed the killing curse whole. For one dazzling instant he burned brighter than fire itself, then burst into flame. He dropped to the floor in a shower of sparks, small and helpless, reduced to a wrinkled newborn chick. At that same instant Dumbledore moved.
One smooth, sweeping motion of his wand.
The flaming serpent was hurled into the air and vanished in a coil of black smoke. Then the water in the pool rose. It surged upward in a towering wave, It wrapped itself around Voldemort like a prison of liquid glass. For several seconds, he was visible only as a dark shape trapped inside the swirling cocoon, twisting, fighting, struggling for air. Then he vanished. The water crashed back into the pool. It spilled over the edges, flooding the polished floor. The hall rang with the thunder of it.
Master, Bellatrix Lestrange screamed. Harry was certain it was finished.
Certain Lord Voldemort had fled. He moved to step out from behind the ruined statue.
"Stay where you are, Harry." Albus Dumbledore's voice thundered through the hall.
For the first time, Harry heard fear in it. He froze.
He couldn't understand why.
The atrium was empty now except for themselves, for the sobbing Bellatrix Lestrange pinned beneath the golden witch statue, and for baby Fawkes chirping weakly on the floor. Then Harry's scar exploded with pain. It was unbearable.
Not pain. Agony.
Something deeper than pain. Something that shattered thought. He was no longer in the hall. He was trapped. Bound in the coils of something vast and merciless. Red eyes burned before him. He could not tell where his own body ended and the creature's began. They were fused together.
Locked by agony. No escape.
And when the creature spoke, it used Harry's mouth. Harry felt his own lips move against his will.
"Kill me now, Dumbledore."
The voice was cold.
Hi.
Terrible. Harry was drowning in pain. Then the creature forced him to speak again. "If death is nothing, kill the boy." Harry wanted it. He wanted the pain to end.
Let it stop. Let Dumbledore do it. Kill them both.
End it.
Death was nothing beside this. And then a thought. A face.
Sirius Black.
I'll see Sirius again.
The thought filled him. Grief.
Love. Longing.
And suddenly the coils loosened. The pain vanished. Harry slammed back into himself. He lay face down on the floor, shaking violently, the wood icy beneath him. His glasses were gone. Voices echoed through the hall.
Too many voices.
He opened his eyes. The headless statue that had protected him lay shattered nearby. His glasses rested beside its broken heel. He grabbed them and shoved them on. When he looked up, Dumbledore's crooked nose was inches from his face.
"Are you all right, Harry?"
Harry was shuddering too hard to answer properly.
"Yes," he gasped. "Yeah. Where's Voldemort? Who are all these people?"
The atrium was full. Green flames blazed in every fireplace along the wall. Witches and wizards were pouring out of them in streams. Dumbledore pulled Harry to his feet. Harry saw the tiny golden goblin and house elf statues marching forward, guiding a stunned-looking Cornelius Fudge. Across the hall, a scarlet-robed wizard with a ponytail was shouting and pointing toward a heap of broken gold where Bellatrix had been trapped only moments before.
"He was there?" the man cried. "I saw him. Mr. Fudge, I swear it was you-know-who. He grabbed a woman and disapparated." "I know," Fudge babbled.
His striped cloak hung over wrinkled pajamas, and he looked as though he might faint.
"I saw him too. Merlin's beard here in the ministry. Good heavens, how can this be?"
Dumbledore stepped forward calmly. Several of the new arrivals lifted their wands at once.
Others simply stared.
The little gold goblin and elf applauded, Fudge jumped so hard his slippers nearly left the floor. "If you go down to the Department of Mysteries, Cornelius," Dumbledore said in a cool, even voice, "you will find several escaped Death Eaters in the Death Chamber. They are bound by an anti-disapparation jinx and awaiting your decision." "Dumbledore!" Cornelius Fudge gasped, staring as though he had seen a ghost. "You're here, He spun wildly toward the auras around him, and for a moment it looked as though he might order them to attack.
Albus Dumbledore stepped forward, his presence suddenly immense.
"Cornelius," he said, his voice booming through the shattered atrium. "I am prepared to duel your men and defeat them again, but only minutes ago. You saw with your own eyes the proof I have been giving you for the last year." His blue eyes flashed. "Lord Voldemort has returned. You have spent 12 months hunting the wrong man. It is time you listened to reason." Fudge stammered helplessly.
I don't, well...
He looked around desperately, as though expecting someone else to decide for him. No one spoke. Finally he swallowed and barked weakly. "Very well, John Dawlish, Williamson, go down to the Department of Mysteries and see." Then he turned back to Dumbledore, almost whining now. "Dumbledore, you'll have to explain this, the Fountain of Magical Brethren, what happened." "We may discuss that," Dumbledore said calmly, "after I return Harry to Hogwarts."
Harry Potter.
Fudge spun around so quickly he nearly tripped over his slippers. His eyes bulged behind his spectacles as he saw Harry standing by the fallen statue.
"He's here?" Fudge spluttered. "Why, what's he doing here? What is all this?"
"I will explain everything," Dumbledore repeated, "once Harry is safely back at school." He walked toward the shattered remains of the fountain and stopped beside the severed golden wizard's head. Pointing his wand at it, he murmured, "Portus." The statue's head glowed bright blue. It rattled and trembled against the wooden floor, then became still. "Now see here." "Dumbledore!" Fudge protested, flustered and indignant as Dumbledore picked it up. "You don't have authorization to make a portkey in front of the Minister for Magic. You can't simply—" His words died in his throat. Dumbledore turned and looked at him over his half-moon spectacles. The silence was enough. "You will order the removal of Dolores Umbridge from Hogwarts," Dumbledore said firmly. "You will instruct your auras to stop hunting my care of magical creatures, teacher, so that he may return." He drew a peculiar watch from his pocket, a watch with 12 hands, and studied it.
"I will give you 30 minutes tonight."
His voice was cool and precise. "That should be sufficient to discuss the important events that have occurred here. After that, I must return to my school." He slipped the watch away. "If you require further assistance, you may contact me at Hogwarts. Letters addressed to the headmaster will find me."
Fudge gaped.
His mouth hung open. His face turned red beneath his rumpled grey hair.
"Are you?"
Dumbledore turned away as though Fudge no longer existed. "Take this portkey, Harry." He held out the golden statue head. Harry barely cared what happened now.
Numb and exhausted, he laid his hand upon it.
Dumbledore's voice softened. "I shall see you in half an hour." He counted quietly.
1, 2, 3.
At once, Harry felt the familiar jerk behind his navel. The floor vanished beneath him. The shattered atrium.
Fudge.
Dumbledore. All disappeared. And Harry was pulled forward into a spinning storm of colour and sound. Chapter 37. The Lost Prophecy.
Harry landed hard.
His feet struck the floor of Albus Dumbledore's office, his knees buckling beneath him. The golden wizard's head slipped from his fingers and hit the stone with a loud, hollow clang. He barely noticed. He lifted his head and stared around. Everything had been restored. The delicate silver instruments on the spindle-legged tables were back in place, puffing and whirring softly as though nothing had happened. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses slept peacefully in their frames, some slumped in chairs, others leaning against painted walls, snoring gently. Harry looked toward the window. A pale green light stretched thinly along the horizon. Dawn was coming. The stillness in the room crushed him. The quiet was unbearable. Nothing in this office reflected what was inside him. If the room had mirrored his thoughts, the walls would have been shaking with grief. The portraits would have been screaming. He began to pace. His breath came too quickly. He tried not to think. But there was no escape. It was his fault. Sirius Black was dead because of him. If Harry had not been stupid enough to believe the vision, if he had not rushed blindly to play the hero, if he had listened to Hermione Granger, if he had understood that Lord Voldemort had been using him, Sirius would still be alive. The thought was unbearable. He pushed it away. He couldn't let himself feel it. Inside him was a hollow space, a dark emptiness where Sirius had been, a vast silence where Sirius had vanished. He couldn't look at it. Couldn't bear it. A loud snore broke the silence behind him. Then a cool, lazy voice said,
"Ah, Harry Potter."
Harry spun around. Phineas Nigellus Black had awakened in his portrait. He stretched elaborately, yawning as he peered down at Harry through narrow, clever eyes. "And what brings you here at such an hour?" Phineas asked at length. "This office is meant to be accessible only to the rightful headmaster, unless Dumbledore sent you." He yawned again.
"Oh, don't tell me," he muttered. "Another message for my utterly useless great-great-grandson."
Harry's throat closed. Phineas didn't know. He didn't know Sirius was dead. Harry couldn't say it.
Couldn't make it real.
To speak the words aloud would make it final. Permanent. Gone forever. More portraits stirred. Fear rose in Harry's chest. He strode quickly to the door and seized the handle. It would not move.
Locked. He was trapped.
"Well, I hope," said another voice, warm and booming, "that this means Dumbledore will soon return to us." Harry turned. A large, red-faced wizard with a bulbous nose was gazing at him with friendly curiosity from the portrait behind the desk. Harry nodded mutely. He tugged the handle again behind his back.
"Still locked." "Oh, excellent," said the wizard cheerfully. "Things have been dreadfully dull without him."
He settled deeper into the throne-like chair in his portrait and smiled kindly. "Dumbledore thinks very highly of you, you know," he said. "Oh yes, holds you in the greatest esteem." The guilt inside Harry twisted like a living thing. It filled his chest, heavy and suffocating, writhing like some monstrous parasite feeding on every breath. He couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear being himself. He had never felt so trapped inside his own skin, inside his own mind. He wanted out. Wanted to be anyone else.
Anyone.
The empty fireplace suddenly roared to life. Emerald flames burst upward, and Harry jumped back from the door, staring. A figure spun within the green fire. Then Albus Dumbledore stepped out. His tall form unfolded from the flames as the portraits around the office jerked awake, many calling greetings and questions all at once. "Thank you," Dumbledore said quietly. He did not look at Harry immediately. Instead, he crossed to the perch beside the door and carefully drew the tiny, featherless form of Fawkes from his robes. Gently, he placed the baby phoenix in the tray of ashes beneath the golden perch where the full-grown Fawkes usually sat.
Only then did he turn.
"Well, Harry," Dumbledore said softly, "you may be relieved to hear that none of your friends will suffer any permanent harm from tonight." Harry tried to answer.
Tried to say good. No sound came.
To him, it felt like a reminder. A reminder of the damage he had caused, of the danger he had led them into. Dumbledore was looking directly at him now. His face was kind, not accusing. But Harry still could not meet his eyes. Nymphadora Tonks may spend some time at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, but she is expected to recover fully. Harry nodded without looking up. The carpet beneath his feet was growing brighter.
Outside, dawn was rising.
He knew the portraits were listening.
Every one of them.
Waiting.
Watching. Wondering.
"I know how you feel, Harry," Dumbledore said very quietly. Harry's head snapped up.
"No, you don't."
His voice cracked through the room.
Loud. Sharp. Anger blazed white-hot inside him.
Dumbledore knew nothing. Nothing about what he felt.
"Really, Dumbledore," said Phineas Nigellus Black lazily from his portrait. "You should never try to understand students. They despise it. They'd much rather be misunderstood, wallow in misery, and stew in their own." "That will do, Phineas," Dumbledore said firmly.
Harry turned his back. He stared out the window. Far in the distance stood the Quidditch pitch. And suddenly he remembered.
Sirius.
Sirius Black had once stood there in the form of a great black dog watching Harry play. He had come all that way just to see him. Maybe to see if Harry flew like James. Maybe to see if he was proud of him. Harry had never asked. "There is no shame in what you feel," Dumbledore said behind him. His voice was calm.
"Steady."
Quite the opposite. Harry didn't move. "The fact that you can feel pain this deeply..." Dumbledore paused.
"Is your greatest strength." Harry felt the anger blaze hotter.
It licked through the emptiness inside him, filling every hollow place with fire. He wanted to hurt Albus Dumbledore for standing there so calmly, for speaking in that quiet, measured voice, for saying things that felt empty.
"My greatest strength," Harry said, his voice trembling as he stared blindly toward the Quidditch pitch. "You haven't the slightest idea. You don't know anything."
Dumbledore's voice remained steady.
"What is it I don't know, Harry?"
That was enough. Harry spun around. His whole body shook with rage.
"I don't want to talk about how I feel."
"Harry, suffering like this shows you are still human," Dumbledore said. "This pain is part of being alive." "Then I don't want to be human." Harry roared the words. He snatched up one of the delicate silver instruments from the table beside him and hurled it across the room. It smashed against the wall in a spray of metal and glass. Several portraits shouted in alarm. One of them, Armando Dippet, spluttered indignantly.
"Really? I don't care."
Harry grabbed a lunoscope and flung it into the fireplace. It shattered among the green embers.
I've had enough. Another crash. I've seen enough.
He seized the small table itself and threw it over. It splintered apart on the floor.
I want out.
Wooden legs rolled in every direction.
I want it to end.
His voice cracked.
I don't care anymore.
Dumbledore did not move, did not flinch, did not try to stop him. He simply watched. Calm.
Still.
You do care, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry froze for half a second. You care so much, Dumbledore continued, that it feels as though the pain might tear you apart.
I don't. Harry screamed so loudly his throat burned.
For one wild instant he wanted to lunge at Dumbledore. To break that calmness. To smash it. To make him feel something. Anything.
Oh, yes, Dumbledore said softly. You do.
His blue eyes never left Harry. You have lost your mother. Harry's breath caught. You have lost your father. The room seemed to close in. And now, the closest thing to a parent you have ever known. Harry's vision blurred. Of course you care.
You don't know how I feel. Harry roared.
You standing there, you.
Words failed him.
Breaking things wasn't enough. Nothing was enough. He needed to get out.
Needed to run.
Needed to escape those piercing blue eyes. That calm old face. He spun and ran for the door. He grabbed the handle and wrenched at it.
Locked.
He turned back, shaking violently.
Let me out!
Dumbledore's answer was immediate.
Number.
They stared at each other.
Let me out, Harry said again.
No.
If you keep me in here, if you won't let me.
Then by all means continue destroying my things, Dumbledore said serenely. I suspect I own too many. He walked calmly around his desk and sat down, watching Harry. Waiting.
Let me out, Harry said again.
His voice was quieter now. Cold. Almost as calm as Dumbledore's. Not until I have spoken. Harry's fists clenched.
Do you think I care? He shouted. Do you think I give a damn?
His voice broke into another roar.
I don't care what you have to say.
He was trembling now. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. You will listen, Albus Dumbledore said steadily. His voice was calm, but there was something heavier beneath it now. 'Cause you are not nearly as angry with me as you should be. Harry stared. If you intend to attack me, Dumbledore continued, as I suspect you are close to doing, I would prefer to have earned it. Harry blinked. What are you talking about? Dumbledore did not hesitate. It is my fault that Sirius Black died. The words struck harder than any curse.
Harry froze.
Or rather, Dumbledore said quietly, almost entirely my fault. I will not be arrogant enough to claim every share of blame. He folded his hands. Sirius was brave, clever, restless. A man like that could never remain hidden forever while believing others were in danger. His eyes met Harry's. But you should never have believed there was any need for you to go to the Department of Mysteries tonight. Harry's hand loosened on the doorknob. If I had been honest with you, Dumbledore said, as I should have been, then you would have known long ago that Voldemort might try to lure you there. Lord Voldemort's name hung in the quiet room. You would not have been deceived. Harry could barely breathe. And Sirius would never have had to come after you. Dumbledore lowered his head slightly. That blame rests with me. The room was silent. Harry stood motionless,
still clutching the handle.
barely aware of it. He was listening.
Hearing, but not fully understanding.
Please sit down, Dumbledore said at last. Not a command. A request. Harry hesitated, then slowly crossed the room. His shoes crunched over broken silver and splintered wood. He sat in the chair opposite Dumbledore's desk. A slow voice came from the portrait on his left.
Am I to understand?
Phineas Nigellus Black spoke stiffly, his narrow face unusually pale.
That my great-great-grandson, the last of the Blacks, is dead. Yes, Phineas, Dumbledore said quietly.
Phineas stared. For what I have done, and failed to do, where you are concerned, he continued, shows all the signs of age's failings. His gaze drifted toward the growing light. The young cannot understand how the old think and feel. He sighed. But the old are guilty if they forget what it was to be young. His eyes returned to Harry. And lately, I have forgotten. The sun climbed higher. A rim of orange burned above the mountains. The office brightened. 15 years ago, Dumbledore said softly, when I saw the scar on your forehead, I guessed what it might mean. Harry said nothing. I suspected it marked a connection between you and Voldemort. Harry's face hardened. You've told me that before, Professor, he said bluntly. His voice was flat, cold. He didn't care about politeness. Didn't care about much anymore. Yes, Albus Dumbledore said softly, almost apologetically. Hey, yes, but it is necessary to begin with your scar. Morning light continued to spread across the office, touching the silver instruments and broken fragments on the floor. Not long after you returned to the wizarding world, Dumbledore continued, it became clear that my suspicions were correct. He folded his hands. Your scar was warning you when Lord Voldemort was near, or when he was experiencing powerful emotions.
I know, Harry said tiredly.
And this ability, Dumbledore said, to sense his presence even when disguised and to feel what he feels when his emotions are stirred, has grown stronger since Voldemort regained his body and full power. Harry didn't nod.
Didn't answer.
He already knew. More recently, Dumbledore went on, I began to fear that Voldemort himself might become aware of the connection. He paused. And he did. Harry stared blankly ahead. The night you entered so deeply into his thoughts that he sensed you there. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened slightly. The night you witnessed the attack on Arthur Weasley. Yeah, Harry muttered, Snape told me. Professor Severus Snape, Harry, Dumbledore corrected quietly.
Then, after a moment,
But did you ever wonder why I did not explain it myself? Harry looked up. Dumbledore's face seemed older than ever. More tired. Why I did not teach you occlumency. Harry swallowed.
Yeah.
Dumbledore sighed. Why I barely looked at you for months. Harry's voice was low. Yeah, I wondered. Dumbledore's eyes dropped for a moment. You see, he said, I believed it would not be long before Voldemort tried to force his way into your mind, to manipulate your thoughts, to mislead you. His fingers tightened slightly together, and I did not wish to give him more reason to do so. Harry said nothing. I feared, Dumbledore said that if Voldemort realized our relationship was closer than that of headmaster and student, he hesitated. He would use you to spy on me. The office was silent except for the soft whirring of silver instruments.
I feared what he might do with you.
Dumbledore's voice dropped further.
I feared he might try to possess you.
Harry's stomach tightened.
Harry, Dumbledore said gently, I believe I was right.
Harry remembered it. Those moments when their eyes met. A strange sensation, like a snake stirring inside him.
Waiting.
Ready to strike. Voldemort's purpose in possessing you, Dumbledore continued, as he proved tonight, was not to kill me. His blue eyes met Harry's. It was to kill you. Harry's breath caught. He hoped that if he possessed you, I would destroy you in order to destroy him. Dumbledore looked away. So you see, I kept my distance to protect you. His shoulders sagged slightly.
Another old man's mistake.
He sighed deeply. Harry barely listened.
Months ago, this would have mattered. Months ago, he would have clung to every word. Now,
none of it filled the emptiness inside him. The hollow where Sirius Black had been.
Nothing mattered compared to that.
Sirius told me, Dumbledore said after a moment, that the very night you saw Arthur attacked, you felt Voldemort awaken inside you. Harry stared at the floor. I knew then that my fears were correct. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Voldemort had realized he could use you. He paused.
And so, in an attempt to defend your mind,
I arranged occlumency lessons with Professor Snape. Dumbledore paused. The sunlight had reached the polished surface of his desk now, glinting off a silver ink pot and a bright scarlet quill. Harry stared at the light without really seeing it. Around the office, the portraits were awake.
Listening.
He could hear the faint rustle of painted robes. A cough. A shifting chair. Phineas Nigellus Black had still not returned. Professor Severus Snape discovered, Albus Dumbledore continued, that you had been dreaming of the door to the Department of Mysteries for months. Harry said nothing.
Voldemort, Dumbledore said, had become obsessed with hearing the prophecy the moment he regained his body.
Lord Voldemort's obsession had bled into Harry's mind.
As he thought of the door, so did you.
Dumbledore folded his hands. Though you did not understand what it was. He continued. Then you witnessed Augustus Rookwood, a former employee of the department before his imprisonment, telling Voldemort what we had known all along. Harry looked up slightly. The prophecies in the Ministry of Magic are heavily protected. Dumbledore's voice was precise. Only those to whom they refer can remove them from the shelves without being driven mad. Harry's stomach tightened. In this case, Dumbledore said either Voldemort himself would have to enter the Ministry and reveal his return, or you would have to retrieve it for him. The truth settled like ice. That made it more urgent than ever, Dumbledore said, that you learn occlumency.
But I didn't.
Harry's voice was low.
Rough.
The confession burst out before he could stop it.
I didn't practice.
His hands clenched.
I didn't even try.
The guilt rose again.
Crushing.
Hermione kept telling me to do it. Hermione Granger's voice echoed in his memory.
If I had, he never could have shown me where to go.
Harry's throat tightened.
And Sirius.
He couldn't finish.
Sirius Black wouldn't.
The words broke apart. Then suddenly they spilled out faster. Desperate.
I tried to make sure he'd really taken Sirius.
Harry looked up wildly. I went to Dolores Umbridge's office.
I used the fire. I spoke to Creature.
His breath was ragged. He said Sirius wasn't there. He said he'd gone. Creature lied, Dumbledore said calmly. Harry stopped. Stared. You were not his master, Dumbledore explained. He was able to lie to you without punishing himself. The words struck hard. Creature meant for you to go to the Ministry. Harry's face drained.
He sent me there.
Oh, yes. Dumbledore's voice was grave now. I am afraid Creature has been serving more than one master for some time.
How? Harry whispered blankly.
He hasn't left 12 Grimmauld Place in years. He found his chance shortly before Christmas, Dumbledore said. When Sirius told him to get out. Harry remembered. The shouting. The slammed door. Dumbledore continued. Creature took Sirius literally. He left the house and went to the only member of the Black family he still respected. Narcissa Malfoy. Cousin to Sirius. Sister to Bellatrix. Wife of Lucius Malfoy. Harry felt Snape understood at once. He realized you had seen Sirius trapped in the Department of Mysteries. He attempted to contact Sirius immediately. Dumbledore's voice softened slightly. I should add, he said, that members of the Order of the Phoenix have more reliable methods of communication than the fireplace in Dolores Umbridge's office. Harry lowered his eyes. Professor Snape discovered that Sirius was alive and safe at Grimmauld Place. Harry shut his eyes. The words were like knives.
Alive. Safe.
He had been safe. When you did not return from the forest with Dolores Umbridge, Dumbledore continued, Professor Snape feared you still believed Sirius to be Voldemort's prisoner. So he alerted certain members of the Order at once. Too late. Still too late. Albus Dumbledore sighed deeply before continuing. Alastor Moody, Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Remus Lupin were at headquarters when Professor Severus Snape contacted them. Harry listened numbly. They agreed at once to come after you. Dumbledore folded his hands again. Professor Snape asked Sirius to remain behind. Harry's chest tightened. He needed someone at 12 Grimmauld Place to explain matters to me when I arrived. And in the meantime, Dumbledore said Professor Snape intended to search the forest for you. Harry stared at him. But Sirius refused to stay. The words were soft.
Heavy.
He would not remain behind while others searched for you.
Of course he wouldn't.
Harry lowered his eyes. He gave Creature the task of informing me. Dumbledore's expression darkened. So when I arrived at Grimmauld Place, after they had all left for the Ministry of Magic, it was the elf who told me. He paused, laughing so hard he could barely speak. Harry's head jerked up.
He was laughing, he asked hollowly. Oh, yes, Dumbledore said.
The office seemed colder. Creature could not betray us entirely. Harry's breathing quickened. He was not secret keeper for the Order of the Phoenix. He could not reveal our headquarters. He could not expose plans he had been magically forbidden to repeat. Dumbledore's voice remained calm. But house elves obey differently. He could not disobey a direct order from his master, Sirius. Harry clenched his jaw. But he could give away information Sirius never thought to forbid. Harry whispered.
Like what?
Dumbledore's blue eyes softened. Like the fact that the person Sirius cared for most in the world. He paused. Was you. Harry went still. Like the fact that you had begun to think of Sirius as something between a father and a brother. The words struck harder than anything else. Voldemort already knew Sirius was in the Order. Lord Voldemort had known enough. But Kreacher's information told him exactly how to reach you. Dumbledore's voice dropped. He understood that Sirius Black was the one person you would do anything to save. Harry's lips felt numb. Cold. So, when I asked Kreacher if Sirius was there, he could barely get the words out. Dumbledore nodded. The Malfoy family, almost certainly acting on Voldemort's orders, told Kreacher to keep Sirius out of sight once you had the vision. Harry's hands curled into fists. If you checked whether Sirius was home, Kreacher could lie. Dumbledore continued. He injured Buckbeak yesterday. Harry blinked. At the very moment you appeared in the fire, Sirius was upstairs tending to him. Harry felt like he couldn't breathe. Each breath came short and thin.
And Kreacher told you this?
His voice cracked. And laughed. He did not wish to tell me, Dumbledore said quietly. But I am skilled enough in legilimency to know when I am being deceived. He paused. And I persuaded him to tell me the truth before I left for the Department of Mysteries. Harry stared at his own clenched fists.
And Hermione?
His voice was barely audible. Hermione Granger kept telling us to be nice to him. She was right, Dumbledore said at once. Harry looked up. I warned Sirius when we made Grimmauld Place our headquarters. Dumbledore's face was lined with regret. I told him Kreacher must be treated with kindness.
And with respect.
Harry swallowed. I also warned him Kreacher might be dangerous. Dumbledore's eyes drifted toward the sunrise.
I do not think Sirius truly listened.
His voice was almost sad now.
I do not think he ever fully saw Kreacher as a being whose feelings could be as deep and as wounded as a human's. Don't you dare, Harry choked out.
His breath came in short, broken bursts. Don't you talk about Sirius like that. The anger surged back, fierce and blinding. He would not let anyone, especially Albus Dumbledore, criticize Sirius Black. Kreacher's a filthy lying, Harry gasped. He deserved. Kreacher is what wizards have made him, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry froze. The calmness in Dumbledore's voice only made him angrier.
Yes, Dumbledore continued, he is to be pitied.
Harry stared at him. His life has been as miserable as your friend Dobby's. Dumbledore's voice remained steady. He was forced to obey Sirius because Sirius was the last of the family to which he belonged. But obedience is not loyalty. Harry's fists trembled. He did not love Sirius. Dumbledore's eyes were grave.
And whatever Kreacher's faults.
He paused. Sirius did little to make his life easier.
Don't talk about Sirius like that.
Harry was on his feet again,
shaking with fury,
ready to launch himself across the desk. Dumbledore didn't understand. Didn't understand how brave Sirius had been.
How much he had suffered.
How much he had lost. What about Snape? Harry spat. The name felt like poison. You're not blaming him, are you? He took a step forward. When I told him Voldemort had Sirius, he sneered at me like always.
Harry, Dumbledore said firmly, You know Professor Severus Snape had to pretend not to take you seriously in front of Dolores Umbridge.
Harry laughed bitterly.
As I told you, Dumbledore continued, he alerted the Order immediately.
Harry's jaw tightened. He was the one who guessed where you had gone when you did not return from the forest. Harry said nothing. It was also Severus who gave Professor Umbridge fake Veritaserum when she tried to force information from you. Harry ignored it.
Ignored all of it?
Blaming Snape felt good. It eased the crushing guilt.
Even if only a little.
Snape taunted Sirius, Harry shouted.
He kept calling him a coward.
Dumbledore's face hardened slightly. Sirius was too intelligent and too experienced to be wounded by such childish provocations. Harry's eyes blazed. Snape stopped teaching me occlumency.
He threw me out. I know, Dumbledore said heavily.
The weariness in his voice deepened. I have already admitted that it was my mistake not to teach you myself. He looked down briefly. At the time, I believed opening your mind in my presence would be too dangerous. Harry's scar prickled at the memory.
Snape made it worse.
Harry shouted.
My scar hurt more after lessons. His voice rose.
Another old man's mistake. That some wounds cut too deeply to heal. Harry frowned. I believed Severus could overcome his feelings toward your father. He shook his head.
I was wrong.
Harry's anger flared hotter. But that's all right, is it? He yelled. The portraits on the walls gasped.
Several muttered in outrage.
Harry ignored them. It's fine for Snape to hate my dad. He took another furious step forward. But it's wrong for Sirius to hate Creature. Sirius did not hate Creature, Albus Dumbledore said quietly. Harry stopped pacing. Dumbledore's voice was calm. Too calm. He regarded him as a servant. The words fell heavily into the silence, one scarcely worthy of notice. Harry's hands clenched. Indifference. Dumbledore continued, and neglect. He paused, often wound more deeply than open hatred. The office was silent. Even the portraits seemed to hold their breath. Dumbledore's eyes drifted toward the shattered remains of the golden statues in Harry's memory. The fountain we destroyed tonight told a lie. Harry stared. We have spent too long mistreating those we consider beneath us. His voice was filled with quiet sorrow, and now we are suffering the consequences. So Sirius deserved it, Harry roared. His voice echoed off the walls. Several portraits jumped. I did not say that. Dumbledore's voice did not rise.
Nor will you ever hear me say it. Harry was shaking. Sirius was not cruel. Dumbledore's eyes softened. He was kind to house elves in general. Harry's throat tightened, but Creature reminded him of everything he hated. Creature was a living piece of the house, a living reminder of the family Sirius had loathed. Yeah, Harry choked. He hated it. His voice cracked apart. He turned away. The sunlight now flooded the office. Every portrait's eyes followed him.
He barely noticed. You made him stay trapped there, Harry shouted, not looking back. He hated being shut up. His breath came fast. That's why he went last night. I was trying to keep Sirius alive, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry wheeled around. People hate being locked up. His voice was raw. You did it to me all last summer. The words hit harder than anything else. Dumbledore closed his eyes. He buried his face in his hands. For a moment, he looked old, exhausted. Broken. Harry watched him and felt no pity, only more anger. Dumbledore had no right to look weak, not now, not when Harry wanted to scream. At last Dumbledore lowered his hands. He looked at Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "It is time," he said quietly. Harry froze. "For me to tell you what I should have told you 5 years ago." The words settled heavily between them. "Sit down." Harry glared at him. "I am going to tell you everything." Dumbledore's voice was steady. "I ask only for patience." His eyes did not waver. "When I am finished, you may rage at me." Harry's jaw tightened. "You may do whatever you wish. I will not stop you." For a long moment Harry stood there, breathing hard. Then he threw himself into the chair opposite the desk. Waited. Dumbledore turned his gaze to the sunlit grounds beyond the window. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. 5 years ago. He looked back at Harry. "You arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry said nothing. Safe. Dumbledore paused. And whole. A flicker of sadness crossed his face. "Well, not quite whole." Harry stared. "You had already suffered." Dumbledore's eyes were distant now. "I knew you would suffer when I left you on your aunt and uncle's doorstep." Harry's chest tightened. "I knew I was condemning you." He hesitated. "To 10 dark and difficult years." The office remained silent. Harry did not speak. "You may ask why." Dumbledore folded his hands. "Why not place you with a wizarding family?" Harry looked down. "Many would have welcomed you. Many would have been honored to raise you." Dumbledore's voice hardened slightly. "But my first duty was to keep you alive." Harry looked up sharply. "You were in greater danger than almost anyone realized. Lord Voldemort had fallen, but not his followers. His supporters were still free, angry, violent, desperate." Dumbledore's blue eyes darkened. "And I had to think of the future." He leaned back slightly. "Did I believe Voldemort was gone forever?" A pause. No, the word was absolute. "I did not know whether he would return in 10 years. 20 or 50? Harry swallowed. "But I knew he would return." Dumbledore's voice was cold certainty now. "And I knew he would never rest until he killed you." The room seemed colder. Dumbledore continued. "Voldemort's knowledge of magic exceeds that of nearly every living wizard." Harry's fingers tightened on the chair. "I knew that even my strongest spells, the greatest protections, might fail if he returned to full strength. But I also knew," Albus Dumbledore said quietly, "where Lord Voldemort was weak." Harry looked up. Dumbledore's eyes were fixed somewhere beyond the room. "And so I made my choice." He folded his long fingers together. "You would be protected by an ancient magic." He paused.
A magic he knows of.
"And despises." The morning light glinted on his spectacles. "And because he despises it, he has always underestimated it." Dumbledore's voice softened. "To his cost." Harry did not move.
I speak, of course.
"Of the fact that your mother died to save you." The words landed like stones. Lily Potter. She gave you a protection he never expected. Dumbledore looked directly at Harry now. "A protection that still runs in your veins." Harry swallowed.
I place my trust in your mother's blood.
Dumbledore's voice was firm. "And so I delivered you to her sister." At once Harry snapped, "She doesn't love me." His voice was bitter. "She doesn't care." "But she took you," Dumbledore cut in. Harry flinched. "She may have taken you grudgingly."
Angrily. Unwillingly.
Bitterly. Dumbledore's gaze did not waver. "But she took you." The words were absolute. "And in doing so..."
She sealed the charm.
Harry's mouth tightened. "Your mother's sacrifice made the bond of blood the strongest shield I could offer." Harry looked away.
I still don't.
So long as you can call home the place where your mother's blood lives, Dumbledore continued over him, there you cannot be touched by Voldemort. The office was silent. He took her blood. But it lives on in you.
And in her sister.
Petunia Dursley. Her blood became your refuge. Harry stared. You need only return there once each year. Dumbledore's voice was steady. But as long as you can still call it home.
While you are there, he cannot harm you.
Harry's breath slowed. Your aunt knows this. Dumbledore said it plainly. I explained everything in the letter I left beside you. Harry blinked. She knows that giving you house room may have kept you alive all these years.
Wait.
Harry sat upright. A thought struck him. You sent that howler? His eyes widened. You told her to remember. It was your voice. Dumbledore inclined his head.
Wait.
Harry sat upright. A thought struck him. You sent that howler? His eyes widened. You told her to remember. It was your voice. Dumbledore inclined his head. I believed she might need reminding. Harry stared. Of the promise she made when she took you in. He sighed. I suspected the Dementor attack had reminded her of the danger of keeping you. Harry thought of that night. Of his uncle shouting.
Of the kitchen. It did, Harry said quietly.
He swallowed. My uncle wanted me out. A pause. But after the howler. He frowned. She said I had to stay. He looked down. Then up again. But what's this got to do with... He couldn't say Sirius's name.
Couldn't force it out.
Dumbledore continued as though Harry had not stopped.
5 years ago.
His voice softened. You arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry sat still. You were not as happy as I would have wished. Dumbledore's eyes were sad, nor as well fed. Harry gave no answer. But you were alive. And healthy. Dumbledore leaned back slightly. You were not a spoiled prince. The faintest smile touched his lips. You were as normal a boy as I could have hoped. Harry stared at him.
Up to that point.
My plan had succeeded. Then Dumbledore's expression changed.
And then?
He paused.
Your first year?
Harry remembered. The stone. The mirror. The cold face beneath the turban. You met the challenge magnificently. Dumbledore's voice was warm now. Much sooner than I ever expected. You found yourself face to face with Voldemort. Harry's scar prickled faintly.
You survived.
Dumbledore's eyes shone. But more than that, you delayed his return. You weakened him. You fought like a man. Harry looked away. Dumbledore's voice was quiet.
Full of something close to grief. I was...
He paused.
Prouder of you than I can say.
There was a weakness in my plan, said Albus Dumbledore softly, his voice carrying through the bright stillness of the office. A weakness so plain that, even then, I recognized the danger of it. I knew it might one day bring everything crashing down. And yet, because I believed so fiercely that my plan had to succeed, I convinced myself I could control it. I told myself that I alone could guard against that failure, that I alone had to remain strong. And the first true test came when you lay in the hospital wing after your battle with Voldemort, weak and wounded, but alive.
"I don't understand," said Harry Potter, his voice rough.
Dumbledore's blue eyes did not leave him. "Do you remember asking me, as you lay there, why Voldemort had tried to kill you when you were a baby?" Harry nodded once. "Should I have told you then?" Harry said nothing. He could only stare back at Dumbledore, his pulse quickening painfully in his chest. "You still do not see it," Dumbledore murmured. "No, perhaps you do not. As you know, I chose not to answer. I told myself that 11 was too young, far too young. I had never intended for you to carry such knowledge at that age. It would have been too cruel a burden." He sighed, and for a moment looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "But I should have recognized the warning signs. I should have questioned why I was not more troubled that you had already begun asking the question I knew I must one day answer. I should have understood that I was relieved beyond reason, that I did not have to tell you that night. I told myself it was because you were too young, because you were still a child." The morning sunlight crept farther across the desk, glinting on silver instruments and polished wood. "And then came your second year at Hogwarts. Once again, you faced dangers that would have broken many grown wizards, and once again, you surpassed anything I could have hoped. You did not ask me again why Voldemort had marked you. We spoke of your scar, yes. We came close, so very close to the truth. And still I said nothing." Harry's scar prickled faintly.
"Why?" Dumbledore asked quietly, almost to himself. "Because 12 seemed hardly older than 11. Because when you stood before me, blood-stained and exhausted, yet triumphant, I could not bring myself to darken your victory. Even when a small voice in my mind whispered that perhaps I should tell you then, I silenced it. You were too young, I told myself. Still too young."
Harry swallowed hard. "Do you understand now?" Dumbledore asked, his gaze steady. "Do you see the flaw in my carefully laid plan? I had walked straight into the trap I had foreseen from the beginning, the very trap I had sworn I would avoid."
"I don't," Harry began weakly.
"I cared about you too much," Dumbledore said simply. The word struck Harry harder than a blow. "I cared more for your happiness than for the truth, more for your peace of mind than for the success of my plan, more for your life than for the lives that might be lost if that plan failed." His voice remained calm, but there was grief in it now, deep and unmistakable. "In the end, I acted exactly as Voldemort believes people like me will act, like fools who love." The portraits around the walls were silent. Dumbledore folded his hands before him. "Can I defend it? I do not know. I defy anyone who has watched you as closely as I have, more closely than you can imagine, not to wish to spare you pain. What did distant deaths matter to me? What did nameless lives in some uncertain future matter, if here, in the present, you were alive, if you were safe, if you were happy?" His voice faltered almost imperceptibly. "I never expected," he said at last, "to care for someone so much." "We came to your third year," said Albus Dumbledore, his voice low and heavy with memory, "and I watched from a distance as you fought against Dementors, as you uncovered the truth about Sirius Black, and as you risked everything to save him. Was that the moment I should have told you, when you had just torn your godfather from the grasp of the Ministry and won a victory that must have felt miraculous? Yet by then, my excuses were growing weaker. You were only 13. Yes, but already you had shown yourself extraordinary. My conscience was no longer quiet, Harry. I knew the time was approaching, and fast." He paused, and the silence in the office deepened. "Then came last year. You emerged from that maze having seen Cedric Diggory die. You had escaped death by the narrowest margin, and you had faced Voldemort himself once more. Even then, I did not tell you, though by then I knew without doubt that Voldemort had returned, and that the truth could no longer be delayed for long. His blue eyes were grave behind his half-moon spectacles. And tonight I know you have been ready for this knowledge far longer than I allowed myself to believe. You have proven that I should have placed this burden upon your shoulders much sooner. My only defense, if I have one, is that I have watched you carry more than any student who has ever passed through these halls, and I could not bring myself to add yet another weight, the heaviest of them all. Harry waited. Dumbledore said nothing more. The sunlight spilled across the room in bright gold beams.
"I still don't understand," Harry said at last, his voice hollow.
Dumbledore folded his hands. Voldemort tried to kill you when you were a child because of a prophecy made shortly before you were born. He knew that a prophecy existed, though he did not know.
Voice hollow.
Dumbledore folded his hands. Voldemort tried to kill you when you were a child because of a prophecy made shortly before you were born. He knew that a prophecy existed, though he did not know its full meaning, believing it spoke of you, and believing that by killing you he would fulfill its terms. He hunted you down while you were still an infant. He learned, at terrible cost, that he was mistaken when his curse rebounded upon him. And ever since he regained his body, especially after your extraordinary escape from him last year, he has been desperate to hear the prophecy in full. That is the weapon he has sought so relentlessly since his return, the knowledge of how to destroy you. Harry felt cold. The office was flooded now with morning light. The glass case containing Godric Gryffindor's sword gleamed pale and brilliant. The broken silver instruments Harry had smashed glittered across the floor like shards of rain behind him. Baby Fawkes gave a soft chirrup from his bed of ashes. The prophecy was destroyed, Harry said blankly. I was trying to pull Neville up those benches in that room with the archway, and his robes tore. It fell. Dumbledore shook his head gently. What was destroyed was only the recorded copy kept in the Department of Mysteries, but the prophecy itself was spoken aloud to someone, and that person remembers every word. Harry's stomach tightened.
"Who heard it?" he asked, though he already feared he knew. "I did," said Dumbledore.
Harry stared. 16 years ago, Dumbledore continued, on a cold and stormy night in a room above the bar at the Hog's Head Inn, I had gone there to interview a candidate for the post of divination teacher, despite my own doubts as to whether the subject should continue at Hogwarts at all. The applicant was the great-great-granddaughter of a famous and gifted seer, and I believed courtesy demanded I meet her. His mouth tightened faintly. I was disappointed. She seemed to possess no trace of her ancestor's gift. I informed her as politely as I could that I did not believe she was suited to the position. Then I turned to leave. Dumbledore rose slowly from behind his desk. Harry watched him cross the room to the black cabinet beside Fawkes's perch. He slid back the latch and drew out the shallow stone basin carved with ancient runes, the Pensive. Harry's stomach lurched as he recognized it at once, the same basin in which he had once seen his father torment Professor Snape. Dumbledore carried it carefully back and set it upon the desk. Then he raised his wand to his temple. Harry watched as shimmering silver strands, fine as cobweb silk, were drawn from Dumbledore's mind. They clung to the tip of his wand like threads of moonlight before he lowered them gently into the Pensive. They swirled and drifted there like liquid memory. Dumbledore sank back into his chair and stared down into the basin for a moment, his face unreadable in the morning light. Then, with a weary sigh, he lowered his wand and touched the silver surface. A shape began to rise from the silvery depths of the pensive, slowly taking form until a woman appeared, wrapped in layered shawls, her enormous magnified eyes staring vacantly through thick lenses as she turned in place, her feet still anchored within the basin. Yet when Sybil Trelawney spoke, it was not in her usual dreamy murmur, but in a rough, unearthly voice that scraped through the air. The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord draws near, born to those who have thrice resisted him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Yet he shall possess a power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must fall at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. And then, as suddenly as she had risen, she sank back into the swirling silver, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a silence so deep it pressed on the ears. No one spoke. Not Albus Dumbledore, not Harry Potter, not even the portraits, and even Fawkes made no sound. "Professor," Harry said at last, his voice barely more than a whisper, for Dumbledore seemed lost in the memory before him. What does it mean?" "It means," Dumbledore replied slowly, still gazing into the basin, "that the one with the only true chance of defeating Lord Voldemort was born near the end of July, almost 16 years ago, a child born to parents who had already defied him 3 times. Harry felt the air tighten around him, his chest constricting as the implication closed in. "That means me?" he asked. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "The curious thing, Harry, is that it might not have meant you at all. The prophecy could have referred to 2 boys, both born at the end of that July, both with parents in the Order of the Phoenix, who had each escaped Voldemort 3 times. One was you, and the other was Neville Longbottom." Harry's mind reeled. Then why was it my name? Why not Neville's? "The record was altered after Voldemort attacked you as a child," said Dumbledore. "To those who guarded the Hall of Prophecy, it seemed obvious he had chosen you as the subject." "So it might not have been me?" Harry pressed. "I am afraid," Dumbledore said quietly, each word deliberate, "that it is you." "But Neville, he fits it too." "You forget the final piece," Dumbledore said. "The Dark Lord himself would mark the one he chose as his equal, and he did. He chose you, Harry, and gave you that scar, which has been both a gift and a burden." "But he could have been wrong," Harry insisted. "He could have picked the wrong person." "He chose the one he believed most dangerous," Dumbledore replied. "And consider this, despite his obsession with pure blood supremacy, he chose a half-blood like himself. He saw something of his own nature reflected in you before he ever truly knew you, and in trying to destroy you, he instead granted you abilities and a destiny that have allowed you to escape him again and again, something neither your parents nor Neville's ever managed." Harry felt cold, hollow. Then why did he attack me as a baby? Why not wait, see which of us became more dangerous? "That might have been the wiser course," said Dumbledore, "but Voldemort never heard the prophecy in full. The Hog's Head Inn, where Sybil chose to stay, was not a place for privacy. As you discovered, it is frequented by those who listen more than they should. That night, unknown to me, someone was eavesdropping. Fortunately, they were discovered and removed before hearing everything, but they heard enough. And what they carried back to Voldemort set all of this in motion." "So he heard only part of it?" asked Harry Potter, his voice faint. Albus Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Only the beginning. He heard enough to know that a boy would be born in July to parents who had already defied Voldemort 3 times. But he did not hear the rest. He never learned that by attacking you. He might pass some of his own power to you, that he might mark you as his equal. Had he known, he may have hesitated. He may have waited. He may have tried to understand more before acting. But he never heard that you would possess a power the Dark Lord knows not.
But I don't, Harry burst out, his voice cracking. I don't have any power he doesn't have. I can't duel like he did tonight. I can't possess people. I can't torture them. I can't kill.
There is a room in the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore interrupted quietly, which remains locked at all times. Inside that room is a force more extraordinary and more terrible than death, more powerful than human intellect, stronger than the forces of nature themselves. It is perhaps the greatest mystery studied there. He leaned forward slightly. And it is that force which you possess in such abundance, and Voldemort possesses not at all. Harry stared. That power is what drove you to rescue Sirius tonight. It is also what saved you from Voldemort's possession. He could not endure to inhabit a body so full of the one thing he despises above all else. Dumbledore's blue eyes held Harry's. In the end, it did not matter that you could not close your mind. It was your heart that saved you. Harry shut his eyes.
His heart.
If he had not followed it, if he had not gone after Sirius, Sirius would still be alive. The thought struck him like ice. To keep himself from drowning in it, he forced out another question. The end of the prophecy, he whispered. It said something about neither of us being able to live.
While the other survives, Dumbledore finished softly.
Harry swallowed. The words felt heavy, impossible. He had to drag them out of himself. So, does that mean that one of us has to kill the other, in the end? Dumbledore did not look away. Yes. The word landed between them like a stone. Silence followed.
Long. Heavy.
Somewhere beyond the office walls came the muffled sound of voices, students moving toward breakfast in the great hall, laughing perhaps, talking, living as though the world had not changed forever. Harry could not understand it.
How could anyone still be hungry? How could anyone laugh?
How could the sun still rise when Sirius Black was gone? Already Sirius seemed impossibly distant, as though he had slipped beyond reach into another world, and yet some stubborn, desperate part of Harry still believed that if he had only reached through that veil, if he had only pulled it aside, Sirius might have been there, grinning at him, his bark-like laugh echoing through the chamber. I owe you one more explanation, Harry, Dumbledore said at last, almost uncertainly. Harry opened his eyes. You may have wondered, Dumbledore continued, why I never made you a prefect. Harry blinked.
Even now. Even after all this.
Dumbledore gave the faintest, saddest smile.
I must confess, I thought you already had enough responsibility.
Harry looked up sharply. And then he saw it. A single tear slipping from beneath Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles, tracing down his lined cheek and disappearing into his long silver beard. Chapter 38. The Second War begins.
He who must not be named returns.
In a short announcement made late Friday evening, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge has officially confirmed that he who must not be named has returned to Britain and is once again at large.
It is with the deepest regret that I must confirm the wizard calling himself Lord Well, you know perfectly well who I mean, is alive and active among us once more, said Fudge, appearing pale and visibly shaken as he spoke to reporters. It is with nearly equal regret that we announce the large-scale desertion of the Dementors from Azkaban, who have evidently declined to remain in the service of the Ministry. We believe they are now acting under the command of Lord You-Know-Who.
We strongly advise the magical community to remain alert and cautious. The Ministry is preparing and distributing informational pamphlets on basic home and personal defensive magic, which will be delivered free of charge to every wizarding household within the month. The minister's words have caused widespread panic and confusion throughout the wizarding world, particularly as recently as Wednesday, the ministry had been assuring the public there was absolutely no truth in the persistent reports that You-Know-Who had returned. Though the full details remain unclear, it is believed that he who must not be named, accompanied by a number of followers known as Death Eaters, infiltrated the Ministry of Magic itself on Thursday night. Albus Dumbledore, recently restored as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as a member of the International Confederation of Wizards, and as chief warlock of the Wizengamot, has not yet issued a statement. For over a year, Dumbledore has maintained that You-Know-Who was not dead, as many had hoped, but gathering strength and followers for another rise to power. Meanwhile, the boy who lived. "There it is," said Hermione Granger, lowering the newspaper slightly and peering over the top at Harry Potter. "I knew they'd work you into it somehow." They were gathered in the hospital wing. Harry sat on the edge of Ron Weasley's bed, listening as Hermione read aloud from the front page of the Daily Prophet. Ginny Weasley, whose ankle, Madame Pomfrey, had healed almost instantly, was curled at the foot of Hermione's bed. Neville Longbottom sat in a chair between them, his nose restored to normal at last, while Luna Lovegood had dropped by carrying the newest copy of the Quibbler and was reading it upside down, seemingly oblivious to Hermione's voice. "He's the boy who lived again." "Then," Ron muttered darkly, "not a mad attention-seeker anymore, eh?" He grabbed a handful of chocolate frogs from the towering pile on his bedside table and tossed some to Harry, Ginny, and Neville before tearing into one himself. Angry red welts still wound around his forearms where the brain's tentacles had wrapped themselves. According to Madame Pomfrey, thoughts could scar more deeply than almost anything else. Still, after repeated doses of Dr. Ubley's oblivious unction, the marks were beginning to fade. Hermione scanned farther down the article and snorted. "Oh, they're full of praise for you now, Harry. Listen to this, a solitary voice of truth, dismissed as unstable yet steadfast in his account, forced to endure ridicule and slander." She frowned. Funny how they don't mention it was the prophet doing most of the ridiculing and slandering. She flinched and pressed a hand to her ribs where Dolahov's curse, though weakened by his inability to speak. The incantation aloud had still, as Madame Pomfrey put it, done quite enough damage, leaving Hermione on a regimen of 10 different potions a day as she steadily improved yet grew increasingly bored of the hospital wing, idly skimming a newspaper filled with dramatic headlines about You-Know-Who's latest attempt at power, the ministry's failures, and an exclusive interview with Harry that she dismissed as recycled from months-old reporting, while Luna casually mentioned her father had sold that very interview for a tidy sum to fund a summer trip to Sweden in search of a crumple-horned snorkack, prompting Hermione to force a polite response before straightening up, wincing again, and asking about school. Where Ginny explained that Flitwick had cleared away Fred and George's swamp in seconds, but preserved a small section as a kind of tribute, Ron added through a mouthful of chocolate frogs that the twins must be thriving at their joke shop, given the sweets they'd sent. Hermione inquired whether things had returned to normal now that Dumbledore was back. Neville confirmed they had. And as Ron wondered about Filch's mood, Ginny revealed in a whisper that he was miserable and still praising Umbridge, which drew all their attention to the woman herself lying silently across the ward, staring at the ceiling after being mysteriously rescued from the centaurs by Dumbledore without a scratch. Her once neat hair dishevelled with twigs and leaves, yet her body otherwise unharmed. And though Madame Pomfrey claimed she was simply in shock, Ginny suspected sulking, a theory Ron tested by making quiet hoofbeat noises that caused Umbridge to bolt upright in sudden alarm.
"Is something the matter, Professor?" Madame Pomfrey called sharply, peering around the door of her office as Umbridge jerked upright in bed.
Umbridge blinked rapidly, one hand clutching the blankets to her chest before she slowly lowered herself back against the pillows. No, she muttered shakily. I must have imagined it. Hermione and Ginny buried their faces in the sheets, shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter until they could breathe normally again. When Hermione finally composed herself, she wiped at her eyes and said, "Talking of Centaur, who's teaching divination now, is Firenze still staying on?" "He has to stay," Harry answered at once. "The herd won't welcome him back after what happened. Will they?" "Looks like he and Professor Trelawney are sharing the lessons," Ginny said casually.
Ron, who was halfway through yet another chocolate frog, snorted. Bet Dumbledore was hoping he'd finally gotten rid of Trelawney for good. Honestly. Though, the whole subject's rubbish if you ask me. Firenze isn't much better.
Hermione rounded on him immediately. "How can you say that now, after everything we've learned real prophecies exist?" At her words, Harry felt his pulse jump painfully. He had told no one what the prophecy had truly said, not Ron, not Hermione, not anyone. Neville had accidentally given them the impression it had been smashed in the death chamber while Harry had been dragging him up the steps, and Harry had let them believe it. He could not yet bring himself to reveal the truth that the prophecy had drawn a line between him and Voldemort so absolute that one of them would have to kill the other. He wasn't prepared to see the horror in their faces when they understood. "It's a shame it was destroyed," Hermione said softly, shaking her head. "Yeah," Ron agreed. "Still, at least you know who never found out what it said either, or... Where are you off to?" he added suddenly, as Harry swung his legs off the bed and stood.
Going to see Hagrid," Harry said quickly. "He only just got back. I told him I'd come by and let him know how you two are."
Ron looked out through the high hospital window toward the stretch of bright summer sky and sighed. "Lucky. Wish we could come." "Tell him hello from us," Hermione called after Harry as he headed down the ward. Then, lowering her voice, she added, "And ask what's happening with his little friend." Harry lifted a hand in acknowledgement without turning and stepped out into the corridor. The castle was strangely still for a Sunday afternoon. Most of the students were clearly outside, celebrating the end of exams and the last carefree days of term, without essays or revision hanging over them. As Harry walked through the empty passageways, sunlight spilled in through the tall windows, and every now and then he glanced outside to see figures swooping over the Quidditch pitch on broomsticks or splashing in the lake, where the giant squid lazily waved a tentacle above the surface. He couldn't settle his own thoughts. When surrounded by people he longed to escape, when left alone, he felt the weight of solitude too heavily. Hagrid might be good company, he thought. They hadn't really spoken since Hagrid's return. Harry had just reached the bottom of the marble staircase and stepped into the entrance hall when a door to his right swung open. Malfoy emerged first, with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering behind him from the Slytherin common room passage. Harry stopped short. So did they. For a moment, no one spoke. The only sounds were the distant laughter, splashes, and shouted voices drifting in from the grounds through the open front doors. Malfoy's eyes flicked around the hall, checking for teachers. Harry guessed before settling back on him. His face twisted with cold fury. In a low, venomous voice, he said, "You're finished, Potter." Harry arched an eyebrow.
Really? He said coolly. Funny, I don't feel particularly dead.
Malfoy's face turned an ugly shade of red. Harry felt a detached sort of pleasure watching the usually smug expression crack into raw rage. "You'll pay for this," Malfoy hissed, stepping forward. "You're going to pay for what happened to my father." Harry gave a mocking look of alarm. "Oh, I'm shaking," he said dryly. "I suppose compared to you three, Lord Voldemort's nothing but practice." All three boys visibly flinched at the name. Harry's eyes sharpened. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice dripping with scorn. "He's your father's best friend, isn't he? Or are you actually scared of him?" Malfoy sneered and moved closer, with Crabbe and Goyle looming on either side of him like bodyguards. "You really think you're untouchable?" "Potter," he spat. "Just wait. I'll get you for this. You don't send my father to Azkaban and walk away." Harry met his glare without flinching. Could have sworn I already did. Malfoy's expression darkened. He lowered his voice as though sharing a secret. "The Dementors have abandoned Azkaban. My father and the others won't be locked up for long." Harry gave a cold shrug. "Probably not," he admitted, "but at least now everyone knows exactly what kind of filth they are." That did it. Malfoy's hand darted toward his robes, reaching for his wand, but Harry was faster. In a flash, his own wand was already raised, before Malfoy had even touched his pocket.
"Potter!"
The sharp voice cracked through the hall like a whip. Snape had appeared from the staircase leading to his dungeon office, his black robes billowing as he strode toward them. The moment Harry saw him, a fresh surge of hatred rose so violently inside him that it nearly drowned out everything else. No matter what Dumbledore said, no matter what excuses anyone made, he could never forgive Snape. Never. "What exactly are you doing, Potter?" Snape asked icily as he came to a halt before them. Harry's grip tightened on his wand, trying to choose the right curse for Malfoy. "Sir." Snape's black eyes bored into him.
"Put that wand away immediately," he snapped. 10 points from Griffin.
He stopped mid-sentence and glanced toward the giant hourglasses mounted on the wall. A cruel smile spread across his face.
"Ah," he said softly, "it appears Gryffindor has no points left to lose. In that case, Potter, perhaps we'll have to."
"Give some back." The crisp voice came from the entrance. Professor McGonagall had just climbed the stone steps into the hall. She was carrying a tartan carpetbag in one hand and leaning on a walking stick with the other, but aside from that, she looked remarkably recovered. "Professor McGonagall," Snape said smoothly, striding toward her, "released from St. Mungo's, I see."
"Yes, Professor Snape," she replied briskly, slipping off her travelling cloak. "Quite recovered. Thank you." She turned sharply. "You too, Crabbe. Goyle."
The boys jumped and shuffled forward awkwardly. "Here," McGonagall said, thrusting the carpetbag into Crabbe's arms and dropping her cloak over Goyle's. "Take these to my office." They obeyed at once, stomping reluctantly up the marble staircase. McGonagall turned back to the hourglasses, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Now then," she said, "I believe Potter and his friends deserve 50 points each for informing the wizarding world of you-know-who's return. Don't you agree, Professor Snape?"
"What?" Snape barked, though it was obvious he had heard perfectly. "Oh, well, I suppose." Excellent, said McGonagall crisply. 50 each for Potter, both Weasleys, Longbottom, and Miss Granger.
As she spoke, a glittering cascade of rubies poured into Gryffindor's hourglass, clinking into the bottom chamber. Oh, and 50 for Miss Lovegood as well, she added. A stream of sapphires tumbled into Ravenclaw's glass. And of course, she continued sweetly, you wish to deduct 10 from Mr. Potter, Professor Snape, so we'll account for that. A few rubies slid obediently back upward, though Gryffindor's hourglass still held a very satisfying amount. Well then, said McGonagall, turning to Harry and Malfoy with a brisk air, as if nothing unusual had happened. Surely on a day as fine as this, you boys ought to be outside enjoying the sunshine instead of squabbling indoors. Harry wasted no time. The moment Professor McGonagall dismissed them, he shoved his wand back into his robes and strode out through the great front doors without sparing Snape or Malfoy a second glance. The afternoon heat hit him immediately, heavy and bright, wrapping around him as he crossed the sunlit lawns toward Hagrid's cabin. Groups of students sprawled across the grass in the summer warmth, talking, laughing, reading copies of the Sunday edition of the Daily Prophet, or lazily eating sweets. Heads turned as Harry passed. Some waved enthusiastically, others called out greetings, eager to show they now stood firmly on his side, just as the paper finally seemed to. To many of them, he had become something close to a hero overnight. Harry ignored them all. He neither wanted their admiration nor their questions. He had managed to avoid discussing what had happened 3 nights ago, and he intended to keep it that way. When he knocked on the door of Hagrid's cabin and got no answer, Harry assumed it was empty until Fang came hurtling around the side of the house, barking madly and nearly knocking him flat in his excitement. A moment later, Harry discovered Hagrid in the vegetable patch behind the cabin, tugging runner beans from their vines.
All right, Harry, Hagrid boomed, his face breaking into a wide smile when he spotted him. Come on in, we'll have something to drink.
A few minutes later, they were seated at Hagrid's rough wooden table, each with a cold glass of dandelion juice sweating in the warm air.
How are you holding up? Hagrid asked carefully, studying Harry over the rim of his glass. Yeah, feeling all right?
Harry recognized the look immediately. Hagrid wasn't asking whether he was injured.
I'm okay, Harry said quickly. Too quickly. The last thing he wanted was to talk about what both of them were really thinking. Where have you been, anyway? Laying low in the mountains, Hagrid replied. Stayed in a cave for a while, same as Sirius did when he...
He stopped abruptly. His voice faltered. He coughed into his hand, avoided Harry's eyes, and took a long swallow of juice.
Anyway, he muttered after a moment, I'm back now.
Harry latched on to the change of subject at once. You look better, he said.
Hagrid blinked and rubbed at his face with one enormous hand. Oh yeah, well, Grawpy's doing loads better now, much calmer. Was right pleased to see me when I got back, too. Good lad. Really? Hagrid's beard twitched as he smiled. Been thinking maybe I ought to find him a lady giant, a friend, you know.
Under normal circumstances, Harry would have immediately pointed out how disastrous that idea sounded. One giant in the Forbidden Forest was alarming enough. 2 could be a catastrophe, but he couldn't summon the strength to argue. Everything felt too heavy, too exhausting. In fact, he was already beginning to regret coming. The silence pressing at the edges of the conversation felt unbearable, and he found himself wishing he were alone again, hoping to shorten the visit. He lifted his glass and drained several large gulps of dandelion juice. Hagrid watched him quietly for a moment before speaking again, his voice lower this time. Everyone knows now, he said gently. Knows you were telling the truth all along. Harry, there's got to count for something, hasn't it? Harry gave a small shrug and looked away. Hagrid leaned forward across the table, his huge hands wrapped around his glass. "Listen, I knew Sirius longer than ye did," he said softly, "and he died fighting. If he'd had a choice, that was probably how he'd have wanted to go." Harry's head snapped up. Anger flared instantly, hot and sharp.
"He didn't want to die at all," Harry shouted. Hagrid lowered his massive head, his tangled hair falling forward as he sighed heavily.
"No," he admitted in a subdued voice. "I don't suppose he wanted to die. But Harry, Sirius weren't the kind to stay hidden while others fought for him. He'd never have forgiven himself if he'd stayed behind when there was a chance to help." Before Hagrid could continue, Harry was already on his feet. The words hit too close, scraped too sharply against the ache inside him.
"I need to go," Harry said stiffly, his voice flat and unnatural. "Ron and Hermione, I should check on them in the hospital wing." Hagrid looked stricken. "Oh, right," he said awkwardly. "Course, all right then, Harry. Take care of yourself and come back if you feel like talking."
"Yeah," Harry muttered, "maybe." He barely waited to hear the rest. Crossing the room in long strides, he yanked open the door and escaped into the bright afternoon sunlight before Hagrid had even finished saying goodbye. The warm air hit him again as he hurried across the lawn. Voices called after him from every direction, students waving, smiling, shouting his name, but Harry shut his eyes for a moment as he walked, wishing desperately that they would all disappear. He wanted silence, he wanted emptiness, he wanted, impossibly, to be somewhere no one could reach him. Only days ago, before the end of exams, before the vision Voldemort had forced into his mind, he would have given anything for this, for people to believe him, for the wizarding world to know he had told the truth, for them to understand he was neither mad nor a liar. He had wanted their faith so badly. Now it meant nothing. His feet carried him around the edge of the lake until he found a quiet place, hidden behind a screen of tangled bushes. There he sank down onto the grass and stared across the shimmering water, his thoughts circling endlessly. Maybe that was why he wanted to be alone. Since his conversation with Dumbledore, he had felt cut off from everyone else, as though an invisible wall had risen between him and the rest of the world. He was different. He always had been, but now, at last, he understood the full meaning of it. He was marked, chosen, bound to a fate he could no longer escape. And yet, sitting there with grief, pressing down on him so hard it was difficult to breathe, with Sirius's death still fresh and jagged in his chest, fear did not come as strongly as he might have expected. Around him, the grounds were alive with laughter and sunlight and movement. The world looked too bright, too ordinary, even feeling as far removed from the others as though he belonged to another species entirely. It was difficult to believe that his life, his future, must somehow involve killing or being killed. He remained there for hours, watching the ripples spread over the lake and fade. He tried not to think of Sirius, tried not to remember that on the far shore, across the water. Sirius had once fallen to the ground while battling 100 Dementors. Tried not to think at all. By the time the sun slipped beneath the horizon and darkness crept over the grounds, Harry realized he was shivering. He rose stiffly and made his way back toward the castle, rubbing at his face with his sleeve as he walked. 3 days before the term ended, Ron and Hermione were finally released from the hospital wing, completely recovered. Hermione often looked as though she wanted to bring up Sirius, her eyes lingering on Harry as though searching for the right moment, but every time she tried, Ron would quickly interrupt with loud shushing noises and change the subject. Harry himself still didn't know what he wanted. Some moments he thought speaking Sirius's name aloud might make the pain easier to bear. Other times, the very idea felt unbearable. His feelings shifted with every hour. One thing, however, remained painfully clear. Miserable as he was now, He would miss Hogwarts terribly once he left. In only a few days he would be back at number 4, Privet Drive. Even though he now understood exactly why he had to return there every summer, the knowledge brought no comfort. If anything, it made the thought worse. He had never dreaded going back more. Dolores Umbridge left Hogwarts the day before term ended. Apparently she had slipped out of the hospital wing during dinner, hoping to vanish unnoticed, but luck was not on her side. She ran straight into Peeves, who eagerly seized his final chance to obey Fred's parting instructions and pursued her through the castle grounds with wild delight, smacking her repeatedly with a walking stick in one hand and a sock stuffed with chalk in the other. The commotion drew half the school into the entrance hall to watch her flee down the path, shrieking and stumbling away, while the heads of houses made only the faintest effort to restore order. In fact, after offering a few token protests, Minerva McGonagall dropped back into her chair at the staff table and was overheard saying she wished she could run after Umbridge, cheering if only Peeves hadn't borrowed her walking stick. At last, the final evening of the school year arrived. Most students had already packed their trunks and were heading eagerly toward the end-of-term feast, but Harry's belongings still lay scattered around the dormitory. "Forget it till tomorrow," Ron said impatiently from the doorway. "Come on, I'm starving."
"I'll catch up," Harry replied distractedly. "You go on ahead."
When Ron finally left and the door clicked shut behind him, Harry made no move to hurry. In truth, packing was only an excuse. The last place he wanted to be was at the feast. He dreaded the possibility that Albus Dumbledore might mention him during the speech, and surely Dumbledore would speak of Lord Voldemort's return. He had warned the school before. Harry knelt by his trunk and began shifting through the mess inside. As he pulled out a bundle of crumpled robes to make room for neatly folded ones, something caught his eye in the corner, a badly wrapped parcel shoved beneath his trainers. Frowning, he dragged it out and stared. Recognition struck almost instantly. Sirius Black had handed it to him in the hall at number 12 Grimmauld Place. "Use it if you need me." Harry sat down hard on the bed, his breath catching. His fingers fumbled at the wrapping until it fell away. A small square mirror slipped into his lap, old, scratched, and grimy with neglect. He lifted it uncertainly and saw only his own face staring back. Turning it over, he noticed a hurried note scrawled across the back in Sirius's familiar handwriting. It explained everything. It was a two-way mirror. Sirius had the other one. If Harry spoke Sirius's name into it, they would be able to see and talk to each other instantly. Sirius and James had once used them during separate detentions. Harry's pulse exploded into a frantic rhythm. A wild hope surged inside him so suddenly it almost hurt. His mind flashed back to the mirror of Erist, to the sight of his parents years ago. Maybe, just maybe, this was another chance, another impossible miracle. He glanced around the empty dormitory to make certain he was alone. No one. With shaking hands, he raised the mirror before his face. "Sirius," he said clearly. His breath fogged the glass. He waited, heart pounding.
Nothing changed. The face staring back at him through the mist was his own.
Harry wiped the surface clean with his sleeve, lifted it closer, and spoke louder, every word sharp and desperate in the silence of the room. "Sirius Black." Nothing changed. The face in the mirror remained stubbornly his own, tense, flushed, and desperate. For one crushing second, Harry simply stared. Then the truth came creeping into his mind like ice. Sirius hadn't had the mirror with him when he fell through the veil. Of course he hadn't. That was why there was no answer. That was why the glass remained silent.
Harry stood frozen, the realization hollowing him out. Only a moment ago he had truly believed, that Sirius was coming back to him. that he would hear his voice again, see him smile again.
The hope shattered inside him. With a choked sound of rage and grief, Harry hurled the mirror into his trunk. It smashed on impact, splintering into glittering fragments beneath his clothes. His throat burned painfully. He snatched up robes, books, quills, anything within reach, and flung them wildly into the trunk on top of the broken pieces. He packed blindly, furiously, hardly seeing what he was doing. Then suddenly he stopped. A thought had hit him so hard it was almost like being struck. A better idea, a bigger one. Something so obvious and so important that he could not believe he had never thought of it before. Why hadn't he asked sooner? Why hadn't he ever considered it? He was moving before the thought had fully formed. Harry bolted from the dormitory, racing down the spiral staircase so fast he slammed into the stone walls and barely felt it. He tore across the deserted common room, scrambled through the portrait hole, and sprinted down the corridor. Behind him, the fat lady called indignantly, "The feast is about to begin. You're cutting it rather fine." Harry ignored her. He had no intention of going anywhere near the feast. His mind was racing. The castle was usually crawling with ghosts when he didn't want them gliding through walls, appearing around corners. But now, when he desperately needed one, the corridors were empty. He flew down staircases and around bends, passing no one living or dead. Clearly the entire castle was in the great hall.
At last, he skidded to a halt outside his charms classroom, gasping for breath and feeling hope drain away. He might have to wait. Wait until the feast ended.
Then movement. At the far end of the corridor, a pale, translucent figure drifted silently past.
"Hey, Nick! Nick!" Harry shouted.
The ghost backed out through the wall, revealing the feathered hat and precariously lolling head of nearly headless Nick, Sir Nicholas de Mimsey Porpington. "Good evening," said Nick, drawing the rest of himself through the stone and smiling politely. "I see I am not the only one running late. Though," he sighed mournfully, "in my case, of course, lateness has a somewhat more permanent quality. Nick, I need to ask you something." A strange look crossed Nick's transparent face. He slipped one ghostly finger into the stiff ruff around his neck and adjusted it thoughtfully, as though buying time. He only stopped when his half-severed head began to wobble alarmingly. "Must it be now, Harry?" Nick asked uneasily. "Couldn't it wait until after the feast?"
"No," Harry said urgently. "Please, I really need to talk to you. Can we go in here?"
He pushed open the nearest classroom door. Nick let out a long, resigned sigh. "Very well," he said heavily. "I suppose I can't pretend I haven't been expecting this." Harry held the door open, but Nick simply floated through the wall beside it.
"Expecting what?" Harry asked, as he shut the door behind them.
Nick drifted toward the window and gazed out over the darkening grounds, his expression unusually solemn. "You coming to find me?" he said quietly. "It happens from time to time, when someone has suffered a loss." Harry swallowed hard. He refused to let Nick steer the conversation away. "Well," he said, his voice tight, "you were right. I did come to find you." Nick did not answer. He only continued staring out into the evening, silent and grave. "It's just," Harry began. But the words felt clumsy and wrong the moment they left his mouth. "You're dead! And yet you're still here?" Nick did not answer immediately. He only kept staring through the window at the darkening grounds below. Harry stepped closer, his voice rising with urgency. "That's true, isn't it? You died, but you didn't vanish. I'm talking to you now. You wander around Hogwarts. You're still here?" "Yes," said nearly headless Nick at last, very softly. "I walk, I speak, I remain." Harry's heart began pounding. "So you came back," he pressed. "People can come back, can't they? They can become ghosts. They don't just disappear forever." He waited, then snapped impatiently. "Well." Nick hesitated for a long moment before replying. "Not everyone returns." Harry frowned. "What do you mean? Only witches and wizards?" For a moment, Harry nearly laughed from sheer relief. "Then that's fine," he said quickly. "The person I mean was a wizard, so he can come back too." Nick finally turned away from the window. His pale face looked unbearably sad. "He will not return." Harry blinked. "Who?" "Sirius Black."
Anger flared instantly. "But you did!" Harry shouted. "You're dead and you're still here." Nick's expression tightened with misery. "Wizards may leave behind an imprint of themselves," he said quietly. "To drift where they once lived, but only a very few choose that. Why wouldn't they?" Harry demanded. "And it doesn't matter. Sirius wouldn't care if it's rare he'd come back. I know he would."
His conviction was so fierce that he spun instinctively toward the classroom door, certain just for an instant that Sirius might appear there, white and transparent perhaps, but smiling, alive in some way, walking toward him. "The doorway remained empty. He will not return," Nick repeated. "He has moved on." Harry rounded on him. "Moved on?" he repeated. "What does that mean? Moved on where? What happens when you die? Where do people go? Why doesn't everyone come back? Why isn't this castle crowded with ghosts? Why—" "I do not know," Nick interrupted helplessly. Harry stared at him in disbelief. "You're dead," he burst out. "Who would know better than you?" Nick lowered his eyes. "I feared death," he admitted in a whisper. "That is why I stayed behind. Sometimes I wonder whether I made the wrong choice." He let out a small, hollow laugh. "Though, of course, I am neither properly here nor properly gone." He looked at Harry with deep regret. "I know nothing of death's true mysteries. I chose this poor imitation of life instead. Learned wizards may study such things in the Department of Mysteries." "Don't talk to me about that place," Harry shouted, his voice raw with fury. Nick flinched slightly. "I'm sorry I cannot help you more," he said gently. "Now, if you'll excuse me, the feast—" And with that, he drifted silently through the wall and vanished. Harry stood motionless, staring blankly at the place where Nick had disappeared. For a second time, it felt as though Sirius had been taken from him. The fragile hope he had clung to, the hope of hearing Sirius's voice again. Seeing him one more time had been stripped away. Slowly, miserably, Harry left the classroom and made his way through the empty corridors of the castle. His footsteps echoed in the silence as he climbed the stairs, wondering if happiness would ever feel possible again. As he turned the corner leading toward the corridor of the fat lady, he spotted someone ahead, pinning a notice onto the wall. He looked again and recognized Luna Lovegood. There was nowhere to hide, and in truth, Harry didn't have the strength to avoid anyone anymore. Luna glanced over her shoulder at the sound of his footsteps. "Hello," she said dreamily, stepping back from the notice she had hung. Harry stopped beside her and asked quietly, "Why aren't you at the feast?" "Well, most of my things have gone missing," Luna Lovegood said in her usual calm, dreamy voice, as though discussing the weather. "People borrow them and hide them." She motioned toward the notice board. Sure enough, pinned neatly in the center was a list of missing belongings: books, robes, shoes, and various odd little items with a polite request for their safe return. For the first time in days, Harry felt something other than anger or grief. It caught him by surprise.
"Pity."
He stared at Luna, and the feeling deepened.
"Why do they do that?" he asked, frowning.
Luna gave a small shrug. "I suppose they think I'm strange." She said it without bitterness. "Some of them call me Loony Lovegood." Harry's chest tightened painfully. He had spent so much time wrapped up in his own misery that this simple cruelty struck him harder than he expected. "That doesn't give them the right to steal your things," he said sharply. "Do you want me to help look for them?" Luna smiled at him as though he had offered her something precious.
"Oh no, they always come back eventually," she said lightly. "I just wanted to pack tonight." Then she tilted her head. "Why aren't you at the feast?"
Harry looked away and shrugged. Didn't feel like it. Luna studied him with her wide, silvery eyes. "No," she said softly. "I suppose not. The man the Death Eaters killed, he was your godfather, wasn't he? Ginny told me." Harry nodded shortly. Strangely, hearing Luna say it didn't hurt the way it did when others tried. Maybe because she said it so plainly. Maybe because she understood something the others didn't. Harry suddenly remembered that Luna could see Thestrals too. He hesitated. "Have you ever—" He stopped, then tried again. "Has anyone close to you ever died?" "Yes," Luna answered simply. "My mother." Her voice didn't change. It remained distant and matter-of-fact. "She was a brilliant witch," Luna continued. "Very clever. She liked trying new spells. One of them went wrong when I was 9. Harry swallowed. "I'm sorry." "Yes," Luna said thoughtfully. "It was awful." She spoke almost conversationally. "Sometimes I'm still terribly sad about it, but I still have my father. And anyway, it's not as though I'll never see her again."
Harry blinked. "You won't—"
Luna looked genuinely surprised by the question.
"Oh, come on," she said. "You heard them too, didn't you, behind the veil?"
Harry stared at her. "What?" "In that room with the archway," she said. "The voices. They were just on the other side, out of sight. You heard them?" For a moment, neither of them spoke. Harry met Luna's eyes. She was smiling faintly, serenely certain. He didn't know what to think. Luna believed impossible things all the time, wild things, ridiculous things, and yet he had heard voices beyond the veil too. He had been certain of it. The knot of grief inside him loosened just a little. Not gone. Never gone, but lighter somehow. "Are you sure you don't want help finding your things?" Harry asked after a while.
"Oh no," Luna said brightly. "I think I'll go get some pudding and wait for them to turn up. They always do in the end."
She started down the corridor, then turned back. "Have a nice holiday, Harry."
"Yeah," Harry said quietly. "You too."
He watched her drift away, her radish earrings swaying as she walked. And as he stood there alone, Harry realized that the crushing weight pressing on his chest had eased just enough for him to breathe. The trip home aboard the Hogwarts Express the following day turned out to be far from quiet. For one thing, Draco Malfoy, flanked as always by Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, apparently decided they had waited long enough for revenge. Harry had been returning from the toilet when the three of them sprang out at him halfway down the corridor, choosing what they must have thought was the perfect place to attack without any teachers around. Unfortunately for them, they picked the wrong compartment. Right beside the ambush was a carriage full of members of Dumbledore's army. Through the glass door they saw exactly what was happening and leapt up as one. Within seconds, Harry had backup. Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Justin Finch Fletchley, Anthony Goldstein, and Terry Boot unleashed an impressive variety of jinxes and hexes, many of them learned directly from Harry. By the time they were finished, Malfoy and his two bodyguards looked less like boys and more like three giant, slimy slugs stuffed into school robes. Harry, Ernie, and Justin then hauled the wriggling trio into the luggage rack overhead and left them there to ooze.
"I can't wait to see Malfoy's mother's face when he gets off the train," Ernie said with satisfaction, folding his arms as he watched Malfoy squirm helplessly. He had clearly never forgotten Malfoy's brief reign of terror in the Inquisitorial squad.
Ron, who had arrived to investigate the noise, snorted. Goyle's mum might be thrilled, he said. He's a lot better looking now. Then he turned to Harry. Anyway, the trolley's just stopped if you want food. Harry thanked the others and followed Ron back to their compartment, where he stocked up on cauldron cakes and pumpkin pasties. Inside, Hermione Granger was absorbed in the Daily Prophet yet again. Ginny Weasley was doing a quiz in the Quibbler, and Neville Longbottom sat petting his much-enlarged Mimbolus Mimbletonia, which now emitted strange crooning sounds whenever he touched it. Harry and Ron spent much of the journey hunched over a game of wizard chess, while Hermione occasionally read snippets aloud from the paper. The wizarding world was beginning to panic. There were stories about ways to repel Dementors, reports of the Ministry hunting down Death Eaters, and frantic letters from readers claiming they had seen Lord Voldemort lurking outside their windows. "It hasn't really begun yet," Hermione said at last, folding the paper with a worried sigh, "but it will soon." A quiet voice interrupted. "Harry," Ron murmured, nodding toward the compartment window. Harry glanced up. Cho Chang was walking past in the corridor with Marietta Edgecombe, who was still wearing a balaclava to hide the effects of Hermione's curse. Cho looked in through the glass. For a brief second, her eyes met Harry's. She flushed and quickly looked away, continuing down the corridor. Harry looked back down just in time to see Ron's knight drive one of his pawns off the board. "So," Ron said carefully, "what's happening with you two?"
"Nothing," Harry replied honestly.
Hermione glanced up from the newspaper. "I heard she's seeing someone else now." Harry blinked, surprised by how little it affected him. The feelings he'd had for Cho seemed to belong to another life, now another version of himself. So many things he'd once cared about felt distant after Sirius's death. The weeks since losing him seemed longer than any he had ever lived. It felt like the dividing line between two worlds, one where Sirius existed and one where he did not. "You're better off," Ron said firmly. "She's pretty and all, but you need someone a bit more fun." "She's probably fun enough with someone else," Harry said with a shrug. Ron turned to Hermione. "Who is it?" Before Hermione could answer, Ginny spoke without looking up from her quiz.
"Michael Corner," she said. "Michael Waite," said Ron, twisting so fast in his seat that he nearly fell over. "Weren't you dating him?"
Ginny didn't even look up. "Not any more," she said coolly. "He got all moody because Gryffindor beat Ravenclaw at Quidditch, sulked for ages, so I dumped him. Then he went off to comfort Cho." She scratched her nose with the feather of her quill, flipped the quibbler upside down, and began checking her answers as though the subject bored her.
Ron, meanwhile, looked delighted.
"I always thought he was an idiot," he said approvingly, nudging his queen toward Harry's trembling castle. "Good call. Next time, pick someone better." As he said it, he shot Harry a strangely awkward glance. Ginny, still sounding absent-minded, replied, "Well, I've picked Dean Thomas. Is he better?"
"What?" roared Ron. In his outrage, he knocked the entire chessboard over, pieces scattered in every direction. Crookshanks launched himself after them with enthusiasm, while Hedwig and Pigwidgeon shrieked and fluttered furiously from their cages overhead.
As the Hogwarts Express began slowing into King S. Cross Station, Harry found himself dreading the end of the journey more than ever. For one absurd moment he considered simply refusing to get off, remaining stubbornly in his seat until September 1st, when the train would carry him back to Hogwarts. But when the train finally sighed to a halt, reality returned. Harry lifted down Hedwig's cage and hauled his trunk toward the door with the others. When the ticket inspector waved Harry, Ron, and Hermione through the magical barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Harry stepped through expecting the usual crowd, only to stop short in surprise. A group of familiar faces was waiting for him. At once he recognized Alastor Moody, looming grimly in a bowler hat pulled low over his magical eye, wrapped in his heavy travelling cloak and leaning on his staff. Behind him stood Nymphadora Tonks, her bubblegum pink hair glowing under the station's grimy skylight, dressed in patched jeans and a purple t-shirt emblazoned with the name of the Weird Sisters. Beside her was Remus Lupin, pale and worn-looking as ever, his shabby coat hanging loosely over threadbare clothes. At the front stood Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley in their best Muggle clothes, along with Fred Weasley and George Weasley wearing matching bright green jackets made of what looked like shiny scales.
"Ron! Ginny!" Mrs. Weasley cried, hurrying forward to hug them tightly. Then she turned to Harry, her face softening. "Oh, Harry dear, how are you?"
"Fine," Harry lied automatically as she pulled him into a warm embrace. Over her shoulder he caught sight of Ron staring in disbelief at Fred and George's jackets. "What are those supposed to be?" Ron asked. "Top-quality dragon skin, little brother," Fred said proudly, tugging at the zipper. "Business is booming."
"So we thought we'd celebrate," George added smugly.
"Hello, Harry," Lupin said gently as Mrs. Weasley moved on to hug Hermione. "Hi," Harry replied, glancing around at all of them. "I wasn't expecting all of this. Why are you here?" Lupin smiled faintly. "We thought we might have a word with your aunt and uncle before they take you home." Harry's stomach sank. "I'm not sure that's a good idea," he said immediately.
"Oh, I think it's an excellent idea," growled Moody, limping closer. His magical eye spun in its socket. "That them over there. Potter."
Mad Eye jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Though he wasn't looking, his magical eye was clearly swiveling straight through the back of his head and possibly through his bowler hat as well. Harry leaned sideways to follow the direction of the gesture and spotted them immediately. Vernon Dursley, Petunia Dursley, and Dudley Dursley, all standing rigidly in the station and looking utterly horrified by Harry's rather intimidating welcome party.
Harry," said Arthur Weasley, turning away from greeting Hermione's parents, who were now hugging Hermione Granger in turn. "Shall we?"
"Yeah," grunted Alastor Moody. "Let's do it." Moody and Mr. Weasley strode across the station first, the rest of the group following close behind. The Dursleys didn't move an inch. They looked as though they'd been nailed to the floor. Hermione slipped gently away from her mother and joined them as well. "Good afternoon," said Mr. Weasley cheerfully as he stopped directly in front of Uncle Vernon. "You may remember me, Arthur Weasley." Considering Mr. Weasley had once destroyed most of the Dursleys' living room with enchanted sweets and a fireplace mishap, Harry doubted there was much chance Uncle Vernon had forgotten him. Sure enough, Vernon's face darkened from pink to a dangerous shade of purple. He glared furiously, but said nothing. Aunt Petunia looked both scandalized and terrified. She kept darting anxious glances around the station as though afraid someone she knew might witness her standing among such people. Dudley, meanwhile, appeared to be attempting the impossible task of shrinking into invisibility. "We only wanted a quick word about Harry," said Mr. Weasley pleasantly.
"Yeah," growled Moody, "about how he's treated at your house."
Uncle Vernon's moustache twitched violently, perhaps because Moody's bowler hat made him think he was dealing with someone respectable. Vernon addressed him directly. "I fail to see how what happens in my house is any concern of yours." Moody snorted. "I expect the things you fail to see would fill a library, Dursley." "That's not the point," interrupted Nymphadora Tonks brightly. Her bubblegum pink hair seemed to offend Aunt Petunia more than anything else present. Petunia had actually squeezed her eyes shut rather than look at it. "The point is, if we hear you've been horrible to Harry—" "And believe me," said Remus Lupin mildly, "we'll hear." "Yes," Mr. Weasley agreed, "even if you don't let Harry use the, Fellitone." "Telephone," Hermione whispered. "Right telephone," said Mr. Weasley. "If we get the slightest hint he's being mistreated, you'll answer to us."
Uncle Vernon puffed up like an angry walrus. His outrage seemed to outweigh his fear now.
"Are you threatening me, sir?" he barked loudly enough that several passers-by turned to stare. Moody looked almost pleased. "Yes," he said, "I am."
Uncle Vernon's face turned crimson. "And do I look like a man who can be intimidated?" he thundered.
Moody slowly pushed up his bowler hat. His spinning magical eye rolled into full view.
Uncle Vernon yelped and jumped backwards so hard he slammed into a luggage trolley.
"Well," said Moody thoughtfully, "yeah, you do, actually." He dismissed Vernon entirely and turned back to Harry. "So, Potter," he said gruffly, "give us a shout if you need us. If we don't hear from you for 3 days straight, we'll send someone." Aunt Petunia let out a tiny, strangled whimper. Harry guessed she was imagining the neighbours seeing this lot marching up Privet Drive. "By them, Potter," Moody muttered, gripping Harry's shoulder briefly with one twisted hand. "Take care, Harry," Lupin said quietly. "Stay in touch." "We'll get you out of there as soon as possible," Molly Weasley whispered, pulling him into another fierce hug. "See you sooner, mate," said Ron Weasley, shaking his hand awkwardly. "Very soon," Hermione said earnestly. "We promise." Harry nodded, suddenly unable to speak. Looking at all of them standing there, Moody, Lupin, Tonks, the Weasleys, Hermione, he felt something warm and steady beneath the grief. Loyalty, protection, family, in every way that mattered. He couldn't find words to tell them what it meant. So he simply smiled, lifted a hand in farewell, and turned toward the bright sunlight outside the station, with Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley hurrying after him.